Qin Feng, an ordinary wage earner, accidentally obtained the Consumption 100 times rebate system and has been on his way to the pinnacle of life ever since. Chapter 001, 100 times Consumption Rebate System. Deep City. In front of a milk tea store in an industrial park. Ping, I have something to say to you. Qin Feng handed the milk tea in his hand to Lin Xiaoping and said with some stuttering, well, if there's something, just say it. Lin Xiaoping took the milk tea and said in a very unimpressed manner, I, like you and want to. However, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xiaoping. Do you have a car, a house and a deposit? Qin Feng was first stunned, and then could not help but blush. One must know that although he had come out to work for several years, he really hadn't saved much money. Moreover, he had spent a lot on Lin Xiaoping in the past few months. Beep, and just at this moment, a car horn sounded not far away. The horn was so loud that it quickly attracted the crowd on the side of the road. Qin Feng, you and I don't fit. Sorry about that. After Lin Xiaoping said these words with some contempt, she turned around and walked towards the direction where the car was. Soon after, the car sailed away. Watching the car go away, Qin Feng was filled with disbelief and froze dumbly on the spot. That's a BMW X6, yeah. Supervisor Liao is really rich. This car how to also have several $100,000 it. Really envious. If I can become Liao supervisor's girlfriend is good. Come on. When you can have Lin Xiaoping beautiful again. TSK. Qin Feng is also too poor. Chased Lin Xiaoping for several months but did not get it. It seems to be hopeless. Hey, who told him not others Liao supervisor rich? These days long handsome cannot be a Milo. Listening to the colleagues' discussion, Qin Feng who came back to his senses really wanted to find a crack in the ground. He could not have imagined that the girl he had been chasing for months would actually be this kind of vain person. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing. Today's him was really wretched enough. Young man, you haven't paid for your milk tea yet. However, just as Qin Feng wanted to leave, an older woman stopped him in his tracks. Sorry, I'll pay right here. Seeing the older mom's somewhat unkind eyes, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and then awkwardly swept the code to pay. But just the next second after he successfully paid, a cold mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 100 times consumption rebate system. Ding! You have spent a total of $13 this time, and successfully rebated $300, which has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check and receive. Qin Feng, who was just about to step away, instantly froze on the spot after hearing this voice. Consumption 100 times rebate system? Successful rebate of $300? No way. Really? Just as Qin Feng was in disbelief, his cell phone text message suddenly rang. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly picked up his phone and looked over. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account with the tail number 5987, successfully deposited 300 yuan at 1831 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 789 yuan. Looking at the content of the SMS on his cell phone, Qin Feng almost didn't bite his tongue in surprise. This is actually true? This ing got rich. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel secretly ecstatic in his heart. To be honest, if it wasn't for the large number of people around him at the moment, he was afraid that he would have already flown up in joy. Lin Xiaoping, just wait for your regrets. After the elation, Qin Feng turned around and then looked at the ama. Boss lady, give me another cup of, not 10 cups of roasted fairy grass. As a wage earner, he usually didn't really care to drink this stuff, and every time he just bought that one cup for Lin Xiaoping. However, now that he had such an awesome system, it was impossible to not be boozy. How much more? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the big mom obviously froze. It wasn't that she thought Qin Feng would not be able to afford it, she just thought it was impossible for him to drink that much. Are you sure you want 10 cups? That's right, 10 cups. Qin Feng naturally understood what Big Mother meant, but now was not the time to care about that. Well, you wait a moment. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't look like he was joking, Big Mom nodded and went to prepare. I'll go. Is Qin Feng crazy? Actually ordering so much milk tea? He should have been hit by Lin Xiaoping. AI. How pathetic. The conversation between Qin Feng and the ama was not a small one. So naturally, it was also heard by the others. To these melon eaters, it was obvious that he was being self-absorbed. However, Qin Feng was oblivious to their comments, completely immersed in the joy of the system rebate. One must know that his 10 cups of milk tea cost 130 yuan. In other words, as long as there were no accidents with this consumption rebate system, he would be able to return 13 000 yuan this time. Thinking about it was exciting. The good thing is that the system did not let Qin Feng disappointed. Just in the next second when he swept the code to pay, the system prompt immediately rang in his head. Ding! You have spent a total of 130 yuan this time. Successfully rebated 13,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check and receive. Just a few seconds after the system prompt, an extraordinarily eye-catching cell phone text message also came immediately. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account with the tail number 5987 was successfully deposited with 13 renminbi. 000 at 1833 on July 1st. The balance after the transaction is 47 renminbi, 789. Ha, it looks like we're really going to get rich this time. Looking at the balance and the bank card, Qin Feng were still calmed down. No, it's not a good idea to make a small fortune like this. In case the system is suddenly gone, won't I lose a lot of money? Thinking of this, he stood up and took a step to prepare to leave. Young man, you haven't gotten your milk tea yet. Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, the big mom hurriedly shouted, No more, you guys take care of it yourselves. It was just a few cups of milk tea. He didn't have time to deal with it now. After waving his hand, he turned around and left the scene, leaving the melon eaters in a daze. Now the card has more than $40,000. What should I buy? Qin Feng, who was walking on the road, couldn't help but secretly calculate in his mind. Why don't we go buy a cell phone? I heard that Huawei now has a new Mate 50 RS Porsche customized model, so it's just time to go take a look. The reason why Qin Feng knew this cell phone of Huawei so well was entirely because of its price. If he didn't remember wrongly, the official website price of this cell phone was 39,999 yuan, which could be considered a sky-high domestic machine, not to mention how awesome this phone really is. Holding it in your hand can definitely attract attention. What's more, if it wasn't expensive, Qin Feng really wouldn't necessarily be interested. Looking around carefully, it just so happens that there is a Huawei store not far away. Without much thought, Qin Feng took a step and walked in. Newcomer's new book. This month daily update 4,000 words. August began daily update 8,000 words or more. I hope you can support it. Thank you. Chapter 2, nothing else. Just bye. Hello sir, may I ask if you need to buy a cell phone? As soon as Qin Feng entered the door, a sales lady enthusiastically came over. It was important to know that Huawei's main focus was on mid-range and high-end products. Even if Qin Feng was wearing a work uniform, the lady's face was still full of smiles. Aha! Qin Feng first nodded and then looked around. As this store was very close to their factory, there were quite a few co-workers loitering in the store at the moment. When they saw that the visitor was Qin Feng, they all couldn't help but whisper, Ha! Isn't that Qin Feng? It's true. I heard that he was just dumped by Lin Xiaoping. Is it true? He's really pathetic. Lin Xiaoping's kind of woman. Where is a wage earner like us able to get our hands on her? You guys say, he came here today. It can't be that he wants to buy a high-end cell phone to win back Lin Xiaoping's heart, right? It's really possible. This is a real ing dog licker. Qin Feng naturally heard their discussion, but was too lazy to pay attention to it. Turning his head, he then handed his cell phone to the sales lady. May I ask this cell phone, do you have it in stock here? In the phone was a photo of the Mate 50 RS Porsche customized model, which he had saved last time when he was in Baidu. This seems to be the Mate 50 RS Porsche customized model, right? Looking at the photo in Qin Feng's cell phone, the sales lady couldn't help but shout in surprise. Really? Is it my ears hallucinating? Mate 50 RS Porsche customized model? That phone seems to have just come out not long ago, right? That's right. That phone seems to cost 39,999 renminbi. Can Qin Feng afford it? Can he afford it? That's 40,000 yuan. He thinks it's 4,000 yuan. As the salesgirl's exclamation was not small, it quickly attracted the crowds present. In their minds, Qin Feng was a wage earner just like them. How could he afford this kind of cell phone? That's right. I wonder if you have any in stock here. Naturally, the salesgirl thought the same way as the people who were eating it, and didn't think that Qin Feng could really afford this phone. After all, this price was completely sky-high for a wage earner. But she was only slightly stunned, and immediately replied politely, Yes, do you want to experience it? We just happen to have an experience machine over there. In the sales lady's thought, Qin Feng should just want to experience it. No need. Get me a new one. I want to buy it. Qin Feng did not have too much nonsense, opened his mouth and said, You, what did you say? The young lady thought that she had misheard, and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. The other people also all revealed a very surprised expression when they heard it. I said I'm going to buy it. What? Is there a problem? No. No problem. The young lady who came back to her senses couldn't help but blush a little. I'll go get it for you. Wait a moment. To be honest, she, like everyone else, was truly surprised that Qin Feng would actually really want to buy this cell phone for a woman. After all, in terms of Qin Feng's work clothes, he was only a wage earner by any standard. The salesgirl moved very quickly and came back in less than 2 minutes. Afterwards, a brand new Mate 50 RS Porsche customized model phone was respectfully handed over to Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, he couldn't wait to use WeChat to sweep away 39,999 yuan the next second he got the phone. Ding! You have spent a total of 39,999 yuan this time. Successfully rebated 39,999 yuan, which has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check and receive. Hearing the system voice in his head, Qin Feng couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. With just this, he had become a millionaire. Without delay, turning his head, he once again looked at the sales lady and said with a smile, I wonder, how many more of these cell phones are in your store? I'll take them all. What? The salesgirl was so surprised that she almost didn't drop her jaw. After coming back to her senses, she hurriedly replied with joy, we still have a total of 9 units in our warehouse. If you need them, I will go get them for you. She did not expect that she had really met a big customer today. If she really sold all 9 cell phones in stock, the commission alone would be enough to feed her for several months. Well, you go get it. Okay, you wait a moment. Almost after waiting for another 4 or 5 minutes, she saw the sales lady bring over all 9 Mate 50 RS Porsche customized models, all packed up. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly swept the code to pay. Ding! You have spent a total of 359,991 yuan this time. The successful rebate of 359,991 100 yuan has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account with a tail number of 5,987 was successfully deposited into the account of 35 renminbi, 999, 9100 at 1858 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 360 renminbi, 468, 889. This is becoming a millionaire? Qin Feng couldn't help but be a bit bewildered as he looked at the content on top of the text message on his cell phone. He hadn't really thought that one day he would be able to have so much money. One must know that 90% of the people in Huaxia couldn't possibly earn this much money in their lifetime. Ha ha, this is really exciting. Qin Feng was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but think, should I buy more? This thought only stayed in his mind for a moment, and he quickly dismissed it. After all, he didn't look like any rich person at all with this work clothes. If he really didn't care, it would inevitably make people suspicious. Without staying in the store for much longer, Qin Feng soon left in style amidst the crowd's surprise. Just out of the cell phone store, Qin Feng went straight to Yida Plaza. He is ready to change this body first, otherwise there will be trouble in the future large-scale shopping. 20,000 pieces of Versace trench coat? Buy. $100,000 Hermes belt? Buy. A $7 million Patek Philippe watch? Buy. All in all, one word, that's buy. By the time Qin Feng came out of the Yida shopping center, his outfit had already been refreshed. The temperament of that wage earner had also been magnificently transformed long after he had spent nearly $10 million. It could be said that the current him was a high-flying handsome any way he looked at it. Without money will you love me? In a simple sentence, without money would you? Just as Qin Feng was planning to find a restaurant to eat, his cell phone rang at that moment. Hey, fatty, looking for me for something? On the other end of the phone was a good buddy that Qin Feng knew from the factory. What else can there be? Come out for a drink together. I've already booked the private room. Fatty also knew about the incident at the door of the milk tea store. As a good buddy naturally had to comfort Qin Feng. Chapter 003, Why don't I treat this meal? And you guys order whatever you want? He. Qin Feng of course understands Fatty's good intentions. Smiled and said, it just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. Say an address. I'll go over there. Haidong Hotel 403 private room. Me and the glasses they are here. Just waiting for you. Haidong Hotel? Qin Feng first froze in shock. Then he smiled and joked. Brother, did you win the lottery? If he remembers correctly, Haidong Hotel is the best hotel in the neighborhood. A meal would cost several thousand anyway. Cut the crap. It's my treat anyway. Hurry up. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feng to continue speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Feng then quickly walked into the 403 private room of the Haidong Hotel under the guidance of the waiter. As soon as he entered, he saw the Fat Man trio in the private room kibitzing. Crazy Man came quite fast. Have a seat. Just as the dishes have been served, let's get ready to eat. When the fat trio saw Qin Feng come in, they greeted him with smiles. Qin Feng smiled and realized that there were already quite a few dishes on the dining table. However, judging from the dishes, the prices shouldn't be too expensive. In fact, this was quite normal. After all, everyone was a wage earner, and to be able to come to this kind of place to eat was already considered hemorrhaging money. Hee, crazy person. This outfit of yours is quite handsome. Where did you buy it? It's true. It looks quite pushy. Oh, right. What's that in your hand? Qin Feng just sat down. The fat man. They have found something wrong. To him will be very surprised to ask. He. Just a few mate 50 Rs cell phones. One for each of you. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and casually handed each of them a cell phone. Asterisk. Really? Fatty took it with some disbelief. Full of shock. Crazy man. You can't be chocolate, right? It's definitely chocolate. If it's a real phone, it's at least tens of thousands. Oh. Glasses skimmed his mouth and said, that's right. With that little salary of a madman, where can he afford to buy such an expensive cell phone? Just like what Qin Feng thought when he arrived. These three guys simply didn't believe that he was giving away a real phone. Of course, Qin Feng didn't explain too much and waited until they went back to unwrap it to know whether it was real or not. Smiling, he said to them, alright, let's hurry up and eat. After saying that, without waiting for them to open their mouths, he picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Enjoy your meal, several gentlemen. I won't bother you. Seeing Qin Feng and the others preparing to dine, the waiter gave a greeting and was ready to leave. However, just at this moment, a mocking voice came from outside the door. Yo, isn't this Qin Feng and Fatty? TSK, actually able to come to this kind of upscale hotel for dinner? Is this digging into a mine? Hearing the voice, Qin Feng and Fatty couldn't help but frown before they looked over. The visitors were a man and a woman. The woman Qin Feng was familiar with. It was none other than Lin Xiaoping, whom he had been chasing hard for months. As for the man, he was naturally Supervisor Liao. The one who had just spoken was also him. When he saw Qin Feng and the others looking at him, Supervisor Liao walked in with Lin Xiaoping. As he walked, he surveyed the dishes on the table, and his mouth couldn't help but TSK. What kind of crappy dishes are ordered? Can they be eaten by human beings? Brothers, why don't I pay for this meal, and you guys order whatever you want? The reason why Supervisor Liao said this was nothing more than to taunt Qin Feng's few people. Fatty's face changed and he just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he was quickly stopped by his glasses. After all, they were all working under Supervisor Liao. If they really offended this guy, losing their jobs was possible. Just when the atmosphere was a bit cold, Qin Feng also finally opened his mouth. Good, since Supervisor Liao is so generous, then we're not polite. Oh. After saying this, Qin Feng beckoned to the waiter. Bring me the menu. I'll order a few more dishes. The waiter didn't think much about it and directly handed the menu to Qin Feng. Give me 4 Australian 3-headed abalone. Give me 4 cases of extreme bloodbird's nest as well. Right. And what's this caviar? Also give me 4 servings of foie gras, Auslese a dragon or whatever, and a bottle of 82 Lafite, please. Qin Feng took the menu and directly ordered 4 servings of all the most expensive dishes in the hotel. The waiter standing at the side had long been listening in awe. As for Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, their faces were simply as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment. I say Qin Feng, do you know how much money these dishes you ordered cost? Lin Xiaoping didn't hold back and glared angrily at Qin Feng. What? Didn't you just brag about treating yourself? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and despised. Since you can't afford the bill, don't pretend to be a pussy here. Go back where you came from. He was now a man with a system. Where would he spoil this pair of dogs? What did you say? As soon as Supervisor Liao heard this, he yelled at Qin Feng. I can't afford it, can't you? Although he realized that Qin Feng's outfit at this moment was very forced, he thought that those were high-fashion fakes. Yeah, we can't afford them. Can you, a stinky wage earner, afford them? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoping also hurriedly chimed in. With her understanding of Qin Feng over the past few months, she completely thought the same as Supervisor Liao. Ha! Qin Feng laughed coldly and skimmed his mouth. Whether I can afford it or not, you guys will know later. After saying that, without waiting for Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping to open their mouths, he said to the waiter, we'll just order these for the time being, so go prepare them. The waiter froze and was at a bit of a loss. To be honest, he was thinking the same thing as the two Supervisor Liao. He simply didn't believe that Qin Feng and the others could afford this order. Just these things that Qin Feng had just ordered. It would be several $100,000 at least. Crazy man. It's not going to count. Seeing this, the fatty trio stood up and tried to stop it. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention. Just looked at the waiter with cold eyes. What? You also think I can't afford this order? The waiter wanted to say yes, but was afraid of offending Qin Feng. Standing in place was suddenly a bit of a dilemma. Alright, Qin Feng, how much money do you have that I wouldn't know? I think you want to eat a king's dinner. Just at this moment, Lin Xiaoping but once again opened her mouth to taunt. After she finished speaking, Supervisor Liao followed suit and said in a conspiratorial manner, I think he's just dying to save face. It's a good thing that you didn't agree to this kind of person's quest, little ping, or else your face would be disgraced. 2. What did you say? I said you too. Whether I can afford the bill or not, it's none of your business. Chapter 004, obviously kicked the iron plate. Liao supervisor was angry enough. It was not easy to catch his breath. Pointing at Qin Feng then viciously said, Kid, tomorrow you do not have to go to work. You are fired by the old man. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the fat 3. And you 3, you're not allowed to eat with him today, or else you'll get out together tomorrow. After Supervisor Liao finished saying these words, his anger couldn't help but subside quite a bit. In his thoughts, the fat 3 would definitely not dare to stay here to dine with Qin Feng again under his warning. But what he never expected was that just in the next second, the fat trio directly became angry. If you don't do it, you don't do it. Think I'm rare? That's right, just a broken supervisor. You think you're the boss. Sticking an onion inside a pig's nose. What kind of elephant are you pretending to be? It had to be said that although Qin Feng had misjudged Lin Xiaoping, these few brothers hadn't really made friends for nothing. You guys? Supervisor Liao was instantly on fire with no name, pointing at the fat trio and froze, unable to say a word. Right at this moment, Lin Xiaoping, who was standing at the side, suddenly thought of something. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said to the waiter, This little brother, I think they are just here to eat a kingly meal today. You'd better call your manager over. That's right, if they can't pay after eating, you'll have a big responsibility. As soon as Supervisor Liao heard Lin Xiaoping's words, he also immediately agreed. The waitress only hesitated for a moment before turning her head and then said to Qin Feng, This gentleman, may I ask if you can show me your bank card balance? By what? The moment the fat man heard this, he was instantly on fire with no name. That's right, who stipulates that you have to look at the customer's bank balance when eating at your place? The glasses also had a face of anger. No, by what? The waiter also went out on a limb and skimmed his lips. But I doubt you guys can afford this order at all. Obviously. The waiter's words infuriated the fat trio. Seeing this, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, who were standing at the side, immediately revealed a smile of triumphant conspiracy. Call your manager here. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng blandly interrupted the conversation between the several people. After the waiter sneered, he immediately picked up his cell phone and walked out. Several people, please wait. In his opinion, Qin Feng calling the manager was no different from looking at the bank balance. In just less than 5 minutes, the lobby manager of the Haidong Hotel walked in under the leadership of the waiter. Just now on the phone, the waiter had also given him a detailed account of the situation over here. On the other end of the phone, the hotel manager also felt that there was no problem with the waiter's wave of operations. After all, in the waiter's description, Qin Feng's people were all wage earners who couldn't possibly afford to eat hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of dishes. Therefore, just as he walked in from the doorway, he said loudly, There really are all kinds of people in society nowadays, actually daring to come to our Haidong Hotel to have a kingly meal. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? After saying these words, he directly looked at the fat trio, the same as what he had learned on the other end of the phone. The fat man, several people were all wearing a cheap work clothes. At a glance, it was a few stinking beggars. However, when he caught a glimpse of Qin Feng not far away, he instantly froze on the spot. Versace trench coat, Hermes belt, Patek Philippe watches. Is this guy Xiao Tang playing with me? This kind of person will not be able to afford hundreds of thousands of single? The lobby manager couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Turning his head, he then turned to the waitress with an angry face and asked, Are you talking about them? He was the lobby manager of the Haidong Hotel, and he had come into contact with quite a few rich people every day. Just this outfit of Qin Feng's, it must be tens of millions of dollars at any rate, right? Now this guy actually told him that Qin Feng's few people couldn't afford the bill. Wasn't this intentionally screwing himself? That's right, it's them. However, before the waiter could open his mouth, Lin Xiaoping, who was standing on the side, jumped the gun and said, This manager, I think you'd better hurry up and tell them to get lost. These guys are definitely trying to eat a king's dinner here. There was naturally no way that Supervisor Liao could let go of such a good opportunity, so he immediately followed and chimed in. Hearing this, the fat trio sitting on their chairs violently stood up, all revealing a look of shame and annoyance. As for Qin Feng, He sat in place rather blandly, without the slightest intention of defending himself. Who are you guys? The manager frowned and asked at Supervisor Liao and the two of them. Manager, the two of them are the leaders of these few wage earners. The waiter thought that the manager's annoyance just now was directed at Qin Feng and the others, so he introduced Supervisor Liao and the two of them with a smile. Did I ask you? The manager's face changed, and he cursed at the waiter. How could our hotel hire such a dumbass like you? Then turning his head, he looked at Supervisor Liao and the two of them. And you too, get out of the hotel immediately, you are not welcome here. Between Qin Feng and Supervisor Liao, the hotel manager chose Qin Feng without hesitation. Hearing the hotel manager's words, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping all had a look of having seen a ghost. They could never have imagined that the hotel manager would actually tell them to get lost. As for the waiter standing on the side, he wasn't a cutie either. As for the waiter standing aside, he wasn't a little cutie either. His own manager yelling at himself like that. This was obviously a kick in the teeth. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on his body instantly dampened his back. Just wanting to open his mouth to say something, he saw that the hotel manager had already walked to Qin Feng with a fawning face. This gentleman, for everything that happened today, I am immensely apologetic to you and your friend. Please be able to forgive. Ha! Qin Feng sneered and skimmed his lips. Do you want me to show you the bank card balance? In case we really do eat a king's dinner? Don't dare! Don't dare! The hotel manager even said he wouldn't dare, and his expression was even more flattering. Don't worry, sir, I'll fire that guy right here. Hearing this, the waiter from earlier instantly collapsed to the ground, his expression suddenly incomparably remorseful. Alright, hurry up and serve the food. Qin Feng glanced at the waiter without the slightest hint of sympathy on his face. And the two of them, don't affect the mood of our meal, okay? You can rest assured. The hotel manager reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Turning to Qin Feng, he then immediately assured, I'll kick them out, and will definitely not allow them to come in the future. After saying this, he turned his head and said to Supervisor Liao and the two of them who were still frozen there, What? Do you two still want me to ask the security guards to ask you to go out? Hearing these words, the two supervisors of Liao who came back to their senses, their faces also turned incomparably ugly. Chapter 005, Where are we going to settle the bill? Poof. The duo snorted coldly. Lin Xiaoping said indignantly, They're just a bunch of paupers. You hotels are just waiting to regret it. After letting out her harsh words, she pulled Supervisor Liao, who still wanted to say something, and left in a mess. Seeing the duo leave, the hotel manager greeted Qin Feng before taking the disheveled waiter with him and walking out as well. What's going on here? Ghost knows. I thought the three of us were really going to be kicked out today. That hotel manager just looked at the crazy person with a look that was almost as flattering as a eunuch in the palace. Right at this moment, Fatty's trio also finally came back to their senses from the shock. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng were filled with disbelief. However, they soon thought of something and immediately said anxiously to Qin Feng, Crazy man, you shouldn't really want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a meal, right? Just in case. How could Qin Feng not understand what they meant? At that moment, he smiled and said, You guys can eat at ease later. I can still afford a few $100,000. Half an hour later, the hotel manager personally brought people and served up all kinds of delicacies. Bird's nest, shark's fin, abalone and other high-grade famous dishes filled the entire dining table. Alright, let's clink one first. Qin Feng first poured a glass of 82 Lafitte for each person, then said with a smile. Seeing this, the fatty trio raised their glasses, although they were a bit worried. After a windy meal, the delicacies on the table were also eaten by them. Let's go. That's it for today. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten, Qin Feng said to them, just after leaving the private room. The hotel manager was already standing at the door waiting. Several people. Are you satisfied with our hotel's dishes? Not bad. Qin Feng smacked his lips and faintly asked, Where do we go to settle the bill? Just go to the front desk. The hotel manager smiled and said with a fawning face, I'll take you there. Soon, Qin Feng and the others were led by the hotel manager to the front desk. Hello first, sir, you have spent a total of 713,458 yuan this time. It had to be said that their meal was really not generally expensive. Even the receptionist couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought when she saw the bill on the computer. How much more? When the fatty trio heard the amount quoted by the front desk, they almost didn't bite their tongues in surprise. They naturally knew that this meal was very expensive, but how could they not expect it to actually cost more than $700,000? To be honest, at this moment, they were really a bit panicked. In case Qin Feng couldn't get that much money, thinking about it made their hearts skip a beat. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng handed a bank card to the front desk. Swipe it. Good, good. The receptionist, who had returned to her senses, took the bank card and was ready to open the brush. However, right at this moment, the hotel manager standing at the side directly stopped it. Remove the tail number. Just charge this gentleman 700,000. Aha, okay. The receptionist listened and immediately operated. Chin Fong didn't stop it either. Anyway, there was nothing to care about if it was more or less than $1 million. As for the three fat people standing on the sidelines, their eyes were glued to Chin Feng's bank card and computer screen. To be honest, they were worried about what to do if the balance was insufficient. However, the facts proved that all of their worries were redundant. After some operations at the front desk, the computer soon displayed the words "payment successful." Only then did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. And at the same time, they were also curious about Chin Feng's ability to make payments. Chin Feng didn't care about this, because the next second after the computer showed successful payment, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! You have spent a total of 700,000 RMB this time, and the successful rebate of 70,000 RMB has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to checking. Dear Mr. Chin Feng, your Hua bank account with tail number 5987 was successfully deposited with 70 renminbi, 000 at 1927 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 1 renminbi, 0604, 6,889. Looking at the SMS alert on his cell phone, Chin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Making $100 million in just a few hours. Who would believe this TM? The hotel manager standing on the side couldn't help but secretly rejoice over his earlier decision. Such a big customer must not be offended. Thinking of this, he immediately handed a black card to Chin Feng. Afterwards, with a respectful face, he said, Mr. Chin, this is our hotel's Black Diamond VIP card. As long as you hold this card you can enjoy a 70% discount. This is our hotel's compensation for what happened earlier. Please also be able to accept it. To be honest, Chin Feng wasn't really interested in this 70% discount. However, since this was someone's intention, he didn't reject it. After nodding, he accepted the card. Soon after, the hotel manager personally sent Chin Feng and the others out of the hotel. My dear uncle, we've eaten $700,000 in this one meal. TSK. It's so damn exciting. When Feng Zi paid just now, it almost didn't scare me to pee. Yuck. Look at you, that little bit of interest. Right. Feng Zi, where did you get so much money? As soon as they were out of the hotel, the fat trio couldn't help but pull Chin Feng and ask. However, for Chin Feng, the system was a secret that no one could say. After some bull *******, he just said that he had won the jackpot, and casually fooled around. By the time Chin Feng took a taxi back to the rented room, the time had also come to 8:30 p.m. As soon as he entered the house, he couldn't help but pull out his cell phone. Looking at the bank text message on top of his phone, he froze and counted the balance several times. Let's transfer some money to my sister and mom and dad first. Thinking of this, Chin Feng immediately tapped on WeChat on his cell phone. Finding the micro signal with a note for his sister, he directly transferred $20,000 over. This is not that Chin Feng is stingy. After all, his sister is still in college. Transferring too much money will inevitably affect her studies. No money you will love me? A simple sentence. Without money will you? Just as Chin Feng was about to log on to his internet bank to transfer $10 million to his parents, his sister's phone call came straight over. Holy, brother, are you digging a gold mine? Just as soon as he picked up the phone, his sister Chin Yu's astonished voice came from over there. Cough cough. Chin Feng dryly coughed twice. Well, before transferring the money, he thought of a good reason, and immediately said with a smile, the gold mine was not dug, but the lottery was a jackpot. Really? Chin Yu was obviously a bit unconvinced, and couldn't help but whisper, brother, don't lie to me. You wouldn't have done anything illegal, right? Chapter 006, she and I have already broken up. Screw you. Your brother's person. Don't you understand? Also right-o. Chin Yu thought about it and felt that Chin Feng was right. But I have food and shelter at school. My parents give me pocket money every month. And you still need money to talk to your friends. Why don't I transfer it back to you? Hearing Chin Yu's words, Chin Feng couldn't help but be a bit touched, and said with a smile, no need. Your brother, I'm not short of money right now. Also, if you run out of money, feel free to tell my brother. As long as you don't spend it recklessly. Thank you brother then. Chin Yu laughed, suddenly thought of something, and said to Chin Feng, right, brother, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm free. Why? Chin Feng didn't even plan to go back to work in the future. So naturally he was free. It's good that you're free. It's like this. Sister Schwer wants to ask us to go to OCT the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Yes. Shin Feng nodded and said with a smile, I'll pick you up from your school at that time. Aha. Shin Yu gave a However, soon after she thought of something, turning to Qin Feng, she said, You're not allowed to bring Lin Xiaoping along. You know, I don't like her. Don't worry, don't bring her along. She and I have already broken up. Really? Shin Yu was slightly stunned. Then she couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. That's really great. Now Sister Schwer will have a chance. What chance? Shin Yu's muttering voice was small. Qin Feng did not hear it clearly. Nothing. Shin Yu skimmed her mouth, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think, My dear brother, you're really a nerd. Don't you know that Sister Schwer has been secretly in love with you? At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Feng, Right, brother, do you know that Sister Schwer is now an anchor on Shake Voice? I know. She did send me a Weibo message last night. Then do you know that there's a big tycoon who's desperately swiping gifts for her to chase after her in the past 2 days? That's unknown. What's wrong? Nothing much. Hearing this, Shin Yu couldn't help but say with some anger, What a nerd. Well, that's it. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, he directly hung up the phone. Qin Feng couldn't help but be a bit baffled as he listened to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone. Forget it, no matter this girl. First transfer money to mom and dad. Since Qin Feng's parents didn't have WeChat, Qin Feng was prepared to transfer money to his parents through internet banking. However, when he entered the transfer amount as $10 million, the words daily transfer limit 50,000 appeared on top of the app. Then it's better to go to the bank tomorrow to raise the limit before transferring. There was no rush anyway, so Qin Feng immediately turned off the internet banking. He didn't know why, but when he thought that his sister had just said that a tycoon was chasing Zhao Schwer on Jian, he was all over the place. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now. Why don't we go to Schwer's live broadcasting room and take a look? Between ghosts and gods, he directly opened Jitterbug on his cell phone. It just so happened that Zhao Schwer was live streaming, and Qin Feng clicked in without delay. Soon, a very sweet-looking girl appeared on his cell phone screen. The girl had long hair that reached her waist and was wearing a long light blue dress as she sang to her fans, possibly because she was a new anchor. The popularity in the live broadcast room wasn't too good, and the pop-ups were pitifully few. As soon as Qin Feng's ID appeared in the live broadcast room, Zhao Schwer noticed it in the first place. She directly turned off the music and shouted excitedly at the screen. Wow! Welcome Brother Feng to my live room. Qin Feng smiled and directly replied on the pop-up screen. Schwer, good evening. Good evening Brother Feng. Zhao Schwer saw Qin Feng replying to her, and immediately said happily, I'm so happy that you came to see me live. Schwer, who is this guy? However, at this moment, a very untimely voice appeared on the pop-up screen. A level 1 trumpet, come to your live room, even a gift is not brushed. Take care of him. Why? When Zhao Schwer saw this pop-up screen, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Just when she wanted to say something, she saw a few more items appear on the pop-up screen. I'll go. Brother Tsong couldn't be jealous, right? Definitely. Schwer called that level 1 trumpet so affectionately. It would be strange not to be jealous. Brother Tsong, I support you. Schwer is yours. Brush gifts to kill that girl. I support Brother Tsong too. Let's go for the carnival. Zhao Schwer was really anxious and angry when she saw these contents on the pop-up screen. Fearing that Qin Feng would misunderstand, without daring to delay, she immediately said in the live broadcast, Everyone must not bring up the tempo. I don't have any relationship with Brother Kong. To be honest, originally, Qin Feng was inevitably a bit upset in his heart when he saw these pop-ups. However, when he heard Zhao Schwer's words, he immediately revealed a smile. TNN, actually dare to steal a woman from me? Lin Temple Tsong, who was watching the live broadcast in a certain high-end villa in Magic City, immediately turned cold. Kid, now master will let you feel the power of money. The next second, directly a carnival worth more than 4,000. To brush up, Lin Tsong had played with quite a few female netizens over the years, and he didn't believe that there were still women that he couldn't handle with gifts. In his mind, as long as his gift brush was in place, Zhao Schwer would definitely immediately throw herself into his arms. After all, there was no woman who wouldn't like money. Brother Tsong is domineering. Carnival actually brushes it when he says so. Awesome. Brother Tsong, may I ask if your thighs are still missing pendants? Wow. Carnival. Brother Tsong, may I ask if you still need a girlfriend? I'm so envious of Schwer. Actually have such a bold brother of list 1 as Brother Tsong. Love. Case solved. Brother Tsong definitely has a crush on Schwer. It looks like my Schwer is going to have a master. Brother Tsong, Are you swiping the carnival to prove that you want to chase after Schwer? It had to be said that a carnival of over 4,000 was still quite powerful. Just like that, Schwer's live room immediately exploded with over 1,000 people, all of whom had come to watch the tycoons. After seeing all of this on the pop-up screen, Lin Sitsong couldn't help but smile smugly and directly said back on the pop-up screen, "That's right, I just want to chase after Schwer. Schwer, will you be my girlfriend? I'll go." What's this? A tycoon confession? I'm new here. Can someone explain what's going on? Song, I support you. Together. Looking at Lin Song and the netizens' pop-ups, Zhao Schwer in front of the screen was also infuriated. In her thoughts, Lin Song was clearly treating her as the kind of gold-worshipping woman. It's just a carnival, and you want Schwer to be your girlfriend. Where's your face? Just as Zhao Schwer was about to say something, Xin Feng's pop-up screen suddenly appeared on the screen. Chapter 007, Simply Looking for Abuse. Holy, who is this? So crazy? Awesome. A level 1 trumpet actually dares to despise a carnival big brother. Just serve you. Who gave this brother the courage? Fish Liang? Xin Feng's pop-up was like a deep water bomb, instantly sensationalizing the entire scene. Lin Song, who was secretly pleased with himself, almost didn't turn his back after seeing this pop-up from Qin Feng. After taking a deep breath, he immediately replied with an ironclad face, "Kid, I think you're just a mouth-breathing powerhouse, but also a carnival. Do you dare to compare yourself with the master? What dare?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with disdain, "You know, he is now a man with a 100 times rebate system for consumption, and swiping gifts naturally counts as consumption. This guy actually dared to clamor to compete with him in swiping gifts, simply looking for abuse. Well, I hope you won't regret it." Seeing Qin Feng answer the battle, Lin Song then said 3 good words in a row. "Kid, you wait for me. I'm going." Brother Song is very angry. The consequences are serious. Hey, who is this guy bad to mess with? Actually mess with carnival big brother. I think he is miserable. Asterisk. What's the situation here? Could it be that there's a gift war as soon as I come? Brothers, my small bench is ready, just waiting for Brother Song to abuse people. Judging from the pop-ups, most of the people didn't think Qin Feng would be Lin Sitsong's opponent. After all, Qin Feng's jitterbug account level was really too low, only a mere 1 level. Lin Song, on the other hand, was a level 15 super account. According to the gift level, he had at least spent more than $1 million on jitterbug. Brother Feng, I don't need you to brush your gifts. Seeing this, Zhao Schwer immediately spoke out to stop him. Don't worry, I don't like him. Where would she not understand Qin Feng? On Qin Feng's little salary, where would he compare to Lin Song? I go. Schwer this old solid Originally I still think that Brother Song has hoped to take Schwer, but hearing this, inexplicably some heartache for Satoshi. Brother Song, old sister, should we be so direct? It had to be said that Zhao Schwer's words were indeed a bit heartfelt, and even the other netizens couldn't help but start to feel heartbroken for Lin Song. Qin Feng also felt a bit amused, and immediately replied with a smile, "It's okay, I know. Just think of it as a popularity boost for your live room." Although Qin Feng rarely watched live broadcasts, he did know that a gift like Carnival would definitely attract a large number of netizens as long as it was brushed out. Since Lin Sitsong wanted to make a free contribution, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be polite. Watching the conversation between Qin Feng and Zhao Schwer, and then looking at the pop-ups from the netizens, Lin Song almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. As a super rich second generation, when had he ever suffered this kind of petty anger? As the saying goes, people fight for one breath, Buddha fights for one incense burner. He had to prove in front of Zhao Schwer today that he was better than Qin Feng. Without further delay, he directly swiped 10 carnivals. You have to know that one carnival is more than $4,000, 10 is more than 40,000. In today's China, this was definitely a year's income for most people. Lin Sitsong didn't believe that Qin Feng really dared to compare with him. Of course, everyone else thought the same way, even Zhao Schwer. However, the truth was often unexpected. The smack in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Just when everyone thought that Lin Song was sure to win, they suddenly saw Qin Feng actually start swiping the carnival as well. Moreover, the crowd also realized that Qin Feng actually happened to have swiped just one more than Lin Song. I'll go. This wave of maneuvering is quite tawdry. Just happened to have swiped one more. Awesome. So this dude is also a tycoon. Powdered. Now it seems that Brother Song really doesn't necessarily win. Qin Feng's wave of flirty maneuvers instantly made many netizens change their minds. The person who could brush 11 carnivals at once was a big brother any way you looked at it. And right at this moment, the carnivals brushed by Qin Feng and the two of them also quickly had an impact. The popularity of Zhao Shui's live room quickly rose from 1,000 to 30,000 in just less than 5 minutes. Moreover, the number was still soaring. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. In no time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room stabilized at around 80,000. Seeing such data, Zhao Shui didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At the same time, she was also somewhat moved by Qin Feng's behavior. As for Lin Temple Tsong, he was a bit nonplussed at this time. Originally, he had thought that Qin Feng was just a mouth breather, but where did he think that he really had some strength? However, Lin Temple Tsong is not the kind of person who is willing to lose easily. He swiped 10 carnivals. Qin Feng swiped 11. This has not hit him in the face? The head of a hot, directly to the Jitterbug account recharged 100,000. He did not believe that Qin Feng really dared to compare with him. Charge completed. He directly another 10 carnival. Today is considered a bar. This guy is quite persistent. Seeing this, Qin Feng, who was lying on the sofa, just smiled faintly and immediately followed up with 11 again. I'm a new budgie. May I ask which big anchor's live room this is? Not sure. I also just came. But this gift brush is a bit excessive. Indeed, it's a bit excessive. It feels like the tycoons are so scary. New friends, hurry up and prepare a small bench. Let's watch the tycoons gift war together. I go. These two tycoons have already swiped dozens of carnivals. This time the anchor really earned a lot. That's right. There's at least more than 100,000. TSK, anchor, this industry is really profitable. Envy. Upstairs, don't be so sour. If you're as pretty as my Schwer, I'll give you a carnival brush too. Excuse me, has this anchor named Schwer joined the guild? Our guild would like to sign with her. It had to be said that Qin Feng's math was really good. The number of people within Zhao Shui's live broadcast room, which had stabilized at 80,000 not long ago, had directly doubled and soared to 160,000. And the number of people was still soaring. 160,000, 200,000, 250,000. Soon, it directly broke through to 300,000. One should know that the big anchors above Shake Tone had at most this number when they started broadcasting. Zhao Shui, as a newcomer, reached this number in just half an hour. It was simply not too terrifying. Since the popularity on this side was really high, it naturally attracted quite a few anchors as well. When they saw the number of carnivals swiped by Qin Feng and the two of them, they all expressed their envy. In just a moment's time, Qin Feng and Lin Sitsong had received quite a few private messages, and among them, there was no shortage of various female big anchors. To be honest, at this time, Lin Sitsong was really a bit regretful. Chapter 008, we don't care about your pucka customers. Lin Templesong also counted to see that people Zhao Shui was simply not the same as the female netizens he used to know. This 100,000 or so gifts were completely similar to blowing money away. With so much money, it would be better to go to a nightclub and have a good time. After contemplating for a moment, he took a very indignant look at Qin Feng's ID, and then he directly turned off Jitterbug. I go. Is this offline for Brother Tsong? It's still true. Nima actually grayed out. Grandpa. At the expense of me just thinking he was going to win. What a disappointment. What a piece of trash. I thought there would be a battle of the dirt today. How do I know actually came to a tiger's head and snake's tail? I have long guessed that what Tsong brother cannot, and indeed not what I expected. Earlier to see his speech is quite powerful. I did not expect so unbearable. Or our brother Feng is great. A few times to dry that guy down. Powder. Hey, I'm going to be a fan of Brother Feng from now on. I support Schwer and Brother Feng to be together. Together. As the saying goes, walls fall down and people push. Lin Sitsong's going offline instantly caused a wave of contempt from the netizens. Seeing this, Zhao Shui, who was sitting in front of the screen, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The gifts and whatnot were unimportant. If Qin Feng continued to dislike Lin Sitsong like this, she was really a bit worried for him. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her cell phone and then sent a Weibo message to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, I'm really thankful to you today. Send me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money back to you. In her thoughts, Qin Feng must have swiped all his savings over the years for gifts. She didn't want Qin Feng to eat instant noodles every day for the rest of the time. No need. How could Qin Feng not understand Zhao Shui's meaning? He smiled and then replied. You keep it to buy clothes? I'm not short of money right now. This really wasn't Qin Feng pretending to be a pussy. Just a moment ago, his bank card had nearly $10 million more. To be honest, he was really a bit disappointed by Lin Templesong's downfall. Zhao Shui saw that Qin Feng refused to take it, so she could only give up in the end. Well then, if you're short of money you can be sure to tell me. Oh. Just like that, Qin Feng stayed in Zhao Shui's live room for a while longer. Looking at the time a bit late, After saying hello to Zhao Shuer, he turned off Jitterbug and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Feng received a call from Fatty. From Fatty, he learned that the three of them ended up keeping their jobs under the strong request of the group leader's big sister. To be honest, Qin Feng still felt a bit guilty towards the three Fatty for what happened last night. After all, the three of them being targeted by Supervisor Liao was also entirely because of him. Of course, if Fatty and the three of them couldn't do their jobs in the future, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng squinted on the bed for a while. When he woke up again, the time had already come to 10 in the morning. It had to be said that the days of not going to work were comfortable. Getting up and washing up, Qin Feng ate a breakfast and went straight out the door. He had a lot of things to do today. First he had to go to the bank to raise the transfer limit a bit, followed by buying naturally. Hua Bank Business Hall. It was probably business hours and there weren't many customers in the hall. After Qin Feng took his number, he only sat on the chair for a few minutes before it was his turn. What kind of business do you need? Seeing Qin Feng sitting down, the bank's customer service turned to him and asked, I want to adjust this card, transfer limit up a bit, Qin Feng said, then handed in his bank card and ID card. Pooh card? When the bank's customer service saw the bank card Qin Feng handed in, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Afterward, somewhat contemptuously, she said, how high do you want to be transferred? She was the bank's customer service, and she came into contact with quite a few users every day. A Pucka user was just a Pucka user. She really didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, although Qin Feng was a bit upset in his heart, he still smiled and said back, how much is the highest you can adjust this to? 100 million. Obviously, at this point, the bank's customer service had gotten a little impatient. When she said 100 million, she was just flirting with Qin Feng. But what she never expected was that Qin Feng was blandly saying back, then adjust it to 100 million for me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the bank's customer service immediately felt that this was a trick on her. It was just a simple card. Adjusting the transfer limit to 100 million. Wasn't this a ing joke? Skimming her mouth, she gave Qin Feng a despicable look and asked with feigned concern, is 100 million enough? Do you want to adjust it more? However, when she heard this in Qin Feng's ears, it was quite harsh, and he was instantly a bit fired up. He is not the kind of people who let others bully people. Stood up. To that bank customer services scolded. Enough your grandmother's leg, just 100 million is not what you said? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How do you still curse? Cursed you how? A bank customer service only. Pretend what big tail wolf. Originally, Qin Feng's mood today was still quite good, but now it was all ruined by this woman. Soon enough, the quarrel on Qin Feng's side attracted other people. What's going on? Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a frown. This guy took a PU card and wanted me to help him raise the transfer limit to 100 million. He's simply a psychopath. Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, that bank's customer service jumped the gun and said. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could not help but frown slightly. Without bothering to pay attention to the eating crowds present, he first glanced at Qin Feng's Pucka card, then turned his head to Qin Feng and then said with a leathery smile, this gentleman, this is a Pucka card you have, and is not qualified to raise the limit. In fact, he was completely talking nonsense. Even if it was a universal card, it was still qualified to raise the limit. However, who called that bank customer service one of their own? Of course, if Qin Feng's one was a VIP card or a black card, the situation might be different. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, that bank customer service agent immediately smiled smugly and mocked at Qin Feng. Hear that? It's not that I won't adjust it for you, but I'm simply not qualified. I go. So arrogant? Yes, this guy is completely nonsense. The universal credit card is also able to raise the amount of money. Okay? Hey, who asked him to be a big bank? This is not bullying. It's really infuriating. The surrounding melon eaters couldn't help but whisper when they heard this. Oh, is that so? However, over here, Qin Feng is a corner of his mouth, sneering, since you guys are a big store bully, then please withdraw all the money in this card of mine. I'll just change banks. Ha, that bank customer service snorted and despised. Just a Puka user. Don't think we're that rare. After saying this, he picked up Qin Feng's bank card and operated it. However, just in the next second, she opened her mouth wide in surprise. How is that possible? Chapter 009, it was all a misunderstanding just now. What's wrong? Seeing her with such an expression, the middle-aged man standing at the side, frowned and walked in. The next second he walked to the computer. He similarly froze on the spot. Standing in place Qin Feng, naturally understand what happened, immediately sneered. Still ink what? Hurry to me all out. One must know that he had more than $100 million in this bank card. Even for a big bank like them, it was one of the few super VIPs. Now that Qin Feng was going to convert such a large sum of money to another bank, it would definitely be a considerable loss for their bank. Moreover, if this matter was known by the head office, this bank's customer service naturally didn't need to say much. Even his branch president, that must also be the head. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man still were calm. In a panic, he raised his head and said to Qin Feng then fawningly, "Mr. Qin, just now it's all a misunderstanding. Please be able to forgive. We didn't expect you to rest assured. I'll let her help you raise the transfer limit to 100 million. That's right, I'll raise it for you right now." The bank's customer service, who came back to his senses, also rushed to say, to be honest, beating them to death, they hadn't thought that there would actually be more than $100 million in cash inside a Pooh card. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to treat Qin Feng like that just now. Now, they could only hope that Qin Feng would turn a big deal into a small one. However, how could Qin Feng let them have their wish? Wasn't he arrogant just now? Didn't expect what? Didn't expect me to have more than $100 million in this card? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, and immediately snorted. "Oh, I think it's better not to. Your temple is too big. I don't have that qualification to deposit money in your bank." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the middle-aged man was about to cry out. He had spent more than 10 years to get to his current position. If he was really fired, his whole family would have to follow him to drink the northwest wind. Not daring to lose time, he hurriedly jogged out from inside and bowed down to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, it was all our fault earlier. Please be kind enough to forgive us." "Holy, what's going on here? Hell knows. Just now these two guys were arrogant. I seem to have heard something about more than $100 million. You guys say, it can't be that this young man has more than $100 million in his card, right? I think it's very likely. Otherwise, how could these two guys flip their faces faster than a book? TSK, this time they've kicked the bucket." Hearing the comments of the surrounding eaters, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned a little red. Bowing down, he was also hesitant to stand up before getting an understanding from Qin Feng. It had to be said that this guy was still quite capable of bending and stretching. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and immediately planned to leave it at that. After all, he didn't want to delay too much time here either. However, just at this moment, the muttering voice of that bank's customer service came into the ears of the crowd. "Che, being rich is amazing. Do you think that without an appointment, $100 million can be taken out so easily?" Although her muttering voice was small, it couldn't withstand the presence of a loudspeaker on the window. After Qin Feng heard this, his face immediately sank. Originally, he had planned to just let it go, but now it seemed that people didn't take it seriously at all. This manly woman is also too arrogant. Grandpa, I'm an outsider who looks angry. What a thing. No, this kind of garbage I have to expose today before I can do it. Simply pissed off. You're right. I'll treat at their head office now. I still don't believe no one can cure them. This muttering of the bank's customer service instantly ignited the anger of the people present. Many people picked up their cell phones and started launching tweets. When the middle-aged man came back to his senses, his butt went limp on the ground. There was no need to think about it to know that there was absolutely no way this could end well today. How could he not have thought that that bank customer service was actually such a pig of a teammate? At this moment, when he looked at her again, he really wanted to eat her alive. As for that bank customer service, she immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and immediately cold sweat flowed down. To be honest, she had just really forgotten about the existence of the speaker. As for the tweets from the melon eaters, they also quickly had an impact. Shocking. A small employee of Hwaya Bank actually mocked the billionaire. Too abominable. Is this the so-called shoplifting? It has to be exposed for this to happen. Such a person doesn't deserve to serve us. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel that these two have kicked the bucket? Wow. Such a handsome billionaire? Love love love. Hwaya Bank must do justice to the little brother before he can do so, or else he will resolutely not use the Hwaya Bank card in the future. I wonder if this little brother still lacks a girlfriend. Brothers and sisters, top up and expose this pair of dogs. This was only sent out shortly after, and immediately there were quite a few people who followed the trend of reprinting comments. And also at Hwaya General Bank, the amount of reprints also quickly broke through to 10,000 under the naked eye. This was big news. One didn't need to think about it to know that today's headline news would definitely not be able to escape. At this very moment, the side of Hwaya head office also noticed these microblogs, and immediately realized the seriousness of this matter. In less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit jogged in. "Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry." As soon as he walked into the hall, he went straight to Qin Feng, followed by a deep bow. "You are?" Qin Feng asked with a frown as he opened his mouth. "Hello, My name is Shui Kai. Seeing Qin Feng ask, the middle-aged man then hurriedly introduced himself. I'm the Deep City General Head of Huaxing. I want to express my deep apologies to you for today's matter. Please be able to forgive me. After Shui Kai said this, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at the branch president and that bank's customer service. One must know that he had just been talking business with a customer. When he was informed of this matter by the head office, he directly cursed these two guys' ancestors. As he was the head of Deep City, he couldn't run away if the head office really pursued the matter. Therefore, the only thing he had to do now was to obtain Qin Feng's understanding. Qin Feng was a bit hesitant, not wanting to let it go so easily. Seeing this, Shui Kai quickly understood Qin Feng's thoughts. Without saying a word, he immediately took a stance. Mr. Qin, please rest assured that the two of them I will immediately dismiss. Moreover, as compensation for you, the bank will apply for a free diamond black card for you. One must know that before Shui Kai rushed here, the head office had already given him an order. Chapter 010, seriously, it can still be played like this. These two guys who had offended Qin Feng must be fired immediately and never be hired. As for the diamond black card, a big customer like Qin Feng was also absolutely qualified to have it. Qin Feng only pondered a little for a few seconds before nodding his head. In fact, for him, it didn't matter which bank he kept his money in. Since the other bank had bowed its head and admitted its mistake, he didn't bother to pursue the matter any further. Seeing Qin Feng nodding, Shui Kai was immediately relieved, so he hurriedly arranged for the staff to take Qin Feng right into the VIP room. As for the branch president and that bank customer service, they were directly told to get lost. By the time Qin Feng finished the relevant business, the time had also come to 12 noon. In order to express his apologies, Shui Kai dragged Qin Feng to a high-end restaurant. The two of them had long since become brothers and sisters over a full meal. Since Shui Kai still had to meet a client in the afternoon, after saying hello to Qin Feng, the two parted ways. What should I go by next? Standing on the side of the road, Qin Feng couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. Why don't I go buy a car first? Thinking of this, he directly stopped a cab. Hello, where are you going? As soon as he got into the car, the driver politely asked, are there any car sellers in this neighborhood? Car sellers? The driver was first stunned, then asked, what price range do you want to buy? The more expensive the better. Every man would have a dream of a supercar, and Qin Feng was no exception. Besides, he wasn't short of money right now. Why don't I take you over to the East City to take a look? I heard that there's a car show over there today. The driver thought about it and said to Qin Feng, there's a car show? That's great. Hearing the word car show, Qin Feng instantly became energized. One must know that all the cars on display at a car show are luxury cars. Going to a car show to buy a car was simply too good to be true. In about half an hour, Qin Feng arrived at the hall of the East City Auto Show. It had to be said that this time, the East City's auto show was really quite good. Just from the venue's point of view, it covered an area of at least 20,000 square meters. Inside, luxury cars of various brands filled the entire exhibition hall. The number of people who came to see the car show was also quite a lot. All of them were holding their cell phones and cameras in constant shooting. It was important to know that in addition to the various luxury cars at the show, there were also a lot of beautiful car models. After Qin Feng entered the hall, he began to look around. Not to mention, the luxury cars inside were really beautiful. He only casually swept a glance and already had his eyes on several of them. Of course, the reason why he looked at those luxury cars, besides looking good, the main reason was because they were expensive. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he immediately walked towards the exhibition area where Lamborghini was located. Lamborghini belonged to the top class of luxury cars, and the exhibition area was naturally much larger than the other exhibition areas. In the very center of the exhibition area, there was a top version Lamborghini Poison. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, the official website price of this car should be as high as $90 million. At this moment, there were quite a few people shooting and pointing there. Even though there was no lack of billionaires among them, they really didn't dare to consider such an expensive car. The reason why they stood here to spectate was just to have a good time. Are you selling this car? I'll take it. Qin Feng came closer, pointed at the Lamborghini and asked a staff member. The selling price was $90 million, and if it was purchased, the rebate would be $9 billion. First, sir, hearing Qin Feng's words, that staff member directly froze on the spot. To know, they put up this car at this auto show for no other reason than to attract eyeballs. This was a luxury car priced at $90 million. Who would dare to buy it without billions of dollars in assets? Yet now that Qin Feng said he wanted it, how could it not shock him? What's the situation? Want to buy this Lamborghini Poison? Really? Such a big mouth. I'm afraid I don't know how expensive this car is. That's right. A luxury car that sells for $90 million. Who would dare to say that without a few billion? He's still too young. He doesn't even understand what kind of existence Lamborghini poison is. The conversation between the two of them quickly attracted the surrounding crowd, who all revealed a look of contempt towards Qin Feng. In their eyes, Qin Feng uttering this was simply ridiculous. Just then, that staff member also finally came back to his senses. He had naturally heard the crowd's comments. However, out of professional ethics, he smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Sir, it's like this. Our company has a rule that if you want to buy this Lamborghini poison, you must have 3 Lamborghinis under your name at the same time." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Then, as if he thought of something, pointing around a few Lamborghinis, he laughed. "In that case, then I'll buy all of these cars. This should always be fine. I go. Really? Can still play like this? You guys say, he wouldn't really want to buy this Lamborghini poison, right? I don't think so. He's supposed to be getting high on his mouth. I think the same as you. Such a youngster. How could his family give him so much money to buy a car?" Obviously, the crowd didn't believe Qin Feng's words. They all thought he was just getting high. However, the staff member standing on the side saw the color of confidence in Qin Feng's eyes. After contemplating for a moment, he then asked Qin Feng somewhat tentatively, "Sir, are you serious?" It's more real than real gold." Qin Feng laughed and casually passed a black card to him. "Swipe it." After saying that, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately added, "Right, do it according to your rules. Buy these first, and then buy that Lamborghini poison after you've paid for it." "Yes, sir." Seeing Qin Feng handing over his bank card, the staff nodded and prepared to pick it up. "Oh my god, that's a black card? Asterisk. It's really a black card from Hua Bank. This young man can't be the son of any big family, right? Too terrible. Just now I also mocked him cannot afford to buy this car. He will not retaliate against me, right? This is a real big brother slipped away. Older brother wait for me." When they took a good look at this bank card of Qin Feng, they were immediately frightened and fled in a mess. After all, where was the person with a Hua Bank black card that they could mess with? When the staff heard the crowd's comments, they immediately glanced at the bank card and stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. Black card big brother. That was a legendary figure. Ahem. Just as he was in a trance, Qin Feng said after dryly coughing twice, "Don't be dumbfounded. I'm still waiting to buy other cars." Good. I'll help you with it." The staff, who came back to his senses, immediately let someone bring a POS machine and a laptop. After an operation, they said respectfully to Qin Feng, "Sir, the total is 43 million. You see? Chapter 011, breaking through $10 billion straight away." "Brush it." Qin Feng blandly replied back. $43 million only. He really didn't take it seriously. Hearing Qin Feng utter these 2 words as if he was buying food at the market, the staff couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Ding! You have spent a total of 4,300,000 yuan this time, and successfully returned 43,000,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your Hua Bank account. Please pay attention to checking." The staff had just swiped the card successfully, and the system voice rang out in Qin Feng's mind. Not long after, the bank's SMS alert also came through. "Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua Bank account number with tail number 5987 was successfully deposited with 43 renminbi, 0,000,000 at 13:23 on July 2nd, and the balance after the transaction is 44 renminbi, 0,604, 6,889. Consumption of $43 million and a direct rebate of $4.3 billion to the bank account." Who could believe this when it was said? This time, Qin Feng's confidence in purchasing the luxury car was also stronger. He forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart and said to the staff, "I can always buy that Lamborghini poison now, right?" As soon as he heard Qin Feng's words, the staff member hastily nodded his head and replied, "Of course, I'll help you with that." After saying that, he immediately scratched $90 million from Qin Feng's card. But immediately afterward, the system transferred in another $9 billion, together with the 43 billion just now. Qin Feng's bank card balance at this moment directly exceeded 10 billion. Ding! As the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 10 billion, the system will additionally reward a set of Villa number 95 in Huaihai Farewell Court. The real estate license has been deposited into the system's warehouse, and can be withdrawn at any time. Listening to the voice of the system coming from his mind, Qin Feng's face couldn't help but be pleased. He was just thinking, after buying so many cars, where should he go to buy a house? Now it's good. The system directly solved it for him. "Mr. Qin, do you need us to send these cars back for you?" The staff asked respectfully after returning the bank card to Qin Feng. Just leave this one with the poison and send the rest to Villa 95 of Huaihai Baiyuan for me later. Qin Feng said this with a light and casual face. However, to the staff's ears, it was quite shocking. What was Huaihai Villa? It was the most expensive rich area in Deep City. A random set of villas would cost at least $100 million. Now Qin Feng asked him to send his car to Huaihai Villa. How could he not be shocked? But after the shock, he was relieved. The big brother who bought hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars seems to live in Huaihai Baiyuan. There is nothing to be surprised. After Qin Feng finished his explanation, he directly walked towards the other luxury car exhibition area. It is not easy to come to a trip, naturally have to buy more. Anyway, not lack of money. $60 million of Ferrari? There's nothing to say. Buy. Bugatti Veyron 16.4? Only $130 million? What a chicken bargain. Buy. Maserati. Buy. In short, one word, that is to buy. Prices and whatnot were not even in Qin Feng's scope of consideration. He bought more than 20 luxury cars in one breath, and his spending amount directly exceeded $1 billion. The balance in his bank card had also soared directly to $100 billion. If he were to refresh the Forbes ranking now, Qin Feng would definitely be able to enter the top 10 in China. As for the other people in the exhibition area, they were all frightened by Qin Feng. Rich people they have not seen, but like Qin Feng will buy a car as if buying food. They really have not seen. At this time, many beautiful women looked at Qin Feng's eyes, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. If it wasn't for the large number of people at the scene, Qin Feng was really a bit worried about whether he would be eaten by these women. Unable to resist a shiver, after some explanation, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ding! As the balance in your bank card successfully exceeds 100 billion, the system will additionally reward 51% of the shares of TX Technology. The equity certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse. Can be withdrawn at any time. Right at this moment, the voice of the system once again came from Qin Feng's mind. When Qin Feng finished listening to the system content, he immediately froze on the spot. TX Technology Company, that was the leader of the e-commerce industry in China. The industries involved were also quite extensive, and it had already entered the world's top 500 industries back in 2014. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, TX's market capitalization was around $3 trillion now. A 51% stake would be equivalent to more than $1,500 billion. Just thinking about it made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Moreover, the value embodied by this 51% shareholding wasn't just as simple as money. As a large company with a shareholding system, owning 51% of the shares of TX was equivalent to having the largest controlling interest in TX. It can be said that the former Qin Feng was even richer. In some people's eyes, he was just a rich man, but now that he owns the largest controlling stake in TX, he has already been considered to have truly stepped into high society. At the same time, the headquarters of TX, which had learned of this news, immediately held an emergency meeting. I really didn't expect that someone would actually pull off such a big stunt and acquire 51% of our company's shares. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Ma Yu, the former number one shareholder who owned 28% of TX company's shares, showed a face full of worry at the meeting. It was important to know that TX Corporation was created by him. Now there was suddenly an additional mysterious major shareholder who owned 51% of the shares. Anyone else sitting in his position would not be able to calm down. It's indeed unbelievable. This is the first time I've heard of this. What QF Ventures? I have to admit that this venture capital company is indeed quite powerful. It actually bought all the shares from other venture capitalists in just one day. Indeed, they didn't even greet us. So it seems that they've offered a price that can't be refused. Hey, right now, we can only hope that people are rushing to make money, if they intend to take power. The people sitting there were all the shareholders and executives of TX, and they were similarly filled with worry. After all, no one knew what the character of the new shareholders was. In case the new official took the fire and directly killed them, they would not even know who to cry to. As for giving the new shareholders a warning, they didn't even dare to think about it. Where was the person who could spend such a large sum of money to acquire 51% of the shares to be so easily offended? Forget it, I'd better give QF Ventures a call so I can probe them. Seeing that the crowd couldn't discuss anything even with all the talk, Ma Yu immediately took out his cell phone and said, "Fiery red Lamborghini poison. Even in a metropolis like Deep City, it was very rare on the streets. What's more, there was a handsome man and woman in the car." Chapter 012, Send me to Huaihai Baiyuan. When Qin Feng left the car show just now, he asked the person in charge to find a chauffeur for him. I don't know what people were thinking, but they directly found a beautiful car model for Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up and down at the car model in front of him and sighed in his heart. He hadn't seen beautiful women before. but like the one next to him with such an explosive figure. It was really the first time he had ever seen one. For a moment, he really didn't come back to his senses. Faced with Qin Feng's aggressive gaze, Shen Menghan appeared to be at a loss for words. Only after a long time did she weakly open her mouth and say, "Mr. Qin, where are we going now?" She had seen a lot of rich people, and there were also a lot of rich second-generation dog lickers chasing after her. In front of those people, she was completely a white swan high above. If anyone else dared to look at her like that, she definitely wouldn't give any good looks. However, she looked trembling when facing Qin Feng. She was afraid that if she was not careful, she would cause Qin Feng to be displeased. Cough cough. Qin Feng coughed dryly twice before moving his eyes away from Shen Menghan, trying to suppress the impulse that was about to nosebleed. He said in a very serious manner, "Send me to Huaihai Beiyuan." To be honest, this girl's body was just too hot. If it wasn't for the Lamborghini's sturdy seatbelt, at this moment, I'm afraid that it would have been propped up. Huaihai Beiyuan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shen Menghan's heart couldn't help but be startled, and she suddenly had a strange color in her eyes. At the same time, she also secretly thought in her heart, such a man, this girl must not let go easily. Thinking this, she stepped on the gas with one foot. Along the way, Shen Menghan was explicitly and secretly prying into Qin Feng's general situation. After she learned that Qin Feng had relied on himself to build everything from nothing, the idea in her heart was also more determined. Almost half an hour or so later, the car arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Beiyuan. "Hello guys, may I ask what's the matter?" When the security guard realized that there was a Lamborghini Poison parked at the entrance, he immediately then trotted over. "I'm the owner of Villa 95. Please open the door." Qin Feng asked Shen Menghan to lower the window of the car. Then he handed out his real estate book. "Villa 95? The security guard was startled and took the real estate book and looked at it. Hiss. "It's really." After confirming it, the security guard couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "My god. This one in front of me is actually really the big shot who bought the king of buildings. Mr. Qin, you are welcome to stay at Huaihai Villa. Please feel free to order anything in the future." The security guard hurriedly returned the real estate book to Qin Feng, and then didn't forget to respectfully salute. In his mind, this is definitely the most powerful big brother in Huaihai Garden, and must not be offended in the future. After smoothly entering the neighborhood, Qin Feng and the two of them were shocked by the scene in front of them. On both sides of the wide asphalt road, there are all kinds of rare green plants, birds and flowers, green mountains and water, giving people a strong sense of comfort. Driving not far ahead, there were rows and rows of European-style high-grade villas. Due to the road sign instructions, Shen Menghan quickly drove the car to the center of the district, the 95th Building King. It could be seen that this villa was obviously much larger than the surrounding villas. The high foyer and grand door, round arched windows and cornerstone masonry, showing grace and splendor, probably because of the notification from the security guard at the entrance. At this time, a man in a suit was standing outside the villa's door. When the Lamborghini stopped, he immediately jogged over and stood respectfully at the side. Soon, Qin Feng and the others walked down from the car. "My god, how could Mr. Qin be so young? This is too handsome. And the girl beside him, this is too beautiful." Wang Hao was shocked as he looked at the Qin Feng duo who stepped out from the car. Seeing this, Qin Feng slightly frowned and asked, "And you are?" "Hello Mr. Qin." Being asked by Qin Feng, Wang Hao instantly came back to his senses. Stretching out his hand he hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm the property manager here. Wang Hao. I'm very happy that you're able to stay in our Huaihai Beiyuan." "Oh, so it's Mr. Wang." Qin Feng smiled and shook his hand. "I wonder if Mr. Wang is here." "Mr. Qin, it's like this. I'm here specifically to deliver the key for you." With that, Wang Hao handed something similar to a remote control to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it, and with just a glance, he understood the purpose of this thing. Smiling, he said, "Then thank you Manager Wang." "No need to thank. No need to thank." Wang Hao felt a bit flattered and hurriedly and respectfully returned. "It's our honor to serve you. Since the key has been delivered, I won't bother you two anymore." After saying these words, Wang Hao turned around and left in a knowledgeable manner. Mr. Qin, Shen Menghan, who was standing on the side, looked at the villa in front of her, her face filled with envy. Just wanting to say something, Qin Feng's cell phone rang at that moment. Qin Feng signaled her to wait a moment, then picked up the phone. "Hello, who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Qin Feng?" On the other end of the line was the voice of a middle-aged man who sounded as if he was slightly surprised. "That's right. I'm Qin Feng. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm Mayu from TX Technology. There's something I want to talk to you about. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now." To be honest, Mayu was very skeptical if he had made a wrong call. After all, The voice on the other side sounded as if it was very young, but the names of the people could be matched, so it shouldn't be a wrong call. Mayu? Qin Feng was first stunned, but soon thought of something and immediately said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Mr. Qin, it's like this. Didn't you acquire 51% of our TX technology shares through QF Ventures? I just wanted to ask, what are your plans for our company's next development?" When Mayu asked this, his heart was also incredibly nervous. What plans can I have? What you guys did before, just do the same thing in the future. Where would Qin Feng not know what Mayu meant? This guy was obviously worried that he would seize power, letting Qin Feng manage TX technology. He really didn't have this idea. Since this guy has called the phone, Qin Feng might as well let him eat a piece of mind. Although I have 51% of the shares of TX Tech in my hands, but I don't have the time to manage it. You guys just watch and deal with it yourselves. Said here, Qin Feng also did not forget to knock. Of course, what big action must also be discussed with me. Otherwise, you don't worry. We know what to do. As soon as Mayu heard that Qin Feng didn't have the heart to meddle in TX at all, his heart was also instantly put down, and he assured Qin Feng repeatedly. Well, that's it. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with Mayu's attitude. I'll visit the company when I have time. I hope you guys won't let me down. After saying those words, he directly hangs up the phone. Chapter 13, what is the concept of 51% shares? However, at this moment, Shen Mengyao, who was standing by the side, had already opened her mouth wide in surprise. What Qin Feng had just said, she had heard clearly. What kind of existence was TX technology? How could Shen Mengyao not know? Just how could she not have thought that the man in front of her would actually own the shares of TX technology? And still 51% so much. What is the concept of 51% of the shares? Isn't that the real helmsman of TX Tech? My god, what kind of a mortal is this man in front of me? Just as Shen Mengyao was surprised, Qin Feng put away his cell phone. Turning his head to Shen Mengyao, he asked, "What did you want to say to me just now?" "I didn't. Nothing." Shen Mengyao, who came back to her senses, wanted to say something, but eventually the words came to her mouth but she swallowed them. In fact, she wanted to ask, does Qin Feng have a girlfriend now? But she was worried that if she asked that, would it make Qin Feng dislike? Qin Feng naturally didn't know these little thoughts of hers. Seeing that she didn't have anything to say, he directly handed over the remote control in his hand. Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, he directly pulled open the door of Lamborghini Poison and sat in. My god, the male god actually invited me to go in together. He wouldn't be interested in me too, right? Shen Mengyao, who received the remote control, her heart was like a deer in headlights, forcibly suppressing the joy in her heart. After pressing the gate switch, she jumped into the driver's seat. A few moments later, the Lamborghini was parked in the parking space in the villa. Just from the car just walked down, the two began to look around. The pool, greenery, lawn, pavilions, all of them were arranged quite tastefully, simply like a fairyland. Waiting for Qin Feng and the two of them to open the door and enter the villa hall, they were even more shocked. My god, this is too luxurious. Shen Mengyao opened her mouth wide in surprise, her face unbelievable. Shen Mengyao wasn't the type of person who had never seen a villa before, but such a luxurious villa in front of her was really the only one she had ever seen in her life. Just the hall on the first floor, the height is definitely not less than 10 meters. Decoration using pure European style, sofas, lighting, bonsai, floor tiles are all world-famous brands. Just by looking at it, it would make people feel full of compulsion. Shen Mengyao guessed that this villa was definitely the most luxurious one in Huaihai Villa. In fact, she really wasn't wrong. As far as Qin Feng's villa was concerned, the area alone was twice as large as the other villas. Not to mention, Villa 95 is the king of Huaihai Garden. Number 95, as the name suggests, is taken from the meaning of 9 to 5. If it was placed in ancient times, it would be the exclusive right of the royal family. As for the value of this villa, naturally it is not comparable to other villas. In the deep city of this kind of land in the place of gold, conservative estimate at least not less than 1 billion. The two of them wandered down in a circle, but they were also tired enough. Lying on top of the leather sofa, Qin Feng couldn't help but tsk and sigh. This house is pretty, it's just too big. Moreover, it feels as if it's still missing something. What's missing? Shen Mengyao asked curiously while pressing Qin Feng's shoulders for him. In her opinion, such a luxurious villa should not be lacking anything. What else could be lacking? Naturally it's the lack of popularity. Qin Feng smiled and said back, such a big house. I'm really a little scared to live alone. This is not really Qin Feng's nonsense. To know, his villa has more than 10 rooms alone, and it's strange that he's not scared at night. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but stare. suddenly feeling that Qin Feng seemed to have a point. After a moment of silence, she then said with a somewhat blushing face, "Why don't I move in to accompany you?" After saying this, Shen Mengyao however immediately began to regret it. After all, she and Qin Feng had only just gotten to know each other not long ago, and now she said such words. She was terrified that Qin Feng would think that she was the kind of woman who didn't know how to behave. "Are you serious?" The moment Qin Feng heard this, he was also instantly energized. Rushing to sit up from the sofa, he directly put his head in front of Shen Mengyao. "Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? Such a beautiful girl. To say that she is not moved is definitely a lie." "I don't know." Looking at Qin Feng's gaze that carried some aggression, Shen Mengyao instantly panicked. Lowering her head, her gaze was obviously a bit evasive. She had just spoken what was in her heart only on impulse. In fact, it wasn't normal. Facing a rich and handsome man like Qin Feng, how could she not have thoughts? Not long ago on the internet, wasn't there a segment? Question: what kind of man is the most handsome? Woman: the man who drives a Ferrari with one hand is the most handsome. On Qin Feng's condition. Not to mention driving a Ferrari with one hand. Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce, what can't he drive? I'm still missing a driver. Are you willing to help me? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he asked Shen Mengyao. In Qin Feng's mind, he was now a godly man. Wouldn't it be too low to go out and drive himself? Besides, Shen Mengyao was pretty and had a good figure, so driving for himself was quite good. Driver? Once Shen Mengyao heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Just when she wanted to say something, she heard Qin Feng open his mouth again. "I'll give you $500,000 salary every month." $500,000? Shen Mengyao wanted to refuse, but once she heard this, she almost didn't bite her tongue in surprise. What was the concept of $500,000? Even in a first-tier city like Deep City, an ordinary white-collar worker would be able to get $1 million or $2 million a month and that would be the top. She was working as a car model in the car show center, and it was only a little over $10,000 a month. Now that Qin Feng opened his mouth to ask for $500,000, how could she not be surprised? Returning to her senses, she immediately nodded her head and replied, "I'm willing. A driver is a driver. Just in case he or she gets converted someday. He. That's a good boy." Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and directly reached out and pinched Shen Menyao's face. Not to mention, the feel was quite good. Oh my god, is this the legendary overbearing president? Feeling the temperature coming from Qin Feng's hand, Shen Menyao's little heart was about to jump out of her chest. To be honest, she didn't resent Qin Feng's teasing action at all. Instead, she inexplicably felt a bit stimulated. Chapter 14, Come be my personal housekeeper. By the way, you thought you'd just work under me. As for the title, just call me master. Okay master, do you think you need to find a maid for your villa? Shen Mengyao came back to her senses and said to Qin Feng then. Indeed, one has to find a maid for that. Qin Feng looked around and agreed with Shen Menyao's statement. However, this house is a bit big. One maid is definitely not enough. Right, there has to be a high-quality housekeeper as well. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately picked up his cell phone and looked on the recruitment website. Only what made him frown was that there wasn't a single satisfactory one after looking in a big circle. Either they were too old or too ugly. When Shen Mengyao saw Qin Feng frowning, she brought her little head over. Master, there seems to be a talent ranking in the upper left corner. Why don't you click in and take a look? Ha, it's really true. Qin Feng eeped and clicked in. Sumo Yu, 24 years old, the only 9-star talent on the website. Graduated from Harvard University in the country of Milan, PhD in economic management. Huang Chuchu, 23 years old, top 8-star talent. Graduated from Jianxiao University in the land of sunset, PhD in hotel management department. Xiao Yuqing, 23 years old, top 8-star talent. Graduated from South China Medical University, Doctor of Chinese Medicine. Zhao Haitang, 24 years old, top 7-star talent. Graduated from New Oriental Chef Academy. Worked as a chef in a 6-star hotel in Magic City. Wan Fei, 23 years old, top 6-star talent. Graduated from the Imperial College of Aviation. Worked for Oriental Airlines. These 10 or so people, they all seem to be quite good. Looking at the content and photos on top of his cell phone, Qin Feng immediately brightened up. Especially this girl called Sumo Yu, PhD in economic management. Should be more than enough to be a housekeeper. After a careful selection, Qin Feng directly clapped his hands and settled. This side, Qin Feng also quickly found the contact information of these people and made a call. Hello, is this Sumo Yu? Qin Feng's first call went to Sumo Yu. This was a doctorate from the Department of Economics and Management. Just this degree alone could scare quite a few people to death when taken out. Not to mention the fact that she was quite pretty. so she had to be taken down. I am. Which one are you? Sumo Yu, who was shopping with her girlfriends, couldn't help but frown slightly after receiving Qin Feng's call. She couldn't remember when she had ever given her phone to a strange man. My name is Qin Feng. I just saw your resume on 58.com. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sumo Yu then remembered this, and immediately asked with a smile, Mr. Qin, are you calling me to find me any work? That's right. I want you to be my personal butler. What do you think, private butler? When Sumo Yu heard this, he was immediately mortified in his heart. Nuts. I'm not interested. After saying this, she directly prepared to hang up the phone. She was very skeptical that the Qin Feng on the other end of the phone was not having any bad intentions towards her. Such an outcome was actually expected by Qin Feng. Without waiting for Sumo Yu to hang up the phone, he immediately said, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I can give you a monthly. Said I'm not interested. You deaf? Sumo Yu then directly interrupted. I advise you to save. Sumo Yu is not that kind of person. Cough cough. Qin Feng also didn't expect this girl to be so rigid. After dryly coughing twice, he continued. I can give you $5 million a month. Don't say 5 million. Even if it's $50 million. I'll. Sumo Yu, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly stopped his finger in midair, and asked in disbelief, how much did you say? 5 million ah. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said lightly at that moment. He guessed that Sumo Yu should have been moved by the salary he offered. 5 million? Hearing Qin Feng's confirmation, Sumo Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he couldn't hold back. Mou, what 5 million ah? Standing at the side of the girlfriend, sees Sumo Yu that his very surprised look. Open mouth is asked. Someone said to give me a monthly salary of $5 million. What? 5 million? My mama. Really? Upon hearing Sumo Yu's words, her best friend was instantly somewhat unsettled. Not to mention 5 million. $500,000 she has never seen in her life. I also don't know. Sumo Yu shook his head, pointing to the cell phone is inquiring. Want me to ask? Do I need to teach you? Hurry up and ask. It could be seen that Sumo Yu's best friend seemed to be even more anxious than her. Mr. Qin, I want to ask. The 5 million monthly salary you just said, is it true? Sumo Yu didn't dare to delay, and asked Qin Feng. Of course it's true. Qin Feng naturally also heard the conversation between the two of them just now, and immediately smiled back. As long as your working ability can meet my expectations, the bonus might even exceed this amount. There's a bonus? To be honest, Sumo Yu was truly moved. However, then she thought of something and couldn't help but frown and ask, Mr. Qin, I would like to ask, if I agree to be your personal butler, what all do I need to do? This was what Sumo Yu was most concerned about. Although the salary offered by Qin Feng did move her, she had her own bottom line. When her best friend who was standing by the side heard Sumo Yu's words, she became a bit anxious. I say Mou, that's a monthly salary of $5 million. What do you care so much about? In her mind, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the other party really had any intentions, for the sake of a monthly salary of $5 million, it would still be worth it. However, Sumo Yu didn't pay any attention to her best friend and just quietly waited for Qin Feng's reply. It was certain that if Qin Feng's reply left her unsatisfied, she would hang up without hesitation. Compared to money, she, on the other hand, valued her bottom line even more. Do what? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, what you need to do is very simple. Just help me manage my life chores. It's that simple? Of course. What else do you think? Cough cough. Sumo Yu dryly coughed twice, before she let out a sigh of relief and said, okay, if it's just these, I promise. Now that I think about it, people don't seem to have any other intentions towards her. Well, very well, just report to Huaihai Beiyuan 95 in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Since he still had to go to OCT with Qin Yu and the others tomorrow and the next 2 days, he set the time for the day after tomorrow. Sumo Yu was fixed, and without delay, once again a phone call was dialed out. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was quite satisfactory to him. In less than 3 minutes, the hotel management department Dr. Huang Chu was also taken down by him. This was actually quite normal. After all, Qin Feng's salary was really hard for people to refuse. According to the law, around half an hour, all the remaining people all failed to resist Qin Feng's temptation of money. Chapter 15, we don't accept takeout at Michelin 3 stars. Getting everything done. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The people he recruited were definitely goddess-like in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in Qin Feng's case, they are nothing more than housekeepers and servants. With such a gap, which man would not be envious? Returning to his senses, he turned his head and asked Shen Mengyao, "How is it? Are you hungry?" "Well, a little." Shen Mengyao listened and nodded shyly. "That's good. You see, all want to eat something?" Qin Feng ordered the takeout software and casually handed it to Shen Mengyao. Only, what made Qin Feng a bit depressed was, after waiting for Shen Mengyao for half a day, she hasn't ordered anything yet. "Why? Can't you find what you want to eat?" "Aha." Shen Mengyao nodded. "I don't know what to eat. Tell you what, I'll order." If it was the previous Qin Feng, he would definitely be like Shen Mengyao, not knowing what to order. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know what to eat, but that he simply couldn't afford it, because those things he wanted to eat were just a bit too expensive. Thinking of what those protagonists used to eat on novels with 3 Michelin stars, Qin Feng made up his mind at once. However, he searched around on the takeout software, but there were no Michelin 3-star stores at all. Why is there no Michelin 3 stars? Qin Feng was a bit depressed and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Hearing Qin Feng's murmur, Shen Mengyao then smiled and said, "Michelin 3 stars can only be booked to go to the store to eat. It doesn't do takeaways." "Oh, so?" Qin Feng suddenly realized, but did not intend to give up on this, and said to Shen Mengyao, "Then do you want to eat?" Want to eat is want to eat, but Shen Mengyao naturally wanted to eat, but on her little salary, she didn't really dare to go. Of course, there were quite a few publicans who had invited her before, only to be rejected by her. "Just want to eat." Without waiting for Shen Mengyao to finish, Qin Feng directly interrupted what she was going to say next. No takeout? He still didn't believe that there were still problems in this world that money couldn't solve. Without further ado, he directly found the contact information of Michelin 3-star on the internet and made a call. "Hello, this is Deep City Michelin 3 stars. May I help you?" Soon, a nice female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I'd like to order takeout from your place." Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and directly got right to the point. "Sorry, we Michelin 3 stars don't accept takeout. If you want." One could hear that the female voice on the opposite side seemed to have a hint of contempt in her tone. In fact, this was quite normal. Their Michelin 3 stars was a world-famous upscale restaurant. Even in a first-tier city like Deep City, there were only a mere 3 storefronts. People who can come to their store to eat are basically non-rich or noble existence. Even for those people, they still had to obediently follow their rules and make reservations in advance. And Qin Feng's side opened his mouth to order takeout. Wasn't this pulling down the grade of their store? By not hanging up the phone directly, she already felt that she was giving face. However, Qin Feng didn't care about that much and directly interrupted. "I might want to order hundreds of thousands of meals. Are you sure you want to refuse?" Since he wanted to eat 3 Michelin stars today, he definitely wouldn't give it up easily. "Reservation? What the hell was that? How much more?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the girl on the opposite side of the table was immediately taken aback. "I said I'm going to order hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of meals. If you can't deliver them, then forget it. Don't. I'm going to call our manager to come over." "Please wait." Although they were a big-name Michelin 3-star, their daily turnover was only a few $100,000. Now that Qin Feng had opened his mouth for hundreds of thousands of dollars, if she really messed it up, she would be fired for sure. She didn't dare to waste time, and after saying hello to Qin Feng, she hurriedly went to find their manager. When the manager of the 3-star Michelin store learned about this, he also immediately trotted over. Hello, I'm Lu Wei, the manager of the Michelin 3-star. May I ask, sir, do you really want to order a meal of several $100,000? This was a big customer, and Lu Wei's tone of voice was quite polite. "That's right." Qin Feng nodded, but then said with a smile. "However, it seems like I heard that you can't order takeout from your store?" Cough. Lu Wei awkwardly coughed dryly twice, but then quickly smiled fawningly. "According to the rules, that's true. However, rules are dead. People are alive. If it's anyone else, it's definitely not possible. But for a big customer like you, it's our store's honor to be able to provide you with takeout." It had to be said that to be able to achieve such a position as a 3-star Michelin manager, Lu Wei's face skin was really not generally thick. "Alright, in that case, then bring me all the signature dishes of your store." Qin Feng felt a bit amused when he heard this. Even Shen Mengyao, who was on the side, couldn't help but skim her mouth after hearing these words from Lu Wei. "Really? That's really great." Lu Wei almost didn't jump up in joy when he heard this. At the same time, he also gave a secret nod to his performance just now. Of course, just have someone send it to Huaihai Beiyuan 95 later. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. What he didn't know was that these last words of his directly made Lu Wei suck in a breath of cool air. As the manager of a 3-star Michelin store, Lu Wei was definitely considered to be well informed. Where were the people who could live in Huaihai Beiyuan? What kind of simple characters were there? What's more, it was still the king of Huaihai Baiyuan's building. He didn't dare to delay, and after putting down the phone, he hurriedly asked someone to make arrangements. Half an hour passed, and the door of the villa was finally rung. Qin Feng immediately saw from the closed-circuit television that there were two foreigners standing outside the villa pushing a food cart. A man and a woman, both wearing Michelin 3-star special chef uniforms. The man looked a bit older, and from the white hat on his head, he was definitely a chef. As for the woman standing next to him, she had blonde hair and blue eyes, and her appearance was also quite beautiful. Although the chef's uniform she was wearing was rather loose, it still couldn't stop her stunning figure. Even when compared to Shen Mengyao, she didn't feel inferior at all. Chapter 15, this is simply a slap in their face? Chef Charlie, I think Manager Lu is just too much. Alice, who was standing outside the door waiting, said with a complaining face. How so? Chef Charlie asked. Poof. With a cold snort, Alice then continued. We are a 3-star Michelin chef, and now we actually have to deliver takeout for a Chinese. Doesn't he know the company's rules? I feel that he is completely humiliating us by doing this, and is also pulling down the restaurant's grade. It was not hard to hear that Alice was quite dissatisfied with this arrangement of Lu Wei. Hey, you're also right. Chef Charlie couldn't help but sigh as well after hearing this. In fact, he shared Alice's thoughts and felt that Lu Wei was deliberately targeting them. One must know that chefs like them were all very proud in their hearts. Delivering takeaways for someone, this was simply slapping them in the face? However, who told them that Lu Wei was the manager? So they could only hold back whatever emotions they had for now. And just as they were discussing in whispers, Qin Feng's side also opened the villa's door through the remote control. Seeing the door being opened, the two immediately stopped talking. Under Charlie's leadership, they pushed the food cart and walked in. Hiss, this is too luxurious? When the two of them walked into the villa courtyard, they were immediately attracted by the environment inside. Although they were both 3-star Michelin chefs and lived in villas in the downtown area of Shenzhen City, but when really compared to Qin Feng's place, it was simply a heaven and a hell. Chef Charlie, this villa is so big, how much does it cost? Alice sucked in a breath of cool air and asked Chef Charlie, who was also shocked. I don't know, but it definitely won't be less than $100 million. What? $100 million? To know, her monthly salary was only $10,000. A villa like this, even if she didn't eat or drink, she would have to spend 1,000 years to buy it. Alice barely stumbled and fell to the ground when she heard Chef Charlie's words. Well, it could be more. Chef Charlie's inner shock was actually no less than Alice's. Originally, they had thought that the fact that they were going to deliver takeout to this family today was a deliberate attempt to humiliate them, but now it seemed as if it wasn't what they thought at all. After all, being able to serve such a big shot was definitely not something that just anyone could do. Thinking of this, Charlie's face immediately became serious as well. After a moment of silence, to Alice, he then commanded in a low voice, Alice, you have to listen to me next. Don't talk nonsense later, lest you make the big shot inside unhappy. Do you hear me clearly? Aha, I know. Alice also knew the importance, and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Soon, the two of them finally arrived outside the villa on foot. Qin Feng had also opened the gate of the villa after pressing the button outside the courtyard earlier. The two knocked on the door and then pushed the food cart inside. Unsurprisingly for them, the inside of the villa was even more luxurious than the outside of the courtyard. If it wasn't for the fact that they were pushing the food cart, I'm afraid that they would really have fainted at this moment. The two of them forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts and raised their heads to look in the direction of the sofa. At this moment, there was a pair of handsome men and beautiful women sitting on the sofa, and the eyes looking at them were quite friendly. Hello both of you, we are 3-star Michelin chefs, just call me Charlie. After introducing himself, Charlie then pointed to Alice. This is Alice, also the chef of our restaurant. Greetings, we are happy to be able to serve you too. Alice's Chinese wasn't very good, but she was still basically able to speak clearly. Well, hello you guys, Qin Feng nodded, pulling Shen Mengyao. He then stood up from the sofa, and smiling at Alice, he then said, then we might have to work hard for the two of you today. No hard work, this is all what we should do. Alice didn't wait for Charlie to open his mouth. Then she grabbed the opportunity to say. After saying that, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Even Charlie, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but look at Alice a few more times. To know Alice in his impression, that is definitely a high and proud little princess. To be able to say such words, he really didn't expect it. Otherwise, when he had just come in, he wouldn't have specifically instructed her not to talk nonsense. But how would he know that even if Alice was proud, she was just a little woman, with a face like Qin Feng's? For her to still be able to calmly talk back was already quite good. After coming back to his senses, Chef Charlie brought Alice to the dining table not far away. Although the dining table was large, it still filled an entire table. When Chin Fong and the others sat down, Charlie introduced them one by one for Chin Fong. What oyster crumble, chilled oysters, lemon crystal ice, caviar ice skate and so on. It had to be said that the 3 Michelin stars really weren't just for nothing, and it froze Chin Fong and the two of them almost didn't drool as they watched. As for Alice, who was standing on the side, she was staring at Chin Fong with unblinking eyes. She had seen a lot of Chinese men, and there were quite a few men chasing after her, but it was really the first time she had seen a man as handsome as Chin Fong. Unconsciously, she was a bit mesmerized. When Chef Charlie saw this, he was a bit speechless. Cough cough, dryly coughed twice, and immediately interrupted with a voice. Alice, still not pouring wine for the 2 honored guests? Oh, okay. She also did not expect that she could actually be charmed by a Chinese man like this. In a panic, she hurriedly picked up a bottle of 82 Lafitte. She first used a wine soberer to sober up. Then she poured a glass for Chin Fong and Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao, who was sitting on the side, naturally saw her embarrassment just now. To be honest, she felt a deep pressure on Alice's body. At this moment, she was really worried that Chin Fong would have any thoughts about it. As for the person in question, Chin Fong, he was acting rather calmly. The dishes had only just been served on the table for a short while, and he immediately started eating. By the time the two of them had eaten almost as much, half an hour had passed. And right during this period, Alice was also acting quite attentive in front of Chin Fong. Even Chef Charlie, who had known her for a long time, felt that Alice seemed to have changed into a different person. In his perception, there was no way Alice would serve other men, but now Alice's behavior directly refreshed his cognition. Chapter 16, My God. God Ho is just too terrifying. 2 honored guests. I'm glad to be able to serve you this time. Putting the dinner plates away, Charlie with Alice then gave Chin Fong and the two of them a deep bow. He, your restaurant's food is indeed good. Chin Fong smacked his lips and laughed. Also, I'm very satisfied with your service. It's good that you're satisfied, Charlie said, then handed a bill to Chin Fong. This is the bill for your current consumption. Take a look. A total of 660,000? After Chin Fong read the bill, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. This Michelin 3 stars is really not generally expensive. If this was placed in the past, one wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Of course, Chin Fong was only thinking about it. He wasn't short of money now. Casually pulling out his black card, he handed it to Chef Charlie. Brush it. A total of 700,000. The extra 40,000 will be given to you as a tip. He was still quite satisfied with the performance of Charlie's 2 today. Really? Then thank you so much. Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, Charlie was instantly elated. This was 40,000 Chinese coins. Even a 9-star chef like him had to be moved. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a tycoon before, but it was really the first time he had ever seen one as bold and unrivaled as Chin Fong. The resentment he felt at the beginning had long since disappeared. At the same time, in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly nod for Lu Wei's decision. As for Alice, who was standing on the side, she was frozen on the spot. She wasn't shocked by Chin Feng's generosity, but by the bank card Charlie was holding in his hand. Only after a long time did this point at that bank card and stutter. Is this the black card of Huaya Bank? My goodness! Although the Huaya Bank's black card was not as good as the Centurion black card, it was just as much of a status symbol abroad. This kind of card she had only heard of its legend. Where did she expect it to appear in front of her eyes now? Hearing Alice's exclamation of surprise, Chef Charlie then took a closer look. However, just this one time, he almost didn't tremble as he threw the black card on the ground. Oh my God! This is still true. It couldn't be helped that this was the first time he had seen it. Cough cough. Seeing this, Chin Fong couldn't help but cough twice. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly think in his heart, it's not just a black card? What's all the fuss about? These foreigners? How do they feel like country bumpkins? Upon hearing Chin Feng's cough, Charlie also immediately realized his outburst. First, he threw an apologetic smile at Chin Fong. Then he tremblingly swiped his card. Looking at his careful appearance, it seemed as if he was afraid that he would break the black card if he exerted himself. Ding! You have spent a total of 70,000 RMB this time. The successful rebate of 7,000,000 RMB has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check and receive. Chef Charlie's side had just successfully swiped his card, and the system's voice immediately came into Chin Feng's head. In the next second, the bank's SMS alert came through. Dear Mr. Chin Fong, your Hua bank account number with tail number 5987 was successfully deposited with 7 renminbi, 000 at 1623 on July 2nd. and the balance after the transaction is 1 renminbi, 378,0604, 6,889. To be honest, Qin Feng had become immune to these numbers at this point. Even though he had directly deposited $70 million just now, he didn't make the slightest ripple inside. However, this performance of his was incomparably shocking in the eyes of Alice and the others. In their minds, to be able to swipe $700,000 for a meal and not even blink an eye. I'm afraid that there are not many people in this world who can do it. After Chef Charlie swiped his card, he respectfully returned it. And just then, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. The call was from the side of the car show, saying that those luxury cars purchased by Qin Feng had already been delivered to the entrance of the villa. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Alice and the others followed, although they were uncertain, only to be immediately dumbfounded when they saw a brand new luxury car that drove into the garage of Qin Feng's house. Oh my god. This is too much, right? Charlie couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy and simply couldn't believe what was in front of him. He was very skeptical. Did Qin Feng buy the entire car show? Alice, who was standing on the side, wasn't any better than him. With a small cherry mouth, she had long been so surprised that she was about to stuff down an egg. It couldn't be helped that it wasn't like they hadn't seen any tycoons buying luxury cars before. But like Qin Feng such batch purchase, they are really unheard of. They had to say that this scene in front of them had completely overturned their perception of rich people. Time had quickly crept up to around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I still have something to do at night. Are you going home or? Me? I still have to make a trip over to the car show. My paycheck hasn't been settled yet. Well, that's good. You watched the house then. Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, wait, you can casually drive a car out. I'll leave first. After saying that, he took a step and left the villa. Qin Feng wasn't worried at all that Shen Mengya would steal his vehicle and run away. After all, in his mind, as long as it was a smart woman, there was no way she would do such a stupid thing as picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Chapter 018, The Strongest Pretender Chen Xiaokuan. Coming out of the villa, Qin Feng first strolled around the garage. To be honest, for a moment he had some difficulty choosing. After all, the luxury cars in the garage were just a bit too much. Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, this seems to be a bit too high profile. Ferrari Rafa? Neither can. Feel too flirty. I have to say, too many cars also give people a headache. After a lot of thinking, finally Qin Feng still drove on the fire-red Lamborghini, all the way to the Mad Dash, straight out of Huaihai Garden. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at an industrial park. This is where he used to rent a room, very close to the factory, almost only a few hundred meters away. Due to the relationship with the industrial park, the houses in this neighborhood were also a lot cheaper compared to other places. Next, Qin Feng was going to go back to the rented room first. After all, there were still a lot of his personal belongings there. As he watched the sky darken, Qin Feng casually found a spot and parked his car. The house he rented was an old-fashioned building, and although it was a bit shabby, the location was quite good. The landlord had directly rented out an entire floor for the sake of convenience and maximizing profits. With Qin Feng's previous income, it was definitely impossible to rent an entire floor. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, all employees of the nearby factories. Apart from the living room and restroom, the rooms were basically independent. This is only $600 per person per month. Compared to the rest of Deep City, this kind of rent is already considered very cheap. When Qin Feng opens the door and walks into the living room, he finds that 3 of the 4 people have already returned. 2 males and 1 female. The girl was cooking in the kitchen while the remaining 2 boys were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Yo, Feng Zi is back. Why don't I see you going to work today? The person who spoke was named Chen Xiaokuan. Even at home he still wore his white shirt and dressed like a man. He and Qin Feng are working in the same factory, only the position is different. Usually rely on their own technician's identity. Inexplicably have some sense of superiority. Basically rarely in Qin Feng so a general worker to speak. To know. Qin Feng yesterday by Lin Xiaoping public face. Today is the whole factory know. Now deliberately asking Qin Feng about this. How could he see that he didn't have any good intentions? If he had been in the past, with such harsh sarcasm, Qin Feng would have absolutely disliked him back without hesitation. Now, however, he felt that talking to this kind of person was just enough of a fallacy. Lazily ignoring him, he directly found a stool and sat down to watch the TV. Feng Zi, what's your kid's attitude? See, Qin Feng actually dared to ignore him. Chen Xiaokuan is also all of a sudden came to the temper. Originally I also intend to introduce you to our technical department. On your attitude. When I good intentions fed the dog. In his thought, Qin Feng a garbage general laborer only. Where is the qualification to pretend in front of him? Ha! Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly twice as he listened. A pretender was a pretender. To know Chen Xiaokuan in order to show superiority in front of other roommates. This kind of words have long been not the first time to say. At first, Qin Feng was really a bit moved, and also bought him a lot of water and cigarettes, but then realized that this guy is completely in front of him to pretend and find superiority. Now if you still believe in this guy's ghost words, then it will really become true. What are you ha? It had to be said that Qin Feng's LOL directly irritated Chen Xiaokuan. Nothing. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said nonchalantly, my current job is quite good, so I don't need you to worry about it. Work is quite good? How is this possible? Aren't you being? When he said this, Chen Xiaokuan hurriedly stopped his mouth. To know, he had just started saying that, obviously to deliberately mock Qin Feng. Now if he said that he had already known that Qin Feng had been expelled, what would the other people think? And right at this moment, Han Su, who was sitting on the side, also opened his mouth. Qin Feng, I think Xiaokuan is right. If he got you into the technical department, the salary would be a small $10,000. People now want to help you with good intentions. Your attitude is really quite chilling. Hansu originally in Chen Xiaokuan is a hometown. Speak naturally to Chen Xiaokuan. After saying that, he did not forget to look at Qin Feng with contempt. In his opinion, if Qin Feng wanted to earn $10,000 a month with this education and background, I'm afraid it would be impossible to do it in this lifetime. Hey, who says otherwise? Chen Xiaokuan couldn't help but skim his lips when he heard it. Since people don't think they need it, forget it. Right. Tomorrow I'm giving out bonuses. There's about a $30,000. Why don't I invite everyone out for dinner? I'll go. Xiaokuan, you're awesome. As soon as he heard Chen Xiaokuan's words, Hansu directly stood up from the sofa and said with an envious face, actually sending a $30,000 bonus. It seems like I'm sorry for not slaughtering you hard. He. Chen Xiaokuan laughed. Casually slaughter. 30,000 only. A little money, just a little money. Dinner place you guys just set. He, we don't dare to set. Or wait for Sister Yuqing to come back to set it. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had just come out of the kitchen, directly laughed and joked. They were very clear that Chen Xiaokuan was desperately pursuing his roommate Xia Yuqing recently, to the point of not knowing what to eat. Wang Yan said this, obviously meaning it. You guys just stop poking fun at me. Chen Xiaokuan's old face turned red and hurriedly changed the topic. Right. Yan, I asked you to help Yuqing with the black chicken soup. How's the stew coming along? Just don't worry. I'll make sure Sister Yuqing is satisfied. Wang Yan finished, but also did not forget to wink at Chen Xiaokuan. Brother Xiaokuan, why don't I stew some of that tiger whip soup for you as well? Maybe it will come in handy when the time comes. Oh, screw you. I and Yuqing have not even gotten to the bottom of it. Chen Xiaokuan finished, but also did not forget to add. Besides, my current body is very good. To meet Yuqing words, that is absolutely no problem. Although he said so on his mouth, he actually really had this idea in his heart. After all, Xia Yuqing's body and appearance, if he really chased after her, he was really a bit worried about whether he would fall off the chain. Clang! And right at this moment, the living room door was suddenly pushed open. The one who came in was a mature woman, roughly 23 or 24 years old, with a tall and full figure wearing a sky blue dress, and a stunningly beautiful look that gave people a feeling like they were seeing a fairy. It had to be said that this was definitely the most beautiful thing Qin Feng had ever seen. As soon as Xia Yuqing entered the door, she said to Chen Xiaokuan with an angry face, Chen Xiaokuan, I advise you to keep your mouth clean in the future. Obviously, she must have heard Chen Xiaokuan's last words just now. Chapter 19, A Broken Audi A6. Is it great, Yuqing? That, me? Chen Xiaokuan was very stunned, stuttering and somewhat at a loss for words. Previously in front of Qin Feng, that pretentiousness has long since disappeared. You told you how many times? Do not call me Yuqing. Xia Yuqing finished saying this in annoyance, not forgetting to reveal a hint of dislike. With her body and looks, what kind of man can't she find? Where would she look at Chen Xiaokuan? To know, I'm afraid that the men who chased after her over the years would have to be lined up for dozens of miles if they were to be counted. Now this guy actually said this kind of words. It is strange that she is not angry. Chen Xiaokuan was a little embarrassed, and for a moment he was a little unsure of what to call Xia Yuqing, suddenly thought of something, then rushed to change the topic, fawningly said, I've already helped you stew a good black chicken soup. Do you want to taste it? After saying that, not waiting for Xia Yuqing to react, he immediately trotted into the kitchen. After banging around a bit, he soon came out with a bowl full of chicken soup. He first used his mouth to blow on the edge of the bowl, and only then did he smile and handed it to Xia Yuqing. Drink slowly. It's a bit hot. Looking at his appearance at the moment, he was almost like a pug. Xia Yuqing glanced at the chicken soup and said with disgust, I'm going on a diet tonight. Keep it for yourself. Right? Oh, almost forgot. Chen Xiaoquan seemed to suddenly realize, and then hurriedly said, let's do it this way. I'll go peel an apple for you. It's not good to not eat at night. After saying that, he immediately returned to the kitchen with chicken soup, the strongest licking dog in history. Not only did Qin Feng think so, even Shen Su and Wang Yan thought the same. It didn't take long. Again, I saw Qin Xiaoquan walk out with a plate of apples, and he said fawningly as he walked, Yu Qing, this is my morning. Not in the mood. Eat it yourself. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Yuqing coldly interrupted. After saying that, he walked towards his room without looking back. On her way out, her eyes also, intentionally or unintentionally, swept over to Qin Feng's side. To be honest, if she were to choose between Chen Xiaoquan and Qin Feng, she would definitely choose Qin Feng without hesitation. Not for anything else, just because Qin Feng was too much more handsome than Chen Xiaoquan. Of course, this was only under the premise that Xia Yuqing did not consider anything else. As far as her understanding of Qin Feng is concerned, it seems that apart from his face value, other factors have already doomed the two to impossibility. For example, cars, houses, tickets. If Qin Feng has these, maybe. Xia Yuqing shook her head and directly shook these unrealistic thoughts out of her head. However, what she didn't know was that just the glance she had just given to Qin Feng had caused him to have a hint of other thoughts. Qin Feng knew very well that a woman like Xia Yuqing would be quite rational no matter what she did. Just by the fact that she had managed to remain single for so many years, it wasn't hard to realize this. If he put it in the past, Qin Feng would definitely not have any thoughts about her, because he knew that it was simply impossible. But now, he had 100% confidence in taking down Xia Yuqing. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoquan took 3 steps to chase after her with his plate. However, before he could get close, the door to Xia Yuqing's room closed with a bang. Don't look at everyone living under the same roof. But if other people wanted to enter Xia Yuqing's room, unless the sun came out of the west, having eaten a closed door, Chen Xiaoquan's face was also quite ugly. In order to alleviate his embarrassment, he forced a smile on his face and shouted at the door of the room. Yuqing, it's okay, if you're tired, rest early. If you're hungry at night, greet me anytime and I'll redo it for you. After shouting these words, he also didn't forget to mute the TV sound, as if he was afraid that it would disturb Xia Yuqing's rest. It had to be said that there was really no one else who could lick a dog to be able to do what he did. Qin Feng saw that there was no drama to watch, stood up and was ready to go back to his room to pack up his things. However, right at this moment, Chen Xiaoquan stopped him with an angry face. Crazy man, I'm warning you, stay away from Yu Qing in the future, or I'll be rude to you. Obviously, the glance that Xia Yuqing had given to Qin Feng just now, he had noticed it as well. Although he didn't think that Xia Yuqing would really look at Qin Feng, he was just not happy in his heart. Coupled with what had just happened, he directly spread his fire on Qin Feng. Ha! Qin Feng laughed coldly and said with a playful face, so what if I say no? How dare you? Upon hearing that Qin Feng dared to dislike himself back like this, Chen Xiaoquan instantly exploded. With red eyes, he pointed at Qin Feng and roared, you're a jobless trash who dares to fight with me. Believe it or not, I'll find someone to play you to death in minutes? However, Qin Feng was incomparably calm. Anytime. After faintly spitting out these 4 words, he pushed Qin Xiaoquan away and walked towards his room. To be honest, with Qin Feng's current wealth, he really didn't want to pay attention to such a character. However, if Qin Xiaoquan really didn't know how to live and dared to provoke himself, then Qin Feng would also definitely let him know why flowers were so red. Bastard! Seeing Qin Feng's departing back, Chen Xiaoquan directly slammed his fist on the coffee table, letting him go and beat up Qin Feng now? Without fear of making people laugh by saying it, he simply didn't have the courage. There was no way. Who called Qin Feng taller than him by at least half a head? Fighting is certainly cannot beat. He can only now heart secretly swear. Fine time must be taught Qin Feng a lesson. As for Qin Feng, he didn't even put Chen Xiaoquan in his eyes. Originally, he planned to collect his luggage and leave tonight. But now Qin Feng has other ideas. Wasn't he Chen Xiaoquan a dog licker? Then Qin Feng would let him know what it meant to lick a dog, lick a dog, lick a dog and lick it until there was nothing left in the end. With a snort, he directly lay down on the bed and slept. The next morning, after Qin Feng washed up, he took a step and walked downstairs. He didn't forget that he still had to go to Deep City University today to pick up Qin Yu and the girls. I don't know whether it was a coincidence or not, but he just happened to see Xia Yuqing waiting for a taxi at the roadside not far away. Today was a Sunday, and Xia Yuqing had already made an appointment with her girlfriends, preparing to go out to play. Just at that moment, A brand new Audi S6 stopped directly in front of her. Qin Feng, however, knew very well that this car was none other than Chen Xiaoquan's. Sure enough, the next second he saw Chen Xiaoquan sticking his head out of the car window. Yuqing, where are you planning to go? Want to come along? When Chen Xiaoquan said this, his eyes didn't forget to glance over to Qin Feng's side, as if to say, little punk, dare to fight with me? Do you have such a powerful car? However, what he doesn't know is that his provocative eyes in Qin Feng's view is simply like a general. A broken Audi A6. Very powerful? Chapter 020, his car is definitely rented. Asterisk. Qin Feng snorted and directly raised his middle finger at Chen Xiaoquan. Without waiting for Chen Xiaoquan to react, he took a step and walked towards the location where he had parked his car. Although Chen Xiaoquan's heart is very upset, but now is not the time to argue with Qin Feng. Pulling the passenger door open, he waited for Xia Yuqing to get on the car. Boom boom boom. However, just at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. Soon, a fiery red supercar was seen, parked behind the Audi. Attracted by the sound, everyone immediately looked over. This car is also too good looking, right? When Chen Xiaoquan looked clearly at the vehicle at the back, he immediately opened his mouth wide in surprise. At the same time, his heart was also filled with envy. Just his broken Audi compared to others, there is simply no comparison. It does look good. This should be a supercar, right? Han Su, who was sitting in the back seat, listened and agreed with Chen Xiaoquan's statement. TSK, this car must be several $1 million at any rate. Envious. Wang Yan's face was envious. How she wished she could also sit in that car. Several millions? My god. This is too expensive. How long do I have to work before I can afford it? The moment he heard Wang Yan say that the car cost a few $1 million, Han Su almost didn't bite his tongue in shock. To know, his monthly salary was only 8,000. Even if he didn't eat or drink, he'd have to save for at least a couple decades. A few million? Chen Xiaoquan but skimmed his mouth, said with great insight, brothers, don't blame me for not reminding. This car is a Lamborghini Poison. The market price of at least $80 to $90 million. And even in our deep city, there will never be more than a handful. Although this car is not Chen Xiaoquan's, but he did not forget to show his knowledge in front of his friends. As expected of Chen Xiaoquan, when Han Su and his duo heard his explanation, they all revealed a look of admiration. It couldn't be helped. Who told them that they didn't know as much as Chen Xiaoquan? To be precise, there are only 3 of these cars in Deep City. And right at this moment, Xia Yuqing, who hadn't opened her mouth all along, finally opened her mouth as well. It wasn't hard to notice that her eyes were also filled with envy. My goodness. So powerful? $80 to $90 million of car just like this drive out. Not afraid to touch the bad? You know what the hell? Can buy such a luxury car people? Still lack of that repair cost? That's right. I'm so envious. Xiaoquan, why don't we make way for others? In case we are touched. Han Su suddenly thought of something, so he hurriedly said to Chen Xiaoquan, Han Su is right. If it really touches, we still have to lose a fortune? Wang Yan also immediately agreed. Well, then I'll drive a bit forward. Chen Xiaoquan nodded, also feeling that what Han Su and the others had said made sense. Just as he was about to move the car forward a bit, he found Xia Yuqing walking straight towards Lamborghini Poison. Yuqing? Seeing this, Chen Xiaoquan was also confused, not knowing what Xia Yuqing wanted to do. However, he soon saw Xia Yuqing take out her cell phone, and then she posed around the sports car. Absolutely beautiful face, concave and convex body. With that provocative action, Chen Xiaoquan, who was standing not far away, directly looked infatuated. Have to say, luxury car with beauty, perfect match. As for Qin Feng, who was sitting inside the supercar, he was looking even more carefully. He also did not expect that Xia Yuqing would actually pass the selfie, forcibly pressed down the throbbing in his heart, and casually opened the door of the car. I say beauty, finished shooting or not, I'm still in a hurry to do something. You are Qin Feng? Xia Yuqing, who was taking selfies, subconsciously put away her cell phone after hearing this. But when he realized that the person was Qin Feng, a small cherry mouth instantly opened into an O shape. Not only her, the several people standing not far away, Chen Xiaoquan, also had the same expression of having seen a ghost. To be honest, they would never have imagined that Qin Feng would actually walk out from this luxury car. After all, in their impression, Qin Feng was just an ordinary wage earner. Or else, Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and smiled back at Xia Yuqing. Alright, I still have things to do. Let's talk next time, haha. After saying this, Qin Feng pulled open the car door and sat in. He wasn't a licking dog like Chen Xiaoquan, although Xia Yuqing was indeed a rare and precious thing. he definitely couldn't put his foot down to chase after it. Unless, boom boom boom, explosive car start sound rang out, and then saw the limousine go away. Xia Yuqing, who was standing at the side, took a long time to come back to her senses. To be honest, this was the first time she was ignored by a man. While she was annoyed that Qin Feng didn't know how to take pity on her, she was also intensely interested in him. As for Chen Xiaoquan and the others standing not far away, they were simply unwilling to believe what was in front of them. Rented. Definitely rented. Chen Xiaoquan looked at the direction Qin Feng had left and roared loudly with an affirmative face. In the past, he used to be quite superior in front of Qin Feng. Just last night, he had even despised Qin Feng. Now that he was being compared to others in front of Xia Yuqing, how could he possibly accept this result? Well, I also think Xiaoquan is right. How could Qin Feng afford such an expensive car? He's just a garbage laborer. He actually rents such an expensive car and pretends to be a pimp. He's not afraid of losing his money. I think he must be unbalanced because Xiaoquan has a car. That's right. It's best to go out and break it. See if he still dares to fool around in front of us. It had to be said that the scene just now had also stimulated Han Su and Wang Yan. After hearing Chen Xiaoquan's statement, they immediately felt it was very reasonable. At this moment, I'm afraid that only Xia Yuqing had different thoughts from them. In her opinion, Qin Feng's car had to be at least $80 to $90 million. So how could it be affordable for an ordinary person to rent? What's more, how could a leasing company just rent out such an expensive car? Although she thought this in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. She was very upset in her heart at this moment. Qin Feng actually didn't invite her to get on the car with him. In her mind, regardless of whether Qin Feng bought or rented this car, the initiative to invite a beautiful woman like her to get on the car, shouldn't it be? Actually, it was normal for her to think like this because she had never been ignored by a man. She could say that she had seen a lot of lickspittles like Chen Xiaoquan, otherwise she wouldn't have been so high and mighty. Today, this wave of Qin Feng's actions had really made her have a slight doubt about her charm. Humph, you Qin Feng are so tuggy aren't you? Xia Yuqing couldn't help but snort coldly, secretly swearing in her heart, you wait for me. One day I'll let you know my charm. Chapter 021, The Confession of Two Toads. Regardless of what Xia Yuqing and the others thought, Qin Feng's side was unknown anyway. Running furiously all the way, soon Qin Feng drove his car to the entrance of Deep City University. Since it was the weekend, there were a lot of students coming in and out of the school entrance. According to the school's regulations, private cars were not allowed to drive into the campus. Qin Feng looked around for a while before he parked his car on the side of the road not far away. Wow! Look! A luxury car, yeah. Che, isn't it just a luxury car? What's the big deal? Are there less luxury cars parked in front of our school every day? You don't know. Compared to this car, those cars are just garbage. No way. Is it that exaggerated? What's exaggerated? This is a Lamborghini Poison, okay? The market price is at least $80 to $90 million. Oh my god. Really? This is too much. TSK, driving a car to our school. It looks like he doesn't have any good intentions. He must be trying to adopt a girl from our school. Hey, the 4 school beauties of our school. I heard that 2 of them have already been adopted by rich old men. And now there's only Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu left. Who says it isn't? I hope our 2 school beauties can resist the temptation. When Qin Feng had just parked his car, he immediately attracted the attention of the passing students. There was no way. His car was just a little too eye-catching. After parking the car, Qin Feng walked down from the car. My god. This little brother is also too handsome, right? Handsome our school grass compared to others, is simply garbage come on, how can such a little brother be a fat woman like you to get your hands on? That's right, I feel that only our school flower Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu can match. Powdered pink, such a rich and handsome man. I instantly found love. It had to be said that Qin Feng's appearance directly flooded the female students with nymphomania. Even the male students, after seeing Qin Feng walk down from the luxury car, couldn't help but feel gloomy. As for the person in question, Qin Feng, he didn't care so much and immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed out. Hey, brother, are you there yet? As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yu's voice came from the other end. Already arrived at the entrance of your school. Qin Feng nodded and said, good then. I'll come out with Sister Shuer right now. It didn't take long before 2 beautiful scenery lines appeared within the Deep City campus. Wow, is that Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu? My god, they are so beautiful today. Look at them. It seems like they've specially dressed up. They're not going out on a date, are they? Oh my god. It looks like Ms. Shuer just smiled at me. Asterisk. You're such a loser. How could Cher look at you? I'll let you guys have Sister Shuer. I'll just take Sister Qin Yu. The appearance of Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu was like a stone thrown into a pond. instantly setting off the entire venue. Even the male students accompanying their girlfriends had a pair of eyes that glanced at the two of them from time to time. Of course, their actions like this also immediately caused the dissatisfaction of the girlfriends around them. Che, isn't it just being a little bit prettier? It's still not a matter of getting bagged sooner or later. That's it. Xin Chang and Xiao Chang and the others have already been adopted by the old man. I think they'll definitely be soon too. I have to say, there will never be a shortage of lemon essences in this world. Don't you guys know that the two senior brothers, Zhou Ruohao and Zhou Ruoquan, are pursuing them? I go, no, how could the two senior brothers Zhou Ruohao look at them? It's true. Yesterday I even saw Zhou Ruochuan go to the girls' dormitory to confess his love to Qinyu. Oh my god, Zhou Ruochuan is my god. Don't. The two of them, Qinyu and Zhao Shuer, as the school's public figures, although they were usually already very low-key, the topics about them were never absent. As for the two senior brothers, Zhou Ruohao and Zhou Ruoquan, who were in their mouths, they were naturally also popular figures within the school. In addition to their strong family backgrounds and handsome looks, they were also recognized as the school's academic bullies. Although there were quite a few rich second generation within the school, there were really none that could be compared to the two of them. Because of this, the two brothers had become the male gods in the hearts of many girls in the school. Now that they had gotten this bad news, the jealousy in their hearts towards Qinyu and Zhao Shuer had immediately increased by a few points. Little you, did Zhou Ruochuan really confess to you? Although the crowd's murmur was not loud, it was still heard by Zhao Shuer and Qinyu. Yeah, it's really annoying. Qinyu beamed with an unhappy face. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I don't have any feelings for him anyway. I don't know who gave them the title of school grass. I don't think it's half as handsome as my brother. He. I feel the same way. Zhao Shuer listened and agreed. He. Sister Shuer, look at your nymphomania. Qinyu heatedly laughed and said, by the way, Sister Shuer, I've fought for you for this opportunity, so you must grasp it. Don't worry, you'll just wait to call me sister-in-law. The two of them talked and laughed and soon arrived at the school entrance. However, just as they were searching for Qin Feng, two Ferrari sports cars directly blocked their way. Due to the open tops, the two also immediately recognized the people coming. It was the two brothers Zhou Ruohao and Zhou Ruoquan. Inside their sports car, it was covered in red roses. I go, is this a confession? So romantic. Sports car handsome roses. Too envious. Hey, my male god it really hurts. Sister Shuer, you must hold on. The scene on Qinyu's and their side quickly attracted the students coming and going. Anyone could tell that the two Zhou Ruohao brothers were preparing to confess their love to Qinyu and Zhao Shuer. Unexpectedly, the next second, they saw the two Zhou Ruohao brothers walking down from the car holding a bouquet of roses. Shuer, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Xiao Yu, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? The two men raised the roses in their hands respectively and handed them to Qinyu and Zhao Shuer with deep affection. In their thoughts, they would definitely capture the hearts of the two women with such a romantic gesture. Seeing this, the surrounding melon eaters also immediately followed and shouted, promise them, promise them, promise them. It had to be said that the scene in front of them was something Qinyu and the girls hadn't expected. And for a moment, they were mortified. Promise my ass. Just their two toads. They also want to be Shuer girls' boyfriends? Just as Zhao Shuer and the girls were at a bit of a loss for words, a very inappropriate voice of disdain was instantly resounding through the entire arena. Chapter 022, Want to save the beauty with a hero? I'll go. Who is it? Want a hero to save the beauty? TSK. There's actually someone who dares to talk to Zhou Ruochuan and the others like that. Just as this voice rang out, the crowd all looked over. They wanted to see what kind of person dared to give Zhou Ruochuan and the others so little face. This person doesn't seem to be from our school yet. It's true, but he's too handsome. Handsome is quite handsome. But what? You don't want to say it's worse than you, right? Che, am I that shallow? I'm trying to say, this handsome man dares to dislike the two Zhou Ruochuan brothers so much. Isn't he afraid of getting into trouble? That's right. This brother is right. You have to know, Zhou Ruochuan and their family is a real estate company, under the hands of a lot of beaters. So, you know, my mama. Then this dude is not dead this time? When the crowd was instantly attracted by Qin Feng's face value the next second they saw him. But soon, they were worried for Qin Feng again. After all, the two brothers, Zhou Ruochuan, were not someone to be messed with. Brother Feng, brother! And right at this moment, Zhao Shuer and Qinyu also immediately recognized the visitor, and came to Qin Feng's side as they trotted. Looking at Zhao Shuer and the girl's somewhat wretched expressions, Qin Feng became furious. He had naturally heard the students' discussion just now. However, It seemed to him that the district was just two rich second-generation guys, and he really didn't have anything to be afraid of. He first used his hand and gently rubbed it on the two girls' heads. Afterwards, only then did his eyes look coldly at Zhou Ruochuan and the others. A word of advice. Stay away from Schwer and the girls in the future. Or don't blame me for being impolite to you. This really wasn't Qin Feng pretending. If these two guys dared to mess around, he would definitely do what he said. I'll go. This dude is also too arrogant, right? Good tug. I don't know where he got the nerve to talk to Zhou Ruochuan and the others like this. That goes without saying. It must be because he wants to pretend to be a bully in front of the beauties. Ha ha, I guess he definitely does not know the identity of Zhou Ruochuan and their identity. That is two pieces of iron plate. Okay? Hey, pretending is struck by lightning. When the people present heard Qin Feng's harsh words, they all revealed a look of disdain. In fact, this is also very normal. Zhou Ruochuan brothers too in their hearts, is absolutely never mess with the existence. Now that Qin Feng actually dared to speak harshly to them like this, wasn't this a clear case of looking for death? Brother Feng, let's go. Zhao Schwer, who had reacted, instantly became a bit anxious and pulled Qin Feng to leave. To be honest, she didn't think that Qin Feng could really provoke Zhou Ruochuan and the others. After all, in her impression, Qin Feng was just an ordinary wage earner. How could he fight against these rich second generation? Yeah, brother, let's go. Hearing this, Qin Yu on the side also hurriedly agreed. Okay. Seeing the anxious expressions of the two girls, Qin Feng was prepared to let it go in order to not let them worry. However, just as they were about to take a step to leave, Zhou Ruochuan opened his mouth at this moment. Kid, did I say to let you guys go? After saying this, he casually took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. After taking a deep breath, a smoke ring was exhaled. That's right, daring to give our brothers so little face. You guys won't be able to leave so easily today. Zhou Ruoheo on the side also had an ironic look on his face. The way Zhao Schwer had just addressed Qin Feng had simply made him so jealous that he was mad. Now if they just let Qin Feng and the others leave, where would the two brothers put their face? Ha! Qin Feng snorted, turned around, and was a look over. So what do you guys want? Although his words were said casually, but hearing the ears of the crowd, it was inexplicably a tremor. Especially the two Zhou Ruoheo brothers. When they came into contact with Qin Feng's eyes, they stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. For some reason, they were panicked as if they were being stared at by wild beasts. In fact, what they didn't know was that this was the legendary aura of the superior, the so-called domineering aura. Wow, so handsome. This was the common thought in the hearts of the girls present. You, Zhou Ruoheo, two people are very woeful. Froze for a good half a day, even a complete sentence will not say. You what you? There's nothing, I'll leave first. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and pulled Zhao Schwer and the two of them then walked towards a short distance away. Wow, so powerful? Love love love. Simply stunned me. So handsome, ah. In the future I will powder him. What Zhou Ruoheo, Zhou Ruochuan? All flashed to the side. You're right. Zhou Ruohao and his brothers are just too wimpy. That's right, I thought they were great, but I didn't realize they wouldn't even say a word at the critical moment. Where is it that they won't say anything? They are obviously scared by the other person's aura. Hey, you don't say. I damn near pissed myself just now. That little brother's eyes are really scary. Hearing the comments of the people present, the faces of the two Zhou Ruoheo brothers had long since darkened into the color of the bottom of a pot. Brother, we must teach this guy a good lesson before we do that. It really pisses me off. Zhou Ruochuan looked at Qin Feng's back as they left, and said to Zhou Ruoheo as he gritted his teeth. Well, I'll call Brother Panther and the others. Zhou Ruohao nodded. When had their two brothers suffered this kind of humiliation as rich second generation? Immediately, they took out their cell phones and were ready to call someone to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Brother, you wait first. However, right at this moment, Zhou Ruochuan interrupted him with a voice. Wait for what? Zhou Ruohao was dumbfounded, not understanding what Zhou Ruochuan meant by this. Look over there. Zhou Ruochuan didn't explain, but instead followed the direction Qin Feng and the others had left and pointed his finger over there. Hiss, him, them, that's Lamborghini poison? When Zhou Ruohao saw the scene over there clearly, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Brother, I think it's better to forget about it. That guy we simply can't afford to mess with. Seeing his big brother's shocked expression, Zhou Ruochuan then sighed with a bitter smile and said, I didn't realize that we are kicking the iron plate. Zhou Ruoheo came back to his senses and could only follow with a sigh. What was Lamborghini poison? That was a luxury car of nearly $100 million. Who would dare to buy it without tens of billions of dollars at home? Although the two of them had a real estate company at home, their assets together were only about $1 billion. What's more, These assets were not even in their names right now. Let them for the sake of 2 women. With Qin Feng such a divine hero to break head, there is more things than this? The 2 of them weren't stupid. Since they couldn't fight, they might as well just let it go. Compared to face in life, they are still able to choose. Chapter 023, you wouldn't have bought a broken bread, right? Wow. Is that Lamborghini poison? My god. That little brother is also too rich. No wonder people are so draggy. They actually have more money than Zhou Ruoheo and the others. So handsome and so rich. Still let people live? The scene not far away was naturally also seen by the eating crowds present. How did they not expect? The original Qin Feng is really having Zhou Ruoheo they call the bottom of the. You guys? Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu. Wouldn't they both be adopted by him? How could that be? Didn't you just hear Qin Yu call that person brother? What brother? Love brother? He. What you said seems to have some truth to it. A love brother is also a brother. Hey, so envious of them actually can be such a handsome little brother adopted. Anyway, watching the fun is not a big deal. Everyone you a word and I a word. Wildly guessing. Brother, where are we going? Aren't we taking a taxi? Qin Yu, who was held by Qin Feng, asked with some surprise. What taxi? I drove here well not. Drive? Qin Yu froze, asked curiously. Brother, you bought a car? Well, just bought it yesterday. Qin Feng nodded and said. No way. Brother Feng, did you really win the lottery? Zhao Shuer couldn't help herself, so she interjected and asked. Of course, otherwise how could I have had the money to swipe gifts for you the night before? The matter of the system. Qin Feng didn't intend to tell anyone about it, and now he could only use the excuse of winning the lottery to put it off. My god. Brother, how much money did you win? Qin Yu had a surprised look on her face and couldn't help but snicker. You wouldn't have bought a broken bread, right? Of course not. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, pointed his finger at the Lamborghini poison not far away and said with a smile. See, it's the red one. I go. Brother, are you kidding? That's a sports car. Obviously. Qin Yu didn't believe Qin Feng's words at all. It wasn't just her. Zhao Shuer who was standing on the side was likewise the same. They really knew Qin Feng too well, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to buy the wheels of a sports car. What's more, that car wasn't cheap at first glance. Even if Qin Feng said that he had won the jackpot, they were equally unconvinced. How about it? Do you like it? Qin Feng didn't explain too much, but instead smiled at Qin Yu and asked. Sports car, who doesn't like it? But. Qin Feng directly interrupted Qin Yu, handing a key to her and said with a smile. Here, that car is for you. No way. Really? Qin Yu looked at the key in front of her, her face full of disbelief. Don't pull back, Qin Feng said, and was ready to take his hand back. Don't, brother, I believe it, right? Seeing that her elder brother didn't look like he was joking, Qin Yu also immediately became half convinced. She snatched the key from Qin Feng's hand and then pressed it. In the next second, she saw that the sports car actually beeped twice. My god, brother, that car is really yours? Seeing this, Qin Yu almost failed to control her emotions for a moment. Zhao Shuer, who was standing by the side, had also been shocked for a long time and her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Seeing the expressions of the two, Qin Feng couldn't help but dejectedly say, how about it? I didn't lie to you guys, did I? Wow, brother, you're really great. Qin Yu, not being able to hold back, directly gave Qin Feng a kiss on the face, and then ran wildly towards the sports car. This girl, looking at Qin Yu's excited appearance, Qin Feng also couldn't help but shake his head, pulling Zhao Shuer, who hadn't returned to her senses. She immediately followed. I'll go, brother. You only have 2 seats in this car. How are we going to sit? Qin Yu pulled open the door of the car, and after carefully surveying it, she couldn't help but frown and ask. Cough cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and couldn't help but blush. To be honest, if it wasn't for Qin Yu's reminder, he really hadn't thought of this. After contemplating for a moment, he then said, why don't you and Shuer drive this car, and I'll have someone send another car over? No way. Brother Feng, you still have a car? When Zhao Shuer heard this, she almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. My god, brother, how much money did you win here? To buy a car in batches? Don't you care so much? Qin Feng is somewhat speechless. He doesn't want to dwell too much on this issue. I'm just asking you if you agree. If you don't agree, you'll take a taxi yourself. Che, I don't want it. Now this car is mine. Qin Yu shook the key in her hand with a little haughty face. Seeing this, Qin Feng was also too lazy to care about her, took out his cell phone and called Shin Mengyao. And right at this moment, the 2 Zhou Ruoheo brothers, who had been staring at Qin Feng and the others, also immediately noticed the situation over here. Brother, That guy seems to be making a phone call. It's not like he's going to call someone to deal with us, right? Zhou Ruochuan turned his head towards Zhou Ruoheo and asked somewhat weakly. I don't know, but it's very likely. The look on Zhou Ruohao's face also couldn't help but to gaze up. Then should we call Brother Panther as well? A rich man like him, where is the district Brother Panther able to deal with? Then what should we do? In my opinion, right now there is only one way. Zhou Ruoheo said here. A pause, which then continued. Let's go to him to apologize and admit our faults, and ask for his forgiveness. Brother, you're joking. Zhou Ruochuan's face was full of incredulity. When did he ever apologize to anyone? If you want to go, you go. Anyway, I won't go even if I die. You're stupid. Once heard Zhou Ruochuan this, Zhou Ruohao will be some hate iron is not steel said. If we do not go, when things go wrong, the family do not necessarily dare to help us. So serious? That? Well then, Zhou Ruochuan heard the words. True fragrance is true fragrance. Whatever. Qin Feng, who was on the phone with Shen Mengyao, naturally didn't know about the situation over here. After he finished explaining to Shen Mengyao, he directly hung up the phone. Little you, why don't you and Schwer go first, and I'll wait here alone? Qin Feng was worried that Qin Yu and the girls would get bored of waiting and said to them, knowing that Shen Mengyao was at Huaihai Garden at the moment, it would take half an hour to come over. No need. Brother Feng, we'll wait with you. Zhao Schwer was not easy to be with Qin Feng, where she would definitely leave just like that. Qin Yu also understood Zhao Schwer's mind, so she naturally had no opinion. Alright then, why don't we go to the neighborhood? Qin Feng nodded, and immediately prepared to take the two of them, to find a milk tea store nearby to sit down first. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the two Zhou Ruohao brothers, dashing over to their side. Chapter 24, Am I in trouble? Ha, what are Zhou Ruoheo and the others going for? Look at the direction they're running to. It seems like it's Qin Yu's side. I'll go. They're not going to go beat up that little brother, are they? That's really possible. After all, he just punched them in the face. He. It looks like there's a good show to watch. Rich people fighting in the street. It's exciting to think about it. The departure of the two Zhou Ruoheo brothers immediately aroused the interest of the melon eaters. In their opinion, just now Qin Feng didn't give Zhou Ruoheo's two brothers any face at all, and now he was definitely preparing to take revenge. How could they miss such a good show? After a good deal of discussion, they all surrounded the direction where Qin Feng and the others were. Brother, what are they doing? Qin Yu looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but ask with some nervousness. I think we'd better call the police. Zhao Schwer was also a bit flustered and pulled out her cell phone before preparing to call the police. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng stopped her and said with a somewhat playful tone, no need to call the police. They're not here to look for trouble. And just then, the two Zhou Ruohao brothers had also arrived in front of Qin Feng and the others. They first bowed deeply to Qin Feng's trio, and then they said 3 times in a row that they were sorry. This action froze Zhao Schwer and Qin Yu in their tracks. Originally, they thought that these two guys were here to seek revenge, but where did they expect? Holy, what's going on here? I go. Lousy melon peanuts are bought. You guys just show me this? Zhou Ruoheo, are they crazy? They're actually apologizing to someone? Nima, I can't believe my eyes. This is too much. Hiss, what kind of person is this little brother? He actually managed to make Zhou Ruohao apologize to them. I'm convinced. This is definitely an existence that we can't afford to mess with. The people who had followed along were all looking like they had seen a ghost. They had never seen Zhou Ruoheo apologizing to anyone. And today was an eye-opener. Only Qin Feng, on the other hand, was looking at the scene in front of him with a bemused expression, because he knew very well that this Lamborghini poison of his for Zhou Ruoheo and the others, exactly what it meant. Alright, I forgive you guys. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said to the two of them, but remember to stay away from Schwer and the others next time. Do you hear me clearly? I hear you clearly. Zhou Ruoheo and the others didn't dare to refute. They quickly nodded their heads and said back. Scram! Qin Feng waved his hand as if chasing away flies. Although Zhou Ruoheo and his duo felt a bit humiliated, they couldn't help but feel secretly relieved in their hearts. Not daring to stay here much longer, they had disappeared in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, the melon-eating crowd can only leave resentfully. Wow, brother, you were so handsome just now. Qin Yu jumped in front of Qin Feng and directly gave a thumbs up. Ha ha, generally speaking, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. After laughing, he turned his head and then looked at Zhao Schwer, saying with a somewhat flirtatious tone, Schwer, do you think I was handsome just now? Ah, Zhao Schwer froze, completely not expecting Qin Feng to actually ask himself. Only after a long while did she shyly nod her head. Half an hour later. I go. Another Ferrari Laffa? Awesome. Is our school stabbing the nest of luxury cars? Look, there seems to be a pretty girl in the car. This beauty is too good looking. If she was in our school, she would definitely be the school beauty. My dear uncle, her body is too good, isn't it? My nosebleed is coming out. Shen Mangyao arrival immediately attracted the gazes of the students. How could they not expect that this had just come a handsome man with a luxury car, and now there was actually another beautiful woman with a luxury car? However, Shen Mangyao was uninterested in paying attention to them and instead looked around. Soon, she saw Qin Feng waving at her not far away. Brother, the person you're waiting for shouldn't be her, right? Qin Yu looked at Shen Mangyao, who had driven her car over, and asked Qin Feng incredulously. Zhao Shuer, who was standing at the side, also quietly put her ears over. To be honest, when she saw that the person Qin Feng was waiting for was actually such a beautiful beauty, her heart was instantly filled with pressure. She thought to herself that her looks were not inferior to the other party at all, but if she were to compare her body with someone else's, she really felt a bit pressurized. Well, she's the driver I just recruited yesterday. Qin Feng nodded and didn't explain too much. Holy, brother, that car of hers shouldn't be yours as well, right? Qin Yu was astonished. She hadn't really thought that Shen Mangyao would actually be Qin Feng's driver. Suddenly thinking of something, she said to Qin Feng with a smile on her face, Brother, you recruited such a big beauty as a driver. You wouldn't have any thoughts about her, right? What are you talking nonsense about? Am I that kind of person? Qin Feng also didn't expect Qin Yu to ask such a question, and immediately voiced out a rebuttal. Zhao Shuer, who was standing at the side, was also secretly relieved in her heart after hearing this answer from Qin Feng, and right at this moment, Shen Mangyao had also driven her car over. As soon as she got out of the car, she immediately came in front of Qin Feng, and shouted respectfully at him, Master, Master? When Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu heard this address, their mouths directly opened wide in surprise. It had to be said that such a title was just too easy for people to think about in their eyes. After returning to their senses, the two of them then looked at Qin Feng in unison. Cough cough. After Qin Feng dryly coughed twice, he could only bitterly smile and hurriedly change the topic and said, Well, let's just hurry up and get going. Don't be late and have to queue up later. Who and I a car? Poof. Qin Yu snorted coldly. Not bothering to pay attention to Qin Feng, she pulled Zhao Shuer, who was lost in thought, and directly got into that Lamborghini Poison. Master, did I cause trouble? Shen Mangyao looked at the back of Qin Yu's two people leaving, and then said somewhat guiltily to Qin Feng. She really didn't mean to do it just now. It was completely out of her body's instinct. It's fine. I don't blame you. Qin Feng shook his head and said comfortingly to Shen Mangyao. Actually, Qin Feng had already anticipated that the scene just now might occur in the future. Although he didn't have any thoughts, it was inevitable that others wouldn't think too much about it, wasn't it? How about I still call you boss in the future? Shen Mangyao lowered her head and clenched her teeth as she couldn't help but say weakly to Qin Feng. It could be seen that she was still a bit grudging about her negligence just now. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand, not taking it seriously in the slightest. Chapter 025, My brother is Sister Shuer's husband. Eastern Overseas Chinese City, located near Longshan in Deep City. It covers an area of about 9 square kilometers. The attractions included 5 sections such as the Grand Canyon, Tea Creek Valley, Cloud Sea Valley, Theme Hotel, and Tianlu Mansion. It is also the first world-class ecotourism demonstration area in Huaxia that integrates the themes of leisure vacation, sightseeing tour and outdoor sports. It can be said that every day to come here Chinese and foreign tourists, at least in the thousands of people. It just so happened that today's weather was good, coupled with the reason of Sunday. The number of people coming here was several times more than usual. Qin Feng and the others sped along and soon arrived near the overseas Chinese town. After parking the car, several people walked to the side. However, when they saw the densely packed crowd at the scene, they were immediately startled. They hadn't really thought that there would be so many people coming to OCT today. To be honest, at this time, it was true that they were somewhat tempted to beat a retreat. Brother, there are too many people, aren't there? Qin Yu looked at the dense crowd and couldn't help but frown. It's not bad. Qin Feng laughed, and comforted Qin Yu. Don't look at the queue outside. It looks like a lot of people. In fact, when you get to the scenic spot, it's just the same. In his opinion, since everyone had come, wouldn't it be a pity to go back in disgrace like this? Okay then. Qin Yu pouted her pretty little mouth, a face of reluctance. Alright, little Yu. I think what Brother Feng said is also right. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Zhao Shuer, as the future sister-in-law, naturally had to follow and comfort her. The scenic area is very big inside. This amount of people going in is nothing at all. In fact, Zhao Shuer and Qin Feng's thoughts were more or less the same, so she naturally agreed with Qin Feng's proposal. As for Shen Mengyao, this was even more needless to say. Wherever Qin Feng went, she would follow. Qin Feng had already booked the tickets online on his way here. After explaining to a few girls, he rushed to the ticket office alone to pick up the tickets. Hey, your name is Shen Mengyao, right? As soon as Qin Feng left, Qin Yu said somewhat unkindly to Shen Mengyao, I advise you to stay away from my brother. He's my sister Shui's. Qin Yu had long regarded Zhao Shui as her future sister-in-law. Now that her own big brother had inexplicably brought along a different woman, she wanted to fight for Zhao Shui. Little Yu. As soon as Zhao Shui heard this, she hurriedly tried to stop Qin Yu with a red face. To be honest, although she felt a little uncomfortable with Qin Feng bringing Shen Mengyao, she still didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Feng because of it. Sister Shui, don't worry, I'm still in charge of this matter today. However, Qin Yu didn't care about that much. Without waiting for Zhao Shui to open her mouth, she directly spoke out sarcastically to Shen Mengyao. Don't think that just because you're good looking, you can just seduce other people's husbands. Husband? Shen Mengyao froze and couldn't help but skim her mouth. I didn't hear the master say that he's already married? Besides, what does what you said have to do with me? I'm just the master's driver, following his arrangements only. If you want to have any opinions, it's better to go and talk to him. Shen Mengyao was not a rookie who had just left society. Where was Qin Yu a student able to compare? With these words of hers, she froze and rendered Qin Yu somewhat speechless. Yo, isn't this Mengyao? What a coincidence. Just as the atmosphere of the scene was a bit tense, a woman's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Shen Mengyao's girls were first stunned. Then they looked over in the direction the voice came from. Soon, they saw an okay-looking woman, dressed in a very sexy and revealing outfit, walking towards their side. Guan Xiaoting? Shen Mengyao frowned slightly, not expecting to run into this woman here. To know, when she used to be a car model, this woman had not bullied her much. Mengyao, it seems like you're not very happy to see me? Guan Xiaoting laughed and said in a playful tone, I heard that you're not doing it at the car show now. It wouldn't be. Although she said these words with a smile, anyone could hear the flirtation in her tone. What's it to you? I don't want to be a car model anymore, can I? Once Shen Mengyao heard these words, where would she still be polite? She directly disliked back. How can it be none of my business? We used to be co-workers. However, to one's surprise, being disliked by Shen Mengyao, Guan Xiaoting wasn't angry at all, but instead continued to say with a smiling face, if you don't have a job right now, I can introduce it for you. After saying that, she didn't forget to look at Qin Yu and Zhao Shui. Of course, if these two friends of yours need it, I can also come along. For some reason, the three girls always felt that the way Guan Xiaoting looked at them seemed a little strange. No need. I've already found a job. Shen Mengyao didn't even think about it, so she directly refused. And the girls? They're all still students now. They don't need a job either, so I don't need you to worry about them. Yo, so they are still college students? Upon hearing Shen Mengyao say that Qin Yu was still a college student, Guan Xiaoting immediately brightened up. Immediately, she enthusiastically came to the front of the two girls, and said with a smile on her face, two sisters, my job is very easy, and I can have at least this amount every month. When Guan Xiaoting finished speaking, she directly raised 5 fingers. How much? $5,000? Qin Yu skimmed her mouth, very unimpressed. She was now the one who owned a sports car. Where would she look at a mere $5,000 a month job? By then, I'm afraid that the money earned wouldn't be enough for gas. Of course not. I'm talking about $50,000. $50,000? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui's brows immediately furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she then asked Guan Xiaoting tentatively, what kind of job are you talking about? $50,000 a month in Deep City was definitely not a small amount. Although she was still a student, she was clear that there would be no such thing as pie in the sky in this world. Shen Mengyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly as well. She knew Guan Xiaoting very well, and this woman was definitely the kind of person who could not afford to make any profit. Now that she was suddenly so enthusiastic about the several of them, Shen Mengyao definitely believed that there was a fraud in this. I can't say it now. You guys will know later. Guan Xiaoting laughed and didn't say it outright, but sold a secret. And right at this moment, her cell phone followed and rang. Hey, honey, did you buy the tickets? Just as soon as she picked up the phone, Guan Xiaoting said in a whiny tone to the other end. Shen Mengyao, who was standing at the side, almost didn't follow the goosebumps out. Chapter 026, what exactly is the idea? Soon after Guan Xiaoting hung up the phone, a middle-aged man soon walked over. The middle-aged man looked like he was about 50 years old. He had a big back hair and was wearing a designer suit. He looked like a successful man. Xiaoting, who are these people? When he was seeing Shen Mengyao's several women, his eyes immediately lit up. He looked at them up and down as if he wanted to eat them alive. The several women couldn't help but frown immediately after seeing this look in his eyes. And right at this moment, Guan Xiaoting pointed at Shen Mengyao and rushed to introduce to the middle-aged man. This is my former colleague, Shen Mengyao. After saying that, she also pointed at Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. They are both friends of Mengyao, and are still studying at the university. Guan Xiaoting even purposely aggravated her tone when she said the word studying in university. Still studying in college? It's good to be in college. When the middle-aged man heard these 3 words, the evil fire in his eyes immediately became a few points stronger. A few beauties. Why don't we add a WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner sometime. No need. Zhao Shuer's few girls shook their heads and directly refused. They were not little cuties. This man obviously didn't have any good intentions. Being rejected by a few girls, the middle-aged man wasn't angry either, and only lightly glanced at Guan Xiaoting, as if to say, it's up to you to perform next. Sure enough, when Guan Xiaoting came into contact with this look of his, she immediately understood. Cough cough. After Guan Xiaoting dryly coughed twice, she smiled at Shen Mengyao's several girls and then said, several beauties. Do you know what this person is? She believed that after she revealed this person's identity, Qin Yu and the girls would definitely be shocked. She didn't wait for Qin Yu's several people to answer, and immediately introduced. This is TX Technology Company's Mr. Li Mingho. Li, TX Technology Company? To be honest, when Qin Yu's girls heard this, they were truly shocked. TX Technology was definitely a household name in China. Many of the graduates from their school were now in TX Technology. Moreover, Qin Yu had thought about working there after graduation. She knew that her major in school was software application and development. As for this Mr. Li Mingho, they had never heard of him. In fact, this is also very normal. Even if TX Technology is such a large enterprise, the people can remember the name of their boss. It is already considered good. Seeing the shocked expressions of several women, Li Mingho thought that his name had worked, and immediately felt immensely smug inside. Seeing this, Guan Xiaoting also rushed to strike while the iron was hot and said, didn't I say earlier that I was going to look for a job for you guys? What do you think about working as a lover for Mr. Li? After saying that, he looked at Shen Mengyao's girls with a smile on his face. Until this time, Shen Mengyao girls only then understand. Earlier this woman is actually playing. What is the idea of? Promise her? Of course not possible. Shen Mengyao and Zhao Shuer's hearts had already been given to Qin Feng, wanting them to give Li Mingho such an old man as a lover, unless the sun came out from the west. As for Qin Yu, as Guan Xiaoting looked at her with a smirk on her face, she directly cursed, get lost, what a ing psycho. The moment she opened her mouth, Guan Xiaoting and Li Mingho, who were full of confidence, instantly changed their faces. How could they not expect that when Guan Xiaoting finished talking about Li Mingho's identity, they would actually be rejected? Honey, Guan Xiaoting was a bit stunned and didn't understand why this would be the result. In her mind, shouldn't all women in this world be like her, able to sacrifice everything for money? On the side of Li Mingho, his face had long turned an iron blue color. One must know that this was the first time he had been rejected by a woman after he had declared his identity. He took a deep breath. Then he once again looked at Shen Mengyao's several women, and said in a chilling tone, I'll give you guys one more chance. You'd better think it over. You guys have to know that I'm an executive of TX Technology, and I want to target a few of you college students. As Li Mingho said this, the threatening intent in his tone wasn't even the slightest bit concealed. To be honest, at this moment, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were truly frightened, although they were not sure what exactly was Li Mingho's position. However, they believed that if the executives of TX Technology Company really wanted to target a few college students, it would not be difficult at all. Of course, despite saying so, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer could not possibly compromise. Their eyes stared deathly at Li Mingho, and although they were scared, they still said in a firm tone, what you want to do, that's your business. There's no way we'll agree to it. After saying these words, the two women all showed an expression of looking death in the face. AI, why do you guys have to do this? Seeing that Li Mingho was slapped in the face once again, Guan Xiaoting jumped out once again. Where do you guys have to go to find such a good job? That's $50,000 a month. Shen Mengyao, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but feel a bit amused when she heard this. She was very clear that the current biggest shareholder of TX Technology was Qin Feng. A mere $50,000 a month. She had the nerve to say it. Moreover, what this guy Li Mingho offended was his own boss's sister and woman. In the future, not to mention the adoption of women, not to go to jail, I'm afraid to burn incense. Such a good job. Why don't you introduce it to your mom? And right at this moment, Qin Feng's voice came over abruptly. Upon hearing this voice, the hearts of several women were immediately relieved. Brother, you're finally back. With a single arrow step, Qin Yu directly jumped into Qin Feng's arms before bursting into small sobs. It couldn't be helped that the scene that had just happened had truly frightened her. Feeling Qin Yu's trembling in his arms, Qin Feng's handsome face instantly turned hideous. His eyes narrowed slightly as he roared at Li Mingho and the two of them, daring to bully my Qin Feng's sister and woman. You guys are really so bold. Upon hearing Qin Feng's ferocious roar, Li Mingho and the two of them couldn't help but take several steps backward. When they reacted, they immediately felt that they had just lost face. Cough cough, Li Mingho dryly coughed twice, and immediately said to Qin Feng in a colorful manner, "Brat, I advise you to be sensible. I'm an executive of TX Technology. You have to know. I'm going to screw you, an ordinary person. It's a matter of minutes." After Li Mingho finished speaking, Guan Xiaoting also hurriedly followed and chimed in. "Mr. Li is right. Brat, I think it's best for you to obediently let them agree to Mr. Li's request. Maybe by then, once Mr. Li is happy, he will even reward you with $1 million. In Guan Xiaoting's opinion, Li Mingho that was a senior executive of TX Technology, wanting to utilize the company's power to crush such an ordinary person as Qin Feng. Wasn't it as simple as crushing an ant? Chapter 027, Are you teaching me how to do things? I'll go. What's going on over there? It's so loud. Not too clear. It seems like someone is preparing for a fight. A fight here? Crazy. Aren't you afraid of being arrested and sent to jail? Hey, you guys don't know about this. Just now I vaguely heard that old man, as if he wanted to forcefully adopt those beauties. Asterisk. There's still this kind of thing. This is too arrogant, right? No. I have to go and take a look. Brothers, wait for me. Due to the fact that the commotion on Qin Feng's and their side was just too loud, it quickly attracted a large group of melon eaters. Wow. So many pretty girls, yeah. No wonder this old man has bad intentions. They're just too good looking here, aren't they? Look guys, that little brother is also very handsome. He looks like a star. You guys, this stinky old man wouldn't be trying to adopt someone's girlfriend, right? That's really possible. Look at the way he's dressed. Maybe he's some big shot. I'll go. Then this little brother and these few beauties, won't they be miserable? When the crowd of spectators got a good look at the appearance of Shin Mengyao's several women, they couldn't help but light up. Seeing that so many people had gathered around at once, Guan Xiaoting was also a bit flustered, and immediately prepared to pull Li Mingho away. However, at this time, Li Mingho, where else did he care so much? As an executive of TX Technology, he had just been hit in the face by such a small person as Qin Feng, so how could he endure this? He shook off Guan Xiaoting and threatened Qin Feng. Kid, have you thought this through? I'll ask you one last time. If you dare not agree, then you have to pay the price. In Li Mingho's opinion, he was set on Qin Feng and the others today. However, when Qin Feng heard it, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, skimmed his mouth and said, "A mere executive of TX Technology. Who gave you the courage to dare to talk to me like this?" To be honest, Qin Feng really didn't put this guy in front of him in his eyes. Wasn't he just an executive of TX Technology? It wouldn't be a matter of minutes if he wanted to make him step down. Asterisk. No wonder this old man is so arrogant. So he's an executive of TX Technology? This little brother is also a tiger. He is a big brother. Doesn't he know how to adapt? Adaptable my ass. People want to adopt the women around him. Who can stand it? You're silly. If he agrees, not to mention that these beauties will become phoenixes. Even if it's him, how can he follow the food and drink? Right? AI. It's a pity that such a beautiful couple of beauties, TX Tech's big brother is not so easy to offend. Although what Qin Feng said sounded impressive, most of the people present who were eating the food thought that he was completely young and impetuous. The crowd's murmurs were not loud, but they still reached Li Mingho's ears. When Li Mingho heard it, he couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. With a snort, he said to Qin Feng, "Kid, you really have a big mouth, but you're still an executive of TX Technology? Do you believe it or not? As long as you dare to stay in Deep City, if I want to screw you over, it's definitely simpler than crushing an ant to death." "Oh yeah?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said playfully, "Then do you believe that if I wanted to screw you over, it would actually be even easier? Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind?" Hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Mingho was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. "You want to fix me up? Then you should try it." He had to say that he found Qin Feng's words simply ridiculous. What kind of person was he? He was the executive of TX Technology, Ma Yu's own brother-in-law. Now Qin Feng actually dared to say that he could easily kill him. Wasn't this a ing joke? Just as he was looking at Qin Feng with a cute little expression. While he was looking at Qin Feng with a cute little expression, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and then dialed out a call. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Qin Feng. Hello Mr. Qin. What are your instructions?" "Ma Yu, who was working in the office, immediately asked respectfully after receiving Qin Feng's call. Mr. Ma, I heard that our company has an executive called Li Mingho, right? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and immediately asked right to the point. Li Mingho? Ma Yu froze, not understanding what Qin Feng was asking for. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly said, "That's right, he's my brother-in-law. I don't know if there's anything Mr. Qin asked him?" He. Qin Feng heard, cannot help but he cold laugh. So he is your ma total brother-in-law, ah, no wonder dare so arrogant. This, General Manager Qin, what do you mean by this? As soon as he heard Qin Feng's words, Ma Yu was instantly startled and rushed to ask at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had no intention of explaining, and only said indifferently, I'll give you 1 day's time. You must dismiss and send him to the prison within today, or else. In Qin Feng's thought, wouldn't it be too cheap to expel Li Mingho just like that? Besides, this guy dared to brazenly adopt a woman, saying that he wasn't corrupt. Who would believe it? Mr. Qin, could there be any misunderstanding in this? As soon as Ma Yu heard this, he instantly became a bit flustered and turned to Qin Feng, wanting to plead for Li Mingho. Why don't you just let him off the hook? Are you teaching me how to do things? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but say coldly, remember what I just said, or you two get the hell out of here. Hear me clearly? Listen, clearly. Ma Yu was immediately startled. To the phone is rushed to ensure that, you rest assured, I must follow your command to do. He is not stupid. Now Qin Feng is the actual controller of TX Technology, accounting for up to 51% of the shares. Even he, the founder, is just working for someone else. If Qin Feng really wanted him to get lost, there was nothing he could do about it. Besides, it wasn't like he, Ma Yu, didn't know what his own brother-in-law was like. If he had offended an ordinary person, he might have been able to use his position to force him down, but now the one who had offended was Qin Feng. If he could give him a chance to lose his car and protect his honor, it would already be considered burning incense. Well, very well, count on you to be sensible. Qin Feng sneered before hanging up the phone. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really have a good feeling about this person. Ma Yu. Many of the games that poisoned the youth could have been created by this guy. If it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted him to take the pot, he would have definitely fired him along with him just now. Ha ha, kid, you're pretending to be something else. Qin Feng just hung up the phone. Li Mingho laughed out loud. Still Mr. Ma, you're afraid that you're calling the one from Alibaba, right? In Li Mingho's opinion, what was the status of his own brother-in-law? He was the chairman of TX Technology. How could such a brat as Qin Feng make him look like a grandson? When he said that, he was only mocking Qin Feng. Chapter 028, How dare you threaten me with your sister? Ha ha ha, this dude is really killing me with laughter. I'm very skeptical. Is he a graduate of the Chinese theater? TSK. This acting is simply unbeatable. I damn near believe it. I'm also drunk. Ma Yu's phone number can be found by anyone? This is not the key. The key is that he is like training his own grandson general. This is also powerful. Oh, in China can train Ma Yu's people. I'm afraid there are not really a few. This forest is big. There are really all kinds of people. It's a pity that he has such a good skin. Like what Li Mingho thought. The melon eaters present all thought that Qin Feng's phone call was completely an act. To be honest, even Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu, who were standing on the sidelines, thought the same. As for the person in question, Qin Feng, when faced with the crowd's skepticism, he acted rather calmly. He believed that soon enough, these people would be slapped in the face by the words they had said. Sure enough, in the very next second, Li Mingho's cell phone rang. Asterisk. This kid just couldn't have really called his own brother-in-law, right? When Li Mingho looked at the caller clearly, he instantly became a bit flustered, and couldn't help but murmur in a small voice, impossible. My brother-in-law must be looking for me for something else. Thinking of this, he instantly picked up the phone. Hey, brother-in-law, you're looking for me for, bastard. How in the world did you offend someone else? Mr. Qin? You're a ing stupid pig. However, before Li Mingho could open his mouth to finish, he heard the sound of cursing coming from the opposite side. Brother-in-law, you're over 50 years old. You're still causing trouble for me outside every day. As soon as he heard this guy's voice, Ma Yu came to be angry, and immediately cursed again. I'm telling you, you are now fired by the company. Fired? Hearing this, Li Mingho still calmed down. Brother-in-law, you cannot be like this. If my sister knows. What? Still dare to take your sister to threaten me? Ma Yu, tone of voice cold, viciously said, I tell you, I not only want to fire you, but also to send you to jail. Do not think you do those things I do not know. Don't. Brother-in-law, I'm your own brother-in-law. It had to be said that Lee Mingho was really a bit flustered at this time. It was not easy for him to have these dashing days today. If he really wants to be arrested and sent to jail, everything will be ruined. Do you know what kind of person you have offended this time? Ma Yu snorted coldly, very unkindly said. What person? Lee Mingho froze and couldn't help but blurt out. Isn't he just a brat? He, still a brat. You really have a big mouth. Ma Yu laughed coldly, very hateful said. He is our company's new largest shareholder. Shareholding up to 51%. Even I am working for others. You asshole. Don't blame your brother-in-law for my ruthlessness. This time you're waiting to go to jail. When Lee Mingho heard these words from Ma Yu, it was instantly like a bolt from the blue. With a stagger, he directly fell to the ground. How could he not have thought that the Qin Feng in front of him would actually be the new controller of TX technology? Don't brother-in-law, you can't leave me alone. Brother-in-law. When he came back to his senses and wanted to say something, Ma Yu on the other side was directly hanging up the phone. Honey, what's going on? Seeing this, Guan Xiaoting at the side was also a bit flustered and came to Lee Mingho's side and wanted to help him up. Scram! Get the hell out! Lee Mingho let out a roar and cursed at Guan Xiaoting. You, if it wasn't for you today, how could I possibly offend Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin? Guan Xiaoting froze, not understanding what was wrong with Lee Mingho. Wasn't he fine just now? How did he become like this after just receiving a phone call? The surrounding melon eaters were all confused when they saw this scene. Just then, the crowd was surprised to see that Lee Mingho crawled over to Qin Feng's people like a dog. What's going on here? That goes without saying. Just answered a phone call and turned into this kind of. Must have kicked the iron plate. Will not be so tragic, right? Isn't he an executive of TX Tech? What's wrong with an executive? There are still people who can cure him. In that case, wouldn't that little brother's identity be even more powerful? Oh my god. I was worried about him for so long. I wonder what his identity is. No matter how we guess, it's definitely a character we can't afford to mess with is all. Ha ha ha. That's interesting then. It seems like there's really something to see this time. Just as the crowd was whispering, Lee Mingho had also climbed over to Qin Feng's side and theirs. Although the conversation of the crowd of eaters was embarrassing for him, this was his last chance. As for face, what was that thing? Could it be eaten for food? Bang bang bang. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately kowtowed 3 times in front of Qin Feng's several people. Afterwards, he put on a contrite face and said, Mr. Qin, earlier it was all my momentary confusion. Please forgive me this time. In Lee Mingho's mind, he had already done this. Qin Feng and the others should forgive themselves. As for retaliating against Qin Feng in the future, he didn't even dare to think about it. Not for anything else. Just because his brother-in-law Ma Yu are the other people's horse. However, the facts prove that the imagination is plump, but the reality is bony. Qin Feng slowly lowered his head. To Lee Mingho is very playful said. Yo ho, you just not still very arrogant? What's the situation now? You are the executive of TX Technology, the brother-in-law of Mr. Ma Yu Ma. I am just an ordinary person. Where do I have the qualification to forgive you? How about it still like you said? Just easily crush this ant of mine? Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Just forgive me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lee Mingho almost didn't cry out directly. If Qin Feng was just an ordinary person, then what was he? Brother, why don't we just forget about it? Right at this moment, Qin Yu whispered to Qin Feng. Yes, Brother Feng, I think it's better to forget about it. Hearing this, Zhao Shuer on the side also hurriedly agreed. To be honest, up until this moment, they hadn't understood how Lee Mingho, such an executive of TX Technology, had suddenly turned into such an appearance. In order to prevent Qin Feng from incurring trouble, they hoped that Qin Feng would just let it go. When Lee Mingho heard these words from the 2 women, he couldn't help but see a bright spot. In his thoughts, with the persuasion of Qin Yu's 2 daughters, he should be able to turn danger into peace this time. Chapter 029, This is too damn roguish, isn't it? Like this? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to scrutinize Lee Mingho. Only after a long while did he say with a smile, Since my sister and the girls have said so, then you should slap yourself 10 times first. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lee Mingho almost didn't jump up happily. Okay, I'll slap you. Isn't it just 10 slaps? Compared to going to jail, it was nothing at all. Master, 10 slaps, this is too cheap for him. I think it should be at least 100. However, just as Lee Mingho was excitedly preparing to slap himself, Shen Mengyao opened her mouth at this moment. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something else, and pointed to Guan Xiaoting who was not far away, and said playfully, There's also her. She has to be slapped along with her. What does it mean to be the most poisonous woman? This ing is Lee Mingho, who had just been excited, immediately shivered. I don't want it. Why should I slap myself? As soon as Guan Xiaoting heard this, she immediately screamed, pointing at Shin Mengyao and roaring angrily. One must know that in the past, she was the only one who bullied Shin Mengyao. Now that Shin Mengyao was actually bullying her in turn, how could she be happy? He. Qin Feng laughed coldly and said indifferently, since you don't want to, forget it. After saying that, pulling Shin Mengyao a few girls, he was ready to leave. I'll go. What's this? A tiger's head and a snake's tail? Aren't we going to let them slap themselves? Just let it go? Nima, my ing pants are off. Just show me this. It's no fun. Let's go. Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, the melon-eating crowd present all called out. Originally, they had thought that there was a slapping drama, but where did they think that it actually came to a tiger's head and a snake's tail? Although they thought so, Lee Mingho, who was the one involved, was a bit flustered. He wasn't a little cutie. How could Qin Feng let him off so easily? Just hesitating for a moment, he immediately yelled at Guan Xiaoting, *******. Don't slap yourself yet. Can't you hear that Mr. Qin is all pissed off? Guan Xiaoting froze, and was at a loss for words. You? Lee Mingho eyes glared, viciously said, lousy can fan. Can not you? Good. When she was glared at by Lee Mingho, Guan Xiaoting couldn't help but shiver. Crystalline teardrops rolled down as she waved her hand and slapped it towards her face. Snap! There was a soft pop, and soon a slap mark appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lee Mingho's heart was also immediately relieved. No longer delaying and following suit, he also directly slapped himself. Slap. The sound of slaps kept coming, and the cheeks of Lee Mingho's duo, too, had long since swollen into a pig's head. Seeing this, all of the surrounding people who were eating couldn't help but cover their eyes. There was no way. These two guys looked, at this time, just a little too miserable. Brother, will this be? Seeing this, Xin Yu's heart was also somewhat intolerant, and immediately wanted to say something. However, before she could open her mouth to finish, Qin Feng waved his hand. Little Yu, it's not a bad thing for you to have a kind heart, but you have to be clear. This is all the price they should pay. If I was just an ordinary person today, have you thought about the consequences? In Qin Feng's opinion, it wasn't a bad thing to have a kind heart, but it also had to be scored against whom? If one even sympathized with this kind of scum, then what was the difference between that and a holy mother? Yeah, little Yu, I also think that Brother Feng is right. Zhao Shuer pulled Qin Yu over and said gently, think about it, how did they treat us earlier? If it wasn't for Brother Feng's presence today, wouldn't we have been bullied by them? Zhao Shuer was, after all, a few years older than Qin Yu, and naturally, her attitude towards things was relatively more mature. Shin Mengyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but give her a nod. In Shin Mengyao's opinion, to be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself, not to mention 100 slaps, even if it was 1,000. She wouldn't feel excessive. Brother, sorry. Qin Yu was just a bit simple, not stupid. After Qin Feng and Zhao Shuer said this, she immediately recognized the mistake. And right at this moment, Li Mingho and Guan Xiaoting also finally finished slapping the last slap. Mr. Qin, I finished slapping. You should always be able to forgive me here, right? Li Mingho shook off his head and said in a somewhat slurred voice to Qin Feng. Inside his swollen eyes, he was filled with the color of anticipation. Well, I forgive you. Qin Feng nodded and said very seriously. Really? That's really great. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Mingho almost didn't flip over in joy. Compared to going to jail, he suddenly felt that the 100 slaps seemed to be just that much. However, not waiting for him to be happy for a moment, Qin Yu opened her mouth at this time. Brother, are you really going to let him off just like that? What is this situation? Wasn't this girl still the Virgin White Lotus just now? How come in the blink of an eye, she was blackened? Li Mingho's heart at this time, as if there are 10,000 grass mud horse galloping through the general. I go, talent Even Qin Feng's few people who were standing at the side had their mouths wide open in surprise. They didn't know whether Qin Yu's transformation was good or bad. Cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, since I've promised him, then naturally I won't go back on my word. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Mingho, who had just looked bitter, instantly revealed a chrysanthemum-like smile. A brat is a brat, still not easily handled by me? In Li Mingho thought, today this thing in addition to losing some face, seems to be no loss. Thinking of a better life in the future, he couldn't help but feel a burst of smugness. Just at this moment, Qin Feng was pulling Shin Mengyao several women, toward the not far from the entrance of the overseas Chinese town walked over. Li Mingho, who had returned to his senses, immediately panicked and shouted at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, didn't you just say you forgive me? Yes, I've forgiven you. Qin Feng turned his head and said with a playful face. Then, since you've forgiven me, can you give my brother-in-law a call? For some reason, Li Mingho instantly felt as if things were not as simple as he thought. Can't. Without even thinking about it, Qin Feng directly refused. I only said that I can forgive you, but I didn't say that I would call for you. Mr. Qin, you can't be like this. I've slapped you 100 times. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Mingho almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. This damn thing is also too rascal, isn't it? Chapter 030, this place is too beautiful, isn't it? However, Qin Feng didn't care about him that much, and left without looking back with Shin Mengyao's girls. He is not some kind of virgin bitch. Want him to let go of Li Mingho? Unless the sun can come out of the west. Nima, this wave of operation is also too tawdry. Seeing this, the surrounding melon eaters couldn't help but be confused in the wind. Brother, this is too damaging, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Having just walked not far, Qin Yu couldn't help but give Qin Feng a thumbs up. Seeing this, Zhao Shuer and Shen Mengyao on the side also couldn't help but laugh a bit and almost didn't burst out laughing, due to the fact that the commotion that had just been made was simply too great. Qin Feng's awesome identity had also been exposed. They were just about to line up, and immediately, there were scenic area staff, who invited them in personally. It had to be said that the overseas Chinese town was indeed very well built. In addition to the beautiful environment, there are also a variety of entertainment programs, such as the world's unique wooden roller coaster. Another example is the glass bridge that stands at the very top of the walk in the clouds. All in all, this ticket is definitely not a loss to spend. A tour down. Qin Feng several people are also quite satisfied with this. However, this OCT was indeed a bit too big. Even though Qin Feng and the others had already played until 6 p.m., they had only wandered about less than half of it. Brother Feng, are we going back tonight? Zhao Shuer looked at the darkening sky in front of her and asked Qin Feng. Don't we've only strolled half of the way. Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately pouted. I've heard that the canyon side seems to be more fun. He, then let's listen to little Yu. We'll stay here tonight and continue shopping tomorrow. Qin Feng rubbed Qin Yu's little head and said with a smile to the ladies. He, really? That's really great. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was so happy that she almost jumped up. I have seen that there seems to be a castle-like hotel on the other side of the mountain. After saying that, she also excitedly took Zhao Shuer's arm, shaking it while saying in a petulant manner, Sister Shuer, let's go live there tonight. What do you think? Well, it's fine. Zhao Shuer already wanted to spend more time with Qin Feng, so it was naturally impossible for her to refuse. Seeing that all the women agreed, Qin Feng led a few of them in the direction of Tianlu Mountain. In almost 10 minutes, they had arrived at Tianlu Mountain. Wow, this place is also too beautiful, isn't it? A few people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they looked at the high and low, castle-like mountain villa cluster in front of them. It had to be said that the design of this side of Tianlu Mountain was really ingenious to the extreme. The rolling hills and serene lake, paired with these European-style buildings, looked like a fairyland. This place was divided into 7 districts, in which there were a total of more than 120 villas of all sizes, and that didn't even include the 27 collector-grade single-family mansions. Hello several people, may I ask how I can help you? The arrival of Qin Feng and the few of them quickly attracted the staff on the side of Tianlu Mountain. Hello, may I ask if you have any rooms available here? Qin Feng cleaned up his mood and towards the staff member, he asked with a smile. Yes, sir, several people please also follow me. Once the staff heard this, they hurriedly led Qin Feng and the few people to a hall. After arranging the several people to be seated, he had some fruit plates and drinks served. Sir, may I ask what kind of room you guys are looking for? The staff first made a gesture of please, and then he began to introduce. We have a total of 120 villas here. We can rent out the whole building or a single room. You see? Oh, so many of them? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly came back to his senses, and said to the staff, we naturally want to rent a whole building. I just don't know how the price is. If the price, we have to score the area here. The staff pondered for a moment and said, if it's the 1st and 7th districts, the rent for a whole building for one night is only 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. But if it's District 2, the price should be about 10 times higher. Hiss, wouldn't that be $30,000 to $40,000 a night? As soon as they heard this from the staff, Shin Mengyao's few girls couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That's right, it's almost this price. The staff member smiled, and then was explaining. The 2nd district side are all mountain and sea mansions, and naturally, the price is not something that can be compared to the 1st and 7th districts. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Are all the villas here just for rent? Of course not. We can also sell them if a guest wants to buy them. Then may I ask, what are the prices of your villas here? To be honest, Qin Feng already had the urge to buy a villa from the moment he came to this Tianlu mountain. The environment here was just too good, and it was actually quite nice to come here to relax once in a while. Besides, he wasn't short of money right now. Buying a villa wasn't a trivial matter. It's possible. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately became excited and rushed to Qin Feng. If you want to buy it, I'll call our manager here. Well, go ahead and call it. Qin Feng nodded and said. After receiving Qin Feng's affirmative reply, the staff immediately left the scene. Brother, you're not really going to buy the villa here, are you? Seeing the staff leave, Qin Yu turned to Qin Feng and then asked with a surprised face. Of course. Qin Feng laughed and said somewhat breathlessly. Is it hard to believe that you think I'm joking? But can you afford it? The villa here will definitely be expensive. Qin Yu beamed her little mouth, a look of skepticism on her face. Yeah, Brother Feng, why don't we just rent a random one? Zhao Shuer heard this and also felt that what Qin Yu said was reasonable. In both of their minds, the villa here would cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent alone. If they really bought it, wouldn't it cost several $100 million? He. Qin Feng laughed and asked the two girls, then I would like to ask you, do you like it here? Like is naturally like. But, no buts. Not waiting for Zhao Shuer and the two to finish, Qin Feng directly interrupted. Since we like it, then let's buy it. The two women wanted to say something else, but after they saw Qin Feng's affirmative look, they could only swallow back what they wanted to say in the end. In less than 10 minutes, that staff member walked in with a middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, this is the guest I just told you about. The staff member pointed at Qin Feng and introduced himself to the middle-aged man. Chapter 031, could it be that this guy is really deliberately amusing himself? As soon as the middle-aged man saw Qin Feng and the others, he couldn't help but light up. There was no way. Qin Feng's and their face value was just a little too high. Hello sir, I'm the manager here. Wang Sihai. After coming back to his senses, he stretched out his hand to Qin Feng and then asked with a smile. From what Xiao Lu said, you want to buy our villa here, right? That's right. Qin Feng smiled, and reached out his hand to shake his hand. I want to buy the best villa here. Can you help recommend it? What? Wang Sihai thought he heard wrong, and asked Qin Feng in disbelief. Sir, are you serious? To be honest, at this moment, Wang Sihai was very skeptical about the authenticity of Qin Feng's words. As the manager of Tianlu Mountain, he was basically able to recognize all the rich and powerful big shots in Deep City. After all, there were quite a few rich people who had purchased villas from him, but the Qin Feng several people in front of him, he had never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Of course, although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to show it directly. If he really looked away, wouldn't he offend others? Of course. Qin Feng nodded and directly took out his bank card. He wasn't interested in joking with Wang Sihai. Since he was going to buy it, he naturally had to buy the best. Alright, please also follow me. Wang Sihai was only slightly stunned for a moment before rushing to organize himself. In no time, he brought Qin Feng's few people to another hall. Within this hall, there were quite a number of staff members and owners from the nearby villas. When they saw Wang Sihai approaching, they came forward to greet and make polite remarks. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Qin Feng and the others were filled with amazement. And in the center of this hall, there was a very large model of a villa. Wang Sihai pointed to the top left corner of the model and said to Qin Feng with a smile, "Please look, sir, this is our second district's Shanghai mansion." It had to be said that even though what was in front of him was just a model of a villa, it made people feel that it was very high-end and upscale. When Qin Feng saw the location that Wang Sihai pointed to, he immediately had the urge to buy it. There was no way. Just from the model alone, it had deeply shocked him. The overall style of each villa was predominantly European. Between the mountains and the water, it gave people a sense of being in the world. If it wasn't in a scenic spot, it would never be worse than Huaihai Beiyuan. Well, it's very good. Qin Feng nodded, and asked Wang Sihai with great satisfaction, "I don't know how many villas are still unsold in your second district." "Just this one." Wang Sihai pointed to the biggest one above the model and smiled at Qin Feng. "Oh, like this?" Qin Feng froze and asked with some curiosity. "This villa looks like it should be the best. How come it's the only one left?" Qin Feng's original intention was that if none of these villas were sold, then he would buy them all. Wang Sihai laughed, before explaining, "It's not that this villa is the most expensive. The average person simply can't afford it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for it to be the only one left." "I see." Qin Feng couldn't help but come to a realization as he listened. "Well then, since no one is buying it, sell it to me." After saying that, he suddenly thought of something, and asked Wang Sihai, right, if I pay the full amount now, when will I be able to live in it? What? Are you sure you want to buy it? Wang Sihai didn't control his emotions for a moment, and his voice was instantly several decibels higher than before. I go, Mr. Wang, what's wrong with him? Screaming so loudly? It's not clear. Should we go take a look? Let's go. Let's go see what's going on. It actually shocked Mr. Wang. Wang Sihai's cry of alarm instantly attracted the attention of others. Everyone stood up and gathered around. In the face of the crowd of spectators, Qin Feng on the other hand acted rather calmly. Skimming his mouth, he said with disdain, of course, it's going to be it. In Qin Feng thought, this villa is more expensive and can be expensive to wear. There are a few billion on the top of the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that the surrounding mountain and sea mansions had all been sold out, he would have had to buy them all. And at this time, the crowd of onlookers also from the staff side, probably understand the situation. After they heard what happened, they all showed disdain for Qin Feng. Who were they? They were the owners of this place. Which one of them wasn't a prominent figure in Deep City? They had fantasized about purchasing that villa, but in the end, they recognized the reality. There was no way, with the value of that house. It wasn't something that anyone could afford to buy. Now that Qin Feng had actually spoken out of turn, saying that he wanted to buy that villa, how could they possibly believe it? In Wang Sihai's opinion, if Qin Feng dared to say this in such a big tone, he must not know the exact price of the villa. If he found out later, I'm afraid he would be ashamed and angry, right? Thinking of this, Wang Sihai immediately smiled and said, Sir, if you are able to pay the 1.7 billion in a single payment, you will be able to directly live in it tonight. How much more? 1,700,000,000? No way. Hearing the price quoted by Wang Sihai, Qin Feng directly froze on the spot. Not only him, but the several women of Shen Mengyao who stood by the side, were also all shocked with their little mouths wide open. When Wang Sihai and the crowd, after seeing the scene in front of them, actually did not have too many surprises. After all, a huge sum of $1.7 billion was not something that anyone had. That's right, it's 1.7 billion. He smiled and said to Qin Feng, if you can't see it, why don't we take a look at the other villas? In Wang Sihai's mind, he said that he had already given Qin Feng a lot of steps. However, at this time, back to the spirit of Qin Feng is a pat on the thigh said, Nima only 1.7 billion I thought at least have to be 3 or 4 billion it. This is not too cheap, right? Finished, looked at Wang Sihai, very seriously said, no say, this villa I want, asterisk. Really? When Wang Sihai heard this, he directly burst out without holding back. Originally he thought that Qin Feng was scared by the price of 1.7 billion. But now, it seems that it's not the case at all. Nima, 1.7 billion is still cheap? This guy couldn't be pretending, right? I think it's very likely. Pretending like this, not afraid of being struck by lightning. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. And 1.7 billion is too cheap. I guess he's afraid he hasn't even seen $170,000, right? AI. So beautiful, a few beautiful women. Not as good as with me. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wang Sihai instantly doubted his earlier guess again. Could it be that this guy is really deliberately amusing himself? Chapter 032, Who the hell is this guy? Thinking of this, Wang Sihai was also somewhat unable to sit still. After taking a deep breath, he forces a smile on Qin Feng and says, since you think 1.7 billion is cheap, what do you think? Wang Sihai asked this question, but also just wanted to test Qin Feng. He wanted to see if Qin Feng really thought it was cheap, or if he was deliberately playing with him. If he was really playing him on purpose, then he definitely wouldn't be polite anymore. However, how could Qin Feng not understand his mind? The corner of his mouth slightly upturned as he faintly said, swipe your card. After saying this, he directly handed a bank card to him. For Qin Feng, a price of $1.7 billion was really nothing. This, Wang Sihai was first stunned, then he was ready to take the bank card. But when he took a good look at Qin Feng's bank card, he was instantly shocked on the spot. My mama, that seems to be, why a bank's black card, right? Hiss, it's still true. This is damn too powerful. My dear uncle, this card should not have many people in our China, right? If I remember correctly, I seem to have seen Papa Ma use it in our hotel last time. Nima, who the hell is this guy? To actually be able to possess such a powerful black card, he can't be the young master of some big family, right? Wang Sihai's shocked expression instantly caught the attention of the crowd. When they followed Wang Sihai's direction and took a good look at the bank card, they all had the expression of having seen a ghost. One must know that something like a black card was not something that anyone could possess. Even though there was no lack of bigwigs with billions of assets amongst them, None of them were able to own one. My god. How rich does one have to be to own this card? In my opinion, it can't be less than $10 billion. Otherwise how could he have thought $1.7 billion was cheap earlier? I think it's more than that. Don't you guys realize that when he said 1.7 billion, it's the same as when we say $1.7? Nima. It seems like it's still true. I damn well feel like he's buying a house like he's buying vegetables at the market. My dear uncle, according to what you guys said, wouldn't he still have more than $10 billion? TSK, we thought he was pretending to be a pussy earlier, but now we've all been hit in the face. The eyes of the crowd that came back to their senses and looked at Qin Feng again were instantly a little different. There was admiration. There was envy. More than anything else, there was shock. They also didn't doubt in the slightest that the authenticity of this black card of Qin Feng's, because the dazzling level that was no weaker than a diamond was enough to prove its authenticity. Hurry up and take it and swipe it. I'm still waiting to go see the house. Seeing that Wang Sihai is still frozen in place, Qin Feng is also a little impatient, skimmed his mouth and said, "It's not just a black card. Why do you act like you've never seen the world?" Hearing Qin Feng's slightly flirtatious words, Wang Sihai instantly had a feeling of wanting to cry without tears. How rich does one have to be to say such pretentious words? It wasn't just him, the others present were all thinking the same thing. Okay, I'll swipe your card and do the formalities. Wang Sihai didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly arranged for all the employees present to move. Since Qin Feng was paying in full, Wang Sihai also did the emergency processing. In less than half an hour's time, the purchase contract and other formalities had been dealt with. Next, it was time to swipe the card and sign. Wang Sihai picked up the black card with some trembling. Then he handed it to his secretary. "Xiao Yu, go help Mr. Qin with this." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Xiao Yu nodded and reached out, then prepared to take the bank card from Wang Sihai. Originally, she wasn't too nervous, but when she accidentally touched Wang Sihai's trembling hand, she inexplicably started to get nervous along with it. After taking a deep breath, this was the only way to hold that bank card with a death grip. Afterward, it was slowly swiped towards the POS machine. Wait. However, right at this moment, suddenly a startled voice rang out. Xiao Yu was instantly startled and almost didn't directly drop the bank card on the ground. After coming back to her senses, she turned to Wang Sihai and asked with a grudging face, "Mr. Wang, is there anything else?" Wang Sihai also felt a little embarrassed, forcing out a smile before saying, "Let me do it." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Yu to react, he directly took the bank card from her hands. There is no way. He is really some uneasy. In case Xiao Yu swiped this bank card later, then what could be done? Moreover, this was a huge transaction of $1.7 billion. If there was a momentary operational error, then he, the manager, could just get lost. Wang Sihai picked up the bank card, first gently swiped it on the POS machine, and then prepared to enter the transaction amount. But due to the amount of the transaction this time, it was just too huge. Wang Sihai froze on the POS machine and counted 10 times before clicking on the confirmation. To be honest, if he hadn't seen Qin Feng waiting impatiently, he was afraid that he could have counted a few more times. At this very moment, Qin Feng's mind heard the voice of the system. "Ding! You have spent a total of 17,000,000 yuan this time. The successful rebate of 1,700,000,000 yuan has now been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please pay attention to check receipt." Not long after, the bank's SMS alert also came through. "Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account number with tail number 5987 was successfully deposited with 1 renminbi, 700,000,000 at 1923 on July 3rd, and the balance after the transaction is 3 renminbi, 078,0604, 5,933. Just when Qin Feng thought that this was the end, he did not expect the system voice to sound again. "Ding! As the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded $200 billion, the system will reward you with an additional 51% of the shares of Byte Technology Corporation. The equity certificate has been deposited in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time." Ding! Due to the balance in your bank card successfully exceeding 300 billion, the system will additionally reward 51% of the shares of Yida Real Estate Company. Equity certificates have been deposited into the system warehouse. Can be withdrawn at any time. Byte Technology? Yida Real Estate? This is too powerful. Qin Feng was so excited for a moment that he almost didn't bite his tongue. To be honest, money couldn't even raise the slightest interest for Qin Feng right now. However, the shares of these large companies were a bit different. After all, this was a status symbol. One must know that these joint stock companies that the system had rewarded Qin Feng with were all the leading companies in various industries in China. The valuation of any company would not be less than $1 trillion. Right now, Qin Feng has 3 such companies under his name. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely become the hottest person in China today. Chapter 33, How much money is in this card? Mr. Qin, your bank card. Wang Sihai, who had finished swiping his card, respectfully prepared to hand the card back to Qin Feng. Brother, your bank card is so awesome. Why don't you give it to me? Right at this moment, Qin Yu took hold of Qin Feng's arm and said to him in a petulant manner. She had just seen clearly that after seeing her brother's bank card, these people all had an envious expression. Even if she didn't understand what a black card was, it was clear that this card was definitely a very powerful existence. Qin Feng froze. Honestly, he didn't want to give this card to Qin Yu. It wasn't that he was cheap, but he didn't want this girl to be exposed to so much money when she was still studying. To know, this card of his now had more than 300 billion in existence. However, he then relieved himself and nodded and said, alright, then I'll give it to you. In Qin Feng's mind, he had so much money right now. Wasn't it just to be able to let his family live a good life? Since Qin Yu wanted it, then there was no harm in sending it to her. It was just a few $100 billion. The big deal was to earn it again. Wow. Really? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu was so excited that she directly kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Brother, you're really great. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Sihai to return to his senses, she took the bank card from his hand as soon as she could. I'll go. The black card was given just like that? This is too awesome. Envious. I just want to ask, where can I find such a brother? Nima, this is a black card. Can't the big brother show a feeling of great reluctance? Asterisk. I'm now wondering how much money is in this card? That goes without saying? People even say that 1.7 billion is cheap. How can I say that there must be tens of billions inside this card? My dear uncle, tens of billions of dollars just casually given away. It seems that we still underestimated this big brother. Asterisk. It seems like you're right. According to this view, he should at least have 100 billion, right? Otherwise how can he casually send others tens of billions? Can I say that I'm envious? I really want to ask Big Brother if he still lacks a sister. Actually, I can go to Thailand. Seeing this, the surrounding melon eaters all revealed an expression of incomparable envy. To be honest, they all really wanted to ask Qin Feng right now if he still lacked a sister. If they could, they were also able to go to Thailand for a makeover. Qin Feng pretended to wipe his face with a look of disgust, and said seriously to Qin Yu, Little Yu, I've given you the bank card, but I need to make an appointment with you. 3 laws? Qin Yu, who was carefully admiring the black card, immediately pouted her small mouth once she heard Qin Feng's words. Of course, Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, and faced with this somewhat budding expression of his own sister, he said breathlessly, Do you know how much money I have in this card? How much money can there be? Qin Yu was first stunned. Then she said in a very unimpressed manner. In her thoughts, Qin Feng had only just scratched away $1.7 billion from this card. Now that he had given it to himself so easily, having a few $100,000 in it should be pretty good. As for the other melon eaters standing on the sidelines, they all sneaked their heads over. To be honest, they were really curious about Qin Feng's card balance. After all, this was a black card. If there weren't tens of billions in it, they all felt a bit ashamed. Qin Feng laughed, then he directly raised 3 fingers. Not much, just 300 billion. What? 300 billion. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu almost didn't jump up in shock. My mama. Really? Brother, you're not robbing a bank, are you? Hearing this, all the surrounding people almost stumbled and fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire hall could be described as a needle in the air. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Everyone was frozen on the spot, with a look of disbelief on their faces. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the sound of their heartbeat. How is this possible? These people present, who is not in the deep city resounding figure, which is not worth billions. However, when they learned that Qin Feng actually had 300 billion in that card, all of them couldn't help but begin to doubt life. Qin Feng laughed, very unimpressed. 300 billion only. Nothing. But you, this girl can give. Listen well. I this card although to you, but you must not spend. Or, after saying that, Qin Feng also made a fist-pinching movement. Brother, why don't I just return it to you? To be honest, if there was only a few $100,000 inside this card, Qin Yu really didn't take it seriously. However, now that she learned that this card actually had $300 billion inside, she was instantly somewhat abashed. This was $300 billion. In case it was snatched away by the bad guys, then how should she explain to Qin Feng? No need. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Since I said I'd give it to you, how could I possibly back out?" After saying this, he immediately looked at the crowd with a serious face. "I'll say my ugly words here first. If anyone among you dares to think of anything, it's best to think about whether you can afford to offend me." Qin Feng. The reason why Qin Feng said that was because he was worried that some people would be desperate for money. After all, money moves people's hearts, doesn't it? In his mind, he must find more bodyguards for his sister and the girls after he goes back. However, what he didn't know was that after these people learned that Qin Feng had 300 billion in a random card, they were nothing but worshipful and in awe. You know, they could all think that Qin Feng, right now, must be the young master of some big family. What's the difference between letting them mess with such a big brother and looking for death? Not caring what the people present thought, Qin Feng had Wang Sihai personally bring them to the mountain and sea mansion after getting all the formalities done. The rolling hills, the calm and peaceful lake, plus the green grass and green golf course. It had to be said that compared to looking at the model, the reality was often more shocking to the senses. "Uncle, why are you here?" Qin Feng and the others had just arrived, and immediately, a beautiful woman in uniform walked over. The beauty looked almost 21 or 22 years old, with a pill head and a very cute look. However, the most attractive thing was her long legs, which made people want to gallop. "Oh, so it's Xia." Wang Sihai smiled and said to her just then, "I came with Mr. Qin. Let's go. Take us to the cloud-top heavenly palace." Henteing heavenly palace? Xia was first stunned, then couldn't help but exclaim, "My mother, uncle, could it be that the Henteing heavenly palace was sold out by you?" "That's right." Wang Sihai nodded. Pointing at Qin Feng he said, "Just now, the cloud-top heavenly palace has been bought by Mr. Qin. P.S. See a lot of little cute say this chapter send card to Sister Uncomfortable. Then I will say in advance this is the ambush. Behind the pretend need. Thank you. Ambush ambush ambush. Important things to say 3 times. Chapter 034, are you guys able to order food here? Hiss. That's a $1.7 billion mansion Xia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as soon as she heard Wang Sihai's words. She was very clear that the selling price of the Henteing heavenly palace could be considered heavenly. Even his father didn't have such financial resources to buy it. Now that Wang Sihai had actually told her that the cloud-top heavenly palace had been bought by this young man in front of her, how could she not be surprised? To be honest, when she had just seen Qin Feng for the first time, she had already been stunned by his face value. At this moment, when she looked at Qin Feng again, her eyes instantly became even more colorful. In her mind, if she could have a boyfriend like Qin Feng, wouldn't that make her girlfriends die of envy? However, when she took a good look at Zhao Shui's several women's appearance, she instantly started to get a bit discouraged again. "Xia, I still have a little something to do here." As he's Xia's uncle, who would not be able to see her small mind, he immediately smiled and said, "Why don't you take Mr. Qin and the others over?" In his opinion, if Xia could really fall for a godly tycoon like Qin Feng, perhaps their entire family could follow suit. Yes. Upon hearing Wang Sihai's words, Xia, who had just been very deflated, immediately became happy. When Shen Mengyao's girls saw this, they couldn't help but frown. They were all women, so how could they not see what Xia was up to? They wanted to say something, but in the end, they held their tongues. As for Qin Feng, who was standing on the side, he didn't have any opinion. Compared to an old man like Wang Sihai, he naturally preferred to let Xia take them there. "That's good." Wang Sihai smiled and said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, if you need anything else, feel free to mention it to Xia. I'll leave first." "Aha." Qin Feng nodded. The cloud-top heavenly palace was originally located halfway up the mountain, so it was naturally quite easy to find. In less than 10 minutes, Xia had already brought Qin Feng and the others to a courtyard gate. "Mr. Qin, look, this is the most upscale villa in our Tianlu mountain, the cloud-top heavenly palace." Xia pointed at the incomparably large scale of the villa in front of him, and said to Qin Feng and the others, "Hiss, this is too big, right?" Qin Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after stealing a glance at the interior of the courtyard gate. Zhao Shui and Shen Mengyao, who were standing at the side, also revealed a similarly astonished expression. And right at this moment, Xia directly stepped forward and opened the courtyard door. The pavilions, rockery, green plants, swimming pool, etc., could be described as a rather beautiful layout. The open-air swimming pool alone was almost as big as half a soccer field. Several people just walked in, and instantly felt as if their body and mind had been washed by the spiritual qi. It was so refreshing. To be honest, Qin Feng seemed to like this side of the environment more than the Huaihai garden side. Following the path paved with rainbows, the crowd soon arrived in front of the villa's main door. After Hishiya opened the villa door with a smile, the crowd froze on the spot. Trench. Incomparably trenchant. This hall in front of them, I am afraid that the area has 200 to 300 square meters, and the objects are extremely luxurious. The tables and chairs of Henkel Harris, the handmade sofas of Fendi Casa, plus some of the world's most famous frescoes, were all showing Qin Feng that the villa was full of character. It could be said that with just this hall in front of them, Qin Feng's $1.7 billion had been well spent. Oh my god. This is a European castle. Qin Yu, who had returned to her senses, couldn't help but exclaim exaggeratedly, TSK, is really beautiful. Shin Mengyao's two daughters also couldn't help but TSK and sigh when they heard it. Well, it's not bad. Qin Feng nodded, looking quite satisfied as well. Why don't I take you guys around? Seeing this, Hishiya, who was standing on the side, was smiling at the crowd and asked. As an employee of Tianlu Mountain, she naturally had some complacency in her heart. Hearing this, the ladies all turned their gazes towards Qin Feng. Yes. Qin Feng nodded and then made a gesture of invitation. In almost half an hour's time, Qin Feng and the others finally strolled through the entire villa. As soon as they returned to the lobby, all of them lay paralyzed on top of the sofa. The entire villa gave the crowd a feeling of only one word. That is, big. Of course, in addition to being large, the internal decoration and facilities were also unparalleled luxury. Indoor swimming pool, chess and cards room, gym, KTV, underground winery, etc. Almost all entertainment venues were present. Brother, I'm hungry. Qin Yu, who was paralyzed on the sofa, rubbed her small stomach and said to Qin Feng with a beep. Hungry? Qin Feng was first stunned. Then he remembered that they didn't seem to have dinner yet. Turning his head, he asked Hishiya, Pretty girl, are you able to order food here? Of course. Hishiya nodded and said to Qin Feng, We have Chinese and Western food here. I don't know what you guys want to eat. Let's eat Western food. Not waiting for Qin Feng to answer, Qin Yu jumped the gun and said, Brother, I haven't eaten Western food in my entire life. Since Qin Yu wanted to eat Western food, Qin Feng naturally couldn't possibly spoil her fun. Nodding his head, he said to Hishiya, Then order us Western food. Okay, I'll have someone send over the menu. With that, Hishiya took out her cell phone and operated it. In no time, she received a long menu on her side. Mr. Qin, what do you all need to order? Hishiya handed her cell phone to Qin Feng and said to him, Little you, it's better for you guys to order yourselves. Qin Feng casually swept a glance at the menu before handing his cell phone to Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and happily then took the phone over. However, when she looked clearly at the menu, the prices of those dishes, she instantly froze on the spot. There was no way. She was truly shocked by the prices of those dishes. Seeing this, Zhao Shuer and Shen Mengyao on the side also put their little heads together. Hiss. This is too expensive, right? Not much better than Qin Yu. The two of them immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. A steak made of Kobe beef cost $150,000 apiece. A serving of Italian top-grade caviar, priced $300,000 a caddy. A serving of French misery foie gras, priced at $75,000 a serving. The three women looked at the prices on the menu and froze, unable to find a single dish from above that was less than $10,000. Brother, why don't we just forget about it? Qin Yu, who had returned to her senses, looked at each other with a bitter smile with the several women, and then prepared to hand her cell phone back to Hishiya. Although she knew that her brother wasn't short of money right now, but letting her spend it just like that was a bit heartbreaking for her. Chapter 035, Is it really possible that he still intends to rely on my house? How can that be? Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said somewhat speechlessly, You girl, you really don't know how to spend money. After saying that, he didn't wait for Qin Yu to react and directly took the cell phone over. He wouldn't care about the price of these dishes. Anyway, how much he consumed would be rebated 100 times. Without saying a word, he reached out and started ordering on the menu. Nah, just order these first. If it's not enough later, we'll order more. Qin Feng handed his cell phone to Hishiya and said casually, Not enough to order more? Big brother, do you think this is feeding pigs? When Hishiya took a good look at the dishes ordered by Qin Feng, she couldn't help but spit in her heart. She carefully counted. Just in such a short while, Qin Feng had ordered almost 40 dishes, and there were only 5 of them here, so it would be strange if they could finish them all. Of course, what shocked Hishiya even more was that all the dishes ordered by Qin Feng cost no less than $100,000. In other words, this meal would cost at least $4 to $5 million. Even for a rich girl like Hishiya, she had never eaten such an expensive meal before. Thinking of this, Hishiya immediately made a secret decision in her heart. Within half an hour of sending out the menu, a waiter pushed the dishes in. In order to show herself in front of Qin Feng, Xia directly sent the waiter out. She first took out 5 tall wine glasses from the wine cabinet in the villa and then poured a glass of Romane Conti for each of them. One must know that the price of just such a small glass of red wine was feared to be no less than $200,000. Shen Mengyao several women naturally did not know the price of this wine, and thoughtlessly gently took a small sip. How about it? The flavor should be pretty good, right? Seeing this, Xia smiled at the several girls and then asked, "Well, it's not bad." Zhao Shuer nodded and turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, this red wine should be very expensive, right?" Although she didn't recognize the brand of this red wine, she had looked at the menu earlier. There was no red wine on there that was less than $100,000 a bottle. "It's not bad. The bottle I just ordered seems to be a 91-year-old Romane Conti. The market price should be just over $1 million a bottle." When Qin Feng said this, his tone seemed very casual, giving the impression that it was like more than 100 generally. "What? A million a bottle?" Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Shuer's several women almost didn't spit out the wine they drank into their mouths. How could they not expect that this red wine could actually be expensive to such an extent? In other words, they were afraid that the price of the small sip they had just pursed would cost tens of thousands of dollars. "Alright, isn't it just $1 million? Everyone hurry up and eat." Qin Feng was very hungry right now, so he didn't have the time to talk to them much at all. Casually picking up a piece of caviar chocolate, he opened his mouth to eat. He had noticed earlier when he ordered this dish that it seemed like a piece of this stuff would cost around $200,000. It had to be said that Qin Feng's bite was equivalent to eating half a house. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao's few girls also couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Without wasting any more time, they immediately followed and started eating. After 3 rounds of drinking, other than Qin Feng and Xia, everyone else had basically broken their drink. They had to know that the 5 of them had drank up 3 bottles of red wine during this meal. Red wine was not like white wine. When the strength came up, it was impossible to top it. Almost 1 to 20 minutes, Qin Feng managed to help Shen Mengyao and the others into their respective rooms, came to the hall, said to Xia, who had already been somewhat confused, "Beauty, where do you live? Do you want me to send you back? Go back?" Xia was first stunned, and then said with some slurred speech, "What for? I'm not going back." "What do you mean? Are you really planning to stay at my house? Although you're pretty, this can't be a reason to cheat you out of food, drink and shelter, can it?" Qin Feng was somewhat speechless, and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Helpless, in the end, Qin Feng forced Xia to invite him out. "Is Brother Feng here? Hurry up and get up." The next morning, Zhao Shuer came knocking on the door of the room early in the morning. Qin Feng rubbed his bleary eyes and without thinking, he got out of bed and opened the door. "Ah!" When Zhao Shuer saw the scene in the room clearly, she immediately screamed. How could she not have thought that Qin Feng actually didn't even have his clothes on inside the room? Naked, his 8-pack abs came into view, and this scream of hers immediately woke Qin Feng up. He hurriedly covered Zhao Shuer's mouth and made a hush gesture to her, in case Qin Yu's little girl was called over. Wouldn't the scene be ugly? Zhao Shuer, who had her little mouth covered, couldn't help but look a few more times. She wanted to leave here, but felt a little reluctant to leave. Chapter 36, That's Really My Brother. You love to believe it or not. And right at this moment, Shen Mengyao also woke up from her room. As soon as she went out, she directly saw the scene in front of her. Although she couldn't help but feel a bit tasty in her heart, she didn't say anything. After all, she and Qin Feng didn't even have half a hair's worth of relationship. "Alright, let go of me. Xiaoyu is still waiting for us to go eat breakfast." Being watched by Shen Mengyao, Zhao Shuer's heart was also a little shy. After gently pushing Qin Feng away, she said to him, after everyone finished eating breakfast, Xia personally led Qin Feng and the others to stroll through all the places they didn't stroll through yesterday. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to stay here for another night. However, thinking that Qin Yu and the girls still had to go to school tomorrow, he dismissed the idea. Qin Feng then led the girls out of the overseas Chinese town. It had to be said that his harvest this time was still quite large, not to mention the fact that money allowed him to directly obtain $170 billion. Not to mention, he also owned 51% of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate. "Brother Feng, I want to ride in a car with you. Is that okay?" As soon as she arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Shuer said to Qin Feng, who was preparing to sit on the passenger side. Yes." Qin Feng was first stunned, and then said to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, you go and sit in a car with Xiaoyu." Okay, master." Although Shen Mengyao was a little uncomfortable in her heart, she still obediently walked down from the driver's seat. This was Qin Feng's order, and as Qin Feng's driver, it was naturally impossible for her to have any opinions. Sprinting along, the 2 luxury cars soon drove away from Dragon Mountain. It wasn't known if Qin Yu was intentionally trying to create an opportunity for Zhao Shuer. The speed of the car simply drove fast. Not long after, their Lamborghini Poison had already disappeared from Qin Feng's line of sight of them. And right at this moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly turned her head over and asked Qin Feng very seriously, "Brother Feng, do you like me?" "Of course I like it." Although Qin Feng didn't understand what Zhao Shuer was asking this for, he still made an affirmative reply at the first opportunity. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative reply, Zhao Shuer's heart was also quite elated. Only after a good half a day did this stutter and continue. "So, then do you want me?" Qin Feng stumbled and almost didn't drive the car off the road. "If you want, actually, ahem." Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and said very seriously, "Shuer, I like you. I'm not trying to make any attempts on you. You have to believe me." "Well, I believe." Zhao Shuer nodded, and suddenly as if she had made up her mind, she directly gave her little head to hiss. Should it be so bold? Qin Feng didn't hold back and directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The hands holding the steering wheel all began to resist trembling. It had to be said that Zhao Shuer's skills were still a bit too rusty, and several times, Qin Feng was left in pain. However, Qin Feng ended up completing the task satisfactorily in order not to undermine her confidence. "Brother Feng, from now on, I can be your person. Will you always be good to me?" Swallowing down a mouthful of saliva, Zhao Shuer turned to Qin Feng and then asked with a slightly blushing face. "Of course." Qin Feng nodded and said, "To be honest, among all these women of his favorite would be Zhao Shuer." "Brother Feng, you're really wonderful." Hearing Qin Feng's reply, Zhao Shuer immediately gave Qin Feng a kiss on the cheek. Silence, deadly silence. Qin Feng's expression, which had just been soothing, instantly turned into a bitter melon look. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Zhao Shuer directly laughed out when she couldn't hold back. Afterward, to Qin Feng is somewhat sorry to say, "Brother Feng, sorry ha, I just forgot. Want me to give you a wipe?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and only after a long time did he say back, "No need." After all, it was something in his own body. He didn't have the face to accuse Zhao Shuer. The entrance of Deep City University. That seems to be a Lamborghini. It's awesome. The official selling price of this car should be tens of millions of dollars, right? There are really many rich people in our school. So envious. Hey, this car should be Qin Yu's brother-in-law's, right? We seem to have seen it the day before yesterday. I go. It's true. I don't know what Qin Yu's brother-in-law does, but he's actually so rich. I'm so envious of Qin Yu. She can actually find such a rich love brother. That's true. He's not only rich, he's also damn handsome. Hey, our school's two big school beauties seem to have fallen completely. My goddess. Qin Yu had just driven her car to the entrance of the school, and immediately attracted a large group of people who were eating melon. Although among them, there is no lack of rich second generation, but a car like Lamborghini Poison was something they could only hope for. The two of them, Qin Yu and Shen Mengyao, didn't stay in the car for much longer. After stabilizing the car, they walked out from the car. Holy, that seems to be Qin Yu, right? Nima, that beauty beside her is also pretty. TSK, that body is simply so big. You guys say, Qin Yu's brother wouldn't give the car to Qin Yu, right? I drop a god. Then this is also too powerful. No wonder Qin Yu they will not see Zhou Ruoheo two brothers. Compared to others, they're just a pile of. Just as the crowd was whispering, three girls walked over towards Qin Yu. They came in front of Qin Yu and smiled at her, jokingly saying, "Little you, it really didn't occur to me that you're actually driving a Lamborghini now. You're hiding it deep enough?" That's right. Originally I thought that little you wouldn't fall in love in the university, but I didn't expect to secretly catch a golden son-in-law. If it wasn't for your love brother coming to find you, I'm afraid we'd still be kept in the dark, right? Quickly tell us, how in the world did you fix him? Or let us learn." Listening to her roommates flirting, Qin Yu almost didn't directly storm out. She didn't expect that everyone would actually think that Qin Feng was her love brother. Forcibly suppressing the displeasure in her heart, she said to a few women, "That's really my brother. You guys love to believe it or not." Chapter 037, Big Brother. You say this is human words? Really? Are you kidding? My own mother's uncle. Then isn't your family very rich? Hiss. So we have been living in the same dormitory with the tycoon. TSK. According to what you said, then this Lamborghini Poison should also be yours, right? The moment the several women heard Qin Yu's words, they were immediately stunned. They had originally thought that Qin Yu had fallen for big money, but now it seemed that it didn't seem to be that way. Qin Yu didn't bother about their surprised expressions, and smiled before saying, "Whether my family has money or not, I'm not too sure about that, but my brother is quite rich. By the way, This car was also given to me by my brother just the day before yesterday. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with admiration as she said these words. Asterisk 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 asterisk, then your brother is also too good to you. It's so envious. If I could also have such a brother, I'm afraid I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Right, little you. According to what you said, then wouldn't your brother still not have a girlfriend? Oh my god. In that case, I also have a chance. Quickly give me your brother's WeChat. And me, I also want to add. As soon as they heard Qin Yu's words, they couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Without saying a word, they took out their cell phones and wanted Qin Yu to give them Qin Feng's WeChat. In their minds, if they were able to fix a godly man like Qin Feng, wouldn't they be able to drive such a luxurious car in the future as well? Ahem. Seeing this, Qin Yu dryly coughed twice. Afterward, this was followed by a smile. Sorry my brother. He has a girlfriend now. Has a girlfriend? The few women couldn't help but stare and asked curiously. Who is it? He. Qin Yu gave a cheeky smile, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's my sister Schwer. You guys won't have a chance. Zhao Schwer? Nima. Why did I forget about her? No wonder Zhao Schwer called your brother so affectionately in front of the school the day before yesterday. So she's someone's girlfriend. AI. My god. It's so sad. When a few women learned that Zhao Schwer was Qin Feng's girlfriend, they instantly felt that life had lost hope. How could such a good man let Zhao Schwer capture him? Just at this moment, one of them suddenly seemed to think of something and said to Qin Yu, little you, although your brother is Zhao Schwer's boyfriend now, aren't they still married? Once the remaining two heard this, they also hurriedly followed and agreed. That's right, I think we actually still have a chance. To be honest, if it's possible, I wouldn't mind sharing your brother with Schwer-senpai at all. As the saying goes, every successful man has a group of women behind him. We are all willing to be the women behind your brother. Little you, have mercy on us. Although a few women's words had a joking element to them, anyone could tell from their eyes that they were very serious. When Qin Yu heard this, she was immediately in a bit of a dilemma. On one side was her own good sister, and on the other side was her own roommate. It was simply a dilemma on both ends. However, right at this moment, Shen Mengyao, who hadn't said anything, was somewhat unable to look on. She snorted a laugh. To a few women is mocking. Just like you, still want to do my master behind the woman. Also do not go to take a look in the mirror. You are worthy of it? It had to be said that Shen Mengyao's words were still quite ruthless. Of course, the reason why she said this, apart from being a little jealous, it was more for the sake of relieving Qin Yu. Just now, Qin Yu's left and right appearance was difficult, but she had seen it clearly. Who are you? What's the matter with you? Yeah, we were just talking to little you. You're really nosy. What the hell is your master? Those who don't know would think you're cosplaying. Still saying we're not worthy, are you? Being mocked by Shen Mengyao. How could the girl swallow this? Without saying a word, they immediately started a Zhuanren-style greeting towards Shen Mengyao. Standing at the side of the Qin Yu saw the situation. Cannot help but some head as big as a bucket, immediately wanted to speak out to stop. Everyone listen to me. However, not waiting for her to finish her words, a very mocking voice came over. I don't know if she's worthy, but at least more than you guys. Who the hell is this again? Upon hearing this, the few women instantly became like cats with fried fur. Their faces were gloomy, and they turned their heads to look in the direction the voice came from. However, when they saw clearly the looks of the person who spoke, they instantly shriveled up a bit. Qin Feng also didn't expect that he had just driven his car to the entrance of the school and actually stumbled upon this kind of. Shen Mengyao was his Qin Feng's woman. How could she just let others insult her? I'll go. This is embarrassing. Ha. Speaking of which, these women, they're also too unlucky, right? Che, knowing that they are Big Brother's people, they actually dared to be so nonchalant. They deserve it. Now it's good. Being given a public beating by someone else's little brother. This is too humiliating. Hearing the whispered comments from the crowd of eaters present, the three women with gloomy faces could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Without even thinking about it, they knew that they would definitely be famous in the school today. After looking at each other, they hurriedly left in a grayish manner. Brother, what are you doing? They can be my roommate. Seeing several women leave, Qin Yu immediately revealed a very aggrieved expression. If you're like this, how can I still live in the dormitory in the future? After saying that, she stepped forward and took Zhao Schwer's arm, beaming her little mouth. She said, Sister Schwer, you don't care about your husband either. Once Zhao Schwer heard Qin Yu's words, she immediately blushed. What are you talking about? What's the point of living in a dormitory? It's not like there's no place to live at home. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said in a very unimpressed manner, if you feel that your home is far away, The big deal is that we'll buy another villa for you and Schwer near this school. As soon as he said this, the melon eaters present immediately exploded. I go, is this what people say? Too awesome, just too awesome. When can I be the same as him? Buying a villa without moving. Is this ing serious? God ho, I just want to ask, your thighs are still missing pendants? Served, instantly feel like I'm nothing. Although there were quite a few rich second-generation people among them, there were also those who rented houses outside, but when compared to Qin Feng like this, they instantly felt as if they, in general, were poor. Chapter 038, I've given away my black card. Brother, you can't be serious, right? Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng and asked incredulously. Of course I'm serious. Qin Feng smiled, and said with a doting face to Qin Yu, I only have one sister like you, so I can't let you suffer. For Qin Feng, as long as Qin Yu was comfortable, money was not a problem at all. When Qin Yu heard Qin Feng's words, her heart couldn't help but be touched. Turning her head to Zhao Schwer, she then whispered in disgust, Sister Schwer, what do you think? Me? Zhao Schwer first froze, and then couldn't help but blush and say, why don't we go home and live there? She had only just brought her relationship with Qin Feng quite close, so naturally, she was willing to go and live at Qin Feng's house. That's fine. Qin Yu also understood Zhao Schwer's thoughts, nodded and said, anyway, we have a car, so it's convenient to go back. After some explanation, Qin Feng and Shin Mengyao left Deep City University. Master, where are we going now? In the car. Shin Mengyao turned her head to Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and turning to Shin Mengyao, he said, you wait first, I'll make a call first. One must know that his black card was given to Qin Yu. If he didn't have a bank card, purchasing items would inevitably be a little less convenient. It just so happened that there wasn't anything going on right now, so Qin Feng wanted to ask Shui Kai to see if he could help himself get a black card from all the banks in Deep City. You know, Shui Kai is the head of Huaya Bank in Deep City. It was believed that with his connections, coupled with Qin Feng's wealth, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get a few black cards. Hey, brother Shui, what's going on? As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Feng was smiling at the other end and asked. Last time, he and Shui Kai had already called each other brother and brother at the drinking table, and naturally, they had gotten a lot closer in terms of address. Oh, what can I do? It is not the appointment with the customer those broken things? Shui Kai laughed. To Qin Feng is asked. How? Brother looking for me something? That's right. I just want to ask you Shui, is there any way for me to get a few more black cards? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and directly said straight to the point. Didn't I just get you one last time? Gave it away. What? Gave it away? Shui Kai shivered. The cell phone in his hand almost didn't fall on the ground. Brother, that's a black card. Okay, you're too generous, right? No way. My sister wanted it, so I gave it to her. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat helplessly. Alright then. Shui Kai took a deep breath and turned to Qin Feng and asked. Where are you now? Do you want to come to our Huaya Bank to meet and talk? Well, that's fine. Qin Feng nodded and then hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, they had arrived at the entrance of the Huaya Bank. The two had just parked the car when they saw Shui Kai welcoming them out. After some pleasantries, they invited Qin Feng and the others into the VIP room. Older brother. Who is this? Shui Kai pointed at Shin Mengyao and asked Qin Feng with a smile. Her, she's my driver. What? Driver? When Shui Kai heard it, he couldn't help but stare, and said with a sigh. I go. Old brother. You're bullish enough. Even the driver is so beautiful. He, brother Shui, don't tease me. Qin Feng laughed, then said with a serious face. Brother Shui, that thing I just said, do you think you can help? Seeing Qin Feng being serious, Shui Kai stopped snickering. After thinking about it, he said, older brother, if you just want to get a black card from our Huaya Bank, I can take the initiative to get another one for you, but if other banks, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to do. After all, black card this kind of thing is not something that anyone can have. In Shui Kai's opinion, a black card was a symbol of identity, and the difficulty of applying for it was no less than climbing to heaven. Even if Qin Feng's bank card had more than $100 million in it, it was almost impossible to apply for a black card from another bank. You have to realize that there are quite a few people with hundreds of millions of dollars of assets in China. However, those who can have a black card are very rare. Oh, so? Qin Feng smiled and said, I don't know what conditions are needed to apply for other banks' black cards. How could he not understand what Shui Kai meant? This was obviously saying that he was not qualified. However, he was too lazy to explain for the time being, so he would first see what conditions were required. Seeing Qin Feng's insistence, Shui Kai also began to explain. First, The applicant's assets should not be no less than $10 billion at least. The main reason you were able to get a black card last time was because of the compensation you received from our Hoya head office. Second, the applicant's identity must be a well-known figure, or have a certain family background. Third, the company under the applicant's name must be at least one of the top 500 companies in China. After a pause, he continued, as for some other minor items, you should be able to meet the criteria. But, Shui Kai didn't say it explicitly. He believed that Qin Feng should be able to understand what he meant. However, what Shui Kai didn't expect was, after listening to his words, Qin Feng didn't show any color of surprise. Instead, he fatally said to him, why don't we do the Huaya Bank's black card first? Well, that's fine. After Shui Kai nodded, a phone call was made. In his thoughts, the reason why Qin Feng said so should be that he had chosen to give up. Not long after, a staff member walked in. At Shui Kai's gesture, he directly let him run the Huaya Bank black card for Qin Feng in the VIP room. Hiss, my god, how is this possible? The staff member had only just put Qin Feng's ID card on the magnetic card machine, when the scene displayed on the computer immediately made him suck in a breath of cool air. Only after a good half day did this person hurriedly shout at Shui Kai, Mr. Shui, you quickly come and see. Shui Kai, who was chatting with Qin Feng, couldn't help but frown when he heard this call from him. After contemplating for a moment, he then walked over with a gloomy face. As soon as he came to the staff member, he whispered to him, what's the fuss like? Can't you see that Mr. Qin is still here? The staff wanted to explain, but did not know how to speak. In the end, they could only point to the computer display and said helplessly, you'd better see for yourself. After saying that, it directly gave way. How is this possible? When Shui Kai finished reading what was on the screen, as it were, he instantly froze on the spot as well. He had always thought that he was a good judge of people, and it had proven to be true. But today, he seemed to have looked away a little. It had to be said that what was on the computer screen gave him a great feeling of being slapped in the face. Chapter 039, Terrifying Superb Personality. What? Can't do it? Seeing Shui Kai and the two of them frozen in place, Qin Feng couldn't help but then frown. No, not. Being asked by Qin Feng, Shui Kai also immediately came back to his senses. He came to Qin Feng's side in 3 steps, and asked in shock at Qin Feng, old brother Qin, you have more than $300 billion inside your bank account? Yeah. Seeing Qin Feng nod his head, Shui Kai then continued to ask, you're the largest shareholder of TX Technology? That's right. You're also the boss behind Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate? Doesn't seem to be a problem. Qin Feng laughed and said back in a very unimpressed manner, I say brother, you're hiding a lot from me. Getting this affirmative answer from Qin Feng, Shui Kai couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If I had known that you were so powerful, how would I have dared to talk nonsense with you? Just now it's all my brother who's sorry. You wouldn't blame me for looking down on a dog's eye, would you? Where is this coming from? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth. The corner of his mouth slightly upturned as he said, do I look like such a petty person to you? To be honest, Qin Feng hadn't really taken what had just happened to heart. There was nothing wrong with people questioning his strength. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't really angry, a stone in Shui Kai's heart finally fell to the ground. In Shui Kai's mind, although he was now a brother to Qin Feng, it was best not to offend him if he could. After all, like Qin Feng such a super big brother, if he wanted to kill him, it would not be a matter of minutes. He didn't dare to waste time, and after saying hello to Qin Feng, he hurriedly returned to the computer screen. Qin Feng was a superstar, so how could he leave the matter of applying for a card to anyone else? After sending the staff member out, Shui Kai personally started to run the black card for Qin Feng. In less than 5 minutes, he handed Qin Feng a black card that shone like a diamond. Elder brother Qin, do you still want to do black cards from other banks? Of course. Qin Feng nodded back. Good then, Shui Kai said, then directly took out his cell phone. I'll call the heads of the other banks and have them personally come over to do it for you. Old Lia, this is Shui Kai from Huaya Bank. As soon as the phone was connected, Shui Kai smiled at the other end and said, I have a super big brother here who wants to do your agricultural bank's black card. Do you think you need to come over personally? What? You're actually saying that I'm making a big deal out of it? Then I'd like to think about asking you, is a character with over $300 billion in his bank card considered a super big shot? Does a character who owns 51% of the shares of TX Technology, Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate count as a super big shot? It's not 3 people. It's 1 person. That's right. All of those I just mentioned belong to the same big brother. I just want to know, are you coming over or not? If you won't come over, just pretend I didn't say. Count on your kid's good sense. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone with great satisfaction, Shuekai found another number and dialed out. As usual, in less than 10 minutes, he had already dialed out 6 or 7 calls, and right at the same time, the WeChat group of the Deep City region of Huaxia Bank had also long since exploded. Calling old Lu. I want to ask, did you receive Shuekai's call? Received it. Just now I almost didn't pass out from the shock. Ha 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 ha. I also received it. I heard that it has a super big brother who wants to do all the bank's black cards? It's really awesome. It seems like it's still the biggest shareholder of TX Tech? You don't know. The liquidity inside the bank card alone is more than $300 billion. That's right. I've also heard that the super big brother not only owns 51% of the shares of TX Technology, but also owns 51% of the shares of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate at the same time. My dear uncle, those are all the top 500 companies in China. How rich must this super big brother be? You guys, Shuekai is not fooling us, right? Can such a powerful person really exist? I don't think so. Shuekai is not that kind of person. Che, believe it or not. Let's just go over there and take a look. Nima, I really want to see what this legendary character looks like. That's right, everyone. Then I'll go first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone together To be honest, these chief executives of the major banks were actually still a bit skeptical of Shuekai's words. After all, such a powerful character. They had only seen it in novels. But still, they couldn't help it, wanting to go over and take a look. If this was true, then if they were able to personally apply for a black card for such a super duper big shot, I'm afraid that they would be able to brag about this for the rest of their lives. In less than 20 minutes, the chief executives of the major banks had already rushed over, since they were all dressed in suits. As soon as they walked into the office hall of Huaya Bank, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. I go, what's the situation here? That seems to be Mr. Xia from the Agricultural Bank, right? Why did he come to Huaya Bank? It's still true. The one beside him should be ICBC's Mr. Lu. That tall guy seems to be Mr. Li of the China Merchants Bank. Look at the direction they hurriedly ran to, as if they are ready to go to the VIP room, right? Oh my god. Is it possible that there is some big shot waiting for them inside? You're overthinking it. What kind of big shot would they have to be to invite them? According to you. That's right. The crowd's murmurs weren't very loud, but they still reached the ears of these people in charge. After they heard the speculations of the eaters, they all revealed a knowing smile. Walking through a long corridor, they soon arrived at the entrance of the VIP room. For some reason, when they thought that they would soon be able to meet a super-duper bigwig, they suddenly started to become a bit nervous. Knock knock knock. After taking a deep breath, he reached out and knocked on the door of the room. Please come in. In the next second, Shuekai's voice came from inside the room. Without daring to stay longer, after they pushed open the door of the room, they all walked in. First, they looked around the VIP room for a while, and then they all stopped their gaze on Qin Feng. My dear uncle, this young man can't be that super big brother, right? This damn thing is also too young. Needless to say, this was the common thought in all of their hearts at this time. Chapter 40, his name is Qin Feng. He is my high school classmate. Yo, they're all here. Shuekai stood up from the sofa and laughed at the rushing crowd. He. If you, Mr. Shui, say so, how dare we not come? Yes. The crowd also immediately smiled back. Come, let me introduce you guys. Shuekai invited them forward and introduced Qin Feng sitting on the sofa with a finger. This is the superb man I told you about. Mr. Qin Feng Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly bowed to Qin Feng. In their minds, they couldn't leave a bad impression on such a super big shot like Qin Feng. At this time, Shuekai continued to introduce to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, they are all the general managers of the major banks in Deep City. This is Lu from ICBC. And this is, Mr. Shuekai was a smart man. He introduced all the people present to Qin Feng. Well, hello everyone. Qin Feng nodded and smiled at the crowd. It's going to be hard for you guys to do the black card thing. No hard work, to be able to work for you. Mr. Qin, that's our honor. That's right. I didn't expect you to be so young. Mr. Qin, you're really young and promising. Don't worry, we'll take care of the black card. The crowd first gave Qin Feng a burst of bragging rights. Then they couldn't help but look at Shen Mengyao. Mr. Qin, this should be your wife, right? Your wife is really pretty, and you are simply a talented man and a beautiful woman. Ahem. Shen Mengyao heard this and couldn't help but dryly cough twice. Then she explained. Sorry everyone. I'm just Mr. Qin's driver. What? Driver? When the crowd heard Shen Mengyao's words, they were instantly surprised. How could they not expect that such a beautiful woman was actually just Qin Feng's driver? A big brother was a big brother, and he really had to be more bullish than the others. Finding a driver. All of them are looking for such a superb one. Alright everyone, you guys still hurry up and do the card for Mr. Chin. Shuekai laughed and directly interrupted the crowd's conversation, saying to them. Hearing Shuekai's words, they also didn't dare to delay, and immediately found a spot to prepare to handle the black card for Chin Feng. Although they had long been psychologically prepared, they still couldn't help but TSK after they placed Chin Feng's ID card on the magnetic card machine. Hiss, Mr. Chin is really a superb man. TSK. Look at this profile. My ass. It's awesome. I don't know if Mr. Chin has a girlfriend. My daughter is just 18 this year, and Mr. Chin is quite a match. Oldly, can you be a bit more self-aware? Your family's condition can match with others? Why not? My family is considered a rich family, right? In my opinion, my dream and Mr. Chin are a better match. Bull *******. My Yuju is only. Alright. Seeing the crowd's somewhat endless appearance, Shuekai couldn't help but interrupt again. What's the point of arguing about this? Don't hurry. Once the crowd heard Shuekai's words, they immediately felt a little embarrassed. What kind of people were they? They were the chief executives of the major banks in Deep City. In Deep City, which one of them wasn't a prominent figure? If outsiders knew that all of them bigwigs wanted to betroth their daughters to Chin Feng, they would definitely faint from shock. Half an hour passed. The crowd then processed all the black cards from all the banks. All of them. Mr. Chin, this is our ICBC's supreme black card, with a maximum overdraft limit of 10 billion. Do you find it satisfactory? And our bank. This is our China Merchants Bank's Kirin black card. It can also overdraw up to $10 billion. I also have this. This is our Agricultural Bank's Golden Dragon black card. The limit can also be overdrawn by $10 billion. And me, our bank's black card too. In a short while, Chin Feng's hands were filled with more than a dozen black cards of various styles, and all of these black cards shared a common characteristic, which was the ability to overdraw $10 billion. What kind of concept is this? Even the richest man in the world like Bill Gates, I'm afraid he's never had this kind of treatment. After putting away all the black cards, Chin Feng and the crowd exchanged pleasantries before leaving the Huaya Bank with Shen Mengyao. Master, where are we going next? As soon as she got into the car, Shen Mengyao asked Chin Feng. Let's go eat first. Chin Feng thought about it and said to Shen Mengyao, after we finish eating, we'll go buy a car. Buy a car? Shen Mengyao froze and blurted out, didn't you just buy dozens of luxury cars? Those are too high profile. Chin Feng skimmed his lips, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned as he said. More than an hour later, after finishing their meal, the two of them, Chin Feng, walked into the Audi 4S store. They had wanted to stroll around the store in a low-profile manner, but their face value was just too high. It was only as soon as they walked into the store that they immediately attracted other people. Ha, isn't that Chin Feng? Right at this moment, a young woman in uniform instantly recognized Chin Feng, and, in her eyes, a flash of surprise also flickered. One should know that Chin Feng was her high school classmate, and had chased after her when she was in school. Only at that time, she disliked Chin Feng's poor family and did not agree. Who is that? Do you recognize him? Seeing Yu Wenwen looking at Chin Feng with some surprise, a man in a suit beside her couldn't help but ask out loud. His name is Chin Feng. He's my high school classmate. Yu Wenwen, who had regained her senses, said back to the man in the suit, seeing that he looks like a white boy. I'm afraid he's a young master in a nightclub, right? Upon hearing Yu Wenwen's words, the man in the suit couldn't help but skim his lips and said, not to mention, the girl beside him is quite hot. After saying this, the man in the suit's colorful eyes were also constantly roaming over Shen Mengyao's body. Seeing this, Yu Wenwen, who was on the side, could not help but speak out sarcastically. What? Young Zhang, you're not looking at someone else, are you? Wenwen, where are your words? As soon as the man in the suit heard this, he turned his head and said to Yu Wenwen with a face of deep emotion, my heart, don't you understand? Wenwen, why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? And if I can, I'll buy that Audi A8. Really? Yu Wenwen couldn't help but light up when she heard that. One had to know that the Audi A8 that the man in the suit was talking about was top of the line, with a market price of around $2.64 million. If he could really buy it, Yu Wenwen was afraid that he would be able to take at least $70,000 to $80,000 in commission this month. Chapter 041, I'm just a hobo. Of course. The man in the suit smiled smugly and said, it's not just an Audi A8, it's only more than $2 million, as long as I can make you happy. Wenwen, it's just a small amount of money. You know, the man in the suit owns a real estate company with hundreds of people in Deep City. In these 2 days, he just happened to receive $1 billion order from Yida Real Estate. And he really didn't take the Audi A8 of just over $2 million seriously. Wow. Boss Zhang. You're really good to me. Upon hearing this from the man in the suit, Yu Wenwen was instantly moved to the point of crying. However, it was unknown whether she was truly moved or falsely moved. And just then, Qin Feng, who was wandering around, suddenly saw Yu Wenwen not far away. He first greeted Shin Mengyao, then walked over alone. Yu Wenwen. It's you. It's me. Yu Wenwen smiled and pretended to be a bit emotional. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Oh, yeah. Qin Feng nodded. Are you working here now? Well, I came to Deep City as soon as I graduated from high school. After all, I don't have much of an educational background, and I still feel that this job is more suitable for me after looking around. That's right. Remember when we were in high school you were the class president? When sales for you, there should not be the slightest difficulty, right? Oh, it's just muddling through. Yu Wenwen laughed and couldn't help but say with some complacency. The main thing is that you don't have to blow in the sun, and a month's salary plus commission can take $1 million or $2 million. In Wenwen's opinion, Qin Feng should not be mixed well. After all, the education and family background is there. Now that she could pretend to be a bully in front of Qin Feng, she still felt quite happy. $1 or $2 $10,000? That's quite alright. Not bad. Yu Wenwen skimmed her mouth and couldn't help but say with the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Right. Where are you working now? Me? I'm just a hobo. Qin Feng didn't lie about this. It's just that this hobo of his is a bit special, with an annual income of at least tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. You say it's special or not, hobo? Hearing Qin Feng's words, not equal to Wenwen's opening, the man in the suit standing on the side couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Oh, young man, not that I'm talking about you. It's not good for a man to be unmotivated. This one is? Qin Feng did not get angry, but turned his head to Yu Wenwen and asked. He is my friend, specializing in housing. However, before Yu Wenwen could finish her sentence, the man in the suit took the initiative to speak. My name is Zhang Wenqing, the owner of Dongxing Real Estate Company. I believe you should have heard of our company as well, right? Young man, it's not good that you don't have a job like this. Why don't you come to my construction site and work as a small laborer? You can get $6,000 or $7,000 a month at any rate. When Zhang Wenqing said these words, his eyes were obviously full of contempt. However, Qin Feng laughed and waved his hand. I'm not looking for a job today. Qin Feng, your family's conditions are also clear to me. Seeing this, Yu Wenwen couldn't help but pretend to be concerned. I think Boss Zhang is right. It's actually quite good for you to go to the construction site as a small laborer. At least you don't have to go hungry, right? Hearing this, Zhang Wenqing also hurriedly agreed. Seeing that you are Wenwen's classmate, I can give you more than $50 a day compared to others. What do you think? I don't think so. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, and immediately felt that these two guys in front of him were simply as good as each other. What kind of person was he? He was the boss with $300 billion in assets and 3 listed companies. Let him go to a construction site to move bricks? It's also a loss for them to be able to think of it. Qin Feng, I think. Yu Wenwen still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Feng. Alright, let's cut the crap. I'm here to buy a car today. If you still consider me your classmate, recommend me a good car. This, Yu Wenwen froze and couldn't help but blurt out. You're here to buy a car? Nonsense. I came to your 4S store not to buy a car. Is it still to eat? Ahem. Yu Wenwen heard. Couldn't help but dry cough twice. A good half day this only opened his mouth to ask. Then how much budget you prepared? $20,000 to $30,000. That much? To be honest, Yu Wenwen hadn't really thought that Qin Feng would actually have $200,000 to $300,000 in savings. Not bad. Qin Feng laughed and didn't bother to explain. In that case, Yu Wenwen thought for a moment. Then with a finger pointing at the Audi A8 not far away, she smiled at Qin Feng and said, what do you think of that car? Wenwen. That's an Audi A8. Before Qin Feng could answer, Zhang Wenqing on the side couldn't help himself. In his mind, Qin Feng was such a beggar. Where could he afford such an expensive car? I know. However, Yu Wenwen laughed and said with disdain, isn't it possible to get a loan? Hearing Yu Wenwen's words, Zhang Wenqing immediately reacted. Dare to say that this is trying to pit his old classmate? When he thought of this, he hurriedly put on a look of sudden realization. Yes, you're right. Pay a down payment of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and then take out a car loan. The Audi A8 can also be bought. Qin Feng is not a little cutie. These two guys obviously didn't have any good intentions. To be honest, Qin Feng was disappointed in Wenwen. At least she used to be the girl he had chased after. But now she had actually become like this. And just then, Yu Wenwen opened her mouth again. Qin Feng, what do you think? If I can give you an internal price. As for the loans, those you don't have to worry about. The interest rate can definitely satisfy you. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand and pointed to an Audi A4 not far away and said, I think that car is good. To be honest, if Yuanwen was still the same Yuanwen back then, Qin Feng would definitely buy that Audi A8 for the sake of his classmates. After all, who wouldn't this commission be given to? Looking in the direction of Qin Feng's finger, Yuanwen and Zhao Wenqing were instantly somewhat speechless. Yuanwen skimmed her mouth and said to Qin Feng, don't you have $200,000 to $300,000 on hand? Why bother buying that outdated Audi A4? A car is just a transportation tool. I don't think it's outdated. That's not what you said. You have to know. The car is your man's face. If you buy an outdated Audi A4 and drive it, wouldn't it be a shame? Yuanwen couldn't help but feel a pang of contempt in her heart after saying this. In her opinion, people like Qin Feng were ultimately from poor families. Even though he had been out in society for several years, he still didn't have any visionary insight at all. Chapter 042, Is it fun for you to fool me like this? Falling down? I think it's okay. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, somewhat unimpressed. Besides, it's not like I don't have a good car. Oh, when Yuanwen heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but say with some amusement, what do you mean? You have other cars? To be honest, Yuanwen didn't believe it at all. They had only graduated from high school a total of 3 or 4 years ago, and to have a deposit of $200,000 to $300,000 was already considered very good. Now that Qin Feng actually told her that he had bought other cars, and that they were also good cars, how could Yuanwen believe it? That's right. Qin Feng nodded and shrugged his shoulders. I did buy other cars, and this time I came to buy an Audi, but only to keep a low profile. Ha! Yuanwen couldn't help but snicker. Some disdain. Qin Feng, I didn't expect to see you for a few years. You are now bragging about the ability to rise a lot of and what only for the sake of low profile. According to you, wouldn't it be that the car you bought is more powerful than an Audi? Yuanwen felt that Qin Feng must be saying this to save face. Sort of. What do you mean it's sort of? Then I would like to ask you, what kind of car did you buy? What kind of car have it? Such as that what Lamborghini Poison. Another example is Ferrari Laffa. Another example is Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are too many. I can't remember too well. Ha ha ha. Standing aside, Zhang Wenqing heard Qin Feng this. Did not hold back, then laughed out loud. I say, young man, bragging also have to have a limit. You know what you just said, those cars are worth how much money? Yes. Hearing that, Yuanwen also hurriedly followed and chimed in. Qin Feng, we're old classmates. Is it fun for you to fool me like this? In the opinion of the two of them, Qin Feng was not only a poor man, but also a man. What? You guys don't believe it? Obviously he was telling the truth. Yet they didn't believe it. Qin Feng was also a bit helpless. Of course I don't believe it. Yuanwen skimmed her mouth and said with some contempt, if you said that you bought a Mercedes-Benz BMW, I might still be able to barely believe it. But you said that you bought some Lamborghini Poison and Ferrari Raffa ones. Isn't this a joke? I would like to ask you, do you know the price of those cars? Yuanwen thought that what she said was already considered to be giving Qin Feng face. If it wasn't for the sake of her classmates, she really wanted to directly curse at Qin Feng. Fine. Qin Feng sighed and shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly. Turning his head, he shouted at Shen Mengyao, who was not far away. Mengyao, come over here for a moment. Hearing Qin Feng call himself, Shen Mengyao did not dare to delay, and trotted over. Master, what's the matter? As soon as she arrived in front of Qin Feng, she immediately asked respectfully, Master? Hearing Shen Mengyao address Qin Feng in this manner, Yuanwen and the two of them immediately froze on the spot. Qin Feng didn't bother with them and said to Shen Mengyao, give me the car keys, I have something to do. Oh, okay, master. Shen Mengyao nodded obediently, then handed the car keys to Qin Feng. How about it? Should you always believe it now? Qin Feng said, and then waved the keys in his hand in front of them. You're afraid this isn't a lighter, right? Not to mention, your Lamborghini's car logo. It's made quite like that. Zhang Wenqing was a car fanatic and knew all the car labels of luxury cars like the back of his hand. He only casually glanced at the car label on the key and recognized it. In his thought, the key in Qin Feng's hand must be a lighter. However, what he didn't expect was that the very next second he said this, Qin Feng directly handed him the key. Holy, could this be true? Looking at Qin Feng's very calm expression, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but think in his heart, no way, he must be trying to bluff me. Kid, just wait for your face to be slapped. Without delay, he directly pressed it. Drip! Right at this moment, a few dripping sounds immediately came from outside the door. The sound wasn't very loud, but it still traveled into the ears of everyone in the hall. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feng snatched the key and took Shin Mengyao with him as he stepped out. Yu Wenwen and Zhang Wenqing looked at each other, and finally followed out with a stiff upper lip. How is this possible? When the two of them, Zhang Wenqing, saw Qin Feng with their own eyes open the door of a Lamborghini Poison, they instantly froze on the spot. Shocked. Incredibly shocked. How could they not expect that all the words Qin Feng had said were actually true? How about it? Should you always believe it now? Qin Feng didn't want to bother with them, but they all brought their faces over, so he didn't mind slapping them twice. Yu Wenwen, who had come back to her senses, just wanted to nod her head, but she was directly interrupted by Zhang Wenqing. Che, even if that key of yours is real, so what? The hell knows if this car of yours is rented or not? Ha! Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Have you ever seen a rented Lamborghini Poison? Right. What did you say you were earlier? Oh, remembered. The boss of Dongxing Real Estate, right? So what if I am? Zhang Wenqing skimmed his mouth, couldn't help but threaten. Kid, I advise you not to be arrogant. Do you believe it or not? In the deep city I want to kill you. It's a matter of minutes. In his mind, anyway, he had already torn his face off, so he might as well scare Qin Feng. Besides, he also felt that he had that strength. Oh yeah? It seems like you're very confident in your strength. Qin Feng snorted and said in a slightly teasing manner, do you know what happened to the last person who said such words to me now? After saying that, regardless of Zhang Wenqing's expression, he directly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Immediately afterward, a call was dialed. Mr. Qin, is there something you are looking for me to order? As soon as the phone was connected, a man's respectful voice immediately came from over there. Aha! Qin Feng gave a and then said, Director Su, I've read the information you sent me in the morning, and it seems like there is $1 billion cooperation between Dongxing Real Estate and our Yida Real Estate, right? Yes, Mr. Qin. May I ask if there is any problem with that? Of course there's a problem. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and his tone suddenly turned harsh. Who allowed our Yida to cooperate with them? This seems to be a decision made by Mr. Wang himself. The opposite party was startled when they heard Qin Feng's tone. Wang Yilan? Qin Feng was first stunned. Then he ordered, go tell Wang Yilan to cancel the cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes, or else he won't be the chairman of this board. After saying that, Qin Feng directly hung up the phone. Yoo-hoo, kid, you're acting quite like that. Just in the next second after Qin Feng hung up the phone, Zhang Wenqing's mocking voice came over. And let Mr. Wang's chairman not do it. Who do you think you are? Chapter 043, could it be that Yida Real Estate has changed? He. Qin Feng laughed. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and said, at most 10 minutes. You will know who I am. Fine. Then I'll give you 10 minutes. Zhang Wenqing skimmed his mouth, his face full of disbelief. In his opinion, Qin Feng was definitely pretending. Yida Real Estate, Imperial Capital Headquarters. Mr. Wang, Director Su has something he wants to see you about. Looking for me for what? Wang Yilan frowned and said to his secretary with some impatience. Can't you see that I'm in the middle of talking to Mr. Xiao? I'll call him over when I'm free. But he said he's looking for you for something urgent. What's so urgent that he has to find me now? Is it more important than me meeting with Mr. Xiao and the others? Wang Yilan said with a corner of his mouth, very unimpressed. Mr. Wang, why don't you meet Director Su? Maybe he really has something urgent? At this time, a man in a suit sitting opposite Wang Yilan couldn't help but open his mouth. Yes, Mr. Wang, I think Mr. Xiao is right. If this is because we delayed your company's big event, then wouldn't we become sinners? Alright then. Hearing this, Wang Yilan said to his secretary, go and call Director Su in. Okay, Mr. Wang. The secretary nodded and then walked out. Mr. Wang, do you think we should recuse ourselves? As soon as the secretary walked out, Mr. Xiao couldn't help but ask out loud. No need. Wang Yilan waved his hand and said casually, there's nothing to avoid. We're all old friends. Alright then. Seeing Wang Yilan's insistence, Mr. Xiao and the others continued to sit down calmly. Not long after, the secretary walked in with a middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, it's bad. Something big has happened. Su Shangjun, who had only just approached, shouted urgently to Wang Yilan on the sofa. Calm down. Just your fiery appearance. Where is there a director's appearance? Wang Yilan frowned. To Su Shangjun then voice rebuke. Sit down and say it. I want to hear. In the end, what kind of big event? To be able to make you, the titular superintendent Su, panic like this. Alright. Su Shangjun nodded and hurriedly found a seat. Mr. Wang, it's like this. Our company's general manager Qin just gave me a call. General manager Qin? Wang Yilan was first stunned, and suddenly thought of something before he spoke. Are you talking about that new major shareholder Qin Feng? Upon hearing Wang Yilan's words, The several people sitting on the side of Mr. Xiao immediately froze on the spot. New major shareholder Qin Feng? I go. Could it be that Yida Real Estate has changed? This is a big ing news. However, this was after all a family matter of Yida. And Mr. Xiao, who had come back to his senses, didn't say anything after hearing it. Well, that's him. Su Shangjun nodded. And then he was speaking. He said for you to cancel your cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes. Or else what? Can it be that he still dares to threaten me? As soon as Wang Yilan heard this, he immediately became a little angry. As for Su Xingjuan's previous paragraph, he didn't even listen to it. He said that, otherwise, you won't be the chairman of the board. Su Shengjun gritted his teeth, and with a sardonic tone, he said this. Hiss, really fake? As soon as the several people on the side of Mr. Xiao heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Humph, what a big mouth. Wang Yilan snorted coldly and said with disdain. Just a little kid whose hair hasn't even grown back yet. How dare he threaten me? Wang Yilan? Doesn't he know what the consequences will be if Yida Real Estate leaves me? In Wang Yilan's mind, he was the founder of Yida Real Estate, and now Qin Feng actually dared to come and threaten him. It was simply ignorance. What's more, there were other people in the office right now. If he just compromised, wouldn't he be underestimated? In fact, Su Xingjun wanted to say that it really wasn't that difficult for Qin Feng to get Wang Yilan to off. After all, Qin Feng had 51% of Yida Real Estate in his hands. Even if Yida Real Estate without him Wang Yilan may immediately appear Wadli Yilan Ma Yilan whatever. To know, this kind of thing in other enterprises, but has happened a lot. But Wang Yilan is not a little cute. He just said those words, just do not want to lose face in front of Mr. Xiao. Now that he's got his face back, he doesn't mind admitting his weakness. Of course, there was no way he would let Qin Feng look down on himself so easily. Cough. He coughed dryly twice before he skimmed his lips and said, in that case, didn't he stipulate that within 10 minutes, I cancel my cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate? Then I'll just wait until 11 minutes to settle it. See what he can do to me? The entrance of the Audi 4S store. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 7 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. Ha ha ha, kid, it's now the 10th minute. Oh. Zhang Wenqing laughed out loud and couldn't help but start mocking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng slightly frowned, and immediately wanted to make a call to Su Xingjun to ask him what the situation was. However, right at this moment, Zhang Wenqing's phone rang. Hearing the sound of the phone, Zhang Wenqing was immediately startled. I go. This time it will not be true, right? With a startled heart, he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket with a trembling hand. When Zhang Wenqing saw the caller clearly, his heart immediately sighed in relief. Seeing Qin Feng looking at himself with a mocking face, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but snicker. Kid, I'm really sorry. This call is from my secretary. After saying that, no matter what Qin Feng's expression was, he directly picked up the phone. Is it hard to believe that Su Xingjun didn't take what I said seriously? Upon hearing Zhang Wenqing's words, Qin Feng's face instantly turned iron blue. Originally, he thought that this phone call just now was made by Wang Yilan to Zhang Wenqing, but where did he expect? It had to be said that at this time, Qin Feng was really angry. Isn't this ing hitting him in the face? Thinking of this, Qin Feng still where to hold back, took out his cell phone and called Su Xingjun. Hey, Mr. Qin, what are you looking for me for? As soon as the phone was connected, Su Xingjun's somewhat sarcastic voice came over. He, Su Shangjun, was not a stupid person and naturally understood that Qin Feng was definitely here to raise an offense. I say Grand Superintendent Su, it seems like you really don't have me. Qin Feng, in your sights. Sure enough, in the next second, he heard Qin Feng's very angry voice coming out. No, Mr. Qin, you've misunderstood. Su Shangjun wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by Qin Feng. Misunderstanding? What have I misunderstood? It's like this. Su Shangjun saw that Qin Feng was really angry, and did not dare to be slow, hurriedly told Qin Feng the previous things. Chapter 044, I'm a ing pig. Oh, Qin Feng listened to the stunned. Cannot help but ice cold said. It seems that he Wang Yilan, very confident, said, did not wait for Su Shangjun opening, directly hung up the phone. And right at this moment, Zhang Wenqing's side also finally ended the call. He laughed. To Qin Feng is mocking. Boy, this phone has been. However, not waiting for him to finish his sentence, his phone rang once again. Hello, who is it? This time, he didn't bother to look at the phone, but directly picked up the phone. I'm Wang Yilan. Mr. Wang? Zhang Wenqing was first stunned, then almost didn't drop his cell phone on the ground in shock. How could he not have thought that Wang Yilan had actually called him for real? Taking a deep breath, he then stammered and asked, I don't know. What is it that you are looking for me for, Mr. Wang? It's not much. I just want to inform you that the cooperation between our Yida Real Estate and your Dongxing is officially cancelled from now on. After Wang Yilan finished speaking, he didn't forget to add, of course, if you Dongxing wants to sue us for breach of contract, that's also possible. What? Cancel the cooperation? When Zhang Wenqing heard this, it was as if he had been struck by 5 thunders. Only after a long time, did he ask in a panicked tone, Mr. Wang, why do you want to cancel the cooperation with us? Do you have any misunderstanding about our Dongxing? If there is a misunderstanding, you tell me. I will definitely be able to resolve it. It had to be said that Zhang Wenqing was truly a bit flustered. One must know that their Dongxing was originally a purse company, and the financial side had already been in serious loss. This cooperation with Yida Real Estate is a big project of more than $1 billion. If it can be completed, not to mention can fill the previous losses, and even can earn a lot. Otherwise, he could not have opened his mouth in front of Yu Wenwen, saying that as long as Yu Wenwen was willing to accompany her to dinner at night, he would buy that Audi A8. Originally in his view has been 9 things, now actually so by Yida Real Estate to cancel. How can he not panic? Let him go to sue Yida Real Estate breach of contract? Don't kid yourself. What kind of existence is Yida Real Estate? That is the leading real estate industry in China. The big brother. Not to mention that Yida Real Estate in China that cannot be moved position. The key people still have the best of China's best team of lawyers. Even if it is now Yida default in the first. But he wants to win the lawsuit. But the chances of winning are slim. There is no misunderstanding. Wang Yilan skimmed his mouth and said with disdain, the main thing is that you have offended characters that you shouldn't have offended. After saying this, he also didn't care about Zhang Wenqing's that next bitter plea, and directly hung up the phone. How could this happen? Looking at the phone that had already hung up, Zhang Wenqing instantly went limp on the ground. If there was no Yida's cooperation project of up to $1 billion, their Dongxing would definitely go bankrupt and close down immediately. And he, Zhang Wenqing, would have become a debt-ridden wretch. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. One must know that Wang Yilan had just said that he had offended a character that he shouldn't have offended. When he thought of this, he immediately looked over in the direction where Qin Feng was. Damn, I'm a ing pig. Seeing Qin Feng looking at him with a face of mockery, Zhang Wenqing really wanted to slap himself hard on the face. Standing up from the ground, he walked towards Qin Feng with a disheveled face. Arriving in front of Qin Feng, he first bowed deeply, then only then did he say in a very awkward manner, Mr. Qin, I know who you are. What happened earlier was all my fault. Please be able to forgive me. Of course, if possible, I also hope that you can continue to let Yida cooperate with us. After saying this, Zhang Wenqing bowed to Qin Feng once again. In his thoughts, as the boss of Dongxing Real Estate, he was so sincere. Qin Feng wouldn't still be unforgiving, right? Besides, he actually didn't think he was at fault, but rather felt that Qin Feng was a bit boring, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This is not a deliberate whole person? As for Yu Wenwen, who was standing not far away, she had already looked dumbfounded. Originally, she thought that Qin Feng was definitely not as good as her, but now it seems that she is very wrong. Qin Feng laughed and couldn't help but say somewhat playfully, you know who I am? Then I would like to hear. What do you know? Zhang Wenqing froze, and was instantly somewhat stumped. To know. Just now Wang Yilan had only told him that Qin Feng was someone he couldn't afford to mess with, so how could he possibly know who Qin Feng was? With a bitter smile, he then hurriedly changed the topic and said, Mr. Qin, if you can agree to continue cooperating with our Dongxing, I can give you this number. After saying that, he directly stretched out 5 fingers at Qin Feng. $5 million? That's right, it's $5 million. Zhang Wenqing nodded his head in a very meaty manner. Ha! Qin Feng snorted and said with a smirk, do you think that I look like someone who lacks that $5 million? A mere $5 million. You want to make yourself give in? It's really bad that he could think of it. Mengyao, let's go. Not caring about Zhang Wenqing's wretched expression, Qin Feng immediately prepared to leave with Shen Mengyao. However, just at this time, Yu Wenwen, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. Mr. Qin, didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? Please also come this way. I'll handle the formalities for you. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand and pulled Shen Mengyao into the car. From the moment Yu Wenwen addressed himself as Mr. Qin, it proved that this classmate love was gone. Since that was the case, why would Qin Feng bother with her anymore? Mr. Qin, it's all my fault just now. It's me being a snob. Just when Yu Wenwen still wanted to say something, Shen Mengyao stepped on the gas with one foot. Looking at the gradually disappearing Lamborghini poison, Yu Wenwen's intestines were about to repent. In her thoughts, Qin Feng had chased her before. If she hadn't taunted Qin Feng like that earlier, she might be able to sit in that luxury car one day. Sighing fiercely, she remembered that there seemed to be a tycoon next to her. Forcing out a sweet smile, she said to the disheveled Zhang Wenqing, "Boss Zhang, let's not worry about that guy Qin Feng. Look, where are we going to eat tonight? I think Yulai Hotel is very good. After all, they seem to have waterbeds there." Yuanwen had long known what ghost idea Zhang Wenqing was playing. It was nothing more than craving for her body. In her thought, if Zhang Wenqing could really buy that Audi A8, there was actually no harm in giving it to him to play with. Chapter 45, we're really here to be servants and housekeepers. Eat your ass. You get the hell out of here. Zhang Wenqing let out a roar and directly pushed Yuanwen to the ground. In his thoughts, if it wasn't for Yuanwen this day, how could he have offended such a big shot like Qin Feng? Thinking about the days of being in debt and hiding in the East in the future, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but tremble. Yuanwen also did not expect that Zhang Wenqing would actually treat her like this. Lying on the ground, she froze for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. "Master, are we not going to buy a car?" In the car, Shen Mengyao asked Qin Feng. "Buy who said not to buy?" Shen Mengyao froze, couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, "Then why did we just leave? That store is too dirty." Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with disgust, "Let's go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store is better." "Oh, okay then." Shen Mengyao nodded her head even though she didn't quite get it. And right at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and turning to Shen Mengyao, he then continued, "Right, wait, if you have time, help me book 2 air tickets online for the day after tomorrow's flight to the imperial capital." "Book airfare? That's right." Qin Feng nodded and said with a somewhat playful tone, "There's someone over in the imperial capital who doesn't give me face. I'm going to go and meet them." What Wang Yilin had done earlier, Qin Feng wouldn't just forget about it. Didn't Wang Yilin say that there would be serious consequences if Yida left him? Well then, Qin Feng would give him that chance. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but then mourn for Wang Yilin in her heart. In her mind, anyone who dared to go against Qin Feng basically didn't end up well. This was the case with Li Mingho the day before yesterday, and it was also the case with Zhang Wenqing today. Under the guidance of the navigation, the two quickly found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Without saying a word, Qin Feng directly bought a Mercedes S65 AMG worth $3,298,000. It was important to know that this Mercedes S65 AMG was the top product of the Mercedes S-Class. Ding! Warm reminder, since you currently have 12 Huaxia bank cards, do you need to redistribute the rebate balance? Right after Qin Feng swiped his card successfully, the system prompt immediately came into his mind. Unlike in the past, this time, the system did not directly rebate, but instead, a warm prompt appeared. Redistribute. Qin Feng didn't waste any time, so he directly said back in his head, "Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing redistribution. The system will be rotating rebates for your bank card. Ding! You have spent a total of 329,800 renminbi this time. Successfully rebated 2,980,000 RMB, which has now been deposited into your Agricultural Bank of China account. Please pay attention to check and receive." The sound of the system prompt had only just fallen, and the text message from the Agricultural Bank immediately came over. "Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your farmer's bank account with the tail number 8427 was successfully deposited with 3 renminbi, 2,980,000 at 16:43 on July 4th, and the balance after the transaction is 3 renminbi, 2,980,000. It had to be said that Qin Feng was still quite satisfied with this rotating rebate bank card function of the system. After all, he had the habit of giving away black cards without moving. After coming out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the two of them drove straight back to Huaihai Beiyuan. Early the next morning, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. "Hello, who is it?" Qin Feng rubbed his somewhat sleepy eyes and asked impatiently. "Mr. Qin, this is Su Mou. We had a phone call the day before yesterday." Soon, a very sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's you? Looking for me for something?" Su Mou on the opposite side was obviously stunned, and then said somewhat breathlessly, "Didn't you ask me to come to work for you today?" "Oh, right. I almost forgot about this." Qin Feng slapped his head, before he realized, "Are you coming over here?" "Well, I'm already at the entrance, but the security guards won't let me in. In fact, this is quite normal. Qin Feng lives in a famous mansion area in Deep City, which can be entered by anyone." "That's good. You wait first, I'll call their property manager." After saying that, Qin Feng directly hangs up the phone. Not long after, Wang Hao, who was asleep, was woken up by Qin Feng's call. He wanted to hang up directly, but when he saw the name of the caller clearly, his entire body instantly became energized. Hello, Mr. Qin, how are you? May I ask how I can help you? As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Hao hurriedly asked respectfully. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and immediately opened the door. I've recruited more than a dozen maids and housekeepers on the internet over here, and they should all be coming over today, so I'll have to trouble you to help me out. It's no trouble. Wang Hao isn't a stupid person. He naturally understands what Qin Feng means, and immediately smiles and promises. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I'll notify the security side to release them later. Well, I'll send you their pictures right now. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Wang Hao's side received the photos sent by Qin Feng. When he looked clearly at what was on those photos, he almost didn't bite his tongue off in surprise. This was Mr. Qin's so-called maid and housekeeper? This is too damn beautiful, isn't it? The entrance of Huai Bu Yuan. Uncle security guard, just let us in. We're really here to be maids and housekeepers. Yes, we've been standing here at the door for half a day. Can't you accommodate us? Hey, being stopped at the door so early in the morning. Why is this fairy's life so miserable? It's so infuriating. The boss doesn't know to come out and pick us up. Outside the door of the security room, a large group of warbling beauties surrounded the two uniformed security guards and chirped endlessly. This beautiful scenery line quickly attracted the crowds coming and going. I go. What's the situation today? Why are there so many beautiful women at the entrance early in the morning? I'm not sure. It should be the guests invited by whichever owner, right? I just had heard them talking to the security guards. It seems like they are here to be servants and housekeepers for a certain owner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? To have such beautiful beauties work as maids, this is also too enviable, right? Looking at this large group of warbling beauties in front of them, the crowd immediately revealed a look of envy. And just at this time, stop Sumo them one of the security guards. The hands of the intercom suddenly rang. Chapter 46, this courtyard door is also too big, right? Hello, it's Xiao Lu, right? As soon as the security guard pressed the answer button, Wang Hao's voice immediately came from over there. I am. May I ask if Mr. Wang has any orders? This way. Is there more than a dozen girls at the entrance right now? That's right. The security guard nodded and said. They came over early in the morning, saying that they are here as servants for our owners inside. I was worried that they had some other purpose, so I didn't let them in. Well done. Wang Hao first praised him. Then he continued. They are indeed here to work as maids, serving none other than Mr. Qin of Building 95 King. I'll send a photo over to your cell phone later. Just let the people in according to the photo. Okay, Mr. Wang. After the two finished speaking, they directly stopped the conversation. How about it? Can you always let us in now? The conversation between the two just now. The people present had heard it clearly. Sumo you said to the security guard. Yes, please wait. After the security guard finished speaking, he immediately took out his cell phone. And right at this moment, his cell phone soon had more than a dozen pictures of beautiful women. After EE compared them, he respectfully invited Sumo Yu and the girls in. This is the servant of Mr. Wang Qin's family in Building 95. How would he dare to offend a mere security guard? When Sumo Yu and the girls were leaving, he froze and said several words of apology. I'll go. Is it that easy to get in? You didn't even have to fill out a form? Yeah. I've come to my sister's place several times and I've needed to fill out a form. This is too much of a differentiation, isn't it? It's so infuriating. I suspect they are treating these women differently just because they are pretty. What do you guys know? Didn't you hear what people said just now? That's the maid hired by the owner of number 95. Who dares to ask her to fill out that stupid form? Che, is number 95 a big deal? What makes it special? Don't tell me. Number 95 is so cool. Do you know how much that villa costs? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. How much? Can't it be $1 billion? Oh, 1 billion? You can triple it. Hiss. 3 billion. This is too expensive, right? According to this, isn't that owner a superb person? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it seems like it's understandable for people to treat them differently. The melon eaters present were no little cuties. They are super big shots who spent $3 billion to buy the king of the building. And I'm afraid that the property fees they pay every year are astronomical. Now just let the property put a few maids in. Seems like there is nothing wrong with it. Sisters, this boss of ours seems to have quite a face in this Huai villa. That's right. Just now that security uncle's attitude can be said to have come 180 degrees big change. Oh, that's awesome. It's not easy to make the staff of Huai Villa give their face. By the way, they just said that our boss is the owner of the King of Buildings. What is the King of Buildings? You don't even know about the king of the building? As the name suggests, it's the king of all villas here. My god, is it that powerful? How much does the king of the building cost? Judging by the price of houses in Deep City, it shouldn't be less than $3 billion. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, the women present immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. What was the concept of $3 billion? I'm afraid that if all of them were sold, it wouldn't be enough for a fraction. They had never thought that their own boss was actually rich to such an extent. They should know that they had spoken to Chin Fong on the phone the day before yesterday, and it was obvious that the other party was a young man. How could they not be surprised that he had so much money at such a young age? At the same time, they were also incomparably curious about Chin Fong and wanted to see what this boss of theirs actually looked like. Wow, the environment here is too good, isn't it? I'm really envious of the owners here. I don't know when I'll be able to own such a mansion. Look at the lake over there. It's really clear, and it looks like there are a lot of goldfish in it. That piece on the left should be a golf course, right? It's so advanced. The ladies walked and stopped along the way. The scenery and the luxury of the buildings along the way were refreshing their cognition all the time. Due to the guidance of the road sign, they also didn't spend too much time, and soon arrived at the gate of Villa 95. When they saw the huge and incomparable courtyard gate, they were shocked. My goodness, this courtyard gate is also too big, right? Yes, it feels like it's almost as tall as my house building. So grand. TSK, is this the mansion of a rich man? It's really high class. Although they were all graduates of prestigious schools, they were not people who had never seen the world. But if they were to say it, they had only seen such super mansions in TV dramas. Without delay, one of them went forward and rang the doorbell. When Chin Fong heard the doorbell, he asked Shen Mengyao to open the door. Soon, the courtyard door of the villa was opened. When Su Mou and the girls walked through the courtyard door, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Thinking that they would be working in such an environment in the future, their hearts suddenly felt that this job seemed quite good. Chapter 047, Who can it be if not the boss's wife? Walking through the pathway paved with rainbows, the girls soon arrived at the entrance of the villa. Chin Fong had opened the gate of the villa when they entered the courtyard gate, so they walked straight in. Hiss, these two people's face value is too high. My god, could that handsome guy be our boss? This dam is also too young, right? When they saw the two on the sofa, they were instantly stunned. However, they didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly took a few steps forward, shouting at Chin Fong and the others. Hello boss lady. Chin Fong was first stunned, but he quickly reacted. He laughed and pointed at Shen Mengyao and said, she's not your boss's wife. Not the boss's wife? The ladies were a bit confused, unable to figure out what this meant. In their opinion, a woman who could sit beside the boss. Who else could it be if not the boss's wife? And right at this moment, Shen Mengyao was the one who opened her mouth. I'm the same as you guys. I'm the master's maid, mainly responsible for driving for the master. Servant? Master? Once the ladies heard Shen Mengyao's words, they couldn't help but frown. Such an ambiguous title instantly made them feel that this job seemed a bit not so good. However, Chin Fong didn't care that much and carefully sized up the ladies. It was similar to what he had seen on the photos. All of them were top-notch beauties. Everyone take a seat. Chin Fong pointed to the surrounding sofas and said to the ladies. The ladies said thank you, and then found their respective seats. My name is Chin Fong. I'm the owner of this villa. Chin Fong didn't beat around the bush, and immediately opened the door and said, next, you guys can introduce yourselves first. Hello boss, my name is Su Mou. I'm 24 years old this year. I graduated from Harvard University in the country of Milian. I'm a doctor of economic management. Please bear with me in the future. Hello boss, my name is Huang Chuchu. I'm 23 years old this year. Graduated from Jianxiao University in the country of Sunset. I'm a doctor of hotel management department. Please bear with me in the future. Hello boss, my name is Xiao Yuqing. I'm 23 years old and graduated from. Hello boss, my name is Zhao Haitang. This year, in less than 5 minutes, the women had all introduced themselves. Similar to the information Chin Fong had seen on the website, all of them were high achievers from prestigious schools and had a certain amount of relevant work experience. Well, you're all very good. Chin Fong nodded with satisfaction before smiling at them. From now on, I'm your boss. Of course, you guys can also call me master. I won't mind. Che, the hell would call you master? You think that just because you're handsome and rich, you can do whatever you want? As soon as the ladies heard Chin Feng's words, they couldn't help but spit in their hearts. At this moment, Chin Fong continued, as for your compensation, all of you will be paid according to what we talked about on the phone earlier. Everyone should have no comments, right? No. The women shook their heads in unison. With such high compensation, It would be strange for them to have any opinions. Well then, since everyone doesn't have an opinion, Qin Feng said here and deliberately paused for a moment, seeing everyone looking at him, before continuing, next, I'll assign you all jobs. Sumo you. In. Well, from today onwards, you're my personal butler. Qin Feng looked at Sumo Yu and said with a serious face, your main job is to be responsible for my living and managing all of them. Do you have any objections? Yes. Oh, Qin Feng was first stunned. Then he asked, what objections do you have? Tell me, boss, I would like to know. What exactly do you mean by living and living? Sumo Yu stood up and asked in an unassuming manner. If Qin Feng's answer did not satisfy her, she would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but skim his lips. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned as he said, for example, what kind of schedule do I have today? Who do I need to meet? What kind of transportation do I take? What kind of clothes do I wear and so on? All of these require you to make the arrangements. In my opinion, these shouldn't be much of a challenge for you as a doctoral student, right? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sumo Yu was first relieved, but soon frowned. With so much work, could it be that you're relying on me alone? Of course not. Qin Feng waved his hand and said somewhat breathlessly, didn't I just say that? You're my personal butler. You only need to be responsible for arranging for these things to be handed over to them. Like this? Hearing this, Sumo Yu instantly felt that it was okay, and immediately nodded. Alright then, I have no objections. However, right at this moment, Huang Chuchu beside her opened her mouth. Boss, I have a question I want to ask you as well. Oh, then you ask. It's like this. Huang Chuchu nodded, and was asking, if we want to work here with you, do we have to live here? That's not necessary. You guys can choose to live here with me, or you can choose to go home. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't forget to add, of course, when I need you guys, you must also appear in front of me at the first time. Wouldn't that mean that you have to serve you 24 hours a day? The moment Sumo Yu heard this, he couldn't help but frown right away. Pretty much. Qin Feng nodded before he smiled and said, it's not like I'm asking you guys to serve me all day long, as long as you're able to appear in front of me when I need you. In Qin Feng's thoughts, the pay he gave them for their work wasn't low. It could be said that even in the entire deep city, it would be impossible for them to find such a well-paid job again. Since this was the case, how could they arbitrarily follow their wishes? According to what you said, if you need our services in the middle of the night, don't we have to show up immediately as well? Naturally. As soon as the ladies heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately had the idea of beating a retreat. However, how could Qin Feng not see what they were thinking? This was clearly treating himself as a color demon. With a bitter smile, he then hurriedly explained with a smile, you guys don't think too much. The services I'm talking about are the ones I mentioned earlier, and don't include sleeping with them, and I can clearly tell you guys, compared to your looks, what I value more is your ability. After saying that, Qin Feng also didn't forget to take a precautionary shot. Of course, if your abilities are really too poor, I won't hesitate to dismiss you directly. Chapter 48, so what if there's no future? Boss, you're not lying to us, are you? As soon as the ladies heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately couldn't help but ask. The idea of leaving just now was instantly extinguished. As far as they were concerned, their abilities definitely couldn't be too bad. As long as Qin Feng didn't have other bad intentions, this job was actually quite good. Of course, Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said somewhat breathlessly, do you guys think that I look like someone who lacks women? The ladies were first stunned, and then they all shook their heads violently. As far as Qin Feng's age, looks and wealth were concerned, what kind of woman did he want? When they had just come in, they had surveyed the courtyard. The rows and rows of luxury cars were just like a car show. Who would believe him if he said he lacked women? To be honest, Qin Feng's first impression on them was still quite good. There were quite a few rich second-generation girls who had chased after them, but there were basically a lot of them. However, those people basically had a serious dude vibe on them. However, they didn't feel it at all in Qin Feng's place, and instead, they still felt somewhat approachable. Alright, I'll give you guys half a day to think about it. Qin Feng was also too lazy to waste any more words. To the ladies he said, if you've considered it well, you'll bring all your luggage in the afternoon. Anyway, I have plenty of rooms here, except for the master bedroom on the first and second floors. You guys can pick any of them. Seeing that the ladies didn't have any objections, Qin Feng had Shen Mengyao send them all out. After having breakfast, Qin Feng proceeded to go back to his bedroom to catch up on his sleep. Would you love me without money? In a simple sentence, without money would you? Just between Qin Feng's sleepy days, his cell phone rang at that moment. Qin Feng stretched out his waist, which gave the phone up. Hey, who is it? Your mom. In the next second, Qin Feng's mom's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, what are you looking for me for? What? I can't find you if there's nothing? Cough cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and said somewhat weakly. Of course not. If you want to find me, anytime. That's more or less the same. Li Guifeng first heckled. Then only then did she ask in a low voice. Xiao Feng, let me ask you, what's going on with the $10 million in my card? From the phone, Qin Feng could clearly feel his mom's nervousness when she said this. Hey, you know all about it. Ha? Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and said in a very unimpressed manner. Humph, if I hadn't just come to the county to pay the gas bill, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to find out. Li Guifeng snorted coldly and said angrily. Tell me quickly, where exactly did you get this money? You couldn't have done something bad, right? Now on your father's side I don't even dare to tell him. I'm afraid that he'll think nonsense. How can that be? Don't you understand your son? Qin Feng skimmed his lips and couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. Don't worry, those are all clean money. If you and Dad want to eat or buy anything, just go ahead and buy it. If it's not enough, I still have it here. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Although Li Guifeng didn't want to intervene in Qin Feng's personal affairs, she was still a bit uneasy. Mom, just don't worry. It's impossible for me to lie to anyone but you. Qin Feng had no choice but to continue explaining. This money is all from the lottery I won the year before last, and then all of it was taken to buy stocks, and it just so happened that I was short of money a few days ago, so I took part of it out. Qin Feng also didn't want to lie to his old mom, but this system thing can't be talked nonsense. There was no way. He could only make up a reason first haphazardly first now, to fool his old mom. Alright then, I'll trust you for now. Although Qin Feng said reasonable, but Li Guifeng still feels some not too reliable. This way, you these money I'll help you save up first. In case there is something at that time, I can also take it out for you at any time. My mom this really don't need. Qin Feng is also a little helpless. If he knew this, he certainly would not transfer so much money to his parents at once. This is good. Mom all for him will be caught after the retreat. Are given a good idea? Well, I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you more. Li Guifeng also do not want to be too long-winded. To the Qin Feng last and then instructed a sentence. You yourself outside pay more attention to the body. Bad things we can never do. Remember? Remember. After the two finished, they directly hung up the phone. Hey, it's better to find a time to go home. Qin Feng shook his head and couldn't help but secretly think in his heart. In his mind, if he didn't go back in style, Mom and Dad might really guard the gold mountain and live a hard life. Time flew by and soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Feng and Shin Mengyao, who had eaten lunch, directly watched TV. Ding bell. Right at this moment, the doorbell outside the villa's courtyard suddenly rang. Qin Feng realized through the surveillance that the visitors were none other than Su Mo and the girls. To be honest, these were actually expected by Qin Feng. After all, the salary compensation he offered was not something that anyone could bear to refuse. Not to mention, these dozen girls seemed to be quite pretty. Qin Feng smacked his lips and directly pressed the open button. Not long after, Su Mo and the girls were seen dragging their luggage through the door. How about it? All considered? As soon as he walked in, Qin Feng smiled at them and asked, well, we've all considered it. The ladies nodded and replied back with certainty. They weren't little cuties. What's wrong with being a servant? So what if there was no future? In China, who else could offer a higher salary than Qin Feng? It was impossible. Even those Fortune 500 companies couldn't just offer such a salary. You know, right after they went back to pack their bags, they were still a bit worried if Qin Feng would suddenly not want them. I have to say, you guys made the right decision. Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction before he looked at Su Mo and said with a smile, send me your account number. I'll transfer a little money to you first. Transfer money? Transfer what money? Su Mo froze. Very curious. Boss, could it be that you want to pay us in advance? You're overthinking it. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth. Very speechless. In the future, if your family lacks anything, you can just use this money to buy it directly. Chapter 049, is this asking for human words? Oh, so Su Mo immediately made a big red face when she heard Qin Feng's words. This can only be blamed on her naivety. Qin Feng is rich, but it doesn't mean it's a cutie. This hasn't done anything yet. Just thinking about getting money. Is it possible? She didn't waste any time and directly sent her bank card account number to Qin Feng. After receiving the account number, Qin Feng immediately transferred $10 million to her. Only what Qin Feng didn't expect was that the system actually didn't return any profit this time. System, why is there no rebate this time? Without saying anything, Qin Feng communicated with the system in his mind. Ding, since your transfer this time is not a consumption, The system is unable to return the profit for you. Please understand. Like this? Qin Feng frowned when he couldn't help himself. Then what if the person who was transferred consumed the money? This was a matter of great concern to Qin Feng. If this couldn't be a rebate, then it would be a bit difficult to deal with. He didn't want to need to personally purchase things for his family in the future. Ding! If the person to whom the money is transferred spends the money, the system will automatically rebate into your bank account. Only after hearing this from the system did Qin Feng finally breathe a sigh of relief. And right at this moment, Sumo side also quickly received a text message prompt. Dear Ms. Sumo, your bank account number with tail number 6783 was successfully deposited with 1 renminbi, 0000000 at 1323 on July 5th. And the balance after the transaction is 1 renminbi, 014, 6527. When she finished reading the content above the SMS, she froze on the spot. Only after a long time did she come back to her senses, and asked Qin Feng with a surprised look on her face. Boss, did you just transfer $10 million to me? What? $10 million? Really? Directly transferred $10 million? I'll go. This is too exaggerated. As soon as the ladies heard Sumo's words, they hurriedly looked towards Sumo's cell phone. Hiss, it's really $10 million? Holy cow. This is also too rich? It's simply horrible as hell. Looking at the numbers on Sumo's cell phone screen, the ladies froze and counted on it several times. When they realized that it was indeed 10 million, they instantly froze on the spot. What's God's great man? This is the God of the rich. Boss, you've transferred too much, right? Sumo, who had returned to his senses, said incredulously to Qin Feng. Too much? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said in disbelief. In the future, every month, I'll transfer $10 million to you as a household. What? Give $10 million every month? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sumo almost didn't stare his eyes out. The ladies who had managed to ease their minds immediately fell into a stupor once again. See what kind of expressions you all have. As far as that goes? Qin Feng laughed. Sitting on the sofa he directly crossed his legs. As for, is this speaking human words? The moment the ladies heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately spat in their hearts. $10 million per month. Adding up a year can be $120 million. If you use it for your family, is there anyone more godly than this? Alright, look at all of you. It's not easy to spend $10 million? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, very unimpressed. First of all, prepare at least 10 bottles of top-quality red wine above $300,000 per month, and then prepare some superb teas and coffees. As for the rest of those, you look after yourself on the line. I only have one request, and that is that everything in the house must be made of the top of the line only. I don't want to just make do. Qin Feng finished, directly looked at Sumo. Listen clearly? Listen, clearly. Sumo, who had returned to her senses, nodded with a bitter smile then. She wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world before, but as far as Qin Feng's consumption philosophy was concerned, it was really the first time she had seen it. While being surprised, she was at the same time filled with longing for such a life. It wasn't just her. All the women present were also like this, not having to worry about money. Who wouldn't want to live like this? Well, that's good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and directly opened the drawer on the coffee table. In the next second, a large pile of keys to various luxury cars appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qin Feng didn't take a closer look, grabbed a bunch of keys and shoved them into Sumo's hands. Sumo froze, somewhat not understanding what Qin Feng meant by this. These cars? In the future, you can always drive out to buy groceries or buy other things. Qin Feng didn't sell anything, and immediately explained with a smile. Using a sports car to buy groceries? I'll go. Could there be anything more ostentatious than this? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the women present almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. Boss, you're transferring money and giving the car keys. Aren't you afraid that we'll run away? After being surprised, Sumo couldn't help but ask. This is also the common thought in the hearts of all the women present at this time. Only to see Qin Feng laughing, he said blandly, if you guys run away because of such a little thing, then it only proves that you guys are stupid. I believe that as long as you guys are working for me with all your heart, what you can get will definitely be much more than this. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't forget to add, besides, even if I let you guys run away, would you dare? Dare? Of course they wouldn't dare. Sumo and the girls weren't little cuties. These things might not mean anything to Qin Feng, but if Sumo and the others dare to sneak away with these things, then, a single charge of theft, I'm afraid, can make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. What's more, They are now living in villas and driving sports cars casually. Is there a better life than this? Since this is the case, why would they need to abandon this beautiful life for this small profit? Sumo, you just asked this, but also just out of curiosity. Hey, talking to you guys? My mouth is a bit dry, Shin Fong said, and then he couldn't help but smack his lips. Boss, I'll go pour you some tea. Sumo Yu, who heard these words, immediately reacted and turned around, ready to walk in the direction of the drinking fountain. But right at this moment, there were two girls who grabbed in front of her. Seeing this, Sumo Yu couldn't help but curse in her heart, running so fast, grabbing to reincarnation. Since she couldn't beat them, Sumo Yu could only give up on the idea. Suddenly seeing Shin Fong stretching his back, Sumo Yu immediately jogged over. Boss, let me pinch your shoulders for you? That's fine. Shin Fong smiled and then nodded. And right at this moment, there were a few more girls attentively walking over. A beautiful doctoral student? Oh, it's just like that. Feeling the touch coming from Sumo Yu's hands, Shin Fong couldn't help but secretly think in his heart. Chapter 50, in front of the boss. All nothing. Well, today it's here. After enjoying the services of the beauties, Shin Fong directly stood up from the sofa. He still had to go to the imperial capital tomorrow, which was a dragon's den. Other than being rich, the current Shin Fong really didn't seem to have the leverage to be able to call Wang Yilan's bluff. In case Wang Yilan played dirty with himself, he might not be able to return. For a moment, Shin Fong couldn't think of any other way. After pondering for a moment, he then communicated with the system. System, can you please help me open the system mall? Shin Fong had read quite a few system novels before, and basically every system would possess a super powerful mall. In those malls, all sorts of pills, weapons, martial arts and even divine beasts would be sold. He was also holding the attitude of giving it a try, wanting to see if this system of his was also so awesome. Ding! I'm sorry, you don't have permission to open the system mall at the moment. Please understand. However, to Qin Feng's disappointment, his system did indeed possess a system mall as well, but he didn't have the authority to open it. Like this? Shin Fong frowned slightly and contemplated for a moment before he continued to ask, if I want to obtain the permission to open it, what conditions do I need? Ding! I'm sorry, the system is currently unable to answer this question for you. Please understand. System, shouldn't you be omnipotent? Why can't you even answer such a question? Ding! The system is not omnipotent. Please understand. I understand you. Shin Fong didn't hold back and directly exploded. Then tell me, how can I raise my strength now? To be honest, Shin Fong hadn't held much hope when he asked this, but what he didn't expect was that the system had actually given him a solution. Ding! You can fix the extra reward option through the system's rebate funds. Shin Fong couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. To be honest, he didn't really understand the system's sentence. What was the meaning of it? However, he didn't have any other options right now, so he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Without much hesitation, he immediately chose yes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on your success with the extra reward option for fixing. The total amount of rebate deducted for this fixing is $100 billion. Please be aware of it. Just the next second after the system prompt sounded, Qin Feng's cell phone text message voice also immediately rang out. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account with the tail number 5987 successfully spent 1 renminbi, 00000000000 at 1443 on July 5th, and the balance after the transaction is 2 renminbi, 078, 0604, 5933. When Qin Feng finished reading the content on top of the SMS, he almost didn't pass out directly. He hadn't thought that this fixed charge of the system would actually be so ridiculously high, costing $100 billion in a single transaction. What made Qin Feng even more speechless was that right after the system prompted that sentence, there was no movement next. Can it be that this $100 billion of mine has been pitted by the system? Thinking of this, Qin Feng still where to hold back. Immediately in his mind to the system asked, System, did not you say that I have successfully carried out the fixed point extra reward option? Why is there no movement at all now? Ding! You need to raise the system rebate amount to more than 400 billion before you can carry out this service. Please also be aware. Qin Feng cursed 3 times in a row before he managed to force down the emotions that were about to go berserk. To be honest, for Qin Feng, raising the system rebate amount to over $400 billion wasn't really too difficult. However, this system's somewhat ed-up operation made Qin Feng very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way right now, he really didn't want to take care of this broken system. I'm still short of more than 200 billion system rebate amounts. What should I go by? Qin Feng took a deep breath and immediately began to ponder. Suddenly thinking of something, he shouted at Guan Fei Fei who was cleaning up. Fei, come over here for a moment. I have something I want to arrange for you to do. Okay, boss. Hearing this, Guan Fei directly put down the mop in her hand and then walked over. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and immediately opened the door and said, "You didn't used to have a job with Eastern Airlines. I'm giving you a task now. Within today, help me buy a private jet worth no less than $2 billion. Is there a problem? You want to buy an airplane?" Guan Fei didn't hold back and directly exclaimed. The crowd of women who were busy working around them also rushed to look over when they heard this exclamation from Guan Fei. "Boss, this is too powerful. Actually want to buy an airplane?" That's right. Qin Feng didn't bother with the surprised expressions of the women, and nodded at Guan Fei then. "There's nothing wrong with this problem. It's just that." Guan Fei pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say with some difficulty, "It's the handling fee. It might be a lot higher." "Don't worry about the handling fee." Qin Feng waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner, "As long as you are able to help me do this today, I will privately reward you with $1 million. What do you think? $1 million? Guan Fei was so surprised when she heard this from Qin Feng that she almost didn't bite her tongue. The ladies who were standing not far away and listening sideways also immediately opened their mouths wide in shock. Holy, did I hear it right? Could it be that my ears are hallucinating? How is this possible? I just heard it clearly. The boss seemed to say that he wanted to give Guan Fei a reward of $1 million? Hiss. This is too much. That is $1 million. Ah, I'm so envious. Guan Fei is really lucky. TSK. Our boss can be really generous. I really more and more have a good feeling about him. Love. In the future I will only powder our boss. What Koan war. All give me flash to the side. For a while, all the women cast envious eyes towards Guan Fei. How could they not have thought that Qin Feng would actually be generous to such an extent that he could casually reward Guan Fei with $1 million? What was the concept of $1 million? If this was placed in a third-tier city, it could buy 2 suites. Guan Fei, who had come back to her senses over here, where would she dare to delay? And immediately assured Qin Feng repeatedly, "Don't worry boss, this matter is on me." Well, very good. When Qin Feng heard that, he nodded with great satisfaction. Chapter 051, Don't you know if you try? Boss. In less than 10 minutes, Guan Fei found Qin Feng once again. How's the talk going? Qin Feng asked with a smile after he hummed. "I just contacted Mr. Li from Eagle Airlines, and he said he can sell you a Boeing 747. Guan Fei didn't say much nonsense and immediately said to Qin Feng, "As for the airspace formalities application and approvals, he can take care of all of them for you." Boeing 747? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't know much about airplanes. That's right. Guan Fei nodded. To Qin Feng then introduced, the Boeing 747 is currently on the market, the most cost-effective one of the civil airliners. It can be used for cargo transportation or to carry people, and is priced at roughly $3.5 million. If converted into Chinese currency, it's almost at around $2.33 billion. Like this? After hearing this, Qin Feng directly clapped his hands and said, "Then let's buy it." This. What? Qin Feng froze and couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that they won't sell it for $23 billion? That's not true. Guan Fei let out a bitter smile before saying, "It's that he said that he wants to charge a 5% handling fee. I haven't agreed to his request." You see? Agree to him. Qin Feng didn't have time to waste here, and without saying a word, he made a decision. He was well aware that it wasn't that easy to get the procedures for the territorial airspace done in one day in Huaxia. In fact, this 5% handling fee was still worth it. Alright then, I'll go and do it now. Seeing that Qin Feng agreed, Guan Fei immediately made a call. In less than 5 minutes, Guan Fei came over once again. "Boss, Mr. Li said that he's in Deep City right now and wants to ask you to personally meet and talk. What do you think? Like this?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then did he say where he wants to make an appointment?" "He said as you please." "Alright then." Qin Feng pondered for a moment before he said, "You can just ask him out here. It just so happens that the sun is rather high outside, so I'm too lazy to go out. One must know that the weather in Deep City in July, that was simply hot enough to give one a direct sunstroke." Qin Feng still felt that staying in the villa and blowing the air conditioner would be more comfortable. As for whether that whatever Mr. Li was hot or not, it was none of his business. "Okay, I'll inform him now." Guan Fei nodded and directly sent a text message out on top of her cell phone. Almost 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz 750, valued at $2 million, directly appeared at the entrance of Huaihai Beiyuan. The car had only just stopped, and immediately a security guard walked over. "Hello, may I ask what can I do for you?" The security guard knocked on the car window and said to the car, "Hello." Li Hong lowered the car window and said with a smile as he stuck out his head, "I'm the owner of your place who was specially invited to talk about business. Please open the door and let me in." "Yes?" The security guard was slightly stunned, and then said, "Then you can come to our security room to fill out a form. Will this be too much trouble?" Li Hong couldn't help but frown. "No way." The security guard skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, "These are the regulations. If you are not willing to fill out the form, there is no way I can let you in." He was a security guard in Huaihai. Even if the other party drove a Mercedes-Benz 750, what could he do? You have to know, he has contacted a lot of big shots every day. As far as the Li Hong in front of him is concerned, he really didn't put much in his eyes. However, Li Hong could not see the disdain in the eyes of the security guard. He wanted to get angry, but he was forced to suppress it. After taking a deep breath, he reluctantly nodded. "All right then." After saying that, he was ready to follow that security guard to the security room. However, just at this moment, his cell phone rang. Li Hong took out his phone and realized that the caller was none other than Guan Feifei. He didn't waste any time and immediately picked up the call. "Hey, Mr. Li, have you not arrived yet?" The phone had only just connected when Guan Feifei's urging voice came from over there. One must know that Qin Feng had said that as long as she was able to get this done within today, she would be rewarded with $1 million. Now that Li Hong hadn't arrived after so long, Guan Feifei was naturally a bit anxious. Cough cough. Li Hong coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, "I've just arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa. I'm about to fill out the form and go in." "Fill out the form?" Guan Feifei froze, somewhat speechless. "Is that necessary? If I don't fill out the form, the security guard won't let me in." Li Hong heard this and couldn't help but say with some embarrassment. The security guard who was leading the way in front, hearing Li Hong's words, immediately could not help but frown. In his thoughts, this guy actually dared to sue him to his face. He must give him a hard time later on. "How about this? Go tell him that you're a guest invited by General Manager Qin Fengqin." Guan Feifei's voice on the other end of the phone soon came over again. "Will that work?" Li Hong skimmed his mouth and said with some skepticism. He. Guan Feifei laughed. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and said, "Don't you know if you try it?" "All right then." Li Hong reluctantly nodded, then hung up the phone. To be honest, he was really a bit skeptical if Qin Feng's name was really that good. With a try-and-see attitude, he immediately turned his head to the security guard and said, "I'm a guest invited by General Manager Qin Fengqin. Are you sure you want me to fill out the form?" "What? What did you say?" Once that security guard heard Li Hong's words, he didn't hold back, so he directly exclaimed, "You are a guest invited by General Manager Qin?" To know, he just in the heart can also secretly calculate next how to make things difficult for this guy in front of him. But where would he have thought that this Nima was actually a guest invited by Qin Feng? Immediately, he stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. As soon as Li Hong saw that security guard's shocked expression, he couldn't help but be surprised as well. "I go. Really? Can it be that Mr. Qin really has that much influence in this Huaihai Beiyuan?" Just as he was thinking about this, the security guard was jogging over to him with a flattering face. "This gentleman, it was all my fault just now. I'm here to say sorry. If I had known that you were a guest invited by Mr. Qin, I wouldn't have dared to let you fill out this form." After saying that, and not waiting for Li Hong to react, he directly bowed deeply to him. Li Hong was first stunned, but quickly came back to his senses. Smiling, to that security guard as faintly said, "This is all your duty, and there is nothing to blame or not to blame." Said here, he suddenly is a turn of phrase. "However, in the future, don't look at people in the doorway like this again. Understand?" "Understood." "What you said." As soon as the security guard heard Li Hong's words, he was immediately relieved, straightened up and immediately said yes again and again. Chapter 052, I'm afraid of scaring you to death by saying it out loud. "Wait a moment. I'll open the door for you." Not daring to delay, that security guard immediately jogged and opened the gate. While Li Hong drove in, he didn't forget to smile and salute. It just so happened that right at this moment, a shift-changing security guard walked up and directly saw the scene in front of him. "I say, third child, what are you doing? Is that some big shot in there?" He came forward. To the security guard could not help but ask curiously, "Look at the appearance of this car. It does not seem to be like you know. I say, Sanner, you've grown up. You actually dare to talk to your brother Yang like that." The new security guard laughed and cursed, then hurriedly asked, "Quickly tell brother, which big shot is in there?" He. The security guard named Sanner laughed and couldn't help but skim his mouth. "I'm afraid to scare you to death by saying it. I go. Really? So powerful?" Of course. The corners of Sanner's mouth rose slightly as he said lightly, "Has Qin Feng, General Manager Chin. Heard of it? I've heard of him. He's a big shot. As soon as the new security guard heard this, he immediately revealed an expression of great admiration. You mean, that's General Manager Chin sitting in there? How could it be? The corner of Sanner's mouth turned away, saying with disdain, how could a person as powerful as Mr. Chin drive this kind of crappy car? That's true. It seems so. Upon hearing this, the new security guard, who was very agreeable, nodded his head. However, just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and said to Sanner in a very unkind manner, Nima, your kid hasn't told me who exactly is sitting in this side. After Li Hong was invited in by the security guard, he drove all the way according to the street sign. In less than 10 minutes, he parked his car outside the courtyard of Villa 95. Getting out of the car and ringing the doorbell, the courtyard door was soon opened. Mr. Li, you're finally here. The very next second the courtyard door opened. Guan Fei Fei appeared directly in front of Li Hong. Looking at Guan Fei Fei in front of him, Li Hong could not help but lose his mind for a while. Only after a long while, did he rush to say with a smile, Fifi, you're really growing prettier and prettier. However, Guan Fei Fei had no mood to exchange pleasantries with him. Waving her hand, she said, Mr. Li, my boss has been waiting for you for more than 2 hours. Let's hurry and go in. Well, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Hearing this, Li Hong couldn't help but nod sardonically. Walking through the long corridor paved with rainbows, the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa. When Li Hong inadvertently glanced at the huge garage not far away, he could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! This luxury car is also too much. Guan Fei Fei naturally also had noticed Li Hong's surprised expression. After making a pleased gesture, she directly walked in towards the villa hall. Seeing this, Li Hong, who had come back to his senses, forced down the shock in his heart and immediately followed. My mama, this is too luxurious. Looking at the decoration and furnishings within the villa in front of him, Li Hong could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. He wasn't the kind of person who hadn't seen the world, and he himself lived in a villa. Only, just his villa compared to the one in front of him was simply a heaven and a hell. There was no comparison at all. Just as he couldn't help but look around, he soon realized that apart from a young man, the rest of the villa seemed to be full of beautiful women. While envious, he was more surprised. Envy naturally went without saying. After all, to be able to live under the same roof with so many beautiful women, what man would not be envious? As for surprise, he was surprised by Qin Feng's age. Originally, he thought that Qin Feng would be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but where did he think that he was actually so young? Looking like he was in his early 20s at most? At such an age, with everything so powerful in front of him, how could he not be surprised? Mr. Li, let me introduce you. Right at this moment, Guan Fei Fei pointed at Qin Feng and towards Li Hong, then introduced. This is my boss, Mr. Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, he is the one who wants to purchase your company's private jet. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hearing this, Li Hong directly extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Li. Qin Feng didn't make a big deal out of it, and shook his hand as soon as he stood up. Mr. Qin, I heard from Fei Fei that you want to purchase our company's Boeing 747, right? That's right. Qin Feng nodded back. It's like this. Li Hong didn't beat around the bush, and immediately opened the door and said, if you want to purchase and use it within today, we may have to charge a 5% handling fee on our side. What do you think? No problem. Well then, since you agree, Li Hong said, then pulled out a contract from his briefcase. Then please also sign on this. By the way, if possible, we also need a 20% deposit in advance from your side. Pay a deposit? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but skim his lips and said, the deposit is not necessary. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Hong couldn't help but frown right away. Mr. Qin, do you mean you don't want to pay the deposit? Of course not. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, very unimpressed. What I mean is, direct full payment. Full payment? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Hong almost fell to the ground without stumbling. Only after a long time, did he ask with some disbelief, Mr. Qin, aren't you afraid that the plane won't be delivered to you after you pay the full amount? There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not short of this money. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth was cast aside, and he said playfully, of course, if you guys really dare not to send it over to me, then, he didn't finish the rest of his words, but he believed that Li Hong should be able to understand. You can rest assured, within today, I guarantee that I will be able to deliver the airplane over for you. Li Hong wasn't a little cutie. Where would he not be able to hear the threatening intent in Qin Feng's words? To be honest, if anyone else dared to threaten him like this, Li Hong would definitely scoff. But if this person was replaced by Qin Feng, He would not dare. Li Hung had always been very accurate in reading people. And he was certain that Qin Feng was definitely in existence he couldn't afford to mess with. The two will sign the contract. Qin Feng directly to Li Hung transferred 24.5 billion past. Ding! You have spent a total of 24,500,000 RMB this time, and have successfully received a rebate of 2,450,000 RMB, which has now been deposited into your Huabang account. Please pay attention to receiving it. Just in the next second when the system prompt rang out, the ICBC's bank text message also came over immediately. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your ICBC account with tail number 9528 was successfully deposited with 2 renminbi, 450,000 at 1703 on July 5th, and the balance after the transaction is 2 renminbi, 450,000. Chapter 053, Call me back after you learn Mandarin. Ding! As the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded $400 billion, the system has successfully opened the Fixed Point Extra Reward Option service for you. Ding! The Fixed Point Extra Reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, retail food and beverage companies. Please make your choice. I said system. Why are these all company options? After listening to these options from the system, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown and asked the system, can't you give some pills, magic treasures and the like? Ding! I'm sorry, you don't have enough authority at the moment. The system is unable to provide you with these services. It's actually not enough permissions again? Needless to say, when Qin Feng heard these words now, he had the urge to resist the urge to hit someone, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He then began to carefully ponder over it. Real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, travel service companies, retail catering companies. Needless to say, these were currently of little use to Qin Feng. Now, there were only technology company and security company left. To be honest, Qin Feng's first thought was the technology category, because it's very likely that he'll be rewarded with some extra black tech companies that have laser guns, laser cannons, biochemicals and so on. However, after Qin Feng thought about it again and again, he ended up choosing the security category. System, I'll choose the security class company. Ding! You chose the 6th security class company. The system has performed a fixed point extra reward for you. Ding! Due to your fixed point selection this time, the system extra reward will raise your equity to 100% for you. Ding! Due to the fact that your bank card balance has successfully exceeded $400 billion, the system will additionally reward you with 100% of the shares of the world's largest security company, Blackwater Group, and the equity certificates have been deposited into the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Blackwater Group, the world's largest security company? To be honest, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled as this company was one he had never heard of at all. However, since it was rated as the world's largest security company by the system, it proved that it did have the strength. He had to say that Qin Feng was still very satisfied with this extra reward from the system. Of course, what satisfied him the most was the 100% shares. He also hadn't expected that spending $100 billion for the fixed extra reward option would actually have such a benefit. Although he had an absolute controlling stake of 51% in all those companies of Yida Real Estate. But really compared to this 100%, it was 100,000 miles away. It could be said that if Qin Feng were to go to Blackwater Group right now, it would be completely his one word, and it would be impossible for a second voice to appear. After letting people send Li Hung away, Qin Feng asked Su Mou to bring his laptop for himself. He was going to look on the internet and see if he could search for some information about Blackwater Group. After all, he was now a 100% controlling owner of this company. Even though he planned to be a hands-off, he couldn't afford to not know anything about his own company, right? However, what made Qin Feng a little disappointed was that the introduction about this company on the website was pitifully small. It seems that this Blackwater Group secrecy is still doing quite well. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about all this, a call from abroad came over. A call from the meter? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but think, could it be from the Blackwater Group side? Without delay, he immediately picked up the phone. Hello, boss, I'm Smith, general manager of Blackwater Group. What can I do for you? The next second Qin Feng picked up the phone. A foreign man's voice immediately came from the opposite side. Qin Feng had only graduated from high school and was basically sleeping during English class. On the other side of this large paragraph, he froze. Even a word did not understand. It was only after a long half-day that he said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Since you're dialing a Chinese phone number, then please speak Chinese for me. Otherwise, just write it down for me and call back." What? Obviously, that side, like Qin Feng, was not able to understand the other side's language. However, he was able to clearly feel the dissatisfaction in Qin Feng's tone. "Boss, you wait a moment, I'll be right over." After he greeted Qin Feng, he hurriedly went to find someone to ask for help. However, Qin Feng over here was not listening to him at all, not bothering to talk nonsense with that guy anymore. He directly hung up the phone. To be honest, if Qin Feng really wanted to communicate with him just now, he could have called Su Mou and the others. They were all PhD students, so English was not a difficult task at all. However, Qin Feng did not want to do so, not to mention that he is the boss of others. Just the fact that this guy called to China and actually didn't speak Chinese, Qin Feng couldn't possibly spoil him. "Will you love me without money?" A simple sentence. No money. Just as Qin Feng was thinking if he should ask Su Mou and the girls to prepare dinner, his cell phone rang again. Qin Feng picked up his phone and realized that it was still the same number from earlier. Frowning slightly, he then pressed the answer button. "Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Qin Feng Qin?" Just when Qin Feng thought that it was still the guy from just now, a woman's voice came from the opposite side. Although she was speaking Mandarin, from her accent, it was obviously a foreigner as well. I am." Since he could understand, it was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to hang up the phone. "Hello boss, my name is Lucia Bryan. I'm the lawyer consultant of the Blackwater Group. You can directly address me as Lucia." "Lucia?" Qin Feng froze and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. "What do you want from me?" "Boss, it's not that I'm looking for you." Lucia let out a bitter smile and hurriedly explained. "It's the company's general manager, Mr. Smith. Who wants to find you? He's right next to me right now. I'm here to translate for him." "Oh, like that?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with some displeasure. "Then you can translate for him." "Okay." Lucia nodded. After waiting for almost 20 seconds, it was only then that Lucia's voice could be heard once again. "Hello boss, I'm Smith, the general manager of the Blackwater Group. May I ask if there's anything you need to order?" Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little weird when he heard this. Only after a long while did he open his mouth and say, "I would like to know if our Blackwater Group has any branches in China?" In Qin Feng's opinion, if he wanted to fight against an opponent like Wang Yilan, it would be best to use Chinese people. If the Blackwater Group was allowed to send some foreigners over, it would inevitably be a bit eye-catching. Chapter 54, Eldest Sister Lu Rubing. Huaxia, Lucia froze, and turned to Qin Feng, then said somewhat apologetically, "Boss, I'm not too sure about this. Why don't I ask Mr. Smith for you?" "Well, that's fine." Qin Feng nodded and said. Lucia didn't make any nonsense. She turned her head and then looked at Smith. At him, she asked, "Mr. Smith, the boss asked me to ask you, does our Blackwater Group have any branches in China?" "Yes." "Oh, okay, I understand." With that, Lucia then directly spoke to the end of the phone. "Boss, Mr. Smith said that there is a branch of ours that exists over in China." So, once Qin Feng heard this, he was also a bit happy. "Tell him that he must find me a few personal bodyguards to come over within today." After saying this, he suddenly thought of something, and only then did he continue to add, "Right, I'll find me female ones. Male ones are not necessary." One must know that Qin Feng was looking for personal bodyguards, who must be protected 24 hours a day, and his home is full of women. This encased by a group of male bodyguards to Green. TSK, thinking about that picture couldn't help but make Qin Feng shiver. "Okay, I'll talk to Mr. Smith here. Boss, you wait." Although Lucia was a bit curious about this request from Qin Feng, she still obediently complied. Soon, Qin Feng heard from the other end of the phone, a gibbering sound. "Boss, I've already informed Mr. Smith of your orders, and he said there's no problem." It didn't take long before Lucia's voice came over again. Very good." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With the Blackwater Group providing bodyguards, a mere Wang Yilan, what was that worth? "Alright, may I ask if the boss has any other orders?" "Let me think about it." Qin Feng finished speaking and pondered for a moment before saying, "Right, organize the company's current approximate status into information and then send it all to me." Okay." Just then, Qin Feng thought of something else, and to the other end, he then continued, "You talked to Smith about, from today onwards, all employees of Blackwater Group must learn Mandarin for me. Of course, this also includes him. If he can't learn it, then get the hell out of here." After saying that, Qin Feng didn't wait for the opposite side to answer and directly hung up the phone. In Qin Feng's opinion, the Blackwater Group was his company now. What kind of person was he? Qin Feng? He was a proper Chinese. Between letting himself learn English and letting his employees learn Mandarin, he chose the latter without hesitation. Almost 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng received the information from Smith on his side. Qin Feng was first on the sofa, found himself a comfortable position, and then looked at it seriously. It was fine if he didn't look at it, but a look really startled Qin Feng. How could he not have thought that the system was rated as the world's largest security company would actually be so bullish? Blackwater Group is the most famous mercenary and security company in the country of rice in one big group. There are 5 subsidiaries under its umbrella, and the clients under their protection are all the dignitaries and tycoons of various countries. In 103 countries around the world, there are more than 300,000 employees alone. Among these employees, apart from most of the ordinary security personnel, there were also professional bodyguards, and even special forces and mercenaries. Qin Feng probably looked for about 5 minutes or so before he managed to see that there was information about the Huaxia branch. From the information, this branch of the Blackwater Group, in the Chinese security industry is not prominent. The industry's share of the amount of just less than 8%, employed in this company's staff. In addition to some retired military personnel, the rest are all ordinary security personnel. In fact, this is also very normal. After all, this is China. How can we let foreign forces master their own country's security? It took almost 10 more minutes before Qin Feng finished reading all the information. After stretching his back, he said to Su Mou, who was not far away, "Mou, you can go prepare dinner." "Okay, boss." Su Mou nodded and then went to make arrangements. Qin Feng was also a bit tired at this time, so he came to the room and found a spot to lie down. Just as Qin Feng was sleeping in a bit of a daze, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a woman standing at the head of his bed. With a startled cry, Qin Feng directly sat up from his bed. After taking a deep breath, he then looked at the woman. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a red Chinese dress wrapped around her body, and her long, dark hair seemed like a waterfall draped over her shoulders. Looking closely at her appearance, she was completely three-dimensional like a knife and axe, and her eyes were very cold. 2 sword eyebrows, but also for her to add a queen model. If this is placed in ancient times, there is no doubt that it is a proper female warrior. Just when Qin Feng was wondering whether this woman was a ghost or a human being, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. In the next second, a large group of women wearing the same clothes walked in. They first looked around the room before coming to the woman and shouting in unison, "Senior sister." The woman nodded, and couldn't help but frown as she asked, "How is it? It's all been checked, right?" "All checked. There's nothing wrong." "Very well, then you guys go out first." After the woman finished speaking, she directly waved her hand. Although Qin Feng still didn't know what these women were, from the conversation he had just had, it was very likely that these were the personal bodyguards sent over by the Blackwater Group. Not long after, the large group of women in red clothes all walked out. "Are you guys sent by the Blackwater Group?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and he asked at that woman. "That's right." The woman nodded, without much expression on her face. To be honest, the feeling she gave Qin Feng was like a block of ice. For a moment, Qin Feng was really a bit unsure of how to communicate with her. Cough. After dryly coughing twice, he continued to ask, "Can you say your name?" After saying that, he also didn't forget to add, "Don't misunderstand me. I just want to conveniently order you to do something in the future." "Lu Rubing." Lu Rubing's face was expressionless as she faintly returned, "Rubing? This name really wasn't wrong." Qin Feng couldn't help but then spit in his heart. Chapter 56. Something happened to Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Rubing and asked, "How did you guys get into the villa?" "Of course I walked in." The corner of Lu Rubing's mouth turned away and said indifferently, "The sense of precaution of all of you is too poor, and the security guards in the neighborhood are completely null and void. If I am your enemy, you are afraid that today." Lu Rubing did not finish her next words, but she believed that Qin Feng should be able to understand. Ahem. Qin Feng awkwardly coughed dryly twice and said somewhat weakly, "Actually, our security in Huaxia is still quite good. We should." However, not waiting for Qin Feng to finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Lu Rubing. "Boss, I must tell you very seriously. Your safety for the Blackwater Group is of vital importance. There can be no carelessness." What made Qin Feng somewhat surprised was, Lu Rubing, who was still cold-faced just now, actually uttered such a large amount of reasoning when it came to his safety. Cough cough. Qin Feng once again coughed 2 times, before rushing to change the topic. "Right. Why are you all wearing this style of clothes? This should be an ancient Chinese dress, right?" Lu Rubing was first slightly stunned, then she blurted out, "Like to wear it." What a powerful reason. Seeing that he really couldn't ask anything, Qin Feng directly waved his hand. Alright, then you go out first. I'll call you if something happens. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, Qin Feng's room door was knocked on once again. Boss, it's time to eat. Soon. Sumo Yu's voice came from outside the door. Okay. Qin Feng shouted at the door and walked out with Lu Rubing. Just the next second after Qin Feng and the others just walked out of the room. Sumo Yu froze on the spot. Qin Feng was smiling at her and said, "Mou, come, I'll introduce you." After saying that, Qin Feng pointed at Lu Rubing. "This is my personal bodyguard from now on." Lu Rubing, personal bodyguard? Sumo Yu froze and asked with some surprise. "Boss, she's a girl, can she protect people?" Ha! Once Lu Rubing heard Sumo Yu's words, he couldn't help but snort. Not waiting for the crowd to react, she raised a foot and stepped down towards the floor. Boom! With a bang, the floor was instantly split into pieces. Looking at the floor that had a 10-centimeter deep pit, the entire hall was instantly plunged into dead silence. Silence, incomparably quiet. It was so quiet that everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeats. Eldest sister, what's wrong? And right at this moment, suddenly, from the villa's surroundings, more than a dozen women wearing a red dress wrapped around their bodies ran out. As soon as they rushed forward, they immediately took up combat positions. "It's fine." Lu Rubing waved her hand and said casually, "Someone doubted our strength, so I just proved it a little." Slightly proved it? When Qin Feng's few people heard this, they couldn't help but then spit in their hearts. "Boss, is it an earthquake?" Just as Qin Feng was spitting in their hearts, Guan Fei Fei and the girls also immediately ran out from the kitchen side. When they saw that in the living room, there were suddenly more than a dozen women in red clothes. They immediately froze on the spot. To be honest, if they didn't know that this was Qin Feng's house, they would definitely suspect that they were on the wrong set. "It's fine. You guys go about your business." Qin Feng, who had regained his senses, waved his hand and said to the ladies. Waiting for the ladies to leave, Qin Feng lowered his head and began to carefully survey the pit. The floor was definitely gone. It had already been trampled into pieces. As for that deep pit, it was almost the size of a faceplate, as if it had been blown out by an artillery shell. Only after a long time did he raise his head and shouted to Lu Rubing with great excitement. "Bing Bing, this is too powerful for you, isn't it?" To know, the most powerful person Qin Feng had ever seen when he grew up was only splitting bricks with his hands. However, the Lu Rubing in front of him froze and stepped out a large pit in the floor made of small-leafed rosewood casting, and there was no need to say much about the force in this naturally. Sumo Yu, who had just been filled with skepticism, had long since turned into Lu Rubing's little fangirl. Hearing Qin Feng's words, she also hurriedly chimed in. "Yeah, Sister Bing Bing, you're really awesome." Bing Bing? Once Lu Rubing heard the two of them address her by Qin Feng, she couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth twitch. To be honest, it was the first time she had been addressed like that. Even her master had only called her Rubing. For some reason, she always felt that this title seemed a bit strange. As for those senior sisters of Lu Rubing, as soon as they heard Qin Feng and his duo's words, they also rushed to brag for their own senior sister. "That's for sure. Our senior sister is a dark force expert. The district floor is just a floor. What's it count for?" That's right. I even saw my senior sister force a car to stop with a single palm last time." "Che, that's nothing. Last time I even saw senior sister kill a tiger with one punch." "Oh, what you guys are talking about is childish. Last time senior sister was in Africa, but even 7 or 8 tons of elephants have been killed. You all simply have never seen the world." Last time. As soon as Qin Feng's few people heard this from the female, they immediately revealed a very skeptical expression. "A dark strength expert? Forcing a car to stop with one palm? A fist killed a tiger? Nima, this ing blow is also too outrageous, right?" To say that Lu Rubing was powerful, they definitely believed it. After all, that deep pit on the ground was the proof. But to say that she can force a car to stop and kill a tiger? Beating Qin Feng to death is also impossible for them to believe. What? Don't you guys believe it? I'm telling you guys. Seeing that Qin Feng and the two of them had an expression of disbelief, those senior sisters of Lu Rubing immediately became somewhat unable to sit still. They just wanted to continue to say something, but were coldly interrupted by Lu Rubing. Alright, all give me less to say." Lu Rubing's words had just fallen, and her sisters instantly turned into a good boy. Seeing them stop talking, Lu Rubing then looked at Qin Feng and said to him, "Boss, can we eat now?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned and nodded somewhat breathlessly. "Yes, Nima, you just stepped on my $1.5 million worth of flooring, and now you're actually mentioning dinner to me?" To be honest, although Qin Feng's heart was slightly spiteful, he was actually quite happy. To have an expert like Lu Rubing following him around 24 hours a day. Wouldn't Wang Yilin be the only one to be beaten up? After a dinner, the time quickly came to 7 in the evening. Seeing that Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer hadn't returned yet, Qin Feng prepared to call them. However, right at this moment, Li Hong's phone call came ahead of him. Mr. Qin, we've shipped your plane to Deep City International Airport. Do you want to come over and take a look? It's been shipped here? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and pondered for a moment before he said, I won't come over. I'll just send Fei Fei over later. He was now a godly man. Where else would he need to do everything himself? After hanging up the phone, he called Guan Fei Fei over. After telling her what had just happened, he asked Lu Rubing to find 2 senior sisters to follow him. Without money, would you love me? A simple sentence. Without money, would you? Guan Fei Fei and the girls had only just left when Qin Feng's cell phone rang once again. Seeing that the incoming call was from Qin Yu, he immediately picked it up. Brother, come save me and Sister Shuer, we're in Haidong. As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yu's crying voice came from over there. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone was directly hung up. Chapter 057, the whole place is paid for by Du Quang. Little you. Little you. Qin Feng shouted twice in a row, realizing that the phone had already been hung up, and instantly fell into a rage. Ru Bing, follow me. Qin Feng's eyes were red, and he said to Lu Rubing. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Rubing to react, he took a step towards the parking lot. Although Lu Rubing didn't understand what the situation was, she still hurriedly followed. Not a moment later, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom directly drove away from Huaihai Villa, Haidong Hotel. As night fell, the streets were long lit up. A burst of sirens sounded, and soon there were more than 10 cars that stopped at the entrance of the Haidong Hotel. Among these cars, the most eye-catching one was a Lamborghini Poison. In no time, a large group of students, almost more than 20 of them, came down from the car. Under the waiter's lead, they quickly walked into the hotel lobby. Yo, Huang Xiao, what wind blew you here today? Right at this moment, a man in a foreman's uniform walked over with a flattering face. Oh, today our classmates get together. Huang Linhua laughed, said to the hotel foreman, Lao Yang, to arrange a position chant? No problem. You see the Haitian feast rooms okay? Haitian feast? Huang Linhua was stunned, and couldn't help but huff. I say Lao Yang, do you think my status is only worthy of going to the Haitian feast? One must know that in the Haidong Hotel, there was a grading of private rooms. The most luxurious rooms are Supreme World, Haitian Feast, 9 stars, 1 step to heaven. The second a little bit of private rooms are full of red, full of river color, a product residence and so on. Which can Hearing Huang Linua's words, the foreman hurriedly explained, I'm not looking at your side of the crowd. Want to arrange a larger room for you? No, just arrange Supreme World for me. Huang Linhua waved his hand and said with a smile, Old Young, you can't let me lose face in front of my classmates. Right? After saying this, he also intentionally swept towards Qin Yu, who was chatting with Zhao Shuer not far behind him. He was very clear about how rich Qin Yu's brother was. That was a big shot who could directly send his sister a Lamborghini Poison. If he could catch up with Qin Yu, wouldn't he have endless glory and wealth? As for Zhao Shuer beside Qin Yu, he naturally didn't even dare to think about it. That was Qin Feng's woman. Once the foreman heard this, he couldn't help but say with some difficulty, Huang Xiao, I'm really sorry. Today our manager is preparing to entertain the honored guests at Supreme World. So, hearing this, Huang Linhua couldn't help but ask with a frown on his brows. What kind of guests do you still need your manager to personally entertain? In Huang Linua's opinion, the manager of the Haidong Hotel was definitely considered a character in this piece. What kind of existence would someone be who could make him personally entertain? Master Panther. The foreman brought his mouth to Huang Linua's ear and said in a very low voice, Hiss, so it's Master Panther. Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air on the spot. What kind of person was Master Panther? He was a famous underground leader in Deep City, with more than 100 minions under his command. Dare to rob the private room with him, unless his do not want to live. Thinking of this, where else would Huang Linhua dare to act this way? And immediately nodded. Alright, then let's arrange for us to be at the Haitian feast. Hey, no problem. With a smile, the foreman then made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, please also come this way. After saying that, he led the crowd into the VIP elevator on the first floor. Brother Huang, it's okay, this private room is also too luxurious. TSK. Our brother Huang is really rich. Eating here should be very expensive. Right? That's right. I've heard that a meal in a normal private room in the Haidong Hotel costs several $1,000s. So this place must be tens of thousands of dollars. Right? How can it only be tens of thousands? It's at least 100,000 to start with. My mom. is too expensive. As soon as the crowd stepped into the Haitian Feast VIP hall, they were instantly shocked by the glorious decoration in front of them. A large group of people walked up and gave Huang Linhua a blow-by-blow account. He. Huang Linhua laughed, very unimpressed. A little money, everyone today eat and drink well on the line. The whole scene by my Huang Gongzi Pei. Wow. Mr. Huang is domineering. Too handsome. Really handsome. Hey, if only I could be Mr. Huang's girlfriend. Che, just you? You think too much, don't you? Yeah, don't you know why Huang invited us to dinner today? Why? Isn't it just a classmate dinner? You're silly. He's after Chinyu, okay? Hearing Huang Linhua's words, the crowd immediately started whispering. And right at this moment, the foreman also had someone fetch the menu. Handing the menu to Huang Linhua, he said with a fawning smile, "Young Huang, what would you like to eat?" After receiving the menu, Huang Linhua casually swept a few eyes, then handed it to Chinyu with a smile on his face. "Little you, what do you want to eat? Just order whatever you want." "No need." Chinyu waved her hand. "You'd better let your classmates order." After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Huang Linhua and turned her head to chat with Zhao Shuer. Huang Linhua, who was holding the menu, immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. How could he not expect that Chinyu would actually be so faceless? In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly think, "Stinking, you're fooling around now. When you're chased down, let's see if I don't play you to death." Of course, he only dared to think about this in his mind. After all, Qin Feng was not someone he could offend. Cough cough. Huang Linhua awkwardly coughed dryly twice, before smiling at the crowd. "Students, let's see for ourselves what we want to eat. Feel free to order." After saying that, he casually handed the menu to a classmate next to him. Because the food still needs a period of time, it just so happens that there is a KTV in the private room. Everyone took turns to order songs and soon got high. Undoubtedly, the first one to order a song was naturally Huang Linhua. In order to be able to express himself in front of Chinyu, he directly ordered one of his favorite songs, "Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven." Rise and fall along the rivers and mountains, volts of gentle curves, letting go of the horse love of the central plains love, of the north and south of the river, in the face of icy swords and bloody swords, wind and rain amorous company, cherish the golden years of splendor given to me by the heavens. It had to be said that when Huang Linhua was singing this song, the crowd still had quite a feeling when they listened to it. By the time he had just finished singing, a thunderous round of applause and boasting sounded. "Wow wow wow wow. Brother Huang's singing is too good. It's simply too good to die for. It's so manly. You guys don't have to tell me. Just now Brother Huang gave me the feeling of being a great general. I just want to say 2 words. It sounds great. P.S. To say a few words, this book does not cultivate immortality, does not cultivate immortality, does not cultivate immortality. Important things to say 3 times. Chapter 058, spare me this time. Little you, why don't you play a song too?" Right at this moment, Huang Linhua directly handed the microphone to Chinyu. As soon as the crowd heard Huang Linhua's words, they hurriedly chimed in. "Yes, little you, why don't you go up and sing a song? I've heard people say that you sing beautifully." "That's true. Little you has won a prize in a national high school singing competition before." "Wow, is she that good? What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Chinyu hesitated for a moment before she nodded. "Alright then." After saying that, she turned her head and then looked at Zhao Shuer. "Sister Shuer, let's sing together, okay?" "Me?" Zhao Shuer was stunned, and when she saw Chinyu's somewhat petulant expression, she eventually agreed. Once the crowd heard that the 2 goddesses were going to sing on the same stage, they became even more excited. "Sister Shuer, what do you want to sing?" Chinyu asked Zhao Shuer while sliding the screen. "Just watch it. It's best if it's the kind where 2 people sing in duet." Good." Chinyu nodded and started flipping through it. "Sister Shuer, how about this song? Today you will marry me?" Not long after, Chinyu found a song that she felt was very good. "It's okay. Good then. Let's order this one." Seeing Zhao Shuer nod, Chinyu directly ordered it. Not long after, a beautiful melody came from within the private room. The blossoms of spring take away the winter's sentimentality. The breeze blows in the breath of romance. Every love song is suddenly filled with meaning, and I'm suddenly seeing you at this very moment. When Chinyu sang here, she directly just reached out and pointed at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer also immediately understood and hurriedly picked up the song. The scent of spring's warm flowers takes away winter's hunger and cold. The breeze blows in unexpected love. The bird's high song draws us closer, and I'm suddenly falling in love with you at this very moment. Soon, the 2 are a chorus. Listen to me, hand in hand with me to walk together, to create a happy life. Yesterday you are too late, tomorrow will be a pity. Marry me today, okay? Master Panther, this way please? In the corridor outside the VIP room door, the hotel manager invited a middle-aged man with a fawning face. The middle-aged man was almost in his 40s, shaved a big bald head, and the scar on his face that spanned half of his face looked extraordinarily hideous and gruesome. Behind him, there were also more than a dozen of yellow-hair-dyed juniors dressed in fancy clothes. Just as he was about to follow the hotel manager and head to the Supreme World private room, he suddenly heard a very pleasant singing sound. Slow down. Zhang Bao waved his hand, signaling the crowd to stop. After closing his eyes and enjoying himself, he said to the hotel manager, "Let's not go to the private room first." Not going to the private room? The hotel manager was stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then where do you want to go?" You'll know later. After Zhang Bao finished speaking, he first licked his somewhat dry and cracked lips before revealing a hint of an impish smile. This side, oh my god. This is too good, right? Yeah, I feel that little you and school sisters swear, they are simply better than the original singers. That's right, I feel the same way. It's really amazing. They're just beautiful. But they actually have this kind of talent. Amazing. Give the two goddesses a nod. As soon as Qin Yu and the two of them finished singing, the scene exploded. The crowd didn't expect that Qin Yu would actually sing so well. It was indeed sung well. Two beauties. Why don't you go to our private room and sing? Just as Qin Yu and the two of them were about to get off the stage, a male voice suddenly came out. Upon hearing this somewhat flirtatious tone, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer couldn't help but frown. Huang Linhua, as Qin Yu's suitor, was not able to sit still. Without waiting for him to turn his head, he let out a furious curse. Asterisk. Who the hell said that? Looking for death? The words just fell. Turned his head and looked in the direction of the door. Leopard master? With just a glance, Huang Linhua almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. His eyes looked at the other party in horror, and his body involuntarily shuddered. How could he not expect that the person who just spoke would actually be Zhang Bao? At this moment, Huang Linhua really couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap himself a few times. As soon as the crowd saw this horrified expression on his face, they instantly understood what was going on. This scarred man in front of him was definitely an existence that even Huang Linhua didn't dare to provoke. Sure enough, just in the next second, they saw Huang Linhua directly kneel down. Leopard. Master Leopard. Just now it's all because my mouth stinks. Please can you look at my father's face and spare me this time? Your dad? Zhang Bao, slightly stunned, could not help but look down curiously and asked, "Who is your dad?" "My dad is the boss of Jinhua Real Estate, Huang Xingqiu. Last time he also had the honor of drinking with you at the dinner table." "Wow, so your dad is old Huang," Zhang Bao'd and said casually. "Since you are old Huang's son, let's forget about what happened just now. Thank you, Master Panther." "Thank you, Master Panther." As soon as he heard that Zhang Bao would no longer pursue the matter, Huang Linhua was instantly relieved and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Alright." Zhang Bao waved his hand and smiled lewdly at Huang Linhua. "Kid, I won't bother with you about what just happened, but you should always show it, right?" "Yes, no problem." Hearing this, Huang Linhua immediately nodded his head repeatedly. "I'll transfer $100,000 to you in the past, as if it's for you. **********. However, not waiting for Huang Linhua to finish, Zhang Bao as a foot kicked up, to him as viciously scolded, "Lousy like lack of your money people? Then, what do you mean?" Huang Linhua rubbed his kicked chest while asking in horror. His appearance at this moment, where is the same spiritedness he had when he first arrived? Zhang Bao laughed, nudged his mouth in the direction of Zhao Shuer's two people, and then said to Huang Linhua, "You know the two of them, don't you?" "Recognize." How dare Huang Linhua hesitate and hurriedly answered, "Well, very good." Zhang Bao nodded with great satisfaction. "Let's put it this way. I'll give you a task. If you can invite the two of them to my private room, I'll spare your dog's life today. Otherwise, I'll even fix your old man together." What? You're not willing? "No, I'm willing. How could Huang Linhua dare to refuse and hurriedly just nodded his head for a while? How could he not understand Zhang Bao's meaning? This was clearly looking at both Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Although Qin Yu was the goddess of his dreams, he could only endure the pain in this situation. Chapter 059, Not bad for you kid to be smart. Not bad. Still count on you kid being smart. Zhang Bao was very satisfied and patted Huang Linhua's shoulder, and said to him, "Then the next step is up to you." After saying that, he left a few juniors to guard the door, turned around and left the private room. When Zhang Bao left, the scene was suddenly plunged into silence. Cough. Only after a long time did Huang Linhua dryly cough twice. Turning his head, he smiled awkwardly at Qin Yu and the two girls. "Little Yu, Shuer, do you guys want to go over there?" As soon as he said this, Everyone immediately looked over at him. There was contempt. There was disdain. There was mockery. How could they not have thought that there would actually be such a shameless person in this world, being gazed at mockingly by so many people? Huang Linhua also felt a little embarrassed, but now that things had come to this, he could only go one way. As for Qin Yu's brother, Qin Feng, it had long been thrown out of his mind. In Huang Linhua's mind, even if Qin Feng was rich, what could he do? He should know that Master Panther was not only rich, but also had hundreds of minions who were capable of wielding swords and chopping people up. Taking a deep breath, he didn't care about other people's eyes, and continued to say to Qin Yu's two daughters, Xiao Yu, do you know what Brother Leopard is? He's a famous underground force boss in Deep City, and he has hundreds of fighters under his command. Besides, he just wants you to sing with him. What's the big deal? Sing with him? When Qin Yu heard this, she couldn't help but snort. Why don't you call your mom to sing with him? They weren't little cuties. How could they believe Huang Linhua's bull *********? You, hearing this, Huang Linhua was instantly infuriated. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he rushed at Qin Yu and the girls and threatened. I'm telling you, today you have to go. And you have to go even if you don't go. Sister Schwerer, let's leave him alone. I still don't believe that there is no law in this world. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she pulled Zhao Schwerer and prepared to walk out of the private room. How dare you? Seeing this, Huang Linhua still didn't care that much, angrily rebuked and directly rushed up. Pa! Between pulling and tugging, he directly slapped Qin Yu's face. In the next second, a clear slap mark appeared on Qin Yu's face. Little Yu, are you alright? Seeing this, Zhao Schwerer instantly became a bit flustered and asked Qin Yu in a hurry. Ooh, Sister Schwerer, she hit me. I'm going to tell to my brother. Qin Yu cried while taking out her cell phone and dialed out. Soon the phone was connected. Qin Yu to the end is crying. Brother, quickly come to save me and Schwerer sister. We are in Haidong. But before she could finish her sentence, Huang Linhua directly snatched her cell phone. Snap! There was a popping explosion, and the cell phone was instantly shattered into pieces. I'm telling you, even if I have to tie it up today, I'm going to tie you all up. After saying that, Huang Linhua was ready to move his hands to pull Qin Yu and Zhao Schwerer. However, right at this moment, the other students at the scene were somewhat unable to hold back, and rushed at Huang Linhua, cursing angrily. I say Huang Linhua, you're going too far, aren't you? Yes, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Lao Zi are a bit unable to look at it. Are you still a human being? That's right, even girls are bullied. Simply a. Huang Linhua, who was just about to make a move. Once he heard this from his classmates, he immediately growled. You guys have the guts to go and talk to the other leopard master? I'm telling you, you'd better stay out of today's matter, or you won't even know how to die. After saying this, Huang Linhua even revealed a very disdainful expression. The students who had just been furious, after hearing this threat from Huang Linhua, they immediately became a bit absent. Letting them go and talk to Zhang Bao? Even if they were given 3 guts, that would be too much to dare. The lobby on the first floor of the Haidong Hotel. Hello, please help find your hotel manager. Qin Feng and Lu Rubing. As soon as the two of them walked into the lobby, they hurriedly said to the front desk. Manager? The front desk faintly stunned, somewhat unhappily said. I'm sorry, our manager is accompanying a VIP. Please come tomorrow if there's anything. Are you sure you want me to come tomorrow? Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly slapped a black diamond VIP card in front of her. This is a black diamond VIP card? When the receptionist took a good look at Qin Feng's card, she was immediately startled and hurriedly said to Qin Feng, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call our manager. After saying that, he picked up the landline and dialed. Hey, what's the matter with me? As soon as the phone was connected, the hotel manager's voice came from over there. Manager, there's a guest over here, saying he wants to see you. Guest? What guest? The corner of the hotel manager's mouth turned away, very unimpressed. Let him come over tomorrow. No way. He has our Black Diamond VIP card in his hand. Black Diamond VIP card? The hotel manager was slightly stunned, so he hurriedly said, That's fine. I'll be right down. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit was seen walking out of the elevator. Mr. Qin, are you looking for me? He came to the front desk and asked at the anxious Qin Feng. That's right. Qin Feng nodded. He didn't beat around the bush with him either, and immediately opened the door and said, My sister had an accident in your hotel, and I want to ask you to do me a favor. Your sister had an accident in our hotel? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the hotel manager was immediately startled, and hurriedly explained to Qin Feng, Mr. Chin, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our hotel. You have to believe us. Alright. I didn't say it was related to your hotel either. Chin Feng frowned when he heard that. I'm looking for you because I want you to help check if there are two very pretty looking girls coming to your hotel tonight. If there are, please help me find their location immediately. Two very pretty girls? As soon as the hotel manager heard this, he immediately thought of something. It was only after a long time that he said with a somewhat averted look in his eyes, Mr. Chin, could you be mistaken? Our hotel hasn't come with any pretty girls today. No. Hearing the hotel manager's words, the receptionist at the side couldn't help but whisper. The two girls who came earlier were. Shut the hell up. However, before she could finish her sentence, the hotel manager let out a scolding. Chapter 060, Ru Bing. I'll explain a task to you. Oh, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to the hotel manager with a smile on his face, it seems that you're hiding something from me? Nothing. When the hotel manager heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. Mr. Chin, don't listen to her nonsense. How could I possibly have something to hide from you? After saying this, he turned his head and looked at the front desk with a fake smile on his face, saying to her, Xiao Su, tell Mr. Chin, did two pretty girls come to our hotel today or not? Speaking here, he also did not forget to add, be sure to think clearly before saying, do you hear me? Listen. Understand. The receptionist nodded, before turning her head to Qin Feng. Mr. Chin, it's me who remembered wrongly. There isn't any today. However, Qin Feng didn't wait for her to finish before he directly interrupted. You guys see me as a cutie, do I? Mr. Chin, I'll give you one last chance. Qin Feng's eyes were cold and said indifferently. Indeed no. The hotel manager gritted his teeth and said with a serious face. Good. Qin Feng said 3 good words in a row, then turned his head and looked at Ru Bing. Ru Bing, I'll explain a task to you. Boss, you say, kick the door down from the 5th floor for me, and I'll take the blame for any damage. Qin Feng understood that the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors of the Haidong Hotel were all private rooms. If he wanted to find Xin Yu and the others, it would be best to start from these floors first. Okay, boss. Ru Bing nodded, took a step and prepared to leave. What do you guys want? Upon hearing this from Qin Feng and the two of them, the hotel manager could not sit still and hurriedly stopped Ru Bing. However, Ru Bing was already as cold as ice. Without Qin Feng's order, how could she stop? A cold chill burst out from his eyes, and he drank at the hotel manager. Get out of the way. You. The hotel manager stumbled and almost didn't fall on the ground. Stretching out his finger, he wanted to say something. However, before he could open his mouth, Ru Bing directly rotated his finger 180 degrees. Ah! A heartbreaking sound rang out, and the hotel manager directly lay on the ground and started rolling. The so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart. How much pain he is in right now doesn't need to be described too much. I go. What kind of person is screaming miserably? There seems to be a person lying on the ground there? Holy, isn't that the hotel manager? What's wrong with him? My god. You guys look at that finger on his right hand. Hiss. This damn or deformed The hotel manager's miserable scream quickly attracted the crowd in the hall. When they saw the hotel manager, the fingers that had long since turned into a twisted shape, they immediately couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Serves you right. Ru Bing glanced at him with disdain, then prepared to walk in the direction of the elevator. Wait. Right at this moment, Qin Feng called out to her. Ru Bing, bring him along with you. Okay, boss. Ru Bing nodded. Like carrying a chicken, she directly lifted the hotel manager, who had already fainted from the pain, with one hand. When the surrounding melon eaters saw the scene, they almost didn't bite their tongues in surprise. My god, this strength is also too big, right? Who can tell me? Is this my eyesight? Isn't she a girl? How is it possible to have so much strength? It's horrible. Could it be that the hotel manager's finger? She made it too? It's very possible. Women are really scary. It had to be said that Ru Bing's wave of maneuvering had really startled quite a few people. One must know that the hotel manager in front of him looked like he weighed 145 pounds at least. However, now that he was being lifted up so easily by Ru Bing, how could they not be surprised? Without bothering about the surprised expressions of the crowd, Ru Bing carried the hotel manager and walked over in the direction of the elevator entrance. Seeing this, Qin Feng also immediately followed. One step to heaven private room entrance. Boss, kick, boom. The doorway of the 9 stars range of the moon private room. Boss, kick, boom. The entrance to the sea and sky feast private room. Who are you guys? Yo, quite handsome. Want to play with my brother? I'll go. Brother Nyo, look at what she's carrying in her hand. My mom, isn't that the hotel manager? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really is. Zhang Bao's little brothers originally wanted to molest Lu Rubing, but when they saw the hotel manager that Lu Rubing was carrying in her hands, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Boss, forget it, don't ask. How could Lu Rubing hold back when she was molested by these punks? Not bothering to ask Qin Feng for instructions, she directly kicked up a few feet. Boom boom boom. Using only less than 1 point of strength, all the punks were fainted to death by her kicks. Judging from the way they were lying down, at least 4 or 5 ribs had been broken by the kicks. Qin Feng, who was standing at the side, immediately gave a thumbs up when he saw this. No words, just 2 words: awesome. Keep kicking. Little you and the girl should be right here. Kicking people or doors? Cough cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and said with a playful face, Bing bing, you're learning the hard way now. As soon as Lu Rubing heard Qin Feng's words, a look of embarrassment instantly appeared on her face. In order to divert the embarrassment, she directly kicked her foot towards the door of the private room. Boom! With an explosive bang, the door of the private room was immediately split into pieces by her kick. Quiet. Incomparably quiet. Everyone inside the private room all stared at the door of the private room without blinking, as if they were petrified. Brother Feng. It was only after a long time that these 2 surprised voices came out. Aha! Qin Feng gave a hem and directly walked over towards Qin Yu's and their side. Seeing this, Lu Rubing threw the hotel manager and his hands onto the ground. Afterward, taking a step, she followed. Brother, you're finally here. Ooh-hoo. Brother Feng, it's great that you're here. When Qin Feng approached, the 2 of them, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer, directly jumped into his arms. Alright, haven't I come to save you guys? You guys just stop crying. After Qin Feng comforted them, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer blushed and pushed themselves out of his arms. As for Huang Linhua, who was standing on the side, he had already been paralyzed with fear. Just now Lu Rubing kicked the door of the private room into pieces. He was still fresh in his memory. When he thought of the next scene, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run through his body. Chapter 061, What's wrong with your face? Little you, what's wrong with this face of yours? Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong with Qin Yu's face. The clearly visible slap marks. It looked like she had been hit by someone. Brother Feng, he's the one who hit. Zhao Shuer pointed a finger at Huang Linhua, who was paralyzed on the ground, and then told Qin Feng all about what happened earlier. After listening to Zhao Shuer's narration, a chilling aura burst out from Qin Feng's eyes. The paralyzed Huang Linhua couldn't help but shiver when he saw this. You're the one who beat up my sister? Qin Feng squatted down and turned to Huang Linhua and then asked. It was me. Huang Linhua's body trembled, could not help but return very shaky. Very good. Qin Feng's tone was cold. Directly stood up. Even my Qin Feng's sister dared to hit. It seems you think you are very powerful? After saying that, without waiting for Huang Linhua to reply, Qin Feng turned to Lu Rubing and then commanded, waste his 5 limbs for me. 5 limbs? Lu Rubing was slightly stunned and asked with some frowns. Aren't they 4 limbs? Where did the 5 limbs come from? Cough cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice and said somewhat breathlessly. Isn't there another one in his crotch? As soon as Lu Rubing heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but blush a scarlet red. How could she not have thought that Qin Feng's so-called 5 limbs would actually be there? Forcing down the shyness in her heart, she took a step and walked towards Huang Linhua. Seeing this, the surrounding students hurriedly covered their eyes, unable to bear to see the bloody scene that followed. As for the paralyzed Huang Linhua, he shivered and urinated all over the place. Lu Rubing, who had just come forward, couldn't help but frown. Turning her head to Qin Feng, she asked with a look of disgust, Boss, can I not waste him there? After saying that, he directly covered his agitated nose. There was no way. The smell of this guy's urine on the ground was really a bit too smoky. No way. While shaking his head, Qin Feng couldn't help but also take several steps backward. Well then, Lu Rubing skimmed her lips with a reluctant expression. However, this was Qin Feng's command, so there was simply no room for her to refuse. Raising her foot, she was ready to directly step on it. Slow down. Right at this moment, Huang Linhua, who was paralyzed on the ground, let out a loud shout. In his mind, if this foot was really stepped on, wouldn't he immediately become a cripple? However, Lu Rubing would not listen to him, and only gave a slight lurch, and then directly stepped down. Kra. The moment the sound of bones crunching and cracking sounded, Huang Linhua immediately let out a heartbreaking scream. The surrounding students couldn't help but follow with a shudder when they heard it. Even Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu couldn't help but lean towards Qin Feng's side. And right at this moment, Lu Rubing raised her foot once again. Seeing this, Huang Linhua, who was screaming loudly, hurriedly yelled at Qin Feng. Kid, do do you know who my father is? Oh, once Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh somewhat playfully. Are you preparing to pick your father? After saying that, he waved his hand at Lu Rubing, signaling her to wait a bit. Let me tell you, my dad is the owner of Jinhua Real Estate. Huang Xingqiu. Huang Linhua sucked in a mouthful of cool air, endured the pain as proudly said, if you let me go today, I can persuade him not to bother with you. Otherwise, ha! Qin Feng shook his head and couldn't help but snicker. All dead to the world. Actually dare to threaten me? Alright, I'll remember your dad. After saying that, directly to Lu Rubing then made a gesture to do something. Crack! With another crunching sound, Huang Linhua directly fainted to death. However, Lu Rubing didn't care about that much. One foot after another, and froze to waste Huang Linhua's 5 limbs. After stepping on them, she even rubbed her foot on his body in disgust. Alright, you guys give him a first aid. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth was turned away, and he said to the crowd present. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the puddle of blood on Huang Linhua's crotch, and then he couldn't help but shiver. This dam should be directly stepped on, right? TSK. Really poor Inside the King's Landing private room. Monkey, go and see how that kid hasn't gotten anyone over to me yet. Zhang Bao, a mouthful of beer down to the side of a dyed yellow hair guy is frowning said, okay, boss. The yellow hair nodded, put down his glass and prepared to leave. Boom. However, before yellow hair could get up, the door of the private room exploded with a bang, instantly becoming a pile of crumbs. Zhang Bao and the others stumbled and almost didn't fall straight to the ground. What happened? Could it be that someone used explosives and wanted to assassinate Master Panther? As the crowd thought of this, they looked over in the direction of the doorway. However, when they saw the several people at the door, they could not help but be surprised. Qin Feng did not bother about their surprised expressions and walked in with the 2 girls, Lu Rubing and Qin Yu. Which one of you is Zhang Bao? Qin Feng found a comfortable position on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked the crowd in front of him, who the hell are you? Kid, you're looking for death, right? Believe it or not, I'll waste you? Once heard Qin Feng this, back to the crowd, immediately as viciously said, he. Qin Feng laughed coldly, said playfully, it seems that you group of scum are quite arrogant. Nima. Yellow hair let out an angry curse. To the side of Zhang Bao was asked, boss, want me to directly waste him? No need. Zhang Bao waved his hand and said to Qin Feng with a smile on his face, little brother, I don't know what you're looking for from me. However, Qin Feng did not answer him, but pointed at Qin Yu's 2 daughters and asked Zhang Bao, do you still recognize them? He, of course I recognize them. Zhang Bao laughed and said casually, why, little brother, do you want to stand up for them? What do you think? Qin Feng said indifferently as the corner of his mouth turned away, I think it. When Zhang Bao said this, he suddenly just turned his words around and said coldly, you all have to stay here today. Ha! Qin Feng snorted a laugh, very disdainful said, can't see, you don't have a few hair, mouth is not small, kid, pretty crazy. Zhang Bao stood up, to his minions is to command, male to me waste, female all for me to stay. I want to play in front of his face today these women, after I've played, I'll let you all have a good time too. Okay, boss. Upon hearing Zhang Bao's words, those of his juniors instantly looked as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. The way they looked at the Lu Rubing girls was as if they wanted to eat them alive. Copying the bottle, they directly rushed over in the direction of where Qin Feng was. P.S. I'm too handicapped. Froze 3 hours to get such a chapter out. So sleepy, I'm so sleepy. I've tried my best. My little darlings, I'm calling. Chapter 62, Are you my own brother? Looking for death. Qin Feng smiled disdainfully, and commanded Lu Rubing, do it. Boom. Qin Feng's words had just fallen. The yellow hair at the front was directly kicked out. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out and he fainted instantly. The other juniors who were just about to rush forward almost didn't stare their eyes out when they saw this. This damn thing had eaten Popeye. Boom boom boom. However, before they could regain their senses, Lu Rubing kicked them all out. Just like the yellow hair from earlier, they all lay on the ground without knowing if they were alive or dead. How is this possible? Zhang Bao looked at the scene in front of him and almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. How could he not have thought that a girl as beautiful as Lu Rubing would actually be so strong? He had to know that these men of his had been led by him in many fights, and every time they did not put each other down on the ground. Now well, this damn less than 10 seconds. All to the people hit life and death do not know. To be honest, at this time Zhang Bao was really some fear. Master Panther is it? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth. To a face of shock Zhang Bao said playfully, come on, what did you just say? No longer say a couple of words to hear? Zhang Bao's body trembled, and he couldn't help but then shiver. forced to squeeze out a chrysanthemum-like smile, to Qin Feng as a fawning face said, "Little brother. Not, I call you big brother, you are my own brother into it? Today's matter is a misunderstanding. How about I punish myself with 3 cups to apologize to you?" After saying this, he directly poured 3 cups of wine for himself, and then he drank it all in one mouthful. "Brother, do you think this is alright? Let's make a friend today." He. Qin Feng snorted and said with disdain, "Make friends with me? What the hell are you? Hey kid, don't think I'm really afraid of you." As soon as he heard Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao suddenly got bold again, and threatened Qin Feng, "Let me tell you, when Zhang Bao was mixing with the society, you were still drinking urine and playing with mud. Today I will put the words here, or so let it go, or I will call my 110 brothers over. You look at it yourself." While Zhang Bao was saying these words, his eyes were constantly staring at Lu Rubing, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly strike. And his most important purpose of saying these words is that he hopes to be able to deter Qin Feng, so that Qin Feng can thus have scruples. After all, his 180 minions were no joke. However, Qin Feng had no time to waste with him here. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and towards Lu Rubing, he ordered, "First, knock out his mouth full of teeth for me." "Okay, boss." Lu Rubing nodded and directly walked towards Zhang Bao. "Kid, don't mess around." Seeing Lu Rubing walking towards him, Zhang Bao couldn't help but shout sternly at Qin Feng. As he spoke, his body unconsciously took several steps backward. However, Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him, and with a stretch of his hand, he greeted Qin Yu's 2 daughters and sat down. Seeing that Qin Feng simply ignored him, Zhang Bao just wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Lu Rubing kicked him towards his mouth. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and all that was mixed inside was some broken teeth. Seeing this, Zhao Shuai and Qin Yu couldn't help but duck towards Qin Feng's arms. There was no way. The scene in front of them was just a little too bloody. "Little kid, you wait for me. Find a chance and I'll definitely get you killed." Being kicked out of the mouth full of teeth, Zhang Bao immediately revealed a set of ferocious eyes. To Qin Feng his very spitting words said, He, all dead in the water and still dare to threaten me?" Qin Feng laughed coldly, and turning to Lu Rubing, he then continued to command, "Since that's the case, then break his 5 limbs as well." "Break 5 limbs? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao, who was in the midst of his rage, instantly came to his senses. How dare he pretend with Qin Feng again? Immediately kneeled down. "Big brother, master, just now it was all my fault. Please spare me. What do you want?" "You say, I can give you money." "Money?" Qin Feng slightly froze, as if he thought of something. He waved his hand at Lu Rubing. "Tell me, how much money can you give me?" I can give you $100,000. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed somewhat interested, Zhang Bao instantly felt hopeful. 100,000? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth skimmed, said with disdain, "Do you think I look like someone who was poor in this amount of money? Then, how much do you want then?" "Ha!" Qin Feng laughed and said casually, "Of course it's all your money." "No way." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao directly refused. His fortune was more than $2 billion. If he gave it all to Qin Feng, wouldn't he have to drink the northwest wind? "Do it." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth turned away as he commanded Lu Rubing. Don't. I'll give it all to you." As soon as Zhang Bao heard this, how dare he hesitate? He immediately shouted out, "Count on you to be sensible." Qin Feng waved his hand and directly pulled out a stack of black cards from his body. When Zhang Bao looked clearly at those cards that Qin Feng pulled out, he almost didn't directly give a shocked faint. This is actually all bank black cards? My god, who the hell are these people? Until now, Zhang Bao realized that he was kicking the iron plate. Qin Feng did not care about his somewhat shocked expression. Directly from the pile of cards randomly drew one out. Throwing it in front of Zhang Bao, he said in an overbearing manner, "If you let me know that you transferred 1 less point, you know the consequences." I know. I'll transfer it to you right now, and I'll make sure there's not a single point left." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, how else would Zhang Bao dare to have any other thoughts? So he nodded his head repeatedly to ensure it. Not daring to waste time, with trembling hands, he picked up the black card that Qin Feng had thrown over. Then following the card number on top of the black card, he took out his cell phone and started transferring money. "Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your ICBC account with the tail number 9528, successfully deposited 24 renminbi, 4,303, 7542 at 1933 on July 5th, and the balance after the transaction is 2,474 renminbi, 4,303, 7,542. Not a moment later, Qin Feng received a transfer reminder from the bank on his side. He put down his cell phone and asked Zhang Bao, "Have you transferred all this?" "Don't worry. I've definitely transferred everything." Hearing this, Zhang Bao repeatedly assured, "Well, very good." Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction before continuing with a playful face. "In that case, P.S., cuties, my book's rating dropped. So depressing. Yesterday it was still 9-7. Today it's only 9-6. If you haven't commented on the stars yet, can you help me give a 5-star review? Thank you very much. Kneel down and thank you." Chapter 063, Do you have the strength? In that case, Qin Feng deliberately paused for a moment when he said this. After looking at Zhang Bao's somewhat expectant eyes, he then continued, "Then transfer all your other assets to me as well." You, Zhang Bao, who was still very hopeful, almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Pointing at Qin Feng, he said angrily, "You don't keep your word, have I?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said playfully, "Did I just say that I'd let you go if I paid?" This, Nima. It seems like it really didn't. Put. Zhang Bao did not hold back, directly as a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. "How is it? Consider it well?" Zhang Bao was a bit hesitant. He was very skeptical that Qin Feng would still trick him later. After a moment of silence, he then said to Qin Feng in a resolute tone, "If you can promise to release me this time, I'll agree." "Ha!" Qin Feng snorted and said with disdain, "Are you negotiating with me? Let me tell you, no one has the qualifications to negotiate with me." Qin Feng. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't wait for Zhang Bao to react and directly made a gesture to Lu Rubing to make a move. Lu Rubing understood and first snatched the black card from Zhang Bao's hand, then kicked Zhang Bao's knee. Ka-ra. With a crunching sound, Zhang Bao instantly let out a pig-killing scream. Covering his long deformed and twisted knee, he continuously rolled on the ground and wailed. In no time, he directly fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Lu Rubing raised his foot and prepared to step on it again. Wait. However, right at this moment, he was stopped by Qin Feng. Wouldn't it be too cheap to just let him pass out? After saying that, to Lu Rubing, he then instructed, "You find something to splash him awake first. Wait for him to wake up before stepping on it. I'm going to make him regret coming to this world." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but shiver. There was inexplicably a trace of scorn in the eyes that looked at Qin Feng. Nodding his head, he picked up a bottle of ice-cold beer from the table that he hadn't finished yet and splashed it down on Zhang Bao's head. In the next second, Zhang Bao immediately woke up, but before he could react, Lu Rubing stomped down again. Repeating this several times, Zhang Bao had long been tortured into a puddle of dead dogs. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly stood up and prepared to leave with Qin Yu's 2 daughters. Only when he was about to walk out of the doorway did he faintly say to Lu Rubing, who wanted to follow, "Blind his eyes." After saying that, he directly stepped out. 1 hour later, in front of the entrance of Deep City Cloud Mountain mass retailer KTV, car horns sounded, and a van sped over. It didn't take long before hundreds of punks with dyed yellow hair and ear studs walked out of the van. At the forefront of these punks were their bosses, Big Mouth Lu, Airplane Joe and Master Chow San. The 3 of them looked at each other, and with the crowd in tow, they headed towards the KTV's front door. As soon as they entered, the lobby manager immediately jogged over. Without talking too much nonsense with him, he directly let him arrange for one of the largest private rooms. "Both of you should all know what happened just now, right?" Big Mouth Lu and Airplane Joe had just sat down, when Third Master Chow said to them, "Aha." The 2 of them nodded, their eyes somewhat fierce as they asked, "Third Master, have you found out clearly what kind of person did it?" "I've just had someone check. It was a person called Qin Feng." "Qin Feng?" Big Mouth Lu was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but say with some curiosity, "There doesn't seem to be any big shot surnamed Qin in our deep city, right? Could it be that he's an overgrown dragon from somewhere else?" "Oof." Airplane Joe snorted coldly and said with a murderous look on his face, "No matter what he is, we have to get him killed. Otherwise, where can we put the face of these people?" "Old Joe is right. If he dares to touch our 4 tigers of Deep City, it won't do if we don't give him some color." As soon as Big Mouth Lu heard this, he also hurriedly agreed. Although they would usually fight over turf, too, but in front of the big picture, they were still able to distinguish between light and heavy. No, however, what the 2 of them didn't expect was that Third Master Chow waved his hand at this moment. "Third Master Chow, what do you mean by this?" "Yeah, don't you want to avenge Panther?" The moment they heard Third Master Chow's words, Big Mouth Lu and Airplane Joe were instantly a little anxious. Avenge him? Third Master Chow was slightly stunned and couldn't help but snicker. "Do you guys have the strength?" Surname Chow. "What do you mean?" Airplane Joe heard this and directly stood up from his seat, pointing at Third Master Chow's nose as a stern question. "Old Joe, You first do not rush. Let the third master to finish the words. Big Mouth Lu could be much calmer than Airplane Joe, and with one hand, he pressed him down. Well, the truth I will tell you all. Third Master Chow gave a bitter smile and said somewhat helplessly, that person called Qin Feng. We simply can't afford to mess with him. How is it possible? As soon as Big Mouth Lu heard this from Third Master Chow, he said skeptically, there are still characters in Deep City that we can't afford to mess with. Except for a few? That's right. Surname Chow. Stop bluffing. Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? Airplane Joe was already irritated with Third Master Chow's earlier words. So naturally, he immediately followed suit. Ha! Third Master Chow laughed coldly before saying, do you guys know what kind of person Qin Feng is? What kind of person? Can't it be that he's also the son of a feudal official of Deep City? Airplane Joe snorted and said without mockery, a feudal official? The corner of Master Chow San's mouth skimmed, said disdainfully, I'm not afraid to tell you guys, even if it's a feudal official, in front of him that would have to be respectful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? As soon as he heard this from Chow Sanya, Big Mouth Lu didn't hold back and immediately stood up from his seat. The Airplane Joe, who had just been arrogant, also immediately revealed a very shocked expression. Do you guys think that I have the need to lie to you? Third Master Chow skimmed his mouth and said indifferently, as far as I know from my investigation just now, this Qin Feng, just yesterday, managed to get more than a dozen black cards from major banks in one go. What? Did more than a dozen black cards in one go? How is this possible? As soon as the two men heard this from Third Master Chow, they froze on the spot. As characters who could shake 3 times if they stomped their feet in Deep City, they were naturally able to understand the implications of this. To be able to run so many black cards at the same time. This Qin Feng, what kind of terrifying energy should he have? Chapter 64, this is too damn infuriating. Do you guys still want revenge now? Seeing the two of them with a shocked expression, Third Master Chow couldn't help but just laugh and joked. The two of them were silent when they heard this, letting them go to Qin Feng for revenge. What the hell was the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? Since neither of them want to take revenge, let's just forget about this matter. With a wave of his hand, Third Master Chow said indifferently, let's all go down and inform that whoever dares to be an enemy of Mr. Qin in the future will be an enemy of our 3 tigers of Deep City. In Third Master Chow's opinion, Qin Feng was a rare tree, even if he couldn't hold it, but how could he not be offended? Zhang Bao was the downfall. The two of them, Big Mouth Lu and Airplane Joe, listened to this and did not have any opinions. Early the next morning, Qin Feng, who had eaten breakfast, rushed to the Deep City International Airport with Lu Rubing and a few girls. Since Qin Feng had his own private jet, as soon as he walked into the hall, a staff member immediately came over. Hello Mr. Qin, my name is Wan Jiwei. I spoke to you on the phone just now. Hello. Qin Feng nodded and said, please follow me. With that, Wan Jiwei led Qin Feng and the others to the VIP channel. In a short while, they arrived at the tarmac. Mr. Qin, your plane has been serviced by our staff for you and can take off at any time. Wan Jiwei pointed at the Boeing 747 not far away and said to Qin Feng, well, thanks a lot. Qin Feng nodded and took Lu Rubing with him as they directly boarded the airplane. On top of the entire airplane, there were a total of 3 staff members. Other than the 2 pilots, the remaining flight attendant, Qin Feng happened to recognize. Fifi, why are you here? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously. To be honest, there were too many women in Qin Feng's family, and he hadn't really noticed Guan Fei Fei when he was eating breakfast earlier. It was Sister Mou who arranged for me to come over. Guan Fei Fei smiled cheekily and said to Qin Feng, she said that she was worried that you would be lonely on your journey, so she sent me over. Lonely trip? The moment Qin Feng heard Guan Fei Fei's words, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. As for Shen Mengyao, who was standing at the side, she immediately revealed a very wary expression. How could she not be clear about the meaning of Guan Fei Fei's words just now? This was clearly naked temptation. Alright then. Qin Feng nodded and then casually found a seat. To be honest, he really didn't have anything else on his mind. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao wanted to sit next to Qin Feng. However, before she could get close, Lu Rubing grabbed the seat first with a flash. Shen Mengyao didn't dare to grab with Lu Rubing and could only find another seat. Soon after everyone was seated, the airplane also took off directly. Mengyao, I asked you to notify Yida's side. Have you done so? At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Shen Mengyao who was not far away. Notified. Well, that's good. Qin Feng nodded and after finding a comfortable position, he prepared to squint for a while. Seeing this, the 2 girls, Lu Rubing and Shen Mengyao, also closed their eyes. The distance from Deep City to the imperial capital wasn't too far. It was only almost a 3-hour flight. Just as Qin Feng was sleeping in a daze, Guan Fei Fei came over then gently patted his shoulder. Boss, would you like something to drink? Guan Fei Fei brought her mouth to Qin Feng's ear and whispered to him. Qin Feng felt the hot air coming from his ear and couldn't help but be tickled. Only after a long time did he say somewhat awkwardly, "Give me a cup of Coke. Okay, please also wait a moment." With that, Guan Fei Fei took out a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the cart. Just as she was about to twist off the cap, she accidentally poured the Coke directly onto Qin Feng. What the hell? Just as Qin Feng couldn't help but frown, he heard Guan Fei Fei's very apologetic voice come out. "Boss, I'm really sorry, this is so stupid of me." Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Qin Feng instantly softened his heart all of a sudden. "Forget it, it's no big deal. I'll go to the restroom to wash up," Qin Feng said, stood up and walked over in the direction of the restroom. Seeing this, Guan Fei Fei behind her instantly revealed a smile of triumphant intrigue. Taking 3 steps, she directly followed quietly. Qin Feng had just pushed the door to the restroom open, so Guan Fei Fei intended to go in as well. However, before she could follow, Qin Feng directly closed the door. There was no way out, so Guan Fei Fei immediately ate a closed door. "I'll go. Why are you standing here?" As soon as Qin Feng went out the door, he met Lu Rubing who was guarding the door. Looking at Lu Rubing standing at the door, he almost didn't bite his tongue in surprise. "My duty is to protect you 24 hours a day." Lu Rubing had a cold face, and towards Qin Feng, he returned indifferently. Following even when you go to the restroom. You're afraid that there's something wrong with you, aren't you?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lu Rubing to react and directly walked towards his seat. Lu Rubing, who came back to her senses, almost didn't spray out a mouthful of blood. This damn is also too infuriating. Silver teeth clenched, a face of anger then followed up. Chapter 065, Are we really not going to meet at the door? 3 hours later, Imperial Capital Daxing Airport. Mengyao, have you contacted all the cars? Coming up from the airplane, Qin Feng asked Shen Mengyao. Contacted it. Shen Mengyao nodded back. That's good. With that, Qin Feng led the women out of the airport. Qin Feng and the others stood outside the airport gate and waited for less than a minute before a van drove over. In the next second, a middle-aged man walked down from it. He first sized up Qin Feng and the others before smiling and walking over. "Hello guys, may I ask if this is the car you rented?" "What?" Qin Feng slightly froze, somewhat puzzled. "No, you recognized the wrong person, right?" "No?" The middle-aged man was also stunned, muttering in his mouth. Obviously the other side said it was this time to arrive. And also all handsome men and beautiful women. Speaking of this, he scratched his head at Qin Feng and asked, "I'd like to ask, is there a lady called Shen Mengyao among you?" Shen Mengyao? As soon as Qin Feng heard this, he immediately looked towards Shen Mengyao. The other few ladies did the same. "Me?" Shen Mengyao said in a somewhat confused manner. "I am." "You are?" For some reason, at this moment, Qin Feng had a very bad feeling about them. Sure enough, in the very next second, they heard that middle-aged man say, "That's right then. I'm an employee of Dinglong Rental Company. Didn't you say you wanted to rent a more spacious car last night? Now that the car is yours, then I'll leave first. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he directly shoved the car keys into Qin Feng's hands. Without waiting for them to react, he turned around and left. "What the hell is this?" Qin Feng frowned slightly and turned his head just to look at the surprised Shen Mengyao and asked, "Mengyao, is this the car you rented?" This, back to Shen Mengyao, a face of embarrassment back. "I said to let them prepare a more spacious car. After all, we are not several well, but where do you think? Nima, not to mention, this car is indeed quite spacious." Qin Feng, a few people heard Shen Mengyao this, cannot help but in the heart of the spit said. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao said to Qin Feng with some embarrassment, "Master, why don't I call again and ask them to change to another car? It's better to forget about it." Qin Feng sighed and said with a helpless face, "Pay attention next time. Don't make this kind of low-level mistake again. To punish you, you'll be the driver today." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly handed the key in his hand to Shen Mengyao. Thank you master." Shen Mengyao smiled cheekily, and revealed a happy smile at Qin Feng. She was very clear that she was originally Qin Feng's driver. The reason why Qin Feng said that now was obviously because he didn't want her to blame herself too much. After being very moved, she hurriedly took the van keys from Qin Feng's hands. "Alright, let's set off now." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took the women and got into the van. With a kick of the gas, the van quickly drove away from Daxing Airport. "Boss, do you think those executives of Yida will be confused when they see us driving over in the van?" In the car, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but ask Qin Feng with a bitter smile. "That goes without saying? The hallowed boss of Yida going to the company in a van. Who would have thought of this? Once Guan Fei Fei in the passenger seat heard Shen Mengyao's words, she couldn't help but just laugh. Hey, it's all my fault. When Shen Mengyao heard this, she couldn't help but sigh. It's fine. Qin Feng shook his head and said thoughtfully, the hell knows if they can see it? It can't be. Once Guan Fei Fei heard this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, they're standing in front of the company. How could they not see it? Yes, you are the biggest shareholder of the company. They must be waiting for you at the entrance of the company. He. Qin Feng hears this and can't help but let out a cold laugh. I'm afraid they're waiting to give me a downward spiral. They dare. You are the biggest shareholder of Yida. Aren't they afraid of being fired? The moment Shen Mengyao's few girls heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately revealed an angry expression. Who knows? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said in a very unconcerned manner, we'll find out later when we go over there. Yida Real Estate Headquarters. Inside a high-level conference room. Mr. Wang, are we really not going to greet them at the door? Su Shengjun frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask Wang Yilan. Yes, wouldn't that be too good? Hearing Su Shengjun's words, one of the company's executives immediately agreed. If we all don't go, I'm afraid that we'll be warned by him in the future, right? Another senior company official said in a tangled voice. With Mr. Wang here, you guys are scared of nothing. What kind of thing is he? Qin Feng? Hearing their words, a senior who was himself on Wang Yilan's side, said without mockery, That's right. When Mr. Wang was founding Yida, that kid still doesn't know where he's playing with piss and mud. Asterisk. Really think they have 51% of the equity is marvelous. The other day actually dare to threaten Mr. Wang. That's right. Do you still dare to fire us all? Let's not go today. Let's see what he can do. In most of their minds, Qin Feng is just a brat with a 51% stake in Yida. How can he be compared to Wang Yilan in front of him? Qin Feng hadn't even arrived yet, and they had pretty much already figured out where to stand. At this moment, sitting on the main seat above Wang Yilan, first picked up the cup of tea, gently sipped a small mouthful, and then said to the crowd with a smile, Gentlemen, our company is now very busy. Even if it is the Qin general wants to come, we are not so much to put down the work at hand. All run to meet it? Mr. Wang is right. I still have to talk business with Governor Zhou later. Me too. I haven't even finished yesterday's report yet, so I don't have that kind of free time. That's right. I'm busy too. As soon as everyone heard Wang Yilan's words, many people immediately came out to agree. Seeing this, Wang Yilan nodded his head in satisfaction before continuing. I think, let's just send a random person over. I think it. Saying this, he directly looked at Su Shengjun. It's quite appropriate for Mr. Su to go over alone. What do you all think? Ha. I agree. I also agree. Mr. Wang is right. Director Su is indeed quite suitable. After the crowd laughed a lot, Wang Yilan directly tapped the board to finalize it. In his mind, to send Su Shengjun to pick up Qin Feng was already considered to be giving him face. Chapter 066, these are ING stars, right? At the entrance of Yida's headquarters, a car horn sounded, and a dilapidated van then stopped. It seems like there's really no one. The vehicle just stopped and Guan Fei Fei looked around. Qin Feng, who was sitting in the back row, frowned when he heard that. Just as he thought, those guys had really given him a hard time. Just then, a uniformed security guard came over. He first knocked on the window of the car, and then he said with a cold face, the car that delivers food uses the back door. Shen Mengyao was slightly stunned, and after lowering the car window, she said somewhat speechlessly, I say big brother security guard, where do you see that we look like we are delivering food? Don't you guys? Hearing this, the security guard immediately sized up the car. Nima, this is all ING stars, right? After he got a good look at the looks of Qin Feng's several people, he almost didn't bite his tongue off in surprise. He had to say that he had indeed been shocked by the face value of Qin Feng's several people. It was only after a long half day that he said in a slightly softer tone, since you're not a food delivery person, then please fill out the form over here. Hey, do you know what kind of person is sitting in this car? Shen Mengyao was instantly dissatisfied when she heard his words. In her thoughts, when did the boss go back to his own company and still have to fill out a form to get in? Wasn't this a ING joke? I don't care who you guys are. The security guard skimmed his mouth and said in a very pretentious manner, even if it's our boss who's here, then you have to fill out a form to get in. Oh, Qin Feng froze slightly and couldn't help but say in amusement, do you know who your boss is? Ha. As soon as the security guard heard Qin Feng's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Little brother, you wouldn't even know Yida's Mr. Wang, would you? Could it be that your village has just been connected to the internet? In his opinion, Not to mention Wang Yilan's identity as the chairman of Yida. His identity as a member of the Huaxia rich list was definitely a household name. Now that Qin Feng was asking him this kind of question, wasn't he being funny? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and ignored him, instead saying to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, go fill out the form." "Master, this," without waiting for Shen Mengyao to finish, Qin Feng interrupted. "That's an order." "Okay, master." Shen Mengyao nodded, and very reluctantly, she stepped out of the car. Seeing this, the security guard standing outside the car immediately gave Qin Feng a thumbs up, as if to say, "Okay, bro, such a pretty girl actually listens to you." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, revealing a very unimpressed look. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really have much of an opinion about the security guard in front of him. After all, this was also someone's duty. When Shen Mengyao returned after signing, the security guard smiled and opened the gate. An engine roar sounded, and the van drove straight in. After circling around for a long time, Shen Mengyao froze and couldn't find a spot where she could park. "There seems to be a spot there." Guan Fei, who was looking around, pointed to a place not far from the entrance of Yida building and said to Shen Mengyao, "Ha, it seems to be true." Shen Mengyao followed the direction of Guan Fei's finger, and immediately couldn't help but see a bright spot. Without daring to delay, she drove over there with a kick of the gas. After bringing the car to a steady stop, the crowd stepped down from the car. Rumble. They had only just stood still when a roaring engine sound came from them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they soon saw a Range Rover driving towards them. Jabla! With a beautiful tail swing, the car stopped directly in front of Qin Feng and the others. It didn't take long before there was a very flirtatiously dressed guy who poked his head out of the car. "Hey, you guys." Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped his mouth. Not far away from the Lu Rubing's several women, think very handsome, then whistled. "Several beautiful women." Add a WeChat chant. As soon as the words fell, Lu Rubing's several women immediately frowned. Ahem. Right at this moment, a net red face sitting beside the Tarkman couldn't help but say in a petulant manner, "Brother Tsong, if you continue to be like this, people will get angry." "Egu, my little girl, I'm not joking with them." After finishing his speech, the Tarkman directly kissed the net red face on the face. To be honest, if he were to choose between Netflix and Lu Rubing, he would indeed choose Netflix. Not to mention the fact that the net red face was the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth. In terms of his own character, he was also attracted to women like Netflix. "I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to find them to ask for WeChat." Okay, I'll listen to you," the Tarkman finished. In order to show the importance of the net red face, to Qin Feng they are shouted, "I say, can you guys move this broken van? Do not know that this is my Lin Xiao parking position?" When Shen Mengyao heard this, she immediately became angry. Previously, Qin Feng had asked her to fill out a form, which had made her feel a little aggrieved. Now that such a guy had appeared and dared to make them move their car, how could she hold back? The corner of her mouth, to the Tarkman is disdainful said, "How do you prove? This is your parking position. Is not written here with your name not? Ha ha." When the Tarkman heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Skimming his mouth, he said arrogantly, "My Lin Temple Tsong's parking space, do I still need to write my name? Yo, look at your tone. It seems like you're not coming from a small place." The corner of Guan Fei's mouth skimmed, said with disdain, "That's natural." Lin Temple Tsong confidently smiled, not without complacency. "Do you guys know who my uncle is? It's not that I'm blowing it with you guys. Saying it out can definitely scare you to death." When Shen Mengyao heard this, she let out a snort and said with a playful expression, "Then why don't you tell me? I'm curious to know. How exactly were we scared to death?" As soon as he heard Shen Mengyao's words, Lin Temple Tsong instantly felt that his face was a bit untenable. Ahem, dryly coughed twice, and only then said with a pretentious face, "Since you guys want to know so much, then I will tell you. My uncle is the boss of this Yida real estate Wang Yilan. How? Now should know. Why this parking space is my right. I'm not afraid to tell you. Don't say this parking space. Even if I want to Yida real estate entire company, my uncle will also give me without saying a word." Put. Qin Feng, who hadn't opened his mouth to speak, snorted and laughed when he heard these words. Seeing this, the other few women also followed suit and laughed when one of them couldn't hold back. Others might not be too clear about it, but they were clear about it. Yida Real Estate? That was Qin Feng's company. P.S. Little cuties guess, how will the author Fungus hit Seetsong this tart in the face later? Chapter 067, kneel down and say 3 apologies to me. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Lin Seetsong stepped down from the car and snapped at Qin Feng. What do you care? That's right. What's wrong with my master laughing? However, Lin Seetsong's words had only just fallen when Shen Mengyao and Guan Fei both stepped forward. in their hearts. How could Qin Feng be provoked by such a tart? This kid is also too popular with women, right? Lin Si-song heard this, and while he was upset, he couldn't help but be envious at the same time. After a long half day, this is the only time he said to Qin Feng with a gloomy face, "Kid, are you only going to stand behind women?" The moment the two girls, Guan Feifei and Shen Mengyao, heard this, they immediately wanted to say something else. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng stopped them, taking a few steps forward. His body turned towards Lin Templesong and said with a playful face, "Then what do you want?" Very simple. Lin Templesong skimmed his mouth and said casually, "First, hurry up and move this broken car of yours away from me. Second, kneel down and say 3 apologies to me. Otherwise, ha." Qin Feng heard, but could not help but snort a laugh, very unimpressed. "Or else how? Or else I'll let someone drive you out of Yida." Lin Templesong revealed a very confident smile and said to Qin Feng, "If I'm not mistaken, you guys should want to come to Yida to seek cooperation, right?" However, Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to his threat, but instead asked indifferently, "Are you an employee of Yida?" "No." Although Lin Templesong was somewhat baffled, he still shook his head. In that case, when Qin Feng said this, he suddenly turned his words around and said coldly, "And on what basis did you allow someone to kick me out?" Ha ha ha. Lin Templesong couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Only after a long half day, did he say very arrogantly, "Not based on what? Just based on the fact that my uncle is Wang Yilin." "Kid, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to say yes, or no?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with a disdainful face, "Do I look like the kind of person who would be threatened?" Fine, fine. Hearing this, Lin Templesong said 3 good words in a row. "Kid, then don't blame me for not being polite." Saying this, Lin Templesong immediately took out his cell phone and dialed out, "Lin Xiao, is there anything you need to order?" As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Lin Templesong swept a playful glance at Qin Feng before he returned to the other end of the phone. "Captain Zhou, I would like to trouble you with something. I don't know if it's convenient." "Young Lin, what are you talking about? As long as I can do it, just do as you say." "Good, then I'll trouble you to bring a few people with you and come over to this side of the building entrance." "Young Lin, is something going on over at the mansion?" "No." Lin Templesong shook his head and said with a playful face, "There's a guy over here. I need you guys to help me drive him out." "Oh, so it's such a small matter." Hearing this, the middle-aged man said with disdain, "You can rest assured, I will bring people over here." In a short while, there were 4 or 5 security guards that walked over from a short distance away. "Lin Xiao, the guy you're talking about, is it him?" The security guard at the front pointed at Qin Feng and asked Lin Templesong. Yes, it's him." Lin Templesong nodded and cast a look of pity at Qin Feng. "Ha ha, I thought it was some powerful person, but it turns out to be a brat." The security guard snorted and said disdainfully to Qin Feng, "Little brat, you even dare to offend Lin Xiao. I'm afraid you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. You guys are employees of Yida?" Qin Feng did not pay any attention to his provocation, but instead opened his mouth indifferently and asked the same question as earlier. Once that security guard heard Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly and replied coldly, "So what if I am?" "Very well." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a chilly tone, "Wait for a while, you'll know." "Little brat, don't you dare put on airs and graces. Think I'm intimidated?" That security guard skimmed his mouth. To the several security guards following behind him, he then commanded, "Brothers, go together, beat him up before kicking him out." In his opinion, Qin Feng's words just now were clearly a threat to him. As the titular security captain, he naturally had to get this back. "Alright, Captain, just watch and see. Just this little pussy brat. I can handle it all by myself. Kid, don't blame Grandpa for my heavy hand. You asked for it." After the security guards arrogantly said these words, they gripped the clubs in their hands and rushed towards Qin Feng. Seeing this, Lu Rubing was ready to strike. However, at this moment, not far away came a loud shout, "All give me stop." The words only just fell. A middle-aged man in a suit immediately rushed over at a trot. As soon as the security guard saw the visitor, he instantly revealed a fawning smile. "Director Su, why are you here?" However, Su Xingjun did not even look at him and directly walked over towards where Qin Feng was. He first bowed to Qin Feng, and then only then did he say apologetically, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I'm late." When those security guards and Lin Templesong, after seeing the scene in front of them, immediately froze on the spot. "Mr. Qin? Could this be some big shot? You are?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hello Mr. Qin, I'm our company's project director Su Xingjun. We had a phone call the day before yesterday. Oh, so it's you. Qin Feng listens and can't help but ask with some amusement. Are you the only one who came over? Su Shangjun wasn't a little cutie. Where would he not understand the meaning in Qin Feng's words? Cough cough. After dryly coughing twice, he said with some embarrassment, Mr. Wang said that the company has been very busy lately, so he only sent me over alone. Ha! Qin Feng laughed coldly, skimmed his mouth and said, it seems like that old Wang guy. He's still quite good at playing kid, how dare you? How dare you address my uncle like that? Not far away. Once Lin Temple Tsong heard Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but stand out. However, in the next second after his words fell, Su Shangjun, who was standing in front of Qin Feng, shouted, shut your mouth. Is Mr. Qin something you can criticize? Surname Su. What do you mean? Do you really think you're a great person just because you're a director? Being scolded by Su Shangjun, Lin Sikong immediately felt that he had lost face, and threatened Su Shangjun, do you believe me? I'll let my uncle kick you both out. P.S. From tomorrow onwards, every day to the little cuties. 10,000 words update. Little cuties, happy? Chapter 068, don't blame me for knocking out your mouth full of dog teeth later on. Ha ha ha. However, what Lin Temple Tsong did not expect was, just the next second after his words fell, Su Shangjun laughed out loud when he couldn't hold back. What are you laughing at? Lin Temple Tsong frowned slightly and asked in a tone of displeasure. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Su Shangjun skimmed his mouth and said with a look of contempt, do you know what kind of person Mr. Qin is? How dare you say such arrogant words? Poof. Once Lin Temple Tsong heard this, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort and said with a face full of mockery, what kind of person can it be? Terrific is just a higher level dog under my uncle. He was no cutie pie either. Su Shangjun obviously had a lot of respect for Qin Feng. Lin Sitsong guessed that Qin Feng was most likely Yida Real Estate. Some company executives that he hadn't seen before. Even if it's a company executive. So what? He was still working for his own uncle? Kid, you'd better talk a little cleaner for me. At this moment, Lu Rubing, who hadn't opened his mouth, said to Lin Sitsong with a cold look in his eyes, don't blame me for knocking your mouth full of dog teeth later. You. When Lin Temple Tsong heard this, he was immediately infuriated. He just wanted to say something, but when he came into contact with Lu Rubing's cold eyes, he immediately forced the words he wanted to say back. Seeing his deflated face, Su Shangjun couldn't help but feel a pang of contempt in his heart. After a few moments of silence, this only bit his teeth and said, kid, it's not that I look down on Mr. Wang. On him? I'm afraid to give Mr. Qin as a dog are not worthy. Do you know that Mr. Qin is the real boss behind our Yida Real Estate? Su Shangjun was kind of open-minded this time. It wasn't like he couldn't see that Wang Yilin was clearly sidelining him earlier. If that was the case, why didn't he defect to Qin Feng? That was why he was speaking without fear now. What did you say? Upon hearing Su Shangjun's words, Lin Temple Tsong immediately froze on the spot. Only after a long half-day, did he say with some color? Impossible. My uncle Wang Yilin is the boss of Yida. Ha! Su Shangjun mocking a smile, very disdainful said, your uncle only how many shares? 22% only. People Qin has 51% of the shares. Still the boss. Not afraid to laugh off other people's teeth. What? This guy actually has 51% of the shares of Yida? How the hell is this possible? When Lin Temple Tsong heard this, he almost didn't bite his tongue in shock. Not only him, a few security guards standing not far away from him were also dumbfounded. Thinking of the arrogant scene they had earlier in front of Qin Feng, they couldn't help but shiver. If they messed with such a big shot, they would lose their jobs. But if people had to take them to task, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to save their lives. Thinking of this, how could they dare to have too much hesitation? And with a plop, they directly knelt down. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for Qin Feng and the others to react, there were immediately 3 loud bangs on their heads. The captain surnamed Zhou, who was the first to apologize to Qin Feng, said, Mr. Qin, we were the ones who had no eyes, so please spare us. Seeing this, Qin Feng first stared blankly, then said indifferently, I don't have time to care about you guys right now, so get the hell back to your posts first. Alright, we'll roll. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, how else would they dare to stay longer? They stood up and hurriedly left. Not far away, Lin Temple Tsong saw this and also knew that things might be a bit bad, so he immediately wanted to get on the car and leave. However, at this time, Qin Feng made a wink to Lu Rubing. Lu Rubing will understand. An arrow stepped and rushed up. Like carrying a chicken cub, she directly knocked out and grabbed Lin Temple Tsong who wanted to escape. Hey, you, Netflix face, who was watching the show in the car, wanted to loudly stop, But when she came into contact with the eyes Lu Rubing cast over, she immediately stopped her mouth. Boss, what about this guy? Lu Rubing glanced at Lin Sitsong, who was carried in his hands, and turned to Qin Feng and asked. Su Shangjun, who was standing in front of Qin Feng, had long been looking somewhat dumbfounded. This woman beside Mr. Qin, her strength was too great, wasn't it? Just as he was looking surprised, Qin Feng opened his mouth faintly. Take him in with you. After saying that, he took a step towards the entrance of Yida Mansion. Seeing this, the others also immediately followed. Director Su, what floor is my office on? In the elevator? Qin Feng turned to Su Shengjun and then asked. This. Su Shengjun heard this, but he didn't know how to answer. What? Could it be that guy Wang Yilin didn't arrange it for me? Qin Feng asked with the corner of his mouth turned up in a smile. He said that you won't be coming to the company, so there's no need for arrangements. Is that so? Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Looks like he really thinks Yida is his? You wait and notify. There will be a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. I have something to say. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Shangjun nodded and directly brought Qin Feng and the others to the conference room. Time flashed by. 5 minutes quickly passed, one after another. A portion of the company's senior management also came. However, most of them were unable to come within the time stipulated by Qin Feng. This, naturally, included Chairman Wang Yilin. I go. Our boss is too young, right? I'm afraid he looks like he's only in his 20s. Can he be a match for Chairman Wang? It should be difficult. Mr. Wang is an old fox who has been in the business world for decades. Hey, let's look at the situation first. Let's not rush to take sides. That's right. We're just part-timers. There's no need to follow and get involved. Just as the crowd was whispering, they suddenly realized Lin Temple Song, who was lying on the ground. Ha, isn't that Mr. Wang's nephew? It seems to be true. Why is he lying here? This seems to be knocked out by someone, right? I go. Who is so bold to hit Mr. Wang's nephew? Murphy. The words only just fell. All of them, with shocked faces, looked over in the direction where Qin Feng was. In their thoughts, I'm afraid that the only person within this conference room who could be so bold was Qin Feng. Meng Yao, close the door. Qin Feng didn't bother with their shocked expressions, and said to Shen Mengyao, okay boss. Shen Mengyao nodded, got up and was ready to go close the door. Ha ha ha, sorry for being late. However, before Shen Mengyao could approach, a middle-aged man's loud laugh sounded. Soon after, Wang Yilin was seen leading a large group of people, walking in from the door with a playful face. Chapter 069, you won't be beaten even if you're late, right? Temple Song? Wang Yilin had only just walked in and immediately discovered Lin Temple Song lying on the ground. The expression that had just been playful instantly turned gloomy. After ruthlessly sweeping a glance at Qin Feng's several people, he then walked over in Lin Temple Song's direction. The group of executives following him could not help but look at each other for a while. Couldn't figure out why Mr. Wang's nephew would be lying inside the company's conference room? Tarat Song. Wang Yilin gently pushed twice, and only then did Lin Temple Song come to his senses with great difficulty. Ha, uncle, why are you here? Lin Temple Song looked at Wang Yilin in front of him with a confused face. Tell me, who knocked you out? Wang Yilin's eyes narrowed slightly and didn't answer Lin Temple Song's question. Knocked out? Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, Lin Temple Song couldn't help but faintly stare. However, it quickly thought of something. After scanning around, pointing at Qin Feng's several people, he said, it's them who did this. Uncle, you must help me teach them a good lesson. Don't worry. Wang Yilin first patted his shoulder before pulling him up from the ground. Taking a step in front of Qin Feng, he asked in a light tone, Mr. Qin, was my nephew knocked out by you guys? So what if he is? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth, his face full of concern. Good. Wang Yilin said 3 good words in a row and said with a gloomy face, I'll remember this matter. Oh yeah? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said playfully, then should it be recorded in your family tree? You, hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He had just let out a harsh word so that he could regain some face. After all, it was impossible for him to fight with Qin Feng in front of so many company executives, right? Besides, even if it was a fight, how could he be Qin Feng's opponent? But what he hadn't expected in any way was that Qin Feng actually didn't follow the routine at all. Alright, if you're fine, hurry up and find a seat. When Qin Feng said this, he suddenly pointed at Lin Sitsong and said in a very nonchalant tone, as for this kind of outsider, he has no qualifications to participate in our company's meeting. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin's face instantly turned blue. If he kicked Lin Temple Song out now, wouldn't this be equivalent to slapping his face? Surname Qin, don't bully people too much. Wang Yilan's tone was cold, and he said to Qin Feng with an angry face, "Don't you forget that I'm the chairman of the board right now." "Oh yeah?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with disdain, "I'll let you be. And you'll be. I'm going to let you not be. What the hell are you?" As soon as Qin Feng said this, the scene instantly turned into a pin drop. Quiet. Incredibly quiet. Every single person. As if they could hear their own heartbeat. How could they not have expected that Qin Feng would actually be so direct, not giving Wang Yilan an ounce of face at all? Put. And right at this moment, Wang Yilan didn't hold back and directly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Uncle, are you alright? Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang." Seeing this, Lin Templesong and a group of executives standing behind him hurriedly surrounded him. Wang Yilan's body shook slightly, reaching out to wipe away the blood from the side of his mouth, shaking his head slightly and saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Taking a deep breath, he turned his head and gave Qin Feng a deathly glance. He then sat down on the seat under Qin Feng's lower hand under the assistance of the crowd. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he had just been infuriated, he would have really had to compete with Qin Feng for the main seat today. However, the current him had a hint of scorn towards Qin Feng. Cough. After dryly coughing twice, he then said to the curt-faced Lin Templesong, "Templesong, you go out first." Once Lin Templesong heard this, he immediately froze on the spot. How could he not expect that his uncle, who had always been strong, actually really compromised in front of Qin Feng? "Uncle, I just wanted to say something, but was coldly interrupted by Wang Yilan." "Get out." "Good, good." Lin Templesong was very reluctant, nodded, turned to Qin Feng and said, "Surname Qin, today this matter I and you are not finished. You give me to wait." After saying this, he took a step and prepared to leave. "Did I say, you can leave?" However, what he didn't expect was that in the very next second, Qin Feng's voice came over. How could Qin Feng let him leave so easily when he dared to put words in his mouth with him? "What do you mean?" Lin Templesong turned his head and asked coldly. "Nothing means." Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said casually, "I just think, right, this mouth of yours really stinks. It needs to be cured." After saying that, he made a gesture to Lu Rubing to do something. Lu Rubing immediately understood, and without waiting for Lin Templesong to react, he rushed up again with an arrow step. In the crowd's shocked gazes, she flew up and kicked Lin Templesong in the mouth. Put. Lin Templesong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a mouthful of broken teeth, and then fainted from the pain. "Oh my god, this is too ruthless." The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing this scene in front of them. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Qin Feng were instantly filled with scorn. How could they not expect that Qin Feng, who looked so young, would actually be so vindictive in his dealings? Those company executives who followed Wang Yilan inexplicably began to get nervous. "Tarot Song." Wang Yilan let out a shout and ran over towards Lin Templesong, who was lying on the ground. Looking at Lin Templesong's mouth full of blood, his eyes instantly turned red. "Qin Feng, you wait for me, I will definitely let you die." After secretly swearing, Wang Yilan forced down the killing intent in his heart. He casually recruited two company executives and had them help Lin Templesong out. It had to be said that the stoicism of an old fox like Wang Yilan was not something that ordinary people could compare to. "Alright, let's have a meeting." Wang Yilan sat back down with a gloomy face and said to the crowd present, "Wait." However, right at this moment, Qin Feng directly interrupted him. "Oh, does Mr. Qin have something to say?" Hearing this, Wang Yilan asked Qin Feng with a leathery smile on his face. "Of course." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and towards the crowd present, he asked in a chilling tone, "I'm curious to know, who all, just now, came in after more than 5 minutes?" As soon as the crowd heard Qin Feng's words, they couldn't help but shiver. It wouldn't be possible that they would be beaten even if they were late, right? Thinking of this, those executives who had followed Wang Yilan earlier, one of them couldn't help but cast a grudging look at Wang Yilan. Chapter 070, Leader is not the way you should be. "What? There's no one?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with some disdain, "Didn't they all want to give me a hard time? Why are they all conceding at this time?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone shrunk their heads as if they hadn't heard them. "Since all of them don't dare to come forward then." Seeing this, Qin Feng turned his head and then looked at Shen Mengyao. "Mengyao, who were all there just now? You should have memorized them all, right?" "Master, I've memorized them all." "Well, then, it's up to you to help remind them." "Okay, Master." Shen Mengyao nodded, and then she looked over towards the crowd present. Wherever her gaze reached, all of them involuntarily lowered their heads, as if they were afraid that they would be nailed by Shen Mengyao. After scanning a large circle, finally Shen Mengyao locked her gaze on Wang Yilan. Pointing at Wang Yilan, she said, "There's him." Being pointed out by Shen Mengyao, Wang Yilan couldn't help but skim his mouth. revealing a very disdainful expression. In his thoughts, even if he was pointed out, so what? It was hard to believe that Qin Feng would really dare to fire him? Unless Yida wanted to go bankrupt was more like it. Well, what else? Qin Feng nodded, and then continued to ask. And him, and him. Saying that, Shen Mengyao continuously pointed out more than 10 more people. One didn't need to think to know that all of these people were from Wang Yilan's group. Alright, I wonder if you all have any objections? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he asked to the dozen or so people who had been pointed out. We are late, but we are doing it because of work. Just as Qin Feng's words had fallen, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately stood out. From his tone, one could hear strong dissatisfaction. That's right, you think we're all as idle as you? We all have jobs, right? What's wrong with being a few minutes late for a meeting? We work overtime every day, don't we? That's right. You don't know anything and you're just pretending. Mr. Qin, this is not the way to be a leader. Right at this moment, more than 10 other company executives also stood out, accusing Qin Feng. Looking at them, it was as if they were really late because of work. Seeing this, Wang Yilan, who was sitting in his seat without moving, couldn't help but show a look of watching the show. Didn't you have to point it out? Well then, I'll see what you do now. Just as Wang Yilan was thinking about this, Qin Feng was laughing and did not look angry. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In their minds, Qin Feng must have felt that what they said made sense. After all, it's a young man. It's not just a matter of fooling around. Only, what they didn't expect was, in the very next second, this childish thought of theirs was mercilessly cut through by Qin Feng. All finished, right? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly before he said indifferently. Since they've all finished, then all listen to me. From now on, all of you are no longer employees of Yida Real Estate. You are fired by me. What? The crowd, who had just been very pleased with themselves, froze on the spot as soon as they heard Qin Feng's words. It was impossible for them to think to death that Qin Feng would actually dare to fire them. To know, the entire Yida Real Estate executives, but only so 20 or 30 people. Now Qin Feng was going to fire half of them at once. Wasn't this a joke? Wang Yilan, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He and the others thought similarly. In Wang Yilan's opinion, Qin Feng quietly purchased 51% of Yida's shares, just want to use it to earn more money. But this current wave of maneuvering clearly had a bit of a backward feel to it. Wang Yilan took a deep breath before he frowned at Qin Feng and asked, Mr. Qin, are you serious? When the crowd heard this, they all looked towards Qin Feng as well. Of course, it's more real than real gold. Then I would like to ask you, do you know their identities? The corner of Wang Yilan's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. In his opinion, Qin Feng was clearly acting like he didn't know anything. Identities? Qin Feng first froze, then couldn't help but ask with some amusement. Could it be that their identities are even higher than mine? They naturally can't compare to you. After all, you hold 51% of the shares. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilan couldn't help but speak out in mockery. The meaning of his words was also very clear. It was just to say that Qin Feng was pretending to be a bully in front of them based on his shares. However, what Wang Yilan didn't expect was that Qin Feng didn't follow the rules at all. Skimming his mouth, he mocked back at him as well. Since you know that I have 51% of the shares, what the hell are you talking to me about? You? Wang Yilan almost didn't pass out from anger when he heard this. Forcibly suppressed the fire in his heart, pointed to the previous man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said to Qin Feng, he, Zhang Shiqing, Yida Real Estate Director of Finance and shareholder, with 2% of the company's shares. The company's large and small finances are all handled by him. Finished, and pointed to another person. And he, Li Yuanhua, Yida Real Estate Marketing Manager and shareholder, with 0.8% of the company's shares. And him, Zhou Tao, Yida Real Estate. And him. Just like that, Wang Yilan pointed out more than 10 more people in succession. Unsurprisingly, those people he pointed out were all those who had just been pointed out by Shen Mengyao. The reason why he introduced them one by one to Qin Feng was to let him know that these people were all the mainstays of Yida. If Qin Feng dared to fire these people, not to mention their status as shareholders, Yida would surely go into decline as a result. At that time, if Yida loses a lot of money, the one who loses the most is not you, Qin Feng, and those who have been named by Wang Yilan. Also at this time all straightened their backs. It looked like there was a feeling of smugness in the minds of these people. The reason why Qin Feng had dared to say that he was going to fire them earlier was simply because he didn't know their identities. Now that Wang Yilan had told them everything, Qin Feng still had no choice but to obediently accept his fate. Not only do they think this way, in fact, the remaining Su Xingjun, they are all the same idea. After all, There shouldn't be any boss who would want his company to lose money, right? However, this only proves that they do not understand Qin Feng at all. Losses? What the hell was that? A person with a consumer rebate system would still worry about that? Isn't this a ing joke? Chapter 71, Am I the biggest shareholder of Yida? Finished? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth turned away, and he then asked indifferently at Wang Yilin. What do you mean? Wang Yilin was slightly stunned and couldn't help but frown. In his thoughts, Qin Feng shouldn't have such an expression at this moment. It doesn't mean anything, I just want to say. Qin Feng said here and deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. If it's all said and done, then I'll trouble you to take them along with you to roll up and get out, okay? You're going to fire even me? Wang Yilin looked at Qin Feng, his face full of disbelief. Not only him, the executives who had just looked smug were all dumbfounded as well. How could they not expect that after Wang Yilin had introduced their greatness, Qin Feng actually still wanted to fire them? Of course, what surprised them the most was that Qin Feng actually wanted to kill Wang Yilin, the chairman of the board, as well. To be honest, even before Qin Feng said that he was going to fire all of their executives, they didn't think that Qin Feng would dare to fire Wang Yilin. After all, Wang Yilin is the founder of Yida, not to mention his ability. It's not something that can be compared to anyone. But now, hearing Qin Feng's words, it was obvious that he had no intention of leaving Wang Yilin behind. It would be strange if they weren't dumbfounded. Of course, Qin Feng rolled his white eyes and said mockingly, Is it hard to believe that you still want me to keep you in Yida for the new year? You know, what are you talking about? As soon as Wang Yilin heard Qin Feng's words, his face immediately turned gloomy. I'm telling you, if you fire us all, Yida will definitely declare bankruptcy in less than a year. Oh, Qin Feng just let out an oh. And then, there was no more then. What the hell is your ing-o sound? Shouldn't you express regret about this after hearing these words from me? Wang Yilin's heart at this time, as if there are 10,000 grass mudhorse galloping through the general. It had to be said that Qin Feng's oh was something that Wang Yilin had never thought of. Today, he was also made to start doubting life a bit by Qin Feng's character that didn't follow the rules. I think, you must not have listened to it. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yilin just wanted to say something else, but before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Qin Feng. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? I go. What does that mean? Wang Yilin was dumbfounded when he heard this. It wasn't just him, the others present were all the same. Since he couldn't understand, Wang Yilin wanted to repeat what he had just said to Qin Feng, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Qin Feng continue to ask, Let me ask you, am I the biggest shareholder of Yida? So what if I am? Leave us. Interrupted by Qin Feng 3 times, Wang Yilin instantly lost his temper. He just wanted to threaten 2 sentences, but was once again interrupted by Qin Feng. Since you know that I am the largest shareholder of Yida, what does my company going bankrupt have to do with you? When Qin Feng finished speaking, he immediately revealed a mocking expression. It was as if he was saying, bankruptcy is bankruptcy. I'm happy with it. You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin almost didn't directly pass out from anger. Only after a long time, did he say very nonchalantly, Surname Qin, do you really think that you're the only one with shares in the entire Yida company? You are the largest shareholder is good, but we also have shares, right? How come it has nothing to do with me? As soon as Wang Yilin's words fell, those various executives who were going to be fired by Qin Feng all stood out as well. Mr. Wang is right. Do you really think that the company is yours if you have the most shares? Shame on you. I still have 2% of the shares here. Hey, I also have 0.8% here. Even if I don't do this sales manager, so what? That's right. I also have 1.3% here. The big deal is to get dividends later. What's the big deal? Still have the nerve to say it's your own company. Why don't you just go to heaven? They were dismissed by Qin Feng. And how can they bear the breath? To Qin Feng is a round of cynicism. Right at this moment, the guy with the gold-rimmed glasses once again said with a rhythm, Everyone, how about we take an oath? What do you mean? As soon as Wang Yilin heard his words, he immediately became interested. Glancing at Qin Feng, he asked curiously at the man with glasses. Ha ha, Mr. Wang, what I mean is, the man with the glasses laughed and said to Wang Yilin, Let's not sell any of our shares to this kid. Let's see if he still has the face to say that Yida is his company. Not bad, not bad, good idea. I agree. Hey, I also agree. If I sell my shares to this kid, then I'll be struck by heaven. I also agree. If I sell my shares to this kid, I'll go out and get hit by a car. It's my turn. It's my turn. If I sell my shares to this kid, and me, I'll also swear. If, the glasses man's words just fell, not waiting for Wang Yilin to open his mouth. Those other company executives, they immediately grabbed and launched their oaths. Even Wang Yilin, at the end, swore that he would be struck by heaven if he didn't sell his shares. Of course, the reason why they made such an operation, the main reason was just to disgust Qin Feng. Only what they don't know is that this performance of theirs is completely like watching a monkey show in Qin Feng's view. Ridiculous to the extreme. Not selling shares to Qin Feng? That's not up to them. Qin Feng would let them know what the so-called law of true fragrance was. Cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice, and said to Wang Yilin and the others with a smile on his face, "Are you guys sure you're not going to sell your shares to me? I can tell you, if you're willing to sell them to me now, when I'm in a good mood, I might even buy them at the original price." The reason why Qin Feng said that was just to play a trick on them. You know, just now, that operation of theirs, although Qin Feng was very disdainful, he was also a bit disgusting. Wanting Qin Feng to acquire their shares at the original price? How was it possible to try that? Sell them to you? Wang Yilin snorted and said with a playful expression, "Unless the sun comes out of the west." Once the crowd heard Wang Yilin's words, they too laughed and agreed. Ha ha, Mr. Wang is right. If you want to buy shares, there's no way. We have just sworn an oath. You still want to buy shares from us. You are afraid that you are overthinking it, right? That's right. Even if I were to rot in my hands, there's no way I'd sell them to you. Ha ha ha. I just want to ask, are you angry? Just asking if you're angry. In their thoughts, Qin Feng must be about to vomit blood in anger at this moment. Chapter 072, this is a crazy Alright, since none of you are selling, forget it. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and turned his head, then said to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, help me call Mou. I have something to find her." After saying that, he didn't forget to add, "Right, remember to put it on speakerphone." "Okay, master." After Shen Mengyao nodded, she took out her cell phone and dialed out, "Mengyao, looking for me for something?" As soon as the phone was connected, Su Mou's nice voice came from over there. "It's the master who has something to find you," Shen Mengyao said, then handed the phone to Qin Feng. "Mou, I seem to remember that you're a doctorate in the Department of Economic Management, right?" "Yes, boss." "Good. I need to give you a task now." "Boss, you say. Is there any way to help me depress Yida real estate stock by 10% within an hour?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and he said to the other end of the phone, "What? This guy actually wanted to depress Yida's stock?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the others were instantly a bit dumbfounded. However, when they came back to their senses, they felt that Qin Feng's words were quite childish. What was Yida Real Estate? It was the leading giant in China's real estate industry, with a market value of at least 1,200 billion. Qin Feng now opened his mouth and said that he would depress Yida Real Estate stock by 10%. What was this if not childish? Su Mou over there was also slightly stunned for a few seconds, but soon opened his mouth and said back, "There is a way, but it's just that the funds may need to be a bit much." After saying that, he also couldn't help but ask with great curiosity, "Boss, is this what you want to do?" "Ha!" Qin Feng laughed coldly and returned, "I'm going to forcefully take back the Yida real estate stocks from some guys who don't know how to die." "Like that?" Su Mou was silent for a moment before he continued, "Boss, in fact, Yida is listed on the Hong Kong seaside." "What do you mean?" Qin Feng froze, somewhat not quite understanding what Su Mou meant. In fact, this was quite normal. He was completely half-assed about stocks and all that. "I mean," Su Mou said here, couldn't help but smile cheekily, "you can completely press Yida's stock to a halt. There is no limit to the rise and fall of stocks over in Hong Kong and the sea." "Oh, like that?" Upon hearing Su Mou's words, Qin Feng was also instantly energized. After casting a mocking gaze at Wang Yilin and the others, he said to the other end of the phone, "If I want to bring down Yida real estate stock within an hour, how much money do I need? I'll check the stock price of Yida first." "You wait a moment." After almost a minute, Su Mou's voice then came over again. "Boss, I just checked. Right now Yida's price per share is around $17. If we were to do it according to your request, we would need at least about $70 billion. $70 billion? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and he said casually, "Alright, I'll transfer $70 billion over to you right now." After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. One must know that Qin Feng's conversation with Su Mou just now was on speakerphone. As soon as Qin Feng hung up the phone, Wang Yilin and the others all laughed and mocked. "Did you hear that? Did you all hear that? It's almost killing me. Oh my god. To drop our Yida real estate stock. It's really scary. Ha ha ha, but also immediately 70 billion I give you to turn over. You think you opened the bank? I have to say, I'm afraid this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Ridiculous, just too ridiculous." Even Su Xingjun couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng reached out his hand to the pocket of his jacket. Very quickly, a very large Hermes wallet was pulled out from his pocket. While the crowd was puzzled, Qin Feng opened the wallet and then casually pulled out a card from it. Merchants Bank's black card? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and couldn't help but frown and mutter in a low voice. What a Thai card. Change it. After saying that, he casually threw the black card on the conference table. Nima. What's the meaning? Showing off his wealth and pretending to be a bully? The people present couldn't help but be a little confused when they saw the scene in front of them. And right at this moment, Qin Feng drew another black card out of his wallet. It was the same as just now, and after casually glancing at it, he threw it on the table with disgust. 1 sheet, 2 sheets, 4 sheets. When the people present realized that Qin Feng had once again pulled out a black card, they almost didn't stare out of their eyes. Oh my god, how many black cards does he have? To be honest, at this moment, Wang Yilan and the others were really panicking. One must know that Wang Yilan, as the chairman of Yida Real Estate, only had an ICBC black card in his hand. However, the Qin Feng in front of him just threw on the table of the black card. Already has 4 more. Moreover, who knows how many more he has in his wallet. This is the legendary black card. How did it come to Qin Feng as if it was a cabbage? While everyone was shocked, Qin Feng once again threw the 5th black card onto the table. From his disgusted expression, it was as if this black card was some kind of trash. 7 cards, 8 sheets, 9 sheets. It was only when Qin Feng pulled out the 9th black card that he finally revealed a satisfied smile. You know, although Qin Feng had more than 10 black cards, there were only 2 or 3 that actually had money in them. The 8 black cards that he had pulled out in front of him could only advance $10 billion. For him right now, it wasn't much use at all. He didn't bother to pay attention to the expressions of the people present, who were so surprised that they were about to faint. Without saying a word, he picked up his cell phone and clicked on the ICBC app. After some operation, directly will be 70 billion to Sumo you transferred over. 10 minutes later, a woman in an OL suit, carrying a laptop, knocked on the conference room door in a panic. As soon as the door was opened, the woman hurriedly ran towards Wang Yilan, shouting loudly as she ran. Mr. Wang, it's not good. Someone is acquiring a large number of our company shares. What? As soon as he heard her words, Wang Yilan rubbed his head and stood up from his seat. As for those company executives, they also instantly turned white. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng once again were all filled with panic. He actually really wants to spend $70 billion to short Yida's stock? Isn't this damn it hurting 1,000 people and damaging 800 of his own? Just as they were thinking about this, Wang Yilan had long since snatched the notebook from his secretary's hands. When he read the content on it, he stumbled and fell directly on top of his seat. Crazy person. This is a madman. Chapter 073, finally opening the system mall. Ding! Your current proxy purchase of Yida stock consumed a total of 6 million yuan. The success of the rebate 600 million yuan has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please pay attention to check. Ding! Your purchase on behalf of Yida stock consumption of a total of 8 million yuan. The success of the rebate 800 million yuan has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please pay attention to check receipt. Ding! Your purchase of Yida stock consumption of a total of 12 million yuan. The success of the rebate of 1.02 billion yuan has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please pay attention to check receipt. Ding! Your purchase of Yida stock consumed a total of 23 million yuan. The success of the rebate of 2.03 billion yuan has been deposited into your ICBC account. Please pay attention to check. Ding! Your purchase of Yida stock on behalf of a total consumption of 38 million yuan. The success of the rebate. Ding! Your purchase of Yida stock on behalf of a total of. Just as Wang Yilan and the others were filled with death, Qin Feng's mind was also continuously ringing with the sound of the system. In just less than 20 minutes, the balance within his ICBC bank card had already broken through to 300 billion. Ding! As the balance within your bank card has successfully exceeded $500 billion, is there a need to open the fixed point extra reward option service? Ding! As the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 600 billion, do you need to turn on the fixed point extra reward option service? Ding! As your card balance has successfully exceeded 700 billion. Ding! Due to your bank card balance. When Qin Feng heard this, his brain was practically buzzing. It's not a good idea to go on like this, so he hurriedly said to the system, System, can you turn off the reminder for me first? I'm about to be driven crazy by you here. Ding! The system has turned off the sound reminder function for you. You can turn on the light screen reminder anytime, anywhere. Please no. Light screen reminder? As soon as Qin Feng heard this, he instantly became energized and said to the system, System, please help me turn on the light screen reminder. The words in his head had just fallen, and a light screen the size of a 17-inch computer monitor immediately appeared before his eyes. Qin Feng realized that it seemed like he was the only one who could see this light screen, because Shen Mengyao, who was standing beside him, didn't have any expression of surprise at all. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and looked towards the content on top of the light screen. It was more or less the same as what he had imagined. It was filled with some reminder messages of system rewards, and at the back of those reminders of additional rewards, there seemed to be some green and red buttons, green for yes, red for no. In a moment of curiosity, Qin Feng directly tapped towards the green button representing yes. Ding! Fixed point extra reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, retail food and beverage companies. Please make your choice. The very next second after Qin Feng clicked over, such a message popped up on top of the light screen, and at the bottom of this message, there were 10 corresponding buttons. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng directly tapped on the button representing Ding! You have selected technology-based company. The system has set an additional reward for you. Ding! Due to your fixed point selection this time, the system extra reward will increase your equity to 100%. Ding! Due to the fact that the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 500 billion, the system will additionally reward you with 100% shares of the world's largest black tech company, CA Base. The equity certificates have been deposited into the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. CA Base? Qin Feng froze, unable to help but be a bit confused. Just as he wanted to take out his cell phone and do some Baidu, a message reminder just came out from the system, immediately drawing Qin Feng's eyes over. Ding! As the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 1 trillion, the system will open the system mall for you in 10 seconds. And now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 5, 2, 1. Ding! The system has successfully opened the system mall function for you. You can view it anytime and anywhere through the light curtain. Just in the next second after the system finished reminding him, Qin Feng found a small button named System Mall in the upper right corner of the light screen. Without much hesitation, he directly clicked on it. To be honest, Qin Feng was still quite excited. After all, it had been almost a week since he obtained the system. Not long after Qin Feng clicked down, 10 items immediately appeared on the light screen. Qin Feng scanned through them and couldn't help but be slightly disappointed, because the commodities displayed on the system appeared to be completely different from what he had imagined. Immortal spells? Sorry, no. Artifacts, pills, spirit pets? Sorry, none of those either. As for Qin Feng's most wanted fairies and whatnot, that's even more of a no-brainer. Moreover, it seemed that the goods in these malls needed to be purchased with something called consumption points. Qin Feng had looked at his personal information, and he currently only had a total of 13 billion consumption points. It sounded like a lot, but really, if you wait until you see the prices of these goods, you'll realize that it's actually nothing at all, because the prices of these commodities that were purchased weren't generally expensive either. Super Gene Serum, low level, allows the user to enhance the human body for one time. Can be stacked up to 99 times. The purchase price of 1,000,000 consumption points. Super Biochemical Bodyguard, low level, force comparable to human dark force experts. All skills, purchase price 1 million consumer points. Invisibility Talisman, low level, allows user to be invisible for 1 hour. Purchase price 1,000,000 consumption points. Perspective Talisman, low level, allows the user to see through for 1 hour. Purchase price 1,000,000 consumption points. Medicine Talisman Paper, low level, allows the user to be like a miracle doctor for 1 hour. Purchase price 1,000,000 consumption points. Transfiguration Talisman Paper, low level, allows the user to simply transfigure their face for 1 hour. Purchase price 1,000,000 consumer points. Electromagnetic Energy Gun Drawing, low level, can create black technology items for higher civilizations. Purchase price 1,000,000 consumption points. Electromagnetic Energy Cannon Drawing, low level, can be made out of high civilization black technology items. Purchase price 1 million consumption points. Thunderbolt. To be honest, some of the items in front of him were still somewhat useful to Qin Feng. For example, that Super Gene Serum. If he could use it, even if more girls came, they wouldn't be taken down easily. As for the back of what electromagnetic energy gun cannon, for the current Qin Feng, is simply chicken ribs. You have to know, Qin Feng is now in the place but the Chinese. If you have these things, It's simply looking for death. But the good thing is that Qin Feng just had a reward too, a global largest black technology base. When the time comes, it just so happens that he can take the drawings to them to study and research. P.S. Seeing that everyone wants to enhance the protagonist's strength and kidney function, the author can only satisfy all of you little darlings. Never feel this chapter water. After all, the transition chapter well. Chapter 74, today this share, I am sold. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately in the system mall, purchased 99 copies of Super Gene Serum. The price of one Super Gene Serum is 1 million consumption points. 99 copies is 99 million. The very next second after Qin Feng's successful payment, a system reminder appeared at the bottom of the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 99 copies of the Super Gene Serum. May I ask if you want to use it? Without delay, Qin Feng directly pressed the use button. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one copy of Super Gene Serum. Body physique plus 1. The standard value for an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current body physique total is 117. Just the next second Qin Feng saw this message, he seemed to feel suddenly quite refreshed. That slightly sore back feeling seemed to have instantly lessened a lot. This thing is simply more powerful than Viagra. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately clicked furiously. Ding! Congratulations on your successful use of one Super Gene Serum. Body physique plus 1. The standard value of an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current body physique total is 118. Ding! Congratulations on your successful use of one Super Gene Serum. Body constitution plus 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current body constitution total is 153. Ding! Congratulations on your successful use of one copy of Super Gene Serum. Body constitution plus 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current body constitution total is 177. Ding! Congratulations on your successful use of one copy of Super Gene Serum. Your current body physique total is 215. Right after Qin Feng had clicked 98 times in a row, his body physique sum, 2, had finally been raised to 215. Although he didn't really know what it meant, Qin Feng was able to feel, quite directly, the explosive power that existed within his body. If Qin Feng hadn't felt it wrong, he felt that he should now be able to be just like Lu Rubing and stomp a big hole right out of the floor of his home with a single kick. He had to say that this feeling still made him very excited. Scanning a few more eyes at the other items within the mall, he realized that there wasn't anything that he needed right now. So he let the system put away the light screen. When Qin Feng went to look at Wang Yilin and the others again, he found that all of them were almost all paralyzed on the ground. In such a short time just now, almost all of the Yida real estate shares left in the market had been purchased by Su Mou. Wang Yilin and the others knew that Qin Feng's big move should start soon. Sure enough, in the next period of time, above the stock market, a round of destructive low-priced dumping storms opened up. July 6, 2020, 12:13 minutes. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong shares. The price per share is 17 yuan. 12:17 minutes. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong shares. The price per share is 15 yuan. 12:21 a.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong shares. Price of $10 per share. At 12:27. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong shares. The price per share is $4. At 12:33 a.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong shares were priced at $1 per share. Due to the frantic selling on Su Mou's side, the share price on Yida Real Estate's side also fell again and again. Xinjiang Daily. Shocked. Yida Real Estate's share price plummets. Wang Yilin may have turned from a rich man to a negative man. Nandu Morning Post. Who is behind the plummeting stock price of Yida Real Estate? Deep City Evening News. Yida Real Estate. Or will go down the drain today. Just as Yida's stock price plummeted, the major media were also reporting on it. Even on top of Jitterbug, swiping 3 or 4 videos, you can see such news. In a moment, almost the whole country knows. Yida Real Estate might cease to exist after this stock price plunge. It only took less than 16 minutes for the stock price to shrink right down to $1. In other words, all Yida shareholders including Qin Feng, in such a short time, the people who lost the least, I'm afraid, exceeded more than $10 billion. And what makes these shareholders even more desperate is that Su Mou's side doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping, and then go to see Qin Feng, as if this matter has nothing to do with him in general. There is not a bit of heartache at all. However, how would they know? Just a moment ago, within Qin Feng's bank account, at least another $4 trillion had been added. It was true that they had lost a lot of money, but Qin Feng was now earning a fortune. Honestly speaking, Qin Feng really couldn't care less about this value of Yida. It was also at this moment that someone finally couldn't sit still. Gritting his teeth, he directly walked over towards Qin Feng. He first bowed to Qin Feng, Then only then did he say with a bitter smile on his face, Mr. Chin, this is all my fault today, so please raise your hand and let me off. If I can, I'll sell all the 0 to 6% shares in my hand to you now. Yang Hao, what the hell are you doing? Upon hearing this, the man with glasses not far away was furious, and yelled at Yang Hao, didn't you just swear that you wouldn't sell your shares to this kid? When Yang Hao heard this, he was also a bit angry, and said back to the man with glasses, Surname Zhang, if it wasn't for you provoking me, could I have sworn that kind of oath? I tell you, today this share, I am sure to sell. You will hold your little shares and go to hell together. You. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, the glasses man's nose was about to be angered. Just want to say something else. Just saw him beside more than 10 senior. Toward the Qin Feng side went over. Just like Yang Hao just now. They first bowed to Qin Feng and then wanted to sell their shares to him. It wasn't like they were little cuties. If they sold to Qin Feng now, they could more or less get back a little bit of their capital. If they waited for another half an hour, maybe the shares in their hands would really be worthless. As for the oath they made earlier, compared to money, that's nothing. If it smells good, it smells good. Even Wang Yilin, who hadn't moved from his chair, had begun to get entangled. Sell it to Qin Feng. He's worried that he'll lose face. Not sell it to Qin Feng. He was worried that it would be smashed in his hands. He knew that he had the most shares among these people, and he's the one with the most to lose. In just a moment's time, he alone had lost at least $200 billion. It could be said that his hard work and efforts over the years had basically been pretty much wasted. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Yang Hao and the others saw that Qin Feng didn't reply for half a day. They were also a bit anxious. One must know that the stock price was not falling as hard as it did at the beginning now, but it was still falling slowly and continuously. If this situation continued, they were afraid that they would really have to drink the northwest wind. To be honest, they really wanted to slap themselves twice. If they hadn't followed Wang Yilin and played hard to get, how could they have ended up in this situation? While they were looking at Qin Feng with anticipation, Qin Feng finally opened his mouth. What makes you guys think that I'm going to buy the shares in your hands? Wow. I seem to have written more than the word count for this chapter. I'm awesome. Chapter 075, then won't we lose money? Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, all the executives present were dumbfounded. Even Wang Yilin, who was not far away, revealed a surprised expression. To be sure, just a moment ago he had thought, the reason why Qin Feng was doing this was definitely to take the equity from them. But now, looking at Qin Feng's meaning, it seemed like it wasn't that again? Ha ha ha, a bunch of stinky people are all dumbfounded now, aren't they? And right at this moment, the guy with glasses popped out once again. To be honest, he was just a bit worried that Qin Feng would agree to come down, because then, it would look like he was a clown earlier. However, right now, his heart was quite refreshing apart from being very distressed about all that money of his. Surname Zhang, what the hell did you say? Have the guts to say it again for me? Hearing his words, Yang Hao and the others could no longer tolerate. To the glasses man is viciously said. Ha, glasses man cold snort. Say so what? Really a group of you? Yang Hao and the others just wanted to open their mouths again, but they were directly interrupted by Qin Feng. Alright, it's not impossible for me to buy your shares. To be honest, Qin Feng's thoughts just now really didn't mean to buy their shares. However, seeing as this glasses man was jumping so happily, how could Qin Feng let him have his way? Mr. Qin, do you mean that is willing to buy the shares in our hands? The crowd that had just looked forlorn immediately showed an excited light in their eyes. The man with the glasses, who had just been arrogant, was instantly frozen on the spot. How the hell is this possible? Shouldn't you be a bit stronger and directly reject this group of them? To be honest, right when Qin Feng said this, the glasses man's entire body was about to crack. If everyone was finished together, he could still barely accept it. But now, he staggered and directly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Turning his head, he said casually to all the executives present, it's not impossible to buy your shares. But well, Qin Feng said here and deliberately paused. But what? Seeing Qin Feng pause, Yang Hao and the others were about to go crazy with anxiety. How dare they delay? They hurriedly said with a fawning face, Mr. Qin, what are your requirements? We will never have an opinion. Like this? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said with a playful face, the requirements are also very simple. On top of the existing base, half price. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Hao and the others exploded on the spot. Mr. Qin, half price, how is this possible? We don't agree. Yes, if it's half price, then won't we lose money? It's impossible, definitely impossible. He. Qin Feng laughed coldly. Since you don't agree, forget it. Yang Hao and the others, who were still staggering, immediately calmed down once they heard Qin Feng's words. Now if they sold it to Qin Feng at half price, they could more or less get back a little of their capital. In case they waited a little longer, they might not even have a hair left. The people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and turned to Qin Feng and said, Mr. Qin, half price is half price. We agree. Oh yeah? Qin Feng snorted a laugh, which slowly and leisurely said, sorry, half price is the price just now. Now, I want half price for half price. Half price of half price? When Yang Hao and the others heard that, they couldn't help but feel a dizziness in front of their eyes. How could they not expect that Qin Feng would actually be so ruthless? Wanting to refuse, they didn't dare. Only after a long while, did they take a deep breath and say, okay, we agree. After saying that, he hurriedly let someone go and print out the contract. It was only after signing and sealing that they breathed a sigh of relief. Only after Qin Feng transferred all the money to them did he walk out of the conference room door with a disheveled look on his face. One should know that the least among their group had lost more than $10 billion. I'm afraid that not even 1% of the money that came to their hands was even deserved. Waiting for them to leave, the man with the glasses was also somewhat moved. After pondering for a moment, he followed Yang Hao's and their earlier example and came to Qin Feng's face. Mr. Qin, I just wanted to open his mouth to speak, but was directly interrupted by Qin Feng. As for you and him, I can also acquire your shares. However, it's a half price on top of what they just had. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, before the man with glasses could react, Wang Yilan directly stood up from his seat. Pointing at Qin Feng, he said angrily, Surname Qin, you're going too far, aren't you? Too much? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with disbelief, I didn't force you to sell it, so how is it too much? You, Wang Yilan heard, almost did not be angry fainted. With a cold snort, he said, I'm telling you, I'm not selling it. That's right, I'm not selling it either. The man with glasses also immediately agreed. In their minds, Qin Feng now has 76% of Yida's shares in his hands. How can he really let Yida go bankrupt? The big deal was to come to a fish death net break with him. Oh, it seems like you guys are very confident? Qin Feng's mouth slightly upturned, took out his cell phone and dialed out. MOU, give me another pressure on Yida's share price, if you can. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilan and the man with glasses were immediately dumbfounded. How dare they delay? They shouted at Qin Feng. We agree. Agreed at this? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, and said to the other end of the phone, MOU, you wait first. After saying that, he turned his head and then looked at Wang Yilan and the others and said with a smirk, if I say that I'm going to pay half price on top of what I just paid, will you guys go crazy? You, alright, just teasing you guys, don't take it too seriously haha. Qin Feng laughed out loud and said to the phone, MOU, now start to give me to raise the stock price of Yida. In the original basis of at least 10%. Not enough money, I will turn to you later. After saying that, Qin Feng directly hung up the phone. Wang Yilan, two people heard Qin Feng this, also is completely dead. All he had was money, so what were they going to fight with? After signing the transfer contract with a disheveled face, they took the only money they had and left Yida in disgrace. It had to be said that they had lost in Qin Feng's place today. Chapter 76, Boss, are you a late dark force expert? After Wang Yilan and the two of them left, Qin Feng gave Su Shengjun and the others an explanation. After all, right now, Yida had lost so many of its executives all of a sudden. It was simply impossible to recover in a moment. However, this wasn't a big problem for Qin Feng at all. Anyway, all he had was money. The big deal was to dig some bulls from other places through the headhunter side. There was no way. Having money is so capricious. As for those security guards at the door earlier, Qin Feng also gave the order to fire them. By the time Qin Feng and the others walked out of Yida, the time had already reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Master, where are we going now? In the van, Shen Mengyao asked Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, the other women all looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his answer. Let's find a hotel to eat first. Okay, master. Shen Mengyao nodded and stepped on the gas. In less than half an hour, they had arrived at the entrance of the imperial capital's most luxurious imperial capital hotel. As the only pseudo 7-star hotel in the imperial capital, whether it was from the point of view of decoration or other hardware equipment, it was definitely a premier existence. Welcome. As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, the two beautiful attendants at the entrance greeted them in unison. Qin Feng nodded and led the few women over in the direction of the front desk. Hello several, may I ask how I can help you all? Waiting for Qin Feng and the others to approach, the receptionist could not help but light up in front of her eyes, revealing a smile as she asked, Hello, please open. For me. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. Help me open 3 presidential suites. Thank you. Okay, sir. Our presidential suites here are 58,000 a night. May I ask how long you need to stay? The waiter turned to Qin Feng and asked. Let's stay for 3 days first. As Qin Feng said that, he took out the ICBC black card from his wallet and then handed it to the receptionist. For Qin Feng, it was only 58,000 a night, and the 3 rooms combined were only more than 100,000 a night, so it wasn't a big deal at all. Okay. Hearing this, the receptionist took the black card from Qin Feng. At first, she didn't think so, but after she took the black card into her hands, she almost didn't stare her eyes out in surprise. This Nima is actually a black card from ICBC? I drop a good boy yo. This little brother in front of me. What kind of person is it? After some unpleasant operations, they trembled and handed the black card and room license to Qin Feng. Qin Feng also did not delay time, took the black card and room card, with Shin Mengyao several women directly into the elevator. The entire hotel was divided into 8 floors, and the presidential suite was located on the top floor. As soon as they arrived at the room, they immediately ordered a large meal. After a bit of a whirlwind, the meal was also eaten. During this time, the several people also drank 2 whole bottles of red wine. Alright, you guys go back to your rooms when you're full, Qin Feng said as he looked at the several women. Okay, master. After Shin Mengyao and the 2 girls nodded, they pulled open the door and walked out. However, what Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lu Rubing was like ice, with no intention of going out at all. Hey, I say Bing Bing, why are you still standing here like a log? I have to protect your safety. Lu Rubing glanced at Qin Feng and said seriously. No need. I can protect myself. Judging by Qin Feng's own senses, even if it was Lu Rubing in front of him, I'm afraid that if he really had to fight, he wouldn't lose the battle. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing didn't open her mouth. However, from the expression on her face, it was clear that she was skeptical. Well, it seems like you won't believe it unless you show your hand. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and without saying anything, he stomped his foot down towards the floor of the hotel room. Boom! With a banging explosion, a cloud of dust immediately rose up in the room. When the dust cleared, Lu Rubing instantly stared with wide eyes, her face full of unbelief. To be honest, even Qin Feng himself was shocked by the scene in front of him. One must know that the pit he stepped out of was at least 3 or 4 times as big as the one Lu Rubing stepped out of last time. How is this possible? Could it be that the boss was a late-stage dark force expert? Not right. Just now, I couldn't even feel a trace of internal force being emitted. My god, what exactly is this situation? Lu Rubing's mouth was slightly open, a puzzled look on her face. How would she know that Qin Feng was completely relying on his physique to improve? Stepping out of a huge pit, compared to a normal martial arts cultivator like her, the technique of generating force was completely different. Just as Lu Rubing was astonished and puzzled, Qin Feng, who had regained his senses, couldn't help but smile at her in a very proud manner. How about it? Now you should always believe that I can protect myself, right, boss? Are you a late-stage dark force expert? Lu Rubing did not answer Qin Feng's question, but asked with a face of admiration. One must know that people who practiced martial arts were like this, often those who were more powerful than themselves, that were quite worshipful. The current Lu Rubing was just like that, a late-stage dark force expert? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask with a dumbfounded look on his face. What the hell is that? To know. Although Qin Feng had heard those senior sisters of Lu Rubing mention it last time, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Alright, then you take it as if I didn't ask. Hearing this, Lu Rubing thought that it was because Qin Feng did not want to say more and was slightly disappointed. After nodding her head, she then continued, since you are even more powerful than me, I'll go back to my room first. After saying this, he took a step and left. P.S. No immortal cultivation. No immortal cultivation. No immortal cultivation. Important thing to say 3 times. Lu Rubing and the others would cultivate martial arts, while the protagonist would strengthen his physique and strength through the system. The protagonist doesn't have a realm to speak of, and relies entirely on power to explode. Revealed in advance. Almost driving. Little cutie, please sit still and hold on. Chapter 78. Did I run into a killer? I didn't expect my kick to be so powerful. As soon as Lu Rubing left, Qin Feng began to survey the deep pit under his feet. Shrugging his shoulders, he couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Looks like, when the time comes, I'll still have to lose money to the other hotel. Forget it, let's take a shower first. Subsequently, Qin Feng took a step and headed in the direction of the bathroom. It had to be said that bathing in a bathtub was a much better feeling than a shower. However, just as Qin Feng finished his bath and was just about to walk out of the bathroom to go to bed, suddenly, he felt it, a killing intent coming from behind. Am I running into a killer? Just in the nick of time, Qin Feng dodged to the side in a flash. In the next second, he saw a cold and shining dagger, which just happened to land on his previous position. Nima, someone really wanted to kill him? Could it be someone sent by Wang Yilan? Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly looked towards that person. What made Qin Feng slightly frown was that the person was wearing a tight black suit. Her whole body was wrapped tightly, so she couldn't see her face at all. However, judging from her figure, it should be a woman. Just as Qin Feng frowned in contemplation, what he did not expect was, that person actually waved his dagger and actually stabbed him in the heart. If this dagger stabbed, I'm afraid that he would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. He didn't dare to delay too much. He raised his foot and kicked in the direction of the dagger. Ah! The man let out a cry of pain, and the dagger was directly kicked away, taking advantage of her illness to kill her. Just before the man could come back to his senses, Qin Feng swung his fist and smashed it towards the man's chest. Seeing this, the man, in a panic, tried to swing his fist to block. However, the speed of Qin Feng's fist was too fast, and before she could raise her hand, Qin Feng's fist had already smashed on top of her chest. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Qin Feng hurriedly dodged away. By the time he went to look at that person again, that person was already lying on the ground. Qin Feng squatted down and then ripped the black scarf off the man's face. Hiss! What a beautiful foreign chick! After Qin Feng saw the looks of the person in front of him, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It had to be said that the foreign woman in front of him was indeed quite pretty. Of course, even if it was pretty, Qin Feng wouldn't have an ounce of pity for her. One must know that just now, she was trying to kill herself. For such a person, how could Qin Feng let her off easily? After knocking out this killer, Qin Feng went out and called Lu Rubing over. Lu Rubing looked the foreign woman up and down, and couldn't help but frown at Qin Feng and ask, "Boss, you said the weapon she used was a dagger?" That's right. Qin Feng nodded and then pointed to the dagger that had fallen to the ground. Lu Rubing bent down to pick it up, and after carefully sizing it up, she then said with certainty, "Boss, judging from the material and sharpness of this dagger, she should be a professional killer." A professional killer? Qin Feng froze, and couldn't help but frown and ask, could it be sent by Wang Yilan? Qin Feng also didn't expect that this was really guessed correctly by him. To know, he had just begun to feel that this foreign woman was definitely an assassin. I'm not sure about this, but it's very likely, Lu Rubing said, and then directly squatted down. Looking at this injury of hers, it shouldn't be serious. Lu Rubing stood up and said to Qin Feng, if possible, it's best to wake her up before asking. That's good. Qin Feng nodded. After pondering for a moment, he then said, then I'll leave her to you to interrogate. Make sure to help me find out who's behind this. Hearing this, Lu Rubing couldn't help but hesitate a little. What? Is there any difficulty? Qin Feng frowned and couldn't help but ask curiously. Boss, she's a woman. I'm afraid. She's a killer. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but say coldly, if she would threaten your life, I would not hesitate to kill her. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be really a bit angry, Lu Rubing then hurriedly nodded her head and said, alright, then you can go out first. Chapter 80, looks like it's really right. Tell me. Lu Rubing took a deep breath and turned to the foreign woman and then asked, what's your name? Who sent you here? My name is Lisa. The foreign woman looked at the dagger in front of her before continuing. I was sent by the Blue Demoness organization. Blue Demoness? Lu Rubing froze and couldn't help but frown. We shouldn't have any grievances with your Blue Demoness, right? We are just an assassin organization that does things for whoever pays us. And we really have no grudges with you guys. According to you, someone paid for your organization to come and kill us? That's right. Lisa nodded. Can you say who paid for it? Lu Rubing's eyes narrowed and said coldly. Lisa couldn't help but hesitate a little once she heard this from Lu Rubing. What? See what you mean. Could it be that you think this dagger of yours isn't sharp enough? Our organization has a rule that we can't tell information about our employer. So, Lisa said, not forgetting to sneak a glance at the dagger in Lu Rubing's hand. You mean, don't want to say? Sorry, this is the rule. In that case, Lu Rubing's eyes narrowed, and he directly extended his dagger forward quite a bit again. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Don't. I know it's wrong. Weren't you just very arrogant? You just let me off. Wanting me to let you go is fine. Tell me, just who paid for your organization to kill me? Don't say it right. Then you'll see. See if your face won't be scratched by me. I'll say it all. Lisa was paralyzed and directly cried out. Seeing this, Lu Rubing smiled with satisfaction and immediately put away the dagger in her hand. Looking at Lisa, she coldly asked, Hurry up and say, who is it? It's a big boss of yours in Huaxia who paid the money. He said that you guys have offended him. So he wants to ask our organization to kill all of you. How dare Lisa hide it? Wailing and crying, she said it all. Wailing, please spare me. Looking at Lisa's pitiful expression, Lu Rubing couldn't help but say very proudly, count on you to be sensible, or else I'll have to scratch your face today. After saying that, she didn't forget to glance at Lisa's very pretty face. I'll let you off the hook for now today, but you have to promise me a condition. Lu Rubing skimmed her mouth and said with the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, what condition? Lisa's body instinctively trembled, and she said to Lu Rubing, as long as you can release me this time, I can promise you everything. Well, very good. Lu Rubing nodded in satisfaction before saying, help me to kill that boss you mentioned. How can this be done? That's our organization's employer. As soon as she heard Lu Rubing's words, Lisa immediately struggled and then wanted to get up from the ground. Employer? What's wrong with the employer? Lu Rubing's tone chilled as she coldly said, if you dare to touch us, then you all have to die. After saying that, she also didn't forget to add, you mustn't forget, earlier you but also had a hand on our boss. I didn't kill you now. It's already a favor to you. Lisa pondered for a moment, before she nodded reluctantly. Alright, I promise you. To be honest, for killers like Lisa, death didn't make them feel fearful. However, Lu Rubing's fierce eyes, and the action of wanting to scratch her face, had indeed created a shadow in Lisa's heart. She felt that if she really dared to disobey Lu Rubing, she might really die here today. That's right. Once Lu Rubing heard her agree, she smiled with satisfaction. Afterward, with one hand, she helped her up from the cold floor. I'll give you 3 days, if you haven't been able to settle him before I leave the imperial capital. Lu Rubing said here and deliberately paused, for a good half day. Before continuing, the consequences should be very clear to you. After saying that, he didn't forget to reach out and shake the dagger in his hand. Alright, you go. Lu Rubing didn't bother with her, and directly walked out. 5 minutes later, Lu Rubing's room. Did you ask them all out? Well, it should be Wang Yilan, right? Then what do we do now? Should I go kill him? No need. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with a playful expression, someone will do it for me, so we don't have to worry about this. That's right. Later on, you go and get Meng Yao and the girls up. Let's go out for a stroll after dinner. It's not easy to come to the imperial city once. We can't stay in the hotel every day, right? As soon as Lu Rubing heard Qin Feng's words, she turned around and walked towards the rooms where each of Guan Feifei and the girls were. In no time, Lu Rubing called the two Shin Mengyao girls over. After having dinner, the time was nearly around 8 o'clock. At this time, it was the most lively time in the imperial capital. Master, where are we going? As soon as she got on the car, Shin Mengyao took the initiative to be the driver. See if there's a Yida Plaza in the neighborhood. Let's go over there first. Growing up, it was the first time for Qin Feng to come to the imperial capital, so naturally, he had to take a good stroll. Okay, Shen Mengyao nodded, and after turning on the navigation, she drove out with a kick of the gas. Master, should we greet Yida's side? Shortly after the car had just started, Guan Feifei said to Qin Feng, if you go at this time, surely there will be a lot of people? Even at this time of the night in Deep City, the Yida Plaza side was packed with people, not to mention, the imperial capital, which was even more prosperous than Deep City. Fair enough, I'll give Su Xingjun a call then. Qin Feng also felt that what Guan Feifei said made sense, so he picked up the phone and dialed. Mr. Qin, is there anything I need to order? As soon as the phone was connected, Su Xingjuan's very respectful voice immediately came from over there. I'm going to go to the Yida Plaza over at Wangfu Jing, so watch and make arrangements. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and directly opened the door and said, traveling in a low profile? Isn't that a stupid lack? He is now the boss of Yida, bringing a few women to squeeze in the crowd? If that was the case, what was the point of having such a powerful identity? Alright, I'll inform them with that side. Su Shengjun nodded before hanging up the phone directly. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and their van had arrived at the edge of Yida Plaza. Only what they didn't expect was, at this moment, the perimeter of Yida Plaza had already been surrounded by security guards. In the center of the square, there was a large group of Yida Plaza executives and merchants. Qin Feng saw that the van couldn't be driven in, so he brought a few women down from the car, slowly came to a still pretty girl in front of her. To her as softly asked, Beauty, Yida Plaza this side is what happened. The girl was unwilling to take care of it, but when she took a good look at Qin Feng's face value, little stars instantly sprang up in her eyes. Humph, little brother, it's fine if you don't ask. I get angry when you do. After a long time, The girl then said to Qin Feng in a very angry manner, "It seems like some big shot is coming over and kicked us all out." "That's right. I'm dying of anger too. Is a big shot a big deal? I've been coming to Yida every day to shop. I won't come anymore. I heard that Yida almost closed down today. I think it deserved it. It's so infuriating. And a big shot, is it more powerful than Papa Ma?" As soon as the girl's words fell, they immediately caused the melon eaters present to resonate. From the tone of their voices, it was clear that they were quite dissatisfied. "Oh, like that?" As soon as Qin Feng heard this, he immediately understood. It turned out that all of this was his pot. However, he was nothing to be embarrassed about. He was the boss of Yida Real Estate, enjoying a bit of special care. Wasn't that something that should be done? Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this, there was suddenly a brand new Rolls-Royce that drove straight over. The security guards surrounding the edge of the square saw this and immediately made way respectfully. And that Rolls-Royce didn't stop for too long, and drove over to the side of the square. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that the owner of this Rolls-Royce is that so-called big shot? It's very possible. Didn't you see the respectful expressions of those security guards just now? Holy, this must be the so-called big shot. That's right. This car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. At least several $1,000,000. Is so expensive? I'm afraid I can't afford to buy it even if I sell it. I say, sister, on your looks, I'm afraid to sell you. Even the wheels of this car cannot afford to buy. I go. How do you talk? The arrival of the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding melon eaters. In their thoughts, the person sitting inside this car was definitely the so-called big shot. Only Qin Feng and Lu Rubing, who were standing on the side, couldn't help but frown. How could they not have thought that it seemed like the people who had put up such a big gesture were not there to greet Qin Feng at all? Master, this. Seeing that, Guan Fei couldn't help but want to say something. But before she could open her mouth, Qin Feng waved his hand. Let's take a look first. After saying that, he raised his head and looked over towards the square. In no time, the brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom had already driven in front of those executives. Seeing this, a middle-aged man in the lead hurriedly trotted over with a fawning face. Mr. Su, you're here. After opening the car door, he rushed towards Su Xingjun inside with a smile on his face. Good day, Mr. Su. Seeing this, the other executives and merchants also hurriedly bowed in greeting. It had to be said that it still looked quite imposing. Mr. Su? Who is this person? I don't know. Looks like he's pretty powerful. Mr. Su? You guys say, could this be a high-ranking member of Yida? Hey, if you say so, I seem to remember that Yida has a director named Su Xingjun. I'll use my cell phone to check if this guy is really that great. There's no need for 1,000 degrees. Let me tell you, this guy often comes over here. A director of Yida, worth 1 or 200 million should be there. My mom, is a director that rich? This is too powerful. They say that Yida's salary is high. It seems to be really right. Big shot. Absolutely big shot. As soon as Su Xingjun stepped down from the car, he was quickly recognized by the eating crowds present. In their opinion, with Su Xingjun's current status compared to theirs, calling him a big shot didn't seem to be a big deal. Of course, it's true that you're a big shot, but you can't kick out the customers and let yourself pretend to be a big shot here, right? Thinking here, immediately there are melon masses stood out. To Su Xingjun their side is shouting, I say Mr. Su, you're pretending to be too big, right? That's right, we are all Yida's old customers. Why do you let people drive us out? It's so infuriating. I thought it was some great big shot. That's right, a broken director only. What to pretend? Grandpa. For those who don't know, they thought you were Papa Ma. It had to be said that this move by Yida Plaza to drive people away did cause a lot of people to be dissatisfied. Chapter 081, Do I look like a big shot to you? The movement of the melon eaters over here was quickly heard by Su Xingjun and the others who were not far away. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, is there any of you talking like that? Don't know anything? What's the point of yelling in such a blind manner? Where's the security guard? Come on, a security guard. Hurry up and put. Just as those executives of Yida Plaza, who wanted to show some performance in front of Su Xingjun, were stopped directly by him. Slow down. Let me explain to you all. To be honest, he really did sound uncomfortable with these people's words. However, for the sake of Yida's signboard not being ruined, he still forced out a smile. Walking forward, to the crowd of eaters in the field, he said somewhat apologetically, Everyone, I'm really sorry for today. I'm here to apologize to everyone first. The reason why we did this. In fact, there is also a reason. Later on, we, Yida, will have a big shot coming over, so I also hope that everyone can be more understanding. A big shot? As soon as they heard Su Xingjun's words, someone immediately expressed their skepticism. Mr. Su, The big shot you're talking about wouldn't be yourself, would it? He, do I look like a big shot to you? Su Shengjun laughed, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Compared to that big shot, I'm just a minion at most. This is really not Su Shengjun modest. Compared to Qin Feng, he really was just a minion. If he hadn't stood up early, he would definitely be missing from those who were fired in the morning. Really? I'll go. It can't be that Wang Yilin is coming, right? It's very likely. I'm afraid he's the only one who can make Su Shengjun call himself a minion. Awesome. Looks like we'll get to meet Mr. Wang today. Upon hearing Su Shengjun's words, the crowd immediately whispered and speculated. In their minds, if they could make Su Shengjun call himself a minion, it would only be Wang Yilin. Just at this moment, there was suddenly a melon eater who asked Su Shengjun, Mr. Su, the big shot you're talking about, is it your Yida's boss? Mr. Wang Yilin? Wang Yilin? Su Shengjun heard, could not help but snicker. Is he worthy? Is he worthy? Asterisk. What is this situation? Could it be that my ears are hallucinating? Awesome. Is this guy Su Shengjun crazy? How dare he talk about his boss like that? I'll go. I'm simply stunned with my buddies. I'll be damned. Is he not going to mix in Yida anymore? Convinced. I'm really convinced. It had to be said that when the people present heard Su Shengjun's words, they were so shocked that they almost didn't faint directly. Who was Wang Yilin? That was the boss of Yida Real Estate. And who was he? Su Shengjun? He was just a department director, now in front of so many people present, saying such treacherous words. How could he not let them be shocked? Mr. Su, are you planning to quit your job? Right at this moment, amongst the people who had regained their senses, someone couldn't help but ask curiously. As soon as the others heard this, they also hurriedly looked over towards Su Shengjun. They were curious to know just where Su Shengjun got the courage to actually dare to talk like that. Ha! Su Shengjun laughed, and couldn't help but ask in return. Why do you think that I would resign and quit? Why? This ing still need to ask why. You even dare to despise your own boss. Not want to quit. What else can it be? Su Shengjun naturally also read the expression on the faces of the people present. Skimming his lips, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, I won't hide it from you all. Wang Yilin has already been swept away by our new boss. Everyone listening to my words, you should understand what I mean, right? I'll go. Are you kidding? Wang Yilin has been swept away? How is this possible? Isn't he the founder of Yida Real Estate? It should be true. Otherwise how could this guy so not put Wang Yilin in his eyes? It's so damn awesome. There's actually someone who can drive Wang Yilin out of Yida. Oh my god. This is big news. Why haven't we seen any news reports? Brothers, thanks for reminding me. I have to hurry to send a microblogging first, maybe even on a popular. If you didn't say so earlier, I'll send it too. Hearing Su Shengjun's words, the scene was instantly like a pot of cold water being poured into a frying pan, instantly exploding. Quite a few people took out their cell phones and started editing on Weibo as well as the major news media. Such big news was definitely the only choice to be on the hot seat. Weibo. Shocked. Wang Yilin was kicked out of Yida by a mysterious big shot. Headline. Shocked. Yida Real Estate may have changed to a new boss. TX News. Yida Director. How dare he openly mock the former big boss. In no time at all, a large amount of news that had news about Wang Yilin being swept out of Yida spread throughout the entire network. Inside a certain rental house in Haidu. Hubby, come look. Wang Yilin has been kicked out of Yida. Wang Yilin? Is that the guy from Yida Real Estate? That's right. It's him. I'll go. It can't be? Isn't he the biggest shareholder of Yida? Hell no. Anyway, watching the news, it seems like a mysterious big shot did it. Inside a certain college in Deep City. Gee guys, it's bad. Something big has happened. What's the big deal? Did your panties get stolen by a smelly man again? He. Our Xiang's panties have lost 8 pairs this month. Hey, it's because our Aroma is so pretty. That's right. If I were as pretty as Aroma, maybe my allowance wouldn't be enough to buy underwear. Don't talk nonsense. It's Wang Yilin who was kicked out of Yida. I'll go. Really? So powerful? A certain rural area in the West Sea. Old partner, have you heard of Wang Yilin? Wang Yilin? Who's that? I don't know. Oh, I don't recognize it either. So forget it. Just ignore him. Inside a certain high-end villa in the imperial capital. Assholes. All a bunch of assholes. When Wang Yilin saw these news, he directly slammed the teacup on the coffee table. Into pieces. It had to be said that apart from some people in remote areas who didn't know Wang Yilin, this explosive news had almost shocked the entire China. Moreover, from the heat above the major news media, it seemed that it would soon be reported by foreign news media. I'm afraid that even Su Xingjun didn't expect that a sentence he casually uttered would actually cause such a huge stir online. Chapter 082, Big Man Appears. Sensationalizing the whole scene. This side of Yida Plaza. Right after the melon eaters finished editing, they all began to look forward to it. Expecting what? Naturally, they were looking forward to the arrival of the big man. They wanted to see just what kind of big shot was it that could actually drive even Wang Yilin away from Yida. Mr. Su, did the new boss say when he's coming over? Yes, we've been standing here waiting for so long. He's not going to stop coming, is he? Why don't you give him a call and ask? At this moment, the executives of Yida Plaza were also a bit anxious and said to Su Xingjun. Alright, Su Xingjun nodded, also feeling that what they said was somewhat reasonable. Taking out his cell phone, he found Qin Feng's number and directly dialed it. Mr. Qin, how long until you arrive? As soon as the phone was connected, Su Xingjun hurriedly asked respectfully at the other end of the line. I've already arrived. Arrived? Su Xingjun froze and raised his head before looking around. However, due to the fact that there were simply too many people at the scene, he simply looked lonely. But I don't see you. Let's put it this way, Qin Feng said with the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. On my side is a van with the license plate Emperor A5877. You inform the security side to release the line. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Face. Van? Boss? Are you kidding me? Waiting for a busy tone to come from the other end of the phone, Su Xingjun had not been able to come back from the shock. How could he not have thought that Qin Feng and the others were actually driving over in a van? Nima. It's over. It's over. I'm driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Will the boss think I'm pretending? When Su Xingjun thought of his Rolls-Royce Phantom, he really wanted to smash it on the spot. To be honest, he thought that a big boss like Qin Feng would have to drive a car with tens of millions of dollars at the very least. And this car of his was totally a younger brother. But now, it was really too embarrassing. After coming back to his senses, he also didn't dare to delay and hurriedly made the call. A few minutes later, Master, are we driving in like this now? Don't? Now that so many people want to see who the new boss of Yida is, would it not be too good for us to drive a broken bread in? I think so too. Why don't we go get another car? As soon as the girls returned to the van, they hurriedly proposed to Qin Feng. In their minds, given the current situation, Qin Feng's appearance would have to stir up the entire venue. Driving a broken van into the venue seemed a bit too low. No need. However, Qin Feng didn't care at all, waved his hand and said, don't you guys think that driving a van in will be even more sensational? A few women couldn't help but be speechless when they heard this. However, seeing Qin Feng's insistence, they also stopped talking. Shen Mengyao kicked the gas and drove directly towards the direction surrounded by the security guards. When she was about to drive, she also kept honking her horn. I go. Where did the broken bread come from? What the hell is it doing? Look at it. It should want to drive in, right? Holy, this seems to be that little brother's car, right? Drive in? You want to drive in a broken van? I'm afraid it's not a cutie, right? Yeah, my BMW X3 won't even let me in. Where did this piece of van get its confidence? Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd couldn't help but start spitting. However, let all of them, did not expect is? Just when the van pressed the fifth horn, those security guards of Yida Plaza rushed to respectfully make a way for the van. In the next second, the van was seen driving towards the center of the plaza. Asterisk. What's the situation with this? This Nima? My own mother-uncle. Broken van can also enter? You guys say, the person sitting in this car, it will not be the new boss of Yida, right? This, shouldn't be right? Would the boss of Yida ride in this kind of Thai car? Yeah, I wouldn't even sit in this car, let alone a big shot like that. I also feel that it's a bit ridiculous. That's a big shot who can drive away even Wang Yilin. How could he possibly sit in this kind of Thai car? Then how do you explain the respect that the security guard showed when they let him out? How else can I explain it? It must be because you're blinded. I didn't see it anyway. Right. I didn't see it either. I am not thinking that the boss of Yida would ride in this kind of Thai car. I agree with you. I would never think that either. The melon eaters whispered, not even thinking that in this broken van would be that legendary big shot. In fact, this was quite normal. I'm afraid that even people like them, who came to the mall, wouldn't drive such a broken van. Not to mention, it was the new boss of the hallowed Yida real estate. While they were filled with suspicion, Qin Feng's side had already driven the car to the center of the square. As soon as the car stopped, Su Xingjun rushed to bring people around respectfully. Qin Feng didn't delay too much and pushed open the car door and walked down. Good day, Mr. Qin. The next second Qin Feng stepped out of the car. Su Xingjun, who had surrounded them, hurriedly bowed and greeted him. When the surrounding melon eaters saw this, they almost didn't drop their jaws to the ground in shock. The person inside this crappy van was actually the boss of Yida? This ing is also too shocking, right? Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone seemed to have stopped their heartbeats, completely frozen on the spot. This scene in front of them was like a nuclear bomb landing, instantly shattering their previous perceptions. Only after they managed to regain their senses did they rush to look over towards Qin Feng. However, right after they got a good look at Qin Feng's appearance, they were shocked once again. This new boss of this Yida. It's too young, isn't it? My goodness. Even if he's young, he's actually so rich? Rich even if it is. The key is also Nemo Long so handsome. No, I'm dying. This is too handsome. Che, can this be considered handsome? At most, he's on par with me. Q. Can you be any more shameless? I can say without exaggeration, if he debuts, he can definitely become a top stream superstar. Love it, love it. I'll only come to Yida for shopping from now on. Me too, me too. It had to be said that Qin Feng's appearance didn't just shock the crowd, but also attracted a large wave of young girls' hearts. Of course, there was no shortage of young women and older women among them. Chapter 083, This Damned Charm of Mine. Sis, what are you still waiting for? Take a picture. Take pictures? Oh, my god. This is a big news. Wow, 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 wow. Look at this damn charm of his. I almost forgot about this. Later must be sent to the circle of friends and Gmail people together to appreciate. Wife, hurry up and take a picture with your cell phone. This is definitely on the hit list. No way? Aren't you mad at me for taking pictures of handsome guys? I'm sure I'll be angry if you take pictures of other people, but this one is different. So feel free to take pictures. Why? Why else? He's such a big shot. He won't like you. Bastard. I'll rip your ears off. As soon as the crowd came back to their senses, they hurriedly took out their cell phones, clicking and snapping. Not far away, Lu Rubing saw the situation and hurriedly blocked in front of Qin Feng at the first time. Shan Mengyao and Guan Feifei also immediately stood on both sides of Lu Rubing. They were very clear that Qin Feng actually didn't want to appear above the news media too much. What the hell? Who are those women? Pissed off old lady. I almost photographed that handsome guy just now. He. I'm not angry. Can't you guys see that these few young ladies? But they're very pretty? They're really pretty. I wonder what their relationship is with the boss of Yida. How can they be related? They must be girlfriends. Girlfriends? How can that be? There are 3 of them. Okay? What's wrong with 3? He's rich, young and handsome. That's right. If I had his qualifications, I'd have 10 of them. Envious. Really envious. Just as Lu Rubing's several women blocked in front of him, Qin Feng also reacted quickly. Frowning slightly, he said to Su Xingjun, Director Su, let's go in. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Xingjun nodded and hurriedly led Qin Feng and the others into the Yida shopping center. As soon as they left, the melon eaters hurriedly sent all the videos and photos they had just captured online. Weibo. Shocked. Yida's new boss is now in Wang Fujing. Headline. Shocked. Yida's boss is actually a young fresh meat. TX News. Terror. Yida's boss is actually the new boss of TX Technology. Within a short while, above the major news media, an explosive piece of news appeared once again, especially on the side of TX News. The eye-catching headline on that front page instantly attracted billions of netizens. Oh my god. Really? This is too much, right? TSK. It's just that this person is handsome, but he's actually the boss behind 2 listed companies. Guys, who has this handsome guy's contact information? I want to give him a monkey. I go. According to this, then we were not misunderstanding Mayu. Upstairs. What do you mean? What else can he mean? He must mean that all those pitiful games of TX Tech in the past were all taken by Mayu on behalf of this person. Asterisk. It can't be. Didn't you see the title is the new boss? That's right. It seems like Mayu has to take the blame for this. That's right. How could such a handsome little brother develop such a pitiful game? Ha ha ha. It's true that face value is justice. Like TX News, other major media news also broke the news at the same time. It didn't take long for news with the same content to make it to the top 10 of the major news media's hot search list. Even the shocking news of certain fresh meat scratching their fingers was all but crushed. As for China's current hottest short video app Jitterbug, almost every hit was all about Qin Feng's news. Although everyone hadn't been able to capture Qin Feng's front face, even if they only saw Qin Feng's side face, it still shocked and amazed countless netizens. Inside a rental house in Haidu. Hubby, come look, there's big news again. What other big news can there be? Can it be that Wang Yilin has been invited back again? No, The new boss of Yida has appeared. What a handsome guy. Handsome? Is it true? Of course he is. He's 10,000 times more handsome than you. Inside a certain college in Deep City. Xiang, you're still not sleeping. What's the point of brushing jitterbug every day? You guys don't know. I'm looking at handsome guys. No way. There are still men in this world that you, Xiang, find handsome? Humph. This one is different. He's the new boss of Yida. He's very handsome. Che, you're not interested in his money, are you? How can a stinky old man be handsome? Who told you it's a stinky old man? Not a stinky old man? That won't do. I have to see it too. Hiss. My ass. Hubby, he's too handsome for this. I forbid you guys to steal your husband from Xiang, a certain rural area in the West Sea. Old companion. It's time to go to bed. Tomorrow we still have to cut the wheat. That won't do. I still have to watch a little longer. What's there to see? Why don't you watch The Warriors? It's so much fun to tear the ghosts apart. Forget it. We don't have much in common with you. By the way, when will our Xiao Hui come back? Why do you ask? What else can I do? I'll introduce her to a young man. Of course. I don't think so. You know how our Xiao Hui looks. She's a senior student at the Imperial University. What's wrong with a high school student? People may not even like her. Inside a certain high-end villa in the imperial capital. Uncle, come see. Lin Sixon let out a shout and shouted at Wang Yilin, who was not far away. What's wrong again? Is it possible that those news against me are still endless? As soon as Wang Yilin heard these words, his eyes instantly rose with rage. No, this time it's about Qin Feng. I heard that he just went over to Wang Fujing to act like a pimp. Qin Feng? When Wang Yilin heard this, his heart froze and he couldn't help but secretly think, could it be that the blue demoness side hasn't made a move yet? It shouldn't be. Didn't you tell me a long time ago that you had already sent someone over in the afternoon? Just when he was thinking about these, Lin Templed Song was once again opening his mouth with indignation. Uncle, this guy is really too arrogant. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? It's best to beat his mouth full of teeth too, Lin Templed Song said. He also couldn't help but rub his hand over his mouth full of teeth that had only been mended not long ago. No need. Wang Yilin waved his hand, revealing a very cruel smile, and said, he will die soon. In his thoughts, with the world's third killer organization Blue Goblin out there, it was simply impossible for Qin Feng to stay alive. Just what he doesn't know is that. P.S. Don't think I'm watering down this chapter. It's mainly to emphasize that Qin Feng is too much more powerful than Su Shengjun and Wang Yilin. Chapter 84, Then We're Not Going to Be Polite. This side of Yida Plaza, led by Su Shengjun and the others, Qin Feng and the others quickly entered the Yida shopping mall. As a famous shopping mall in the imperial capital, it included a variety of functions such as shopping, leisure, entertainment, and dining. The most important function was still dominated by shopping. Moreover, as the capital of China, the imperial city is naturally a key investment location for Yida. In front of this Yida Mall's grandeur, absolutely not other places Yida Mall can be compared. Just from the area, at least not less than tens of thousands of square meters. To know, in the imperial capital can have such a large area of the mall, not what enterprises can do. Qin Feng slightly scanned the hall. The first floor of the business is not too much, almost only 5 or 6 like. In fact, this is quite normal. The general area of the first floor of the mall will be much larger than other floors. Moreover, the price is also several times higher than other floors. Businesses that can be stationed on the first floor are basically jewelry-based. Since Qin Feng had brought Lu Rubing and the girls along for shopping today, it was naturally impossible for him to skimp. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled at Lu Rubing and the girls and said, ladies, take whatever you see today, and I'll pay for it all. Master, are you serious? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Guan Fei Fei's girls instantly became excited. Of course. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said in disbelief, do I look like I'm joking to you guys? For Qin Feng, as long as he was able to win the smiles of beautiful women, a little bit of money was nothing at all. What's more, he was a man with a spending rebate system, and money would only increase the more he spent. Paying for the girls was simply helping him. Since this was the case, why not do it? Seeing this, the surrounding Su Xingjun and the others couldn't help but cast envious looks. Let's go, Qin Feng said, and then led Shin Mengyao and the girls towards a boutique watch store. As soon as the crowd walked into the store, a tall, beautiful woman in a professional suit immediately walked over. Hello Mr. Qin, may I ask what I can do for you? She revealed a professional smile and asked Qin Feng. She was very clear that the person who could make her boss accompany her was definitely the rightful owner of the Yida shopping center tonight. Seeing this, the owner of this store couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as well. Let's take a look first. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and to Shin Mengyao's several girls, he said, "You guys can choose yourselves as you please, and take whichever one you see. Master, then we will not be polite." Once the girls heard this, they hurriedly looked over towards the counter, but after they saw the prices of these watches, they couldn't help but frown slightly. The price of any piece of watch inside ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. To be honest, they were a bit hesitant. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw them frowning. "Boss, this is too expensive." Shen Mengyao shrugged her shoulders and couldn't help but say with a bitter smile, "Yeah, it's all so expensive. Any piece has to be over $100,000. Guan Feifei on the side also revealed a helpless expression when she heard this. He, I thought it was something." Qin Feng laughed and said in a very unconcerned manner, "You guys don't need to look at the price. Just take whatever you like. How can this be? Your money didn't come from the wind." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but open her mouth. On the side of Shen Mengyao's two daughters, they also hurriedly followed and nodded their heads. However, right at this moment, the owner of this store stood out. With a slight smile, he said to Shen Mengyao's daughters, "Ladies, today, it was not easy for Mr. Qin to come to my small store, so how could I possibly let him break the bank? You guys feel free to pick them out. Just consider them as my gift to you ladies." In his opinion, Qin Feng was the boss of Yida Real Estate, so if he didn't flatter him at this time, when else would he wait? A few ladies froze and all looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Wer do not understand the meaning of this boss. Obviously is meant to be. Want to let him Qin Feng, for the sake of money and owe people a favor? Oh, that could only mean that he was overthinking it. However, as the saying goes, you don't do a favor to a smiling person. Qin Feng couldn't possibly refuse him directly. With the corner of his mouth turned away, he asked the waiter, "I wonder, which is the most expensive female watch here?" "The most expensive female watch?" Upon hearing this, the waiter was immediately startled. After coming back to her senses, she hurriedly looked at her own boss. She was just a waitress, but she didn't have the right to give away a watch that expensive. The owner of the watch store first frowned slightly, then he gritted his teeth and nodded. In his opinion, this person Qin Feng could be really greedy. He was not the only one who thought so, the other merchants all thought the same. Seeing his own boss nodding, the waiter was also secretly relieved. "Mr. Qin, the most expensive watch we have here is this one." The waitress pointed to a very beautiful female watch, and was ready to introduce it to Qin Feng. This Vacheron Constantin female watch. However, not waiting for her to finish her introduction, Qin Feng directly interrupted and said, "You don't have to introduce so much to me. You just have to tell me the price of it." Qin Feng originally did not have any research on these lists. Where is the interest in listening to her bragging here? In his opinion, as long as the price is expensive enough, then it definitely won't be bad, that is. Once the waitress heard this, she could only hurriedly say with a smile, "Almost 3 million huaxia coins." Hiss. 3 million? Hearing the price quoted by the waiter, Shin Mengyao's few girls couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. To be honest, they still quite liked this Vacheron Constantin, but this price, however, made them start to hesitate a bit. The several women didn't want Qin Feng to owe someone such a big favor because of them. However, Qin Feng was able to see their minds at a glance. Skimming his mouth, he said casually, "Well, the price is still barely enough, so let's first give each of them a piece for me." After saying that, he also didn't forget to smile and continue, "Seeing the size of your store, this shouldn't be the most expensive one in your area, right?" "What do you mean, you asshole?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the watch store owner's face immediately darkened. Chapter 85, What's so expensive? Isn't it just a watch? This guy is also too black, right? A few $1 million of watches want 3. Actually want more expensive? Why don't you just go to heaven? It wasn't just the watch store owner who thought this way. Everyone else thought the same. In their opinion, Qin Feng's behavior was indeed a bit too much. At the same time, they were worried that when Qin Feng came to their store later, would he do the same? The waiter was a bit hesitant, not knowing what to do. "Don't worry, I'll pay for it myself." Qin Feng wasn't a little cutie. Where would he not be able to see what the others were thinking? The reason why he had just said that was nothing more than on purpose, wanting Qin Feng to owe them a favor. How was that possible? Mr. Qin, I don't mean that. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the waiter immediately became a bit anxious and hurriedly looked at his boss once again. As for the watch store owner, he was also quite embarrassed. He also didn't expect that the other Qin Feng didn't even mean to ask for it for nothing. With an awkward smile, he turned to Qin Feng and said, "Mr. Qin, where are your words?" However, not waiting for him to finish, Qin Feng directly interrupted. Okay, hurry up to bring out the most expensive watches here. I'm still waiting to visit other stores. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to have become a bit impatient, the watch store owner didn't dare to continue to say more. With a bitter smile, he nodded at the waiter. To be honest, with his status, there really weren't many people who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. However, the Qin Feng in front of him, he didn't dare to have any opinions. After all, this was a man who could even straighten out Wang Yilin. When the waiter saw his boss nodding, he hurriedly brought out a very exquisite box from inside a safe at the back of the counter. It could be said that just this box alone, I'm afraid it would be worth a lot of money. When she opened the box in front of the crowd, there was a sound of cool air being sucked at the scene. Hiss. Isn't this the Louis Moinet Meteoris couple watch? It really is. My god. I have heard that the case of this watch is all made of 18K pure gold, and the scales inside are all diamonds. That's right. The total weight of these diamonds seems to be 4 to 46 carats, and they are said to be hand-set. My god. How much does this watch cost? It's too good looking, right? I don't know. It looks extraordinary anyway. It must be tens of millions. Not only other people, even Qin Feng couldn't help but look at this pair of watches twice. It had to be said that this pair of watches was indeed a little too dazzling. The three girls, Lu Rubing, who were standing on the side, all revealed a look of yearning. How much is this watch? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he asked casually. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone looked at the waiter. Mr. Qin, for a pair of this watch, it costs 54 million. The waitress was also a smart woman. Since Qin Feng was too lazy to listen to her introduction before, this time she simply reported the price. What? $54 million? This can almost buy a commercial building, right? Hearing this from the waitress, the people present almost didn't bite their tongues in surprise. Even though all of them were worth a lot of money, it would be impossible for them to spend this much money on a watch. $54 million? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said casually, not bad. Then give me 10 pairs. In Qin Feng's opinion, this watch looked really pretty. If he could bring a piece back for Zhao Shuer and the girls, it would be quite good. 10 pairs? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the people present almost didn't faint from shock. A pair would cost $54 million. 10 pairs would be $540 million. I'm afraid that the value of all of them added up is not this much. So how could this not make them surprised? How can they not be surprised? It's really luxurious. At this moment in their hearts, there was only one word that could describe it. Not only them, even Shen Mengyao, who was standing at the side, were all dumbfounded. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry, we only have this pair here. The waitress who came back to her senses couldn't help but say in a weak voice. It wasn't that she hadn't seen rich people before, but it was really the first time she had seen such a godly man like Qin Feng. To be honest, at this very moment, she was moved. It doesn't matter if she is too realistic. After all, what woman would not be moved by a man who could spend tens of millions of dollars on a watch for you? Only one pair? Qin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. Thinking of this, Qin Feng then asked, can you make reservations in this store? As soon as he heard Qin Feng's words, the waiter then looked at his boss once again. Mr. Qin, if you want to make a reservation, it is possible. When the watch store owner said this, he couldn't help but continue with some difficulty. However, some deposit may be required. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with great bravado, I'll give you the full amount, but I have to get the watch within 3 days. Is there any problem? No problem. Don't worry. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the owner of the watch store had no problems, and immediately nodded his head to guarantee it. Chapter 86, The Little Doll Has a Big Mouth. Alright, pay first. With that, he took out his wallet in front of everyone. However, apart from Su Shengjun and Lu Rubing, everyone else was shocked on the spot. There was no way that the black cards in Qin Feng's wallet were so numerous that they were simply too exaggerated. If they didn't know that the man in front of them was the boss of Yida Real Estate, they would definitely suspect that Qin Feng was not running a fake card, pulling out the card and making the payment, all in one go. Soon, Qin Feng's side received a text message reminder on his cell phone. Needless to say, it must have been sent from the bank side. Qin Feng was also too lazy to look at it. The district is just over 10 billion. What's there to see? Let's go. Let's go shopping elsewhere. Qin Feng said and took a step towards the door. After the crowd came back to their senses, they also immediately followed. In no time, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the entrance of a jade store. What made Qin Feng somewhat surprised was that right after they walked into the store, none of the attendants came forward. Looking at them, it was as if Qin Feng's group of people did not exist. What's going on here? Seeing this, Su Xingjun slightly frowned and asked the Yida Plaza executives on the side. Mr. Su, Once the Yida Plaza executives heard this, they were very much swallowing their words. Just say what you have to say. Seeing him wheezing, Su Xingjun immediately glared at him. It's like this. Seeing that Su Xingjun seemed to be a little impatient, this Yida Plaza senior was hurriedly explaining. The owner of this store? I've heard that it's owned by a relative of Mr. Wang's family. So, upon hearing this, the crowd present immediately understood. Right at this moment, Qin also finally opened his mouth. So, just now, the owner of this store was not with you guys? That's right. The Yida Plaza senior nodded and said somewhat sardonically. He said that you're nothing, and that he wants him to greet you unless the sun comes out of the west. Ha! Qin laughed coldly and said with a playful face, he's got a big mouth. As soon as the crowd heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately lowered their heads. In their thoughts, Qin could even handle such a powerful figure as Wang Yilan. A relative of Wang Yilan was just a relative who dared to give Qin so little face. Wasn't this ing looking for death? Alright, whatever, let's watch ourselves, Qin said. Suddenly thinking of something, he smiled coldly. Without further ado, he led the crowd towards the jade counter not far away, and took a step and walked over, casually glancing at the jades. The prices were almost all ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. To be honest, Qin really couldn't look at jade items with such prices. With the corner of his mouth slightly turned away, he asked a female attendant who was playing with her cell phone by the counter. I say, beautiful woman, do you have gambling stones here? Gambling stones? The waitress was first stunned. Then she raised her head and glanced at Qin. She who was not going to respond. When she saw Qin Feng's looks, she pointed towards a short distance without holding back. You can gamble on stones over there. Qin followed the direction of her finger and realized that there were really quite a lot of raw stones piled up inside the counter. Thanks a lot then. Qin laughed and led the crowd to immediately stride over. Mr. Qin, you want to gamble on stones? Arriving at the stone counter, Su Xingjun couldn't help but ask. Of course. Qin nodded. But this thing? It should be very unreliable, right? Hearing this, Su Xingjun couldn't help but say with great skepticism. Yeah. Guan Feifei also rushed out to echo. The so-called one cut is poor, one cut is rich, and one cut is draped in sackcloth. There are quite a few people who have been pitted by gambling stones. Fifi is right. In the past, my family's eldest uncle liked to gamble on stones, and as a result, the family's factory was lost. That tragic? Once Lu Rubing heard Shen Mengyao's words, she couldn't help but whisper to Qin and persuade him. Master, why don't we just forget about it? In their thoughts, although all Qin had was money, but this kind of obvious pit giant, it was better to persuade if they could. It's fine. Qin waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner. I'm afraid that the person in this world who is better at gambling than me, Qin hasn't even been born yet, so you guys just wait and see. You know, Qin is the man with the consumption rebate system. How could he possibly get screwed over by just gambling on stones? Not to mention the fact that he will definitely not lose money. But the low-level perspective talisman paper inside his system mall will definitely be able to make him invincible. Perspective talisman paper? Low level. Allows the user to see through for an hour. Oh, little doll really good big mouth. Just as Qin Feng's words fell, a very mocking voice immediately came from behind him. Hearing this, Qin frowned slightly and turned his head in the direction the voice came from and looked over. The person who came was an old man in a tang suit, looking like he should be in his 70s, very much with a sense of immortality. Behind him, there were two young people, a man and a woman. The male looked very ordinary, but his eyes looked very sharp. As for the woman standing beside him, she was wearing a pale head, and her looks were very cute, giving off a feeling of a little lowly. Chapter 87, What bet do you want? You are? Qin, who had returned to his senses, turned to the old man in the tang suit and asked, Mr. Qin, this is the owner of this jade store, Wang Mingfu. Before the old man in tang suit could speak, a Yida real estate senior standing beside Qin introduced himself for Qin. Poof. Hearing this, the old man in tang suit let out a cold snort and immediately revealed a very condescending look. Wang Mingfu? Qin was first stunned, then skimmed his lips and said, You're also surnamed Wang. You should be some elder of Wang Yilan, right? He could have heard earlier that this jade store was owned by some relative of Wang Yilan. That's right. I'm Wang Yilan's own uncle, the old man in the tang suit said with a cold tone and a gloomy face. Little doll, are you the one who drove my nephew out of Yida? Ha! Qin laughed coldly and did not answer. A good half a day. Only then did the corner of his mouth slightly upturned and said, Listen to your tone, as if it is very unconvincing? Naturally unconvinced. Yida Real Estate is my uncle Wang's company. What right do you have to snatch it away? Before Wang Mingfu could open his mouth, the The man standing behind him jumped the gun and said, from the expression on his face, it was as if Qin Feng had robbed him of some treasure. What kind of a thing are you? Is there a place for you to speak here? Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes immediately narrowed and he said in a chilling tone to him. In Qin Feng's mind, he is now the boss of Yida Real Estate. In front of him, this cat or dog. Where is the qualification to bark in front of him? You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, that man almost didn't directly spray out a mouthful of old blood. He hadn't expected that Qin Feng would actually be so overbearing when he spoke. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something else, he was directly stopped by the old man in the tang suit. Taking a deep breath, he then said to Qin Feng, young man, you sound crazy? If it's not crazy, is it still a young man? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said casually, very good. Wang Mingfu narrowed his eyes and said if he had a point. Listening to your earlier words, could it be that you're very good at gambling on stones? That's natural. Good. Then do you dare to bet with me? Why wouldn't I dare? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly as he asked with a smile or not. How do you want to bet? Let's bet on 3 stones within $1 million. Whoever opens out a high value will win. What do you think? Yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately nodded his head and agreed. Seeing Qin Feng agreeing, Wang Mingfu immediately revealed an expression of success. In his mind, he was a connoisseur who had been engaged in the jade industry for decades. Just how could a youngster like Qin Feng be his opponent? Since you want to bet, Wang Mingfu said here, deliberately paused for a few seconds. Before continuing, then we always have to have some bets, right? What kind of bet do you want? Qin Feng laughed and asked with a playful face. Let's put it this way. Wang Mingfu first pretended to contemplate for a moment, then said casually, if I lose, then all 78 of my jade stores in Yida Real Estate will all go to you. But if you lose, the Yida Real Estate, how you took it over, will be returned to my nephew? What do you think? My god, this ing bet is also too big, right? Hearing Wang Mingfu's words, the people present all revealed a look of disbelief. Not to mention how much Wang Mingfu's 78 jade stores are worth. It's Yida Real Estate, which is $1 trillion enterprise. How could such a huge bet not shock people? Master, don't agree to him, just his 78 jade stores. How can they compare to Yida Real Estate? Yes, this old man is really shameless. He really treats us like little cuties. Can't we? Meng Yao and Fei Fei are right. Master, you must not agree to him. The 3 girls, Shun Meng Yao, who had come back to their senses, rushed to persuade Qin Feng. In their view, a bet like Wang Mingfu's was obviously very unequal. Not only did they think so, Su Xingjun and the others did as well. Only Qin Feng, however, revealed a wry smile at this moment. So what if the stakes were unequal? It wasn't like he would be the one to lose anyway. What? Little doll, do you not dare? Seeing Shen Mengyao's 3 daughters persuading Qin Feng there, Wang Mingfu hurriedly spoke out to provoke him. Wang Mingfu naturally knew that this bet of his was not equal. However, he was of the opinion that a person like Qin Feng would surely be youthful and want to fight to win or lose. Sure enough, it was similar to what he thought. Just in the next second, Qin Feng nodded his head and agreed. Okay, I agree, master. As soon as the 3 girls, Lu Rubing, heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately wanted to persuade something else. However, before they could open their mouths, they were interrupted by Qin Feng waving his hand directly. Alright, it's decided. Hearing this, the women could only retreat unhappily. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu, who was not far away, could not help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. However, just at this moment, Qin Feng pointed to the little loli not far away, and smiled at Wang Mingfu. If you want me to agree, you can, but you must add her to your bet. What is this situation? Does the boss have a crush on this little loli? Not to mention, this little loli is really superb. As soon as Su Xingjun and the others heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately looked over in the direction Qin Feng was pointing. When they took a good look at the little loli's looks and figure, they all revealed a very meaningful smile. Impossible. And right at this moment, that little loli directly screamed out. Although she felt that this little brother was very handsome when she first saw Qin Feng, however, wanting to take her as a bet, she was not willing to do so at all. That's right, wanting to take my senior sister as a bet, don't even think about it. The man standing beside the little loli also immediately stepped forward. One must know that little Lolita was his senior sister that he had been secretly in love with for many years. Now that Qin Feng actually said this, how could he not stand out? However, Qin Feng treated the words of the 2 of them as if he hadn't heard them. Skimming his mouth, he said to Wang Mingfu with a playful expression, if you don't agree, then forget it. After saying that, he took a step and was ready to leave with the crowd. To be honest, The reason why Qin Feng had placed such a bet was just to play a trick on this old man. Kid, do you know who she is to me? Right at this moment, Wang Mingfu opened his mouth and said coldly, she is my Wang Mingfu's granddaughter. Oh, Qin Feng was first slightly stunned, then he turned his head. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said casually, and what does that have to do with me? I'll just ask you, to gamble or not to gamble? Chapter 088, do you think I will lose? As soon as Wang Mingfu heard Qin Feng's words, he immediately hesitated. How could he not expect that Qin Feng would actually propose such a bet? On the one hand, it was his own granddaughter, and on the other hand, it was Yida, which was worth trillions of dollars. It was only after a long half-day that he gritted his teeth and said to Qin Feng with reddened eyes, fine, I agree. What? The little loli behind her instantly opened her little mouth wide when she heard this, simply not believing that this was actually the words coming from the grandfather who loved her the most. Master, how could you do this? I don't agree. And right at this moment, that man once again stood out and said angrily at Wang Mingfu. In his opinion, in the future, little sister was his forbidden domain, so how could he let others get their hands on it? What? Wang Mingfu's eyes went cold and said in a chilling tone, you think I will lose? Since I won't lose, what's the point of letting Meng Meng be the bet? After Wang Mingfu finished speaking, he no longer looked at the two Wang Meng Mengs. Turning his head, he said to Qin Feng, can we start now? He. Qin Feng laughed and said casually, since you agree, then naturally. Good, then you'll wait to lose. After Wang Mingfu had finished his vicious words, he took a step and headed over to the raw stone counter. He was the owner of this jade store, so naturally, he also knew quite a bit about these raw stones. Judging from the pace at which he walked, he could be said to be full of confidence. As for Qin Feng, who was not far away, he looked like he was hanging back. It was as if this match, and he didn't have much to do with it. Master, aren't you going to choose yet? Yes, master, you'd better hurry up and go and choose. Sister Bing Bing is right. In case all the good raw stones are chosen by that old fellow, that would be troublesome. Seeing this, the Lu Rubing girls couldn't help but urge Qin Feng. It couldn't be helped that Wang Mingfu gave them the feeling as if he was a bit too confident. It's fine. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with disdain, so what if I let him choose first? That will only make him more aware of the gap between him and me. I say big brother, can you be more confident? You are also too pretentious, aren't you? The moment the people present heard Qin Feng's words, they all couldn't help but spit in their hearts for a while. What kind of person is Wang Mingfu? He was an old man who had been engaged in the jade industry for decades. How could they not spit at Qin Feng for not putting him in his eyes? And right at this moment, Qin Feng turned his head and looked over towards the little lowly Wang Meng Meng who was not far away. Wang Meng Meng, who was sulking with her small mouth, suddenly felt something in her heart and looked up. Qin Feng heatedly smiled and secretly winked at her. Not to mention, this little lowly's name really wasn't wrong. She just had that aggravated little look, and it really looked quite adorable. Seeing this, Wang Meng Meng rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. For some reason, although Qin Feng had made such an excessive bet, she was not angry with him at all. Just as the two of them were making secret glances, Wang Mingfu over there had already picked out a piece of raw stone. Seeing that Qin Feng was actually still standing still, he couldn't help but let out a snort. Ignorant child, you're just waiting to admit defeat. After saying that, he no longer cared about Qin Feng and lowered his head to continue picking. Qin Feng didn't waste any time on his side either, and after greeting Shin Mengyao's girls, he took a step and walked over as well. System, open the system mall. As soon as Qin Feng arrived at the raw stone counter, he immediately commanded the system in his mind. In the next second, a light screen the size of a 17-inch computer monitor appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased one copy of low-grade perspective talisman paper. May I ask if you want to use it? Without delay, Qin Feng directly pressed use on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one copy of perspective talisman paper. You will be able to see through everything you want to see through during the period of use. The period of use is 1 hour. Please be informed. Just the next second Qin Feng saw this message, he suddenly felt his eyes, as if they had been stabbed by needles. Without being able to hold back, he directly closed his eyes. It was only after a long time that he finally slowed down. When he opened his eyes again, he was instantly startled by the scene in front of him. One must know that Qin Feng was originally slightly myopic. If he was too far away, he would see things very blurry. However, right now, as long as it was within the reach of his gaze, it was completely as if it was right in front of his eyes. Clear. It was really too clear. It had to be said that even if this perspective talisman paper couldn't see through, just for the point of clarity alone, spending 1,000,000 consumption points, Qin Feng didn't even think it was a loss. Let me try its see-through function now. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and looked over towards Lu Rubing, who was not far away. Hiss. This is too exciting, right? Qin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Couldn't help but then tsk sigh in his heart. Tsk. Bing Bing's body is really good. The convex. The warped. And just as Qin Feng was sizing up Lu Rubing's side suddenly had a feeling as if she was being stripped naked. Frowning slightly, she raised her head and looked over towards Qin Feng's side. Not to mention, as a martial artist, Lu Rubing's five senses really weren't generally strong. However, Qin Feng was not at all panicked. After charging Lu Rubing with a faint smile, he again cast his sinful eyes towards the little lowly Wang Mengmeng, who was not far away. Qin Feng's heart exclaimed 3 times in a row, and his nosebleed flowed out directly when he couldn't hold back. Have to say, compared to Lu Rubing, this iceberg beauty, it seems that the little lowly Wang Mengmeng in front of him, to be more stimulating to him. Secretly wiping away the blood on the tip of his nose, he hurriedly withdrew his eyes. Looking at it like this again, he couldn't afford it. After taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his heart, he then looked towards the raw stones inside the counter. The first piece. No way. There's no hair inside this one. Second piece. This one is okay, but the jade seems to be a bit too small. Third piece. This is full of jade. I want this piece. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng directly held up the stone that he looked at. The fourth piece. The fifth piece. The sixth piece. Right after Qin Feng finished looking at the 28th piece of raw stone, he also finally picked out the last piece. If he was not mistaken, he had spent less than a minute in total. Mr. Qin, you couldn't have finished picking, could you? Seeing this, Su Shengjun, who was not far away, could not help but ask Qin Feng. When the others heard this, they all looked over towards Qin Feng. Chapter 089, it seems like only a minute has passed, right? Finished picking. Qin Feng nodded with a casual look. It seems like only a minute has passed, right? Moreover, you actually don't even take a strong flashlight? I say, big brother, are you kidding us? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Xingjun and the others almost didn't drop their eyes out in shock. It had to be said that this was the first time they had seen someone picking out a gambling stone like this. And right at this moment, Wang Mingfu had finally picked out his second stone. When he realized that Qin Feng had actually picked them all, he couldn't help but frown. This kid can't help but pick too fast, right? Turning back to his senses, he looked over towards the 3 stones Qin Feng had picked. It was fine if he didn't look, but one look almost didn't make him laugh out loud. One must know that the 3 stones that Qin Feng had picked out happened to be the ones that he had already picked out and didn't want. In his opinion, it was true that there was jade inside these stones, but there definitely wasn't much. Otherwise, where else would there be Qin Feng's share? With a contemptuous glance at Qin Feng, he continued to look for the original stone with a strong flashlight. This was a bet of trillions of dollars. He wouldn't be as casual as Qin Feng. In this way, after about another 10 minutes or so, Wang Mingfu managed to pick out the 3rd stone. Alright, kid, let's start comparing now. Wang Mingfu placed the stone on the counter and smiled confidently at Qin Feng. In his mind, Qin Feng's half-baked level. What could he compare with him? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Which one of us will go first? I'll go first. Let's show you what a real stone gambling master is. Wang Mingfu said, then handed a stone to an attendant. Take it and let Master Lu help me solve it. Okay, boss. The attendant nodded and took the stone and walked towards an old man not far away. In front of the old man was a medium-sized stone decomposer, looking quite professional. When the crowd saw this, they all gathered to watch. One cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut is draped in burlap. For all the people present, the deciphering of stones is definitely a very exciting thing. The old man didn't waste any time. Seeing Wang Mingfu nodding, he picked up the stone and cut it at the right angle. With his many years of cutting experience, it was absolutely impossible to hurt the jade inside. The very second his first cut went down, the crowd saw green color. Wow! There it is! Master is really great! Right at the same time when the skylight opened down, that male disciple of Wang Mingfu's directly exclaimed in joy. Seeing this, the others also all revealed an expression that it was really so. A master is a master. The first piece of jade came out. Wang Mingfu, who was standing at the side, also couldn't help but show a very proud look. This was the first piece of raw stone he had picked out, and from his experience, there was definitely jade inside this stone. As for the size of the jade, it was a matter of luck. Only Qin Feng, who was standing not far away, revealed a mocking smile at this moment. There is jade? Oh, you're afraid that you're overthinking it. To know, Qin Feng just used the perspective eye to look at this piece of raw stone. there is a ray of green in the skylight there. As expected, just like what Qin Feng saw. When the old man cut the second knife, the crowd all showed their disappointment. The third cut, fourth cut, the fifth knife, all the way up to the eighth cut. Yet there was still not a single hair. How is this possible? This time, Wang Ningfu's entire face had begun to gloom. How could he not expect this piece of raw stone in addition to the skylight that wisp of green? Other places are completely a piece of waste stone. It can be said that this stone is not valuable at all. Seeing this, the male apprentice standing behind him was not able to hold back, and directly sat down on the ground paralyzed. Old Lu, help me cut this piece again. I don't believe it won't produce jade. Wang Ningfu, who came back to his senses, was not discouraged. Anyway, this is not the first time to see this kind of thing, and directly handed over the second piece of stone. To be honest, the old man is also under tremendous pressure at this time. The hands that received the original stone were slightly trembling. It was not easy to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. Then once again began to solve the original stone. Similar to the first piece just now, the green color appeared when the first cut went down. Immediately after, the second cut was green again. This time, Wang Ningfu finally revealed a smile. The third cut, fourth knife, the fifth knife, until the end of the cut, the entire stone was a green color. In other words, this stone is full green. When Wang Ningfu saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha, I told you, with my many years of experience, how is it possible not to have a full green? After saying that, he didn't forget to throw a very provocative look at Qin Feng. Seeing this, the male apprentice who was paralyzed on the ground also stood up from the ground in a flash. In his opinion, with just such a stone, Qin Feng had already lost. The others present basically thought the same when they saw this. Hiss, Mr. Wang is rich now. This stone must be tens of millions at any rate, right? Almost. According to my guess, it should be between $8 and $12 million. A master is a master. The cost of this stone is less than $800,000, at least 10 times more than that. Now it seems that if Mr. Qin wants to win, it might be a bit difficult. Hey, this shouldn't have been a bet. Mr. Qin is a little too confident. Oof. Shen Mengyao snorted coldly. To Qin Feng is comforting. Master, don't worry. Maybe you can also open a full jade later? That's right. Isn't it just opening a full jade? What's the big deal? The two sisters are right. Master, you will definitely be able to open a full jade inside these stones as well. Once Guan Fei Fei and Lu Rubing heard this, they also rushed to Qin Feng to comfort him. He, not far away. Wang Ningfu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Shaking his head, not without mockery, he said, what an ignorant little child. Do you guys know how hard it is to be able to open a piece of full jade? I'm not afraid to tell you. Of the 78 jade stores we have in all of China, from the beginning of the year until now, this is still the first piece. What? Upon hearing Wang Ningfu's words, the three girls, Lu Rubing, immediately froze there. Originally, when they saw Wang Ningfu open a piece of full jade, they thought that it shouldn't be too difficult to open this thing. But now, couldn't help but worry for Qin Feng. Su Shangjun, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown along with him when he saw this. Although he did not know much about jade, he believed that Wang Ningfu should not be lying. If full jade was that easy to open, then it wouldn't be worth so much. Chapter 090, is it hard to open a full jade? Only Qin Feng, at this time, still maintained a very unconcerned look. Was it hard to open a full jade? You have to know that within these three stones of his, there are two full jades. If they were to come out, Wang Ningfu would probably go crazy on the spot, right? Okay, let's cut the crap and open the third one. Qin Feng didn't have that much time to watch Wang Ningfu play the fool, so he said impatiently to him, I'm still waiting to finish shopping at the mall and go home to sleep. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he even yawned in front of the crowd. Oof. Seeing this, Wang Ningfu couldn't help but snort coldly. Kid, you're just waiting to lose everything and go home. With that, he confidently handed the third stone to the old man. The old man didn't waste any time, and after receiving the stone, he just made a cut. Right at the same time the old man cut the first knife, another ray of green color was revealed. Nima again out of the green? This is too powerful, right? In the midst of the crowd's shock, the old man cut another full jade stone head out. It had to be said that Wang Ningfu's experience in looking at stones was really not something that ordinary people could compare to. My god, another full jade? Awesome, really awesome. Look everyone, this piece of full jade seems to be even bigger than the one just now, right? It's true. This stone can be worth at least $15 million. My dear sister, I'm afraid Mr. Wang has made nearly $30 million in such a short period of time. Nima, now I want to buy 2 stones to cut. While the crowd was shocked, They couldn't help but worry for Qin Feng. Hey, now it seems that Mr. Qin is really going to lose. This is sure to lose. Mr. Wang has opened 2 full jades. How can we compare? Unless what? Unless Mr. Qin opens an Imperial Seed. Then he might even win. Imperial Seed? How can that be possible? I'm afraid we haven't even opened a few pieces in China over the years. That's right. That's a superb jadeite. Where is it so easy to open out? Just as the crowd was whispering, Wang Mingfu over here was also finally relieved. He was thinking the same as everyone else, and already thought that he should have one. To be honest, even he himself hadn't expected that he would actually be able to open out 2 full jades. Cough. Wang Mingfu coughed twice and said to Qin Feng with a mocking face, "Kid, do you think there's still a need to continue the competition now? Let's see. You'd better simply admit defeat, lest you'll lose face later." He. As soon as Qin Feng heard his words, he couldn't help but laugh. "You think you can win me with these 2 broken stones? Broken stones?" Wang Mingfu was first stunned. Then this time, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Kid, do you know how difficult this full jade is? Not afraid to tell you. The value of these 2 stones of mine is at least around $24 million. And broken stones? Dang, that's a big mouth. If you have the guts, open me a stone that's even more awesome than this one of mine. How hard can it be?" Qin Feng skimmed his lips and said with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, "Just watch me. I'll let you know if this is a broken stone or not." With that, Qin Feng was ready to hand the stone to that old man. Wait. However, right at this moment, Lu Rubing came out to stop him. "Master, why don't you let me do it?" To be honest, this old man was Wang Mingfu's man, so who knows if he would play a trick. In Lu Rubing's opinion, it was better for her to cut for Qin Feng, which was a bit more assured. "I say, little doll, do you think you're better at cutting stones than me?" Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, before Qin Feng could even open his mouth, the old man was instantly a bit offended. "You won't know later." Lu Rubing didn't even bother to argue with him, and after saying that, he looked at Qin Feng. "Alright, then Bing Bing, you cut it." For Qin Feng, since Lu Rubing wanted to cut it, then let her cut it, even if the cut was broken. What was the big deal? "Kid, you'll regret it." When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but say angrily to Qin Feng. In the old man's opinion, Qin Feng and the others were completely fooling around. "Poof." Lu Rubing snorted coldly and said to the old man, "Then you don't have to worry about it." After saying that, she reached out and took out a cutting knife from the old man's toolbox. This cutter was not too long, almost more than 10 centimeters, and it looked very sharp. Lu Rubing didn't waste any time, holding the stone in his left hand and the knife in his right. In the midst of the shock of the melon eaters, the cutting knife in the middle of her right hand continuously danced at a fast speed, as if it appeared as a phantom. The crumbs on the ground, too, were constantly piling up. Not long after, a green stone appeared in Lu Rubing's left hand. Is this ing still human? When the old man sitting on the side saw this, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. As for the other eaters, they weren't much better, all revealing a very unbelievable look. Hiss. This, am I ing hallucinating? Cutting stones with her hands? This is also too powerful? My god, the people around Mr. Qin, are they all this powerful? Awesome. Another full piece of jade. I didn't notice just now. This is actually a full jade too. Could it be that Mr. Qin can also read stones? In that case, Mr. Qin won't necessarily lose? While the crowd was shocked, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but frown. How could he not expect that Qin Feng's first stone had actually opened a full jade? Humph. This must be a blind cat running into a dead rat for him. He snorted coldly and couldn't help but then whisper comforting words to himself in his mind. That disciple standing behind him was similarly the same. Only the little lowly Wang Meng, however, revealed a trace of incredulity at this moment. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng instantly turned colorful. One must know that this was still the second man she had seen who was able to open a full jade. Alright, Bing Bing, open the second piece. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said to Lu Rubing. In Qin Feng's mind, what was a full jade? Later on, he would let all of them know what the real jadeite was. Okay, boss. Hearing this, Lu Rubing picked up a second stone after putting down the full jade. In front of the crowd, she once again danced with her hands. In just under a minute, she stopped moving her hands. When the melon eaters saw what was in her hands, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. This is actually, my goodness, how is this possible? P.S. The author Fungicide can actually see the reward system today. It seems that there are still a lot of little darling gave me a gift. To be honest, I'm very touched, which proves that there are a lot of little cute love my book. But here I still want to say, everyone does not need to give me gifts. Yes, I don't need people to send me gifts. You know, the author also has a job. And work is quite free. Basically play with the phone no problem. In addition to having to update the cuties at night, I'm also able to update everyone at work. Everyone earns money is not easy. Although it is true that the code word is a little hard. But there is everyone's support. I'm very happy. What's more, every time you guys watch an ad, the author also has a profit. Yo. It's not much, but it's still pocket money, right? So, everyone just need to give this baby. Yes, I'm still a baby. 5-star praise can be. Of course, the inadequacies of the writing can be mentioned. Don't free books but also scold me. Finally, I said once again, do not have to reward, do not have to reward, do not have to reward. Said 3 times, all remember it? That said, so many words cannot account for the number of words in the body. Do not believe that the little darling can be counted. Yo. Chapter 091, Big Brother. Are you serious? Imperial seed? This is actually the Emperor's seed? When Wang Mingfu saw the stone in Lu Rubing's hand, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that Qin Feng had actually opened a very rare Emperor seed. The entire stone was crystal clear, and not a single impurity could be seen at all. And the overall green color was even more crystalline and translucent than the 2 pieces of full jade he had previously opened. If one were to look at it from a distance, it would seem like a green diamond, shining with a glittering green light. My goodness, this is too powerful for him. Seeing this, Wang Meng, a little lowly not far away, immediately revealed a very worshipful expression towards Qin Feng. As Wang Mingfu's granddaughter, she naturally knew quite a bit about jade. Imperial seed. This was definitely a very rare type of jade. Anyway, she had followed Wang Mingfu for many years and had never seen anyone open it. It wasn't just her. The 3 Shen Mangyao girls and Su Xingjun and the rest of them all had the expressions of fanboys and fangirls as well. If Qin Feng previously opened a piece of full jade was nothing, then this piece of imperial seed was enough to prove how great Qin Feng's eyesight really was. What's more, Qin Feng didn't even use a strong flashlight to shine it on, but rather picked it out randomly. Ha! Qin Feng laughed and said to Lu Rubing, Rubing, this Emperor seed is for you. What? Oh my god, brother, are you serious? When the crowd heard Qin Feng's words, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What is this? This was a very rare imperial seed. Such a big piece in Lu Rubing's hand. If it was made into a bracelet or other jewelry, it would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Now that Qin Feng was casually giving it away, how could they not be shocked? Some of the women at the scene all cast envious gazes towards Lu Rubing. Master, this is too precious. Lu Rubing just wanted to refuse, but was directly interrupted by Qin Feng. Alright, I said I'll give it to you. Hurry up and open the 3rd piece. Good, good. Lu Rubing was touched with a smile and immediately nodded. Not far away, Wang Mingfu and that disciple of his had long been paralyzed on the ground with a face of death. One had to know that the value of just this one stone from Qin Feng had already exceeded the 2 he had opened. What's more, Qin Feng's side still had an unopened piece. According to Wang Mingfu's guess, with Qin Feng's eyesight, that piece must be at least a full jade. Lu Rubing also did not delay, carefully put away the Emperor seed, and then began to cut up the stone again. After a hand dance, the 3rd piece of jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. Quiet, quiet, incredibly quiet. Everyone seemed to have stopped their heartbeats, staring at the jade stone in Lu Rubing's hands with wide eyes. To be honest, they simply couldn't believe their eyes at this moment. Quite a few people couldn't help but rub their eyes fiercely at the stone the next second they saw it. Jadeite glass variety. Another extremely rare variety. The entire piece of jade was like a piece of green glaze that seemed to still flow. Not far away from the paralyzed Wang Mingfu see this, directly a mouthful of old blood to spray out. How the hell can we compare? He is only 2 pieces of full jade. Qin Feng's side is a succession of rare jade. To be honest, at this time, Wang Mingfu really hated to find a crack in the ground. The grandiose words that he had previously uttered to Qin Feng were just like a slap in the face. Ouch! It hurt a lot. Grandpa, are you alright? Seeing this, the little lowly Wang Meng on the side rushed over. No, it's fine. Wang Mingfu waved his hand. His face had long been as white as paper. Alright, call him an ambulance, Qin Feng said, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. With the corner of his mouth turned away, he said casually to Su Xingjun, by the way, don't forget to sign the transfer agreement of the jade store with him while you're in the hospital. Put. Wang Mingfu, who had just taken a breath, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Afterward, it directly fainted. Grandpa, Grandpa. Seeing this, Wang Meng directly burst into tears. Just at this moment, Qin Feng took a step and walked towards her, gently patting her shoulder. He comfortingly said, "Don't worry, the old man is fine. He's just angry and attacking his heart." Just send him to the hospital and get a hangman's bottle. You. As soon as Wang Mengmeng heard Qin Feng's words, she immediately became furious. Just wanted to raise her head and Qin Feng to theorize a few sentences, which knows that just at this time, Qin Feng is the hand that has emerald glass seed, directly gave over. Sent you. What? What? Wang Mengmeng froze in place as soon as she heard this. The surrounding melon eaters also all had a look of having seen a ghost when they saw this. You just made someone's grandfather dizzy, and now you're teasing them? Big brother, this wave of your operation is also too tawdry, isn't it? Humph. My little sister won't want anything from you. Before Wang Mengmeng could open her mouth, the man on the side said with a cold snort. However, where would Qin Feng pay attention to him as a cat or a dog? Skimming his mouth, to the blushing Wang Mengmeng he continued. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, then take it as I didn't say it. After saying that, Qin Feng was ready to put away the piece of emerald glass seed. Who said I don't want it? Seeing this, Wang Mengmeng immediately became a bit anxious. Without waiting for Qin Feng to take it back, she directly reached out and snatched the stone. After taking it in her hands, she didn't forget to roll her eyes and said, Humph, this stone will be taken as compensation for you pissing off my grandfather. After saying that, she carefully put away the stone. Judging from the blushing color on her face, I'm afraid that even she herself wouldn't believe this. Junior sister, how could you accept this bastard's things? When the man on the side saw this, his eyes immediately turned red and he roared at Wang Mengmeng. In his heart, Wang Mengmeng was his forbidden domain. How could he not be angry when he casually accepted Qin Feng's things right now? Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but frown when she heard his words. For some reason, when she heard her senior brother actually call Qin Feng a bastard, she became quite angry. Senior brother, just as she wanted to say something, she was directly stopped by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and towards that man, he said coldly, Kid, have the guts to repeat what you just said to me again. Poof. That man snorted coldly and said arrogantly, what's wrong with repeating? You miscellaneous. Boom. However, before he could say the last word, Qin Feng lifted his foot and kicked it towards his face. In the next second, the guy was seen falling on his back on the ground. Judging from the blood all over his face, Qin Feng was afraid that he hadn't held back the slightest bit with this kick. Chapter 93, I'm afraid I'm just overthinking it. Unconscionable. Qin Feng snorted coldly and said to Su Shengjun, who had long been dumbfounded, remember to call an ambulance for him as well. After saying that, he left the jade store with the crowd. When he walked to the door, he suddenly turned his head and said to Su Shengjun, who was still frozen in place, by the way, remember to change the plaques of these jade stores for me. Mingfu Jade Store? How awful. Okay, boss. Returning to his senses, Su Shengjun nodded and asked with some curiosity, boss, what name do you want to change it to? Change it to? Qin Feng contemplated for a moment before continuing, just change it to Meng Meng Jade Store for me. What? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shengjun thought that he had heard wrong. Not being able to hold back, he continued to ask Qin Feng, boss, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I said to change it to a budding jade store. I say big brother, are you serious? This name? It's also too peculiar, right? After waiting for Qin Feng to reconfirm it, Su Shengjun almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. It wasn't just him, the others were all the same. Wang Mengmeng, who was not far away, immediately blushed in shame when she heard it. In her thoughts, Qin Feng must have gotten this name because of her. In fact, she really wasn't wrong. Qin Feng really meant it. Anyway, after this is his own jade store, how he wants to name it is not his decision. There's no way. Having money is so capricious. After saying that, Qin Feng also stopped caring about Su Shengjun and took Shin Mengyao to other stores. The rest of the trip went very smoothly. After a round of shopping, Shin Mengyao and the girls' hands had already been loaded with large bags. Even those Yida Plaza executives and merchants who followed behind them had also helped carry a lot of things in their hands. As for Qin Feng himself, his hands were empty. Let him shop and carry bags? Oh, I'm afraid I'm overthinking it. By the time Qin Feng walked out of Yida Plaza, the time had almost come to about 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time in Yida Plaza, not a single person had existed for a long time. Under the respectful escort of the crowd, the van slowly drove away. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and the others finally returned to the Imperial Capital Hotel. Just as Lu Rubing was about to break in, the door to Qin Feng's room was opened. I'll go. Can people still be allowed to sleep? Only to see Qin Feng rubbing his eyes with a disgruntled expression. The several women froze, and they couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Just when they wanted to say something, they saw that at this moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth once again. Seeing you all like this, you should all be hungry, right? Do you want a snack? Forget it. I'd better hurry up and order takeout. Qin Feng said and searched for his cell phone on the table in the room. Seeing this, the several women all smiled bitterly and walked in as well. When Qin Feng finished ordering takeout, the few people sat on the sofa and watched TV. Master, when are we going back to Deep City? Guan Fei looked at Qin Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing this, the other two girls also cast their eyes over. Let's play in the imperial capital for 3 days first. After we return to Deep City, I still have to go back to my hometown. Knowing that Qin Yu's school would soon be releasing its summer vacation, it was just enough to take her back with her. Go back to my old home? Several women were stunned, and Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask, Master, where is your hometown? Yes, I've never heard you mention it. Shen Mengyao heard this and immediately followed suit. My hometown is Shangbei. If I go back this time, I'll bring you guys along too. My hometown is beautiful. I can take you guys around at that time. Really? That's really great. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the few girls were instantly overjoyed. They were naturally very happy to have such a good boss. Chapter 94, Brother, your ideas are crazy. Soon, time came to the third day. Knock knock knock. Qin Feng he had just finished his breakfast when the door to his room was knocked open. Who is it? Qin Feng frowned and shouted at the door. It's me. In the next second, a not-so-standard Chinese language came from outside the door. From the accent, it should be a foreign woman. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and stepped forward to open the door. It's really you. As soon as he opened the door, Qin Feng recognized the other party. What? You completed the task I explained to you? Well, it's completed. Lisa nodded and didn't say much. Well then, come in. Qin Feng said and brought Lisa in. As soon as he returned to the room and sat down, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and checked it. Weibo. Shocked. Yida's former boss drowned in his own villa's swimming pool last night. Headline. Shocked. Wang Yilan drowned at home. Is it suicide or murder? TX News. Terrifying. Yida's former boss or suicide due to expulsion from Yida? Much like what Qin Feng thought. At this time, the major news media had long since publicized Wang Yilan's death. It had to be said that the extent of the impact of this matter was still quite huge. Even if Wang Yilan was driven out of Yida, that was after all the boss of Yida. The degree of attention was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Not long after these news were sent out, thousands of comments appeared underneath the news. And judging from this trend, there seemed to be more netizens joining in. I'll go. Is this news real? It should be real. Who dares to post such fake news? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a big shot got killed? Then this is too powerful, right? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. The official side hasn't even confirmed whether it's a suicide or a homicide. Yes, he was kicked out of Yida just a few days ago, so it's possible that he had some other thoughts in his mind. That's right. Anyway, I think it should be suicide. Then I have a different viewpoint than the one upstairs. I think it's a homicide. Just as Qin Feng was looking at these comments, a comment from a netizen instantly caught his eye. Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked down towards the comment right below. Where did you start with that comment? Think about it, guys. Since he can be driven away, can't he be eliminated? I'll go. Brother, your thoughts are crazy. Tell me, do I have a point? There's no such thing as reason. Since people can drive him away, would they still be afraid of him rising again? Upstairs is right. Besides, my little brother is so handsome. There's no way he's that kind of ruthless person. The same upstairs plus 1. My little brother cannot be that kind of person. The same upstairs plus 99. I believe my little brother. When Qin Feng saw this, he directly put away his cell phone. I want to ask you some questions. Qin Feng looked at Lisa and said very seriously. You ask. Master, I want to ask you, when you did away with Wang Yilan last night, were you discovered? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and directly asked right to the point. No. Once she heard that Qin Feng turned out to be worried about this, Lisa also immediately straightened up. Don't worry. I'm a professional assassin. It's impossible for me to make a mistake. Well, very good. Qin Feng was also finally relieved once he heard her words. In his thoughts, as long as Lisa did a clean job, what were those very few messages on the internet? Besides, this matter was originally Wang Yilan's fault. If it wasn't for him wanting to kill himself, Qin Feng really didn't have the heart to move him again. Now that he would end up like this, he could only say that he was to blame. Right, where are you planning to go next? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Lisa. Just now, an idea suddenly came to his mind. If it could be accomplished, it could be said that it would be of considerable benefit to Qin Feng. Me? Lisa was first stunned, and then she said back. I'm going to go back to the Blue Demoness in just these 2 days. You killed your employer. Aren't you afraid of being punished if you go back? It's fine. Lisa smiled smugly and said proudly. My sister is the leader of the Blue Demoness. Who would dare to punish me? Really? Or as the old saying goes, treading through iron shoes and finding no place. It takes no effort to get there. It had to be said that Qin Feng's luck really wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Of course it's true. Lisa nodded proudly at first, but soon realized that something was wrong. Frowning, she turned to Qin Feng and then asked suspiciously, "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 95, What do you mean? You want to die? How is your relationship with your sister? Qin Feng did not answer Lisa's question, but instead asked Lisa in return. It's okay. Although Lisa guessed that Qin Feng had other plans, she didn't dare not answer. That's good. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth turned up, before he said with a playful expression, "Now I need to give you a new mission." New mission? Lisa froze and couldn't help but frown. Didn't I already complete a mission for you? Ha! Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and said mockingly, "Do you think that I'll let you off so easily with just one mission in the district? You?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. She had seen many rogue people, but it was really the first time she had seen one as rogue as Qin Feng. Don't feel aggrieved either. I'm not afraid to tell you that from the moment you came to kill me, you should have expected such consequences. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said in a chilling tone, "Of course, if you don't want to complete this mission of mine, it's not impossible." Really? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa instantly seemed to see hope again. Of course. Qin Feng smiled coldly before continuing. After all, dead people, they don't need to think that much. Qin Feng was no saintly mother. If Lisa really lost her value with him, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. Being able to give her a chance now only meant that she still had value in existence. Alright, I agree. Lisa listened and nodded helplessly. Although she was an assassin, it didn't prove that she wasn't really afraid of death. Who would want to die when they could live well? What's more, Qin Feng kept scaring her by scratching her face. Well, that's good. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said with great satisfaction, "The new task I'm going to give you is very simple. Give you a month's time to convince the entire Blue Demoness organization to be at my disposal." What? Lisa was first stunned, and then she was directly refusing. Impossible. To be honest, she hadn't really thought that Qin Feng's ambition would actually be this big. What was the Blue Demoness? That was the world's third-ranked assassin organization. Although the entire organization was all made up of women, its fighting strength was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The only reason why she missed this time was because Qin Feng was too powerful. What's more, the Blue Demoness was founded by her sister, and it was her sister's heart and soul. Now that Qin Feng had opened his mouth to take over the entire Blue Demoness, how could she possibly agree? Oh, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and his tone instantly turned completely cold. You mean, you want to die? Lisa was tempted to say, "So what if I do?" But the words reached her mouth, but she forcefully swallowed them back. After a long half day, only then did she say with a helpless face, "Alright, I agree." After saying that, she didn't forget to ask Qin Feng in a very puzzled manner, "Aren't you afraid that I'll pretend to agree first and then have my sister send someone over to deal with you?" It had to be said that this was exactly where Lisa was somewhat puzzled. As for why she had said this thought out loud, it was nothing more than wanting to test Qin Feng a bit. Ha! Hearing that, Qin Feng couldn't help but snort a laugh and said with contempt, "Do you think that anyone from your Blue Demoness would really be my opponent?" Oof. Lisa hummed delicately and said with some defiance, "I recognize that you are very strong, but it doesn't mean that we Blue Demon geeks are weak. I'm not afraid to tell you that my sister is definitely going to be much more powerful than you." Is that so? Qin Feng skimmed his lips, revealing a very skeptical expression. Of course. Lisa raised her head and said proudly, "My sister once slapped a tiger to death with a single slap." One must know that Lisa had once seen such a scene with her own eyes when she was on a mission in Africa with her sister. Is slapping a tiger to death with one palm awesome? Oh, it doesn't seem to be that difficult, does it? To be honest, as far as Qin Feng knows himself now, let alone a tiger, even if it was an elephant, it wouldn't be easy to slap it to death. According to Qin Feng's guess, Lisa's sister's strength, I'm afraid it's just about the same as Lu Rubing. Although Qin Feng hadn't fought Lu Rubing, he was completely confident that Lu Rubing would definitely not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately revealed a very disdainful expression. Skimming his lips, he turned to Lisa and then said, "Since you think that your sister is much more powerful than me, then I'll give you another chance." What chance? Lisa couldn't help but brighten up when she heard that. "Within a month, if she can defeat me." Qin Feng paused before continuing, "I won't pursue the matter of you assassinating me with your Blue Demoness, but if she loses, the Blue Demon G will have to be used for me in the future." Good. I agree. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa's face instantly revealed a smile. In her thoughts, Qin Feng was definitely bound to lose this time. Chapter 96. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Over here, the owner of the watch store over at the Yida Plaza put in a call. In order to express his respect for Qin Feng, the owner of the watch store took the initiative to say on the other end of the phone that he would personally deliver the watch. In just half an hour's time, the door to Qin Feng's hotel room on his side was knocked on once again. When Qin Feng received the watch handed over by the watch store owner, he directly sent Shen Mengyao a piece to each of the girls. For Qin Feng, as long as he was able to do things for himself seriously, a few watches were nothing at all. Alright, let's also hurry to pack up and prepare to return to Deep City. After sending off the watch store owner, Qin Feng saw that everything was almost done, and said to the several women. With that, he looked at Shen Mengyao. Mengyao, the airport side has been notified, right? Well, it has been notified. That's good, Qin Feng said, and suddenly thought of something. Turning his head, he said to Guan Fei Fei, who was packing her luggage. Fei Fei, I'll give you a task when we get back. What task? Guan Fei Fei froze and couldn't help but ask curiously. When we get back, let General Li's side send another 4 or 5 private helicopters over. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth turned away, and he said with some disdain, this kind of large airplane is only suitable for long distances. It's still quite inconvenient. Alright, I'll contact them when I get back. To be honest, right now, Guan Fei Fei and the girls had long since become immune to Qin Feng's purchasing power. Even if Qin Feng now said that he was going to buy the entire airline, they wouldn't really feel anything. It was only after some hectic work that the girls managed to organize their luggage with great difficulty. It had to be said that their luggage was indeed a bit excessive. Qin Feng simply swept a glance and realized that there were at least 1 or 2 dozen luggage packages. Luckily, Qin Feng had his own private jet, or else checking in so much luggage really wasn't a simple matter. Of course, in addition to a few women's personal belongings, these bags are basically gifts for Qin Feng's parents. Seeing that everything had been taken care of, Shen Mengyao called the front desk of the hotel. Not long after, a woman wearing a hotel uniform rushed over. She first checked inside Lu Rubing's room before heading to Qin Feng's room. Seeing this, Qin Feng signaled Shen Mengyao to follow him. As for him and the 2 girls, Lu Rubing, they found a comfortable spot on the sofa to lie down. In Qin Feng's thought, there shouldn't be any problem in letting Shen Mengyao follow alone. This side, as soon as the hotel attendant walked into Qin Feng's room, she immediately discovered the deep pit in the room. She was first stunned, then she immediately frowned. Turning her head to Shen Mengyao, she said, "Beauty, what's with the deep pit in this room?" From the tone of her voice, it seemed to have some questioning intent. To be honest, if the person following her over was Qin Feng, she would definitely speak softly. After all, Qin Feng was definitely a big shot that she couldn't afford to mess with no matter where she looked. However, the Shen Mengyao in front of her, she did not place in her eyes at all. In her opinion, a woman like Shen Mengyao was nothing more than a plaything of a big shot. From the bottom of her heart, she looked down on Shen Mengyao. Of course, it was probably more out of jealousy towards Shen Mengyao. She didn't feel that she was much worse than Shen Mengyao. Why didn't she have such good luck as Shen Mengyao? It had to be said, if a woman was really jealous, it was really quite incomprehensible. Sorry, this should be caused by our boss' carelessness. Shen Mengyao heard this, although she was a bit uncomfortable with her tone. She still patiently apologized and explained, "Why don't you see how much compensation should be made, and we'll give your hotel compensation?" Compensation? The waitress snorted, said with a playful face, "Compensation can be." But, when she said this, she was deliberately pausing. When Shen Mengyao saw this, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "But what?" However, "You have to patch up this deep pit for me first." The waiter skimmed his mouth and said arrogantly, "Otherwise, you guys won't be able to leave the hotel today." Mend it up? Once Shen Mengyao heard this, where else could she hold back? With her eyes narrowed, she turned to the waiter and asked coldly, "Are you joking with me? She's not a little cutie." This hotel attendant was clearly targeting her on purpose. Joking? I don't have that kind of free time. If you don't want to make up for it, then pretend I didn't say it. After the waitress said this, she took a step and was ready to leave. In her mind, she was definitely the one who had the upper hand in this matter. Even if Shen Mengyao called the police, she wasn't worried at all. After all, damaging the hotel's property, but 1,000 things. Hey, what kind of attitude is this? Seeing this, Shen Mengyao reached out and stopped it, saying with a furious face, "Call your hotel manager. I would like to ask him, who taught you this attitude of treating guests?" Ha! Once the waitress heard this, she couldn't help but heave a cold laugh. "You count as an old man, but it's just a concubine of a rich man. What are you pretending in front of me? And let me call the manager for you. Why don't you go to heaven? I'll put my words here today. If you don't make up this ground for me, you don't want me to check you out." After saying that, He directly pushed Shin Mengyao away with one hand, and with a very proud step, he walked out. Chapter 97, Humph. Simply bullying people too much. This side. Bing bing, go over and take a look. Why isn't Mengyao back yet? Seeing that Shin Mengyao hadn't returned after so long, Qin Feng couldn't help but just say, "Okay, master." After Lu Rubing nodded, she took a step and walked out. Not long after, she arrived at the door of Qin Feng's room. Realizing that the door to the room was open, she directly walked in. However, what made Lu Rubing very surprised was, at this moment, in the entire room, Shen Mengyao was the only one squatting on the floor. As for that waiter, he had long since disappeared. Listening carefully, one could still hear Shen Mengyao's small sobbing voice. "Mengyao, what's wrong with you?" Lu Rubing quickly went forward and asked Shen Mengyao, who was crouching on the ground. I'm fine." When Shen Mengyao heard Lu Rubing's voice, she hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face. The reason why Shen Mengyao was so sad was simply because the waiter's phrase concubine just now had stimulated her. One must know that although she did have thoughts about Qin Feng had only treated her as a subordinate from the beginning to the end. Now that she was so humiliated by a stranger, how could her heart possibly feel good? Lu Rubing wasn't a little cutie. She was not a little sweetie. But in the situation in front of her, it was obvious that something had just happened. If she guessed correctly, it was most likely related to that waiter. It's like this. Shen Mengyao didn't make too much of a fuss, and immediately told Lu Rubing all about what had just happened. Humph. It's simply too deceitful. After listening to Shen Mengyao's description, Lu Rubing's face immediately revealed a touch of murderous anger, and said with a cold snort, "Go, let's go find the master." After saying that, pulling Shen Mengyao, he walked out from the room. In no time, the two had stood in front of Qin Feng. After listening to Lu Rubing's description, Qin Feng's face was also quite unsightly. He hadn't really thought that within such a high-class imperial capital hotel, there would actually be something so unenlightened. "Alright, Bing Bing, you give their hotel manager a call." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, revealing a cold color as he said, "I'd like to see if my Qin Feng's men are really that easy to bully." "Okay, boss." Hearing that, Lu Rubing hurriedly took out her cell phone and then dialed out. Hello, who is it for?" Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, we are the residents of number 803. My side would like to ask you to come over." "Looking for me for something?" The hotel manager froze and couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Your side." Lu Rubing didn't beat around the bush, and directly recounted what had just happened to him. After hearing Lu Rubing's description, the hotel manager instantly changed his face. How dare he delay? Directly then said to Lu Rubing, "Ma'am, I'm really sorry. Don't worry. I'll immediately bring that waiter over to ask for a pardon." After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Knock knock knock. Not a moment later, Qin Feng's door to their room was knocked on. After Qin Feng signaled with his eyes, Lu Rubing directly walked over and opened the door. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing outside the door, and beside him, there stood the waiter from earlier. Only seeing that waitress with her head lowered, her body seemed to be trembling non-stop. There was no need to guess to know that she had definitely been scolded by the hotel manager just now. "Come in." Lu Rubing did not say much and directly brought them in. Qin Feng sat on top of the sofa and did not have the intention to get up. Skimming his mouth, he asked, "You are the manager of this imperial capital hotel?" "That's right. My humble self is exactly. My name is Chu Chengda. I don't know how to address you, sir," the hotel manager said, and was ready to go forward to shake hands with Qin Feng. However, to his embarrassment, Qin Feng had no intention of shaking his hand. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he said, "My name is Qin Feng." "Qin Feng?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the hotel manager's awkward expression instantly disappeared. With a frown, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you the new boss of Yida? Qin Feng, you recognize me?" Qin Feng couldn't help but faintly stare at the words. As for that waiter, once he heard that, he almost didn't stagger and fall to the ground. The news of Yida's new boss showing up at Wang Fu Jing last night was a sensation throughout the country. How could she, as a young person, not know the power of Yida's new boss? Just how could she not expect that Qin Feng was actually the legendary new boss of Yida? If she had known earlier, how could she have dared to act so pretentious in front of Shen Mengyao? When she thought of this, she couldn't wait to slap herself hard a few times. However, the hotel manager's next paragraph made her eyes light up. He, who doesn't know you? Aren't you the one? The guy who forced Mr. Yida Wang away?" The hotel manager laughed coldly and said with a mocking face, "I wonder if Mr. Qin knows who owns this imperial capital hotel." Chapter 098, Have a half a penny to do with him. Can it be that it's the Wang family again? Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said somewhat breathlessly, It seemed to him that he had really gotten into trouble with the Wang family these days, but what Qin Feng didn't expect was that he had really guessed wrong this time. Let's put it this way. Our boss is indeed related to the Wang family, but this is not the Wang family's hotel. The hotel manager waved his hand and said proudly, "This is a hotel opened by Lin Yunhai, the head of the Lin family. I believe that Mr. Qin, as the new boss of Yida, wouldn't have even heard of Lin Yunhai Lin, right?" The hotel manager knew very well that the Wang family that was the Lin family's joint family. Qin Feng had now offended the entire Wang family. How could the Lin family possibly stand by and watch? He guessed that the reason why the Lin family hadn't made a move yet was nothing more than investigating Qin Feng and waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Lin Yunhai? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Then he frowned in contemplation. Just when the hotel manager, with a face expecting something, but he heard Qin Feng say in a very mocking manner, "I'm sorry, I don't really seem to have heard of it." When the hotel manager heard this, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood in anger. In his thoughts, Lin Yunhai, as the head of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families of the imperial capital, how could Qin Feng not have heard of it? He felt that the reason why Qin Feng would say that was definitely nothing more than playing a trick on him. Once he pointed at Qin Feng, he said angrily, "I'm not afraid to tell you, if it wasn't for Mr. Lin going to attend Mr. Wang's funeral today, do you think you would still be able to sit here peacefully?" Qin Feng laughed coldly, very unimpressed and said, "Then what do you mean?" "What can I mean? Just give you a reminder." The corner of the hotel manager's mouth skimmed, could not help but say with some playfulness, "In this imperial capital, it is not your kind of people who can be arrogant. Messing with the Lin family won't end well." Yo, listening to your tone, could it be that this whatever Lin family is very powerful? To be honest, Qin Feng really hadn't heard of the Lin family. As for this what's her name Lin Yunhai, that was even more so. However, from the arrogant expression of this hotel manager, this Lin family might really have quite a bit of influence in the imperial capital. Otherwise, just by virtue of him being a small hotel manager, how would he dare to pretend to be a bully in front of Qin Feng? Of course, even if this Lin family was powerful, Qin Feng wouldn't possibly wimp out. He was a man with a system. If he was taken care of by a Lin family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his grandmother's house? If the Lin family didn't mess with him, then if they really dared to jump in front of him, Qin Feng would definitely let them know why the flowers were so red. "That's natural," the hotel manager said with a straight face, very proudly. "The Lin family that our general manager Lin is a part of. That's one of the 8 great families in the imperial capital. In addition to possessing untold wealth, it also keeps quite a few martial arts masters. Do you think it's powerful? According to you, what does that have to do with you?" Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and said with a mocking face, It had to be said that Qin Feng's words had really stumped him. What was the relationship with him? It had a half a cent to do with him. As far as his status as a hotel manager was concerned, I'm afraid that in front of Lin Yunhai, he was just a dog at best. Just now, when he suddenly stood out in front of Qin Feng and acted like a bully, he really wasn't that different from a dog. Looking at your expression, could it be that you're a dog fighting for power? Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly and said, "What do you care?" Being mocked as a dog by Qin Feng, the hotel manager couldn't help but feel a burst of irritation. With a cold snort, he was very embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic and said, "I don't think our hotel's waiter did anything wrong. If you don't patch up the pit in that room personally, you guys don't want to leave our hotel today." In his thoughts, even if he offended Qin Feng, what could he do? He had just stood up for Lin Yunhai. If Lin Yunhai knew that he had humiliated Qin Feng in such a way, he would still be afraid that he wouldn't be able to soar in the future? That's right. So what if he's the boss of Yida? The waitress on the side heard this, and also hurriedly stood out and chimed in. "After offending our Mr. Lin, you'll have to make up for this ground today even if you don't." She was not a little cutie. How could she let go of such a good opportunity to flatter him so easily? In case the hotel manager was promoted up, maybe this position would be hers. Noisy. As soon as the two men's words fell, Qin Feng's face on his side was also immediately gloomy. Qin Feng wasn't the type of person to let anyone humiliate him, let alone someone else's 2 dogs. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he gave a wink to Lu Rubing. Lu Rubing understood and directly stepped forward to give the 2 a flying kick. Poo. In the next second, the 2 were instantly kicked out by Lu Rubing. As soon as they landed on the ground, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out from their mouths. Afterward, lying on the ground, they had long been unconscious. One didn't need to think about it to know that these 2 fellows were afraid that they would have to lie in bed for several years even if they didn't die. "Master, what should we do now?" Seeing this, Chen Mengyao asked Qin Feng. Although she wasn't sure what kind of existence the Lin family had in the imperial capital, but from the words of the hotel manager just now, It definitely wouldn't be that simple. According to her, the best thing to do now is to hurry up and leave the imperial capital. It wasn't just her who thought so. Guan Feifei was also thinking the same thing. Master, why don't I make a trip to the Lin family? For Lu Rubing, on the other hand, she didn't put this whatsoever Lin family in her eyes at all. She was a martial artist, so she naturally knew the 8 great families of the imperial capital very well. As far as this Lin family was concerned, it was at best an upper middle level. It can be. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Then he nodded and said, then we'll wait for you at the hotel. Okay, I'll be back before noon. After Lu Rubing finished speaking, she carried those 2 guys and then directly walked out of the room. Master, shouldn't something happen to Sister Bingbing? Waiting for Lu Rubing to leave, Guan Feifei's 2 girls couldn't help but ask with some worry. Don't worry guys, Bingbing won't be that simple. In Qin Feng's opinion, since Lu Rubing dared to go there single-handedly, she must also have a certain backbone. To be honest, until today, Qin Feng had yet to truly understand Lu Rubing. To know, when Lu Rubing and her sisters first appeared, they all wore a red dress. As far as that outfit of theirs was concerned, it was simply impossible for an ordinary person to wear it. If Qin Feng's guess was correct, Lu Rubing should be a martial artist, or even, most likely, a personal disciple of a certain sect. Chapter 99, surround the entire Imperial Capital Hotel with all of them. In less than 2 hours, Lu Rubing had rushed back unharmed. Judging from the expression on her face, there was absolutely no wretchedness after the battle. Bingbing, how did you come back so fast? She had only just entered the door when Qin Feng immediately asked curiously. Everything went well. I came back after warning them a bit. Lu Rubing said very lightly. Don't worry, their Lin family will never dare to find us trouble again. Wow, Rubing, you're really good. Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, Shen Mengyao was almost too happy to jump up. Guan Feifei, who was not far away, also immediately gave a thumbs up. In their minds, the Lin family, the 8 great families of the imperial capital, such a terrifying existence. For Lu Rubing to go there single-handedly was simply going deeper into the tiger's den. Even if she didn't get injured, I was afraid that she would still be in a great deal of trouble. But from the current appearance of Lu Rubing, where would these circumstances be? This would only prove that Lu Rubing's power was far beyond their imagination. What they didn't know was that right after Lu Rubing had reported his identity at the Lin family, even the Lin family's old ancestor had personally rushed out to greet him. As for the ensuing conversation, there was no need to mention that Lu Rubing absolutely dominated. Well done. Qin Feng nodded with great satisfaction. Afterwards, this was followed by a playful expression. Even though you, Bingbing, have solved this big trouble of the Lin family, we can't just forget about it so easily. Master, what do you mean? Once Lu Rubing heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The 2 girls, Shen Mengyao, who were on the side, also rushed to look over. He. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. Isn't this imperial capital hotel of his, the hotel with the best business in the imperial capital? Since they dared to pretend in front of me, Qin Feng, they have to be made to pay the price. Only just after the smile of Qin Feng was revealed, a few women couldn't help but shiver. They were very clear that whenever Qin Feng revealed such an expression, then someone would definitely be out of luck. Sure enough, the next second they saw Qin Feng pull out his cell phone from his pocket. Without saying a word, he found a number and dialed it directly. Mr. Qin, may I ask what I need to order? The phone had only just connected, and Su Xingjuan's respectful voice immediately came from over there. Mr. Su, I'm arranging something for you. Make sure to finish it within a week. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately said right to the point. Mr. Qin, please command. Well, it's like this. You should know about the Imperial Capital Hotel, right? Imperial Capital Hotel? Su Shengjun froze, and couldn't help but say with some confusion. Don't you live in the Imperial Capital Hotel? That's right. The task I've explained to you is related to this Imperial Capital Hotel. Qin Feng skimmed his lips and said with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Within a week, in the form of opening a hotel, encircle the entire Imperial Capital Hotel all for me. Really? Could it be that this Imperial Capital Hotel had also offended this ruthless man? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Xingjun was immediately startled. Mr. Qin, the Imperial Capital Hotel is the Lin family's property. Are you sure? Su Shengjun, as a high-ranking member of Yida Real Estate, had been developing in the Imperial Capital for more than a decade, so he naturally understood the situation. In his thoughts, Qin Feng's behavior like this would most likely offend the entire Lin family. Of course, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he said coldly, just tell me if you can do this or not. If it can't be done. However, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Su Shengjun's assuring voice immediately came from over there. Don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task within the time you stipulated. Very good. Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction, and then directly hung up the phone. To be honest, the reason why he had asked Su Shengjun to do this matter, the main reason was still that Yida was originally a real estate company. It could be said that 80% of the country had Yida's land. Even in the imperial city, Yida has purchased a few plots of land. Qin Feng believed that there were definitely Yida's plots of land around the imperial capital hotel. Since this was the case, why not utilize it? If it's really as Qin Feng said, in order to open the hotel way, the entire imperial capital hotel all surrounded, then this imperial capital hotel is also even a complete waste. After all, you even a road in and out of the hotel or not, people even if they want to come again, that is also no way to speak. Of course, the average person wants to learn Qin Feng this move to suppress the opponent. I'm afraid it is also simply impossible. There's no way. Having money was just so arbitrary. Alright, let's go now, Qin Feng said to the ladies after hanging up the phone. In no time, they were in big bags and got into a few newly rented commercial vehicles. With the broken van they rented the other day, there was no way they could fit so many things. Half an hour later, only then did Qin Feng and the others move all the luggage packages onto the airplane with the help of the crew. It had to be said that having a private airplane was convenient. If they wanted to take off when they wanted to, they could take off when they wanted to. The crowd had just taken their seats when the airplane took off directly. Of course, the boring time along the way still had to be passed a little. Just like this, Qin Feng made 2 more consecutive trips to the restroom. After some hard plowing by Qin Feng, the plane also quickly landed at the Deep City International Airport, due to Shin Mengyao notifying the Deep City side in advance. At this time, the outside of the airport's gate had long become a beautiful scenery line. Sports car, beautiful women, there should be everything. My god, how is this? So many luxury car beauties? Hiss, that one seems to be Lamborghini Poison, right? That's right. These are all the same level of luxury cars, such as the back of the Bugatti Veyron. My own sister, this is too much. I'm afraid there must be at least 30 or 40 luxury cars, right? You guys, with so many beautiful cars, it's unlikely that someone is planning to have a car show at the airport, right? I think it's very possible. We must take a good look later. I have to say, these beauties are simply prettier than one another. TSK, if I can marry one of them as my wife, it's all very nice to think about. That's right. This long legs, this body, this look, simply can play Euro. Hey, I think differently with you guys. I'm more interested in these luxury cars. If you can have one of them, what beauty cannot have? It must be said, Suemou, the appearance of the ladies, just like a deep water bomb, directly sensationalized the whole scene. In just less than a minute, they had attracted the attention of all the melon eaters. Chapter 100, Super Biochemical Bodyguard, Terminator 1. By the time Qin Feng and the others had just stepped out from the airport, they immediately noticed the abnormality over here. Master, over there seems to be Mou and the girls. Yeah. Guan Feifei's eyes were relatively sharp and quickly spotted Suemou not far away through the crowd. It seems to be true. Shuer and little Yu's sister seem to be here as well. Right at this moment, Shen Mengyao also discovered Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer in the crowd. Let's go over and take a look. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and led the ladies to squeeze over towards the crowd. What's the point of squeezing? Don't you know what's called first come first served? Yes, it's really annoying. No quality at all. You want to see a beautiful woman, don't you know how to line up? Don't act like the airport is your home. As Qin Feng squeezed very hard, he instantly caused dissatisfaction among the onlookers. However, when they turned their heads and saw clearly the looks of Qin Feng's people, they instantly froze on the spot. Does our deep city have so many handsome men and women now? And right at this moment, Suemou and the girls also immediately discovered Qin Feng's several people. Not daring to delay, they all greeted them at the first opportunity. As soon as they approached, they directly split into 3 rows and stood. Boss! Under the shocked expressions of the eating crowd, the ladies all respectfully bent down and shouted at the first opportunity. Boss? This is actually their boss? My dear sister, this is also too exaggerated, right? So handsome. This little brother is really too handsome. Yes, just like a star. Hey, you guys say, so many beautiful women are calling him boss. Will, asterisk. Brother, this is a very evil thought, but I like it. What do you mean evil? If you were their boss, would you have no other ideas? What are you guys talking about? How could such a handsome little brother be like that? That's right, I forbid you to talk about my husband like that. Nima, you guys are too double standard, right? Hey, it's true that face value is justice, It had to be said that Sumo and the girl's cry of boss really shocked everyone present. However, Qin Feng didn't bother with them. After nodding, he greeted Sumo and the girls and got into the car. In a short while, they disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Early the next morning, Li Hong's side sent people to deliver 5 Sikorsky S-92 helicopters. This kind of helicopter was very large, with a cabin area of 12 square meters, enough to accommodate 19 passengers. This kind of transportation power, compared to other helicopters, could be considered quite strong. In addition to the large enough space, the interior decoration was also carefully designed. No matter which way you look at it, it is incomparable to other helicopters. Of course, the price of this airplane was not cheap. Even if Li Hong gave the internal price, 5 helicopters cost Qin Feng nearly 800 million Chinese dollars. Now the airplanes were available, but the pilots had become a problem. Qin Feng didn't want to recruit some male pilots to go home. Hell knows if he would be green by then. As for Guan Fei, although she had graduated from the Imperial Capital Aviation University, at most she knew some simple operations. Recruiting a few more female pilots? Forget it. I'm afraid there aren't many female pilots in the world. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Without delay, he directly called the system up in his mind. System, open the light screen. As soon as the words fell, a light screen immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng. Reaching out and clicking on the system mall, he finds the column called Super Biochemical Bodyguard and hurriedly checks it out. Super Biochemical Bodyguard. Low level. Force comparable to a human dark force expert. All skills. Purchase price 1 million consumption points. All skills? I wonder if it includes flying an airplane. Whatever. Let's try it first. Qin Feng thought of this, found an excuse and left Huaihai Villa. After driving the car almost out of the city, he stopped at a forest path. After looking around and realizing that no one else existed, he let the system open the light screen again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased a Super Biochemical Bodyguard. Please ask if you want to withdraw it? Just the next second after Qin Feng clicked on purchase, the system popped up such a prompt on the light screen. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and directly tapped the extract button. But what he didn't expect was, right after he tapped the extract button, the system yet again popped up a prompt. Ding! Please shape the biochemical bodyguard's appearance, body shape, and personality before extraction. Please see the light screen for detailed steps. Shortly after Qin Feng had just finished reading this prompt, a 3D simulated humanoid soon appeared above the light screen. And next to the simulated humanoid was a variety of selections that could be molded. First column, name. Qin Feng pondered for a few moments before he typed in the big words Terminator 1. In Qin Feng's thoughts, this was after all a biochemical human. The name was still a bit more realistic with a bit of sci-fi. Second column, gender. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that this column actually had 3 options. In addition to male and female, there is actually a neutral. Neutral Qin Feng naturally will not consider. He does not want to follow a demon by his side. As for the man option, Qin Feng also chose to reject it after considering it for a moment. To be honest, Qin Feng felt that it was better to get a beautiful woman by his side. It would inevitably feel weird to have a fierce man following him around all the time. Without a doubt, Qin Feng ended up pressing the female button. Third column, age. Qin Feng directly inputted 18 years old. Fourth column, appearance. The options in this column were richer, and the system categorized them as sexy and flirtatious face, mature and stable face, imperial sister domineering face, and lowly cute face. Since he was asking the biochemical bodyguard to fly the plane, naturally it was better to be mature and stable. No matter what, Qin Feng directly clicked down the flirty face. Fifth column, body shape. Since sexy flirty face was chosen, wouldn't it be weird if the body wasn't hot? So, hot body must have. Sixth column, character. Unlike the previous items, this column could not only be molded on the existing options, but could also be manually entered. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and directly chose the option of shrewd and capable. To be honest, he didn't want the extracted biochemical bodyguard to be an elmhead. It was better to be smart. As for the manual input, he typed in the words absolute obedience. In Qin Feng's opinion, these 4 words were more important than all the other options combined. Right after Qin Feng finished shaping all the options, the 3D simulated character on the light screen also started to slowly change. Chapter 101, What's with those eyes of yours? The changes of the simulated character on the light screen first started from the top of his head. The bare head of the simulated character soon appeared to be filled with dark and shiny hair. Immediately afterward, the face began to change as well. A sultry woman's face that possessed foxy eyes instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Just as Qin Feng looked into those eyes, it was as if he had been electrocuted by lightning. Hiss. One didn't hold back, so he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. For some reason, the feeling that these eyes gave Qin Feng was as if they were capable of evoking one's soul. In the next second, a woman's very perfect body appeared on the light screen. Moreover, Qin Feng also discovered that there seemed to be a long, cold, glittering whip hanging from the position of the biochemist's waist. Ding! You have successfully finished molding the biochemical bodyguard. Please ask if you want to extract it? Just then, the system prompt message, once again, popped up. Qin Feng didn't waste any time, and directly reached out and tapped the extraction button. Phew! In the next second, a demonic beauty suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Master! The beauty's eyes looked at Qin Feng and shyly shouted. After shouting, she didn't forget to throw a wink at Qin Feng. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the fluttering in his heart before he said very seriously to the beauty, Number 1. No winking at me from now on, do you hear me? Okay, master. When Number 1 heard that, she nodded her head obediently. Soon after, Qin Feng realized that the eyes of Number 1 looking at him instantly seemed to have lost their luster and became unusually ordinary. I go? What is this situation? Without being able to hold back, Qin Feng turned to Number 1 and then asked, Number 1, what's going on with your eyes? Back to master. Number 1 has turned off the special skill Death Charm. Death Charm? Qin Feng couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. That's right. Number 1 nodded before explaining. Death Charm is a special skill that I bring with me, possessing the effect of compelling the enemy's mind. With my current ability, anyone with dark power and below will be under my control as long as they come into contact with my eyes. I see. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. Just now, he felt that Number 1's eyes seemed to be very odd. He wasn't someone who had never seen a beautiful woman before, so how could he be electrified by just a pair of eyes? Now it seemed that it must be the effect produced by this special skill, Death Charm. It had to be said that this skill was indeed quite terrifying. Even though Qin Feng's strength was comparable to a late-stage Dark Force expert, he seemed to have been affected a little just now. Although it wasn't big, if he were to get hit like this while fighting an enemy, the consequences would be imaginable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. This was his own biochemical bodyguard. Naturally, the stronger the better. Cough cough. Qin Feng dryly coughed twice. Pointing at the long whip around Number 1's waist, he asked, Number 1, what is this long whip of yours for? To be honest, Qin Feng always felt a little weird when he asked this, especially after seeing Number 1's tight leather outfit. The feeling was even stronger. This? Hearing this, Number 1 directly removed the long whip from his waist. This is my weapon. After saying that, in front of Qin Feng, a whip was lashed towards a short distance away. Splat! A crisp whip sound rang out, and a thigh-thick tree not far away instantly snapped in response. This wasn't all. Number 1 played a very beautiful set of whip strokes in front of Qin Feng. With Qin Feng's current vision, this set of whip techniques was definitely considered a masterpiece. If he really fought against someone, it could be said that he could take someone's life with every move. It had to be said that all the products produced by the system were really fine. By the way, do you know how to fly an airplane? At this moment, Qin Feng remembered the main purpose of this place and asked Number 1, fly an airplane? Number 1 was first stunned, then he nodded and said, yes. What about tanks? Well also, what about fighters? Also, you won't be able to do the aircraft carrier, right? Ahem. Number 1 dryly coughed twice, and said with some embarrassment, Master, that I will also. I go. You're really omnipotent here? When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Number 1 right away. Thank you master for the compliment. Number 1 smiled cheekily and couldn't help but throw another wink at Qin Feng. Only, this time, she didn't turn on Death Charm, so Qin Feng didn't seem to feel anything. Alright, let's go back first, Qin Feng said, pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. In his mind, since Number 1 could even drive an aircraft carrier, there shouldn't be any problem driving a sports car, right? As for exchanging a few more biochemicals, Qin Feng currently had no such thoughts. Similar to what Qin Feng thought, Number 1 directly sat in the driver's seat after receiving his order. After some fluent maneuvering, the car sped up. It had to be said that Number 1's driving of the sports car was definitely much more stable than Qin Feng's own driving. The feeling Qin Feng got was as comfortable as lying on his own sofa. Giving Number 1 an address, Qin Feng went straight to sleep. When he woke up again, he was really lying on top of his own sofa. What is this situation? Qin Feng soon realized that the women in his home all looked like they had lost their minds, standing in the hall, constantly giggling at themselves. To be honest, if it wasn't for Qin Feng's relatively big guts, there was a real possibility that he would have fainted from fear. Master, be careful behind you? And right at this moment, not far away, Lu Rubing, shouted anxiously at Chin Fong. From the wretchedness on her face, it seemed like something big had just happened. Chin Fong couldn't help but faintly freeze when he heard this. As if he had thought of something, he turned his head and looked behind himself. Hiss. In the next second, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air once again. Sure enough, it was the same as what he had thought. It was really number one who had done it, forcibly suppressing the fluttering in his heart. To number one he ordered. Number one, turn off death charm. Yes, master. Number one, who had just been in a fighting state, hurriedly turned off death charm.